1. Goddess of War and Useless Son-in-Law. Year 303 of the Starfall Era, Wrong City Base. Above the dome of the central stadium, the Milky Way shimmered, a false galaxy simulated by technology, dazzling with an inhuman brilliance. Below the dome, the shouts of tens of thousands of spectators surged like the Kayentang tide, each wave higher than the last, threatening to overturn this steel-framed giant. Dozens of holographic broadcast drones buzzed and circled, like iron-winged flies sniffing out blood, projecting every bit of fervor and every inch of glory from the arena onto the city's myriad light screens without reservation. The atmosphere was already frenzied to the extreme. However, amidst this magnificent scene of cheers and roars, there were always one or two isolated corners. In the topmost, most secluded part of the stands, where the lighting was most sparse, a slender young man sat quietly, like an old stone carving forgotten in a corner. His name was Jiang Lue. Light fell 3 inches in front of him and could advance no further, as if an invisible barrier separated him from this boisterous world. Around him was a boiling sea of people, yet he was a lonely island, remaining silent no matter how the waves crashed. He was once a genius admired by this city, that young man, in countless drunken conversations. Now he was Jiang the Cripple, stuck at body tempering 9th grade, a cold meteor whose light had long since extinguished next to the brilliant stars hanging in the sky. Damn it! Fatty Wang beside him, furiously crumpled an empty nutrient fluid can into a ball of scrap metal, cursing in a low voice. These fair-weather bastards. 3 years ago when you punched out an air blast, they called you little boxing king and practically worshipped you. Now that your cultivation has stagnated, they dare to call that guy named Lin Wrong City's #1, right in front of you. Bah, a bunch of sycophants who kick people when they're down. Fatty Wang was indignant, his voice extremely low, but his corpulent body trembled slightly with anger. He glanced towards the stage, then leaned in closer, his tone full of frustration and sympathy. Lou, I know you're feeling bad, but this world is just such a messed up place. Whoever has the bigger fist, even their farts smell good. Especially the Su family, they were so eager to send a marriage contract back then, but now what? What do they treat you as? A fiancé in waiting who can be discarded at any time. I heard from brothers on the street that the Su family has long been cozying up to that newly risen Lin family, just waiting for this opportunity today to kick you, this stumbling block, away for the whole city to see. Jiang Lue didn't speak, merely gazing quietly at his own palms. Those hands, with their distinct knuckles, had once held the envy and expectations of this city. Now, only the slight, insignificant prick of fingernails digging into his palm remained. Boom! A loud bang interrupted Fatty Wang's chatter. On the stage, light erupted. Under the gaze of all, a breathtaking figure descended like a celestial maiden from the 9 heavens, her white robes as pure as snow, her posture extraordinary. She merely casually pushed out a palm, and the star origin true chi swirling around her transformed into a dazzling stream of light, like a fleeting glimpse of a startled swan. A single move, firefly reflecting snow. Her opponent, a renowned martial arts master, didn't even have time to react before his protective true chi melted away like residual snow in winter, and he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily below the stage. One move and victory was decided. Champion. The champion of this year's Wrong City Youth Martial Arts Tournament belongs to our once-in-a-century peerless prodigy, Su Nianwei. The commentator's voice was hoarse and excited, filled with adoration and fanaticism. She is the pride of our Wrong City. She is our undisputed goddess of war. The entire arena erupted. Su Nianwei stood in the center of the stage, her expression indifferent, as if the earth-shattering blow she had just delivered was merely flicking away a speck of dust from her sleeve. She was beautiful like a flawless jade statue, radiating brilliance, yet also coldly untouched by the mundane world. The award ceremony commenced. The president of the Wrong City Martial Arts Association personally placed the laurel wreath on her and presented her with the trophy symbolizing the highest honor. The host walked onto the stage with a beaming smile, his carefully crafted grin hiding a subtle hint of mockery and malice. Congratulations to our goddess of war, so graceful and peerless, so exceptionally talented. I truly wonder what outstanding man in the future will be worthy of our goddess Nianwei. He deliberately elongated his tone, then changed the subject, his gaze accurately falling upon a dark corner of the audience stands. Oh, speaking of which, I recall a beautiful story. Our goddess Nianwei, it seems, has long had an engagement with another former genius, Mr. Jiang Lue. The union of 2 geniuses, this was a legend in our Wrong City. Boom! A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. All eyes in the arena, along with the hundreds of circling broadcast drones, turned their cameras, converging their beams of light like red-hot branding irons, instantly locking onto that secluded corner, that solitary figure. 110, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In those gazes, there was undisguised mockery, condescending pity, schadenfreude, and even an eager anticipation of a good show. The light brutally dragged him from the darkness, nailing him to the city's pillar of shame, for all to see. Jiang Lue slowly raised his head, meeting the myriad gazes, his face expressionless. On the stage, Su Nianwei took the crystal-clear trophy and finally made a move. Her gaze swept over the surging crowd, past the fervent fans, and landed coldly and precisely on Jiang Lue. In her eyes there was no trace of past affection, no youthful tenderness, only a great snow that had fallen after all the blossoms, cold and resolute. It was as if she was looking at the most familiar stranger. She stepped forward and took the microphone from the host. In an instant, the entire stadium became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A voice as clear and cold as moonlight, amplified through the sound system, spread to every corner of the venue and throughout the entire Rong city. Thank you, everyone. Today, taking this opportunity, I have a private matter concerning Mr. Jiang Lue and myself that I wish to announce to the entire city. 2. A single letter of divorce brought humiliation to the entire city. The entire venue fell silent. Billions of light beams converged at one point, illuminating the beautiful figure on the stage like a deity. Su Nianwei's voice, amplified, clearly reached everyone's ears. It wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable coldness. Jiang Lue. She spoke his name, as if stating an objective fact that no longer had any connection to her. The marriage contract between you and me was an even greater mistake made by our elders in a mistaken era. She paused, giving everyone in Rong City time to process, and giving Jiang Lue a moment of agonizing torment. Your path in martial arts has been stuck at body tempering 9th grade for 3 years, while my path in martial arts has just begun. There was not a ripple in her voice, as if she were articulating an irrefutable truth. A genius should not associate with mediocrity. A star should not be dragged down by a meteor. This marriage contract for you is a rope to cling to. For me, however, it is a blemish on my martial arts future, a shackle. I, Su Nianwei, want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, to see the vast world beyond Rong City. Therefore, any shackles that hinder my progress must be personally severed by me. These words were self-evident and utterly ruthless. It was as if what she severed was not a marriage contract once envied by the entire city, but rather a useless dead branch pruned from a bonsai. Having spoken, she moved. Under the ultra-clear close-up of dozens of holographic drones, Su Nianwei flipped her delicate hand, and an ancient, yellowed scroll appeared in her palm. The marriage certificate. Upon it, the family imprints left by the ancestors of both families with true qi still remained, the sole proof of this marriage contract, and the last, most fragile symbol of their old affection. The atmosphere of the entire stadium solidified to an extreme at this moment. Everyone held their breath, awaiting that historic moment. Fatty Wang, standing nearby, trembled with rage, his teeth gnashing, yet he couldn't utter a single word. In the face of absolute power and public opinion, any defense was pale and powerless. Jiang Lue still stood, like a javelin upright in a snowstorm, terrifyingly silent. Su Nianwei did not spare Jiang Lue another glance. She activated the star origin true qi within her body. Strands of shimmering white light overflowed from her fingertips, coiling around the ancient marriage certificate like living things. Hiss! A barely audible sound, yet it exploded like a thunderclap in everyone's heart. That marriage certificate, bearing the century-old agreement of the two families under the gaze of thousands, was directly disintegrated by the pure star origin true qi, without even a spark igniting, turning into a sky full of ashes. Tiny dust motes danced in the brilliant lights, like a grand and cruel funeral. The old affection thus vanished into thin air. After a brief silence, there was a volcanic eruption of fervent cheers. Good! Someone shouted first, though it was unclear who. Immediately following, a deafening roar of cheers and support instantly engulfed the entire venue. The war goddess is right, trash should know its place. A piece of trash at body tempering 9th grade, worthy of our Rong City's pride. He's simply a toad trying to eat swan meat. Break your shackles and fly to a broader sky, goddess Nianwei. The tide of public opinion completely turned to the victor. Every cheer was like a poisoned knife, savagely piercing the lonely figure. What they praised was the decisive strength of the strong. What they scorned was the original sin of the weak. In the VIP section, Rong City's recognized #1 genius, Lin Yashin, the young master of the Lin family, slowly raised the red wine glass in front of him and gently swirled it. He looked at the radiant Su Nianwei on the stage, his eyes filled with undisguised admiration and possessiveness. Then his gaze swept over the crowd and landed on that corner, where a man was being reviled by thousands. His gaze was like that of a divine dragon looking down at ants on the ground, filled with indifference and disdain. He didn't even bother to look further before retracting his gaze, a satisfied curve forming on his lips. This drama was splendid. And he was the biggest winner. In the corner, Jiang Lue never uttered a single word. He offered no defense, no angry roar, not even the slightest change in expression. He simply stood there quietly, as if all the external clamor and humiliation were isolated from him in another world. Only he knew. His clenched fists had long since broken the skin of his palms with his fingernails. 1 drop. 2 drops. Warm blood trickled down between his fingers, dripping onto the cold ground, splattering into an insignificant blossom of blood. Pain. Excruciating pain. It didn't come from his palm, but from the heart that was once filled with expectation, now ruthlessly torn apart. But gradually, that intense pain like receding tide slowly subsided. In Jiang Lue's heart, the last lingering illusion about that figure, white as snow, was utterly shattered along with the flying ashes. He slowly loosened his clenched fists. The wound in his palm was a bloody mess. Yet he seemed to feel no pain. Instead, there was a coldness and stillness that originated from the depths of his soul. Those eyes which once mirrored the stars were now as deep as a bottomless ancient well, without a single ripple. It was as if a lone wolf, lurking in endless darkness, slowly opened its eyes at this moment. The humiliation was not yet over. On the stage, a middle-aged man in luxurious attire walked up. He was Su Changsen, the current patriarch of the Su family. He took the microphone with a beaming face, ready to bring this grand annulment ceremony to a perfect close. It was also at this moment. On the other side of the VIP section, Situ Hong, the patriarch of the Situ family, one of Rong City's 4 great families, subtly furrowed his brow as he watched the farce unfolding before him. 3. The Fairy Under the Moon, a thread of love and hate. Su Changsen stood in the center of the arena, basking in the spotlight. He wore an expression of heartache and regret, like an elder heartbroken by a junior who had gone astray. Jiang Lue, my virtuous nephew. He spoke, his voice carrying through the amplification system, imbued with a perfectly measured solemnity and hypocrisy. The ancestors of our 2 families were once sworn brothers, which is why this marriage alliance was arranged. My Su family has never forgotten this friendship. He surveyed the entire venue, appearing righteous and honorable. However, the path of martial arts is like sailing against the current. One either advances or retreats. Nianwei, she carries the hopes of my Su family and the future of Rong City. She cannot stop her progress. We understand your situation and feel regret for you. What happened today is my Su family's failing towards the Jiang family ancestors. It is my Su Changsen's incompetence in raising my daughter, for not allowing her to consider old affections. He bowed deeply towards the audience, his posture meticulously performed. Immediately, a chorus of Patriarch Su is righteous, echoed from below the stage. Su Changsen straightened up with satisfaction, then changed the subject, a fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of disdain in his eyes. To compensate for my Su family's guilt, and to ensure your future life is secure. He flipped his wrist, and a black crystal card shimmering with light appeared in his palm. This is an unregistered star crystal card, containing 1 million alliance coins. It's not much, but it's enough for someone like you to live a stable and prosperous life. Take it, from now on, you and my Su family will have no further connection. Boom! These words were more venomous than anything Su Nianwei had said before. Using money to measure past affections. Using charity to trample on the last shred of dignity. This was to completely redefine Jiang Lue from a fallen genius into a beggar who needed the Su family's pity to survive. Take it, a good-for-nothing should act like a good-for-nothing. The Su family has done its utmost. 1 million is enough for you to spend a lifetime. Ha ha ha, the war goddess's former fiancé is only worth 1 million. The wave of mockery reached its peak. Everyone waited to see Jiang Lue grovel, or perhaps, accept the crystal card in shame and despair. However, Jiang Lue merely raised his eyelids and glanced at Su Changsen. That gaze was terrifyingly calm. There was no anger, no sadness, only a desolate, frozen wasteland. Su Changsen's heart skipped a beat under that gaze, and he instinctively took half a step back. It was at this moment. An anomaly suddenly occurred. Without any warning, the temperature of the entire central stadium plummeted. An indescribable chill, not from the air, but directly penetrating deep into everyone's souls, as if the height of summer had instantly plunged into the depths of winter. The clamor ceased abruptly. Everyone's laughter and shouts were as if a giant invisible hand had clutched their throats, freezing on their faces. They looked up in horror. Above the dome, the brilliant starry river simulated by technology had stopped. All the stars ceased their movement, their light solidified like an eternal painting paused. Following this, a vast, cold, yet divine pressure slowly descended from the heavens. Before this pressure, so-called martial arts masters and powerful aristocratic families were as insignificant as dust. Tens of thousands of spectators, every single one of them, felt their hearts clutched by a cold hand, making even breathing difficult. In the VIP section, Lin Yashin's smug smile completely froze. He abruptly stood up, an unprecedented look of disbelieving horror in his eyes. On the arena, Su Changxin's face was as pale as paper, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Su Nianwei's delicate body trembled even more. The proud aura of a champion that emanated from her was instantly crushed into oblivion by this heavenly pressure. What kind of power was this? What kind of being was this? Under the terrified gaze of tens of millions of eyes in the entire venue. In the center of the static starry river, space rippled like water. A figure in white walked out, step by step, from behind the illusory star curtain. She ignored physical barriers and spatial obstructions. With each step she took, crystal-like lotus flowers bloomed and withered beneath her feet, cold and sacred. She floated down from the heavens with a leisurely grace, finally landing silently on the arena. The entire world was dead silent. Only that white-clad figure became the sole focus between heaven and earth. She too wore white robes as pure as snow, yet she possessed an ethereal, otherworldly aura that Su Nianwei lacked. Her beauty surpassed human imagination, as if she had condensed all the moonlight and ice and snow in the world, cold and transcendent. That was not the beauty of a mortal, but the outline of a deity. Situ. Lin Yashin painstakingly squeezed out 2 words from his throat, his voice dry and trembling, completely devoid of the arrogance of Rong City's #1 genius. Su Nianwei's pupils contracted to pinpricks. She looked at the figure, the color draining from her face, her lips moving, but she couldn't utter the word anti. Because she knew that the one who had descended upon them was not her relative, but the true legend of Rong City-based city, the taboo existence spoken of only by the highest-ranking individuals, Situ Dai of Yeaguang Holy Land. Situ Dai's gaze did not linger on anyone. She did not look at the ashen-faced Su Changxin, nor at the stiff Su Nianwei. She seemed to ignore everyone in the entire venue. She walked across the arena, directly to the young man who was isolated from the rest of the world. The hearts of tens of thousands of people in the audience were in their throats. Jiang Lue also looked up. He looked at the peerlessly beautiful woman before him, his heart also filled with confusion. This was the first time he had seen her so closely. Situ Dai's cold eyes finally fell upon Jiang Lue, and for the first time she looked at him seriously. Those eyes were like ancient, unmelting profound ice, yet they reflected the myriad stars, so profound that one could drown in them. After a moment, she parted her crimson lips. Her voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone's ears, devoid of any emotion, as if proclaiming an eternal decree. My ancestor had a precept. The Situ family owes the Jiang family ancestors a life. What happened today has disgraced our ancestors. This debt is hard to repay. These 3 short sentences, like successive peals of thunder from the 9 heavens, exploded in everyone's minds. The Situ family owes the Jiang family a life. That Jiang family which had long since declined, with only a good-for-nothing descendant remaining. How could this be? Behind this widely known, years-long farce of a broken engagement, there was actually such an earth-shattering secret. Su Nianwei's body swayed, almost losing her footing. She had always thought that the Jiang family was merely a ruined household, in need of the Su family's charity. She had never imagined that this name, which she had discarded like a worn-out shoe, could be linked to her most revered aunt, and to the exalted Situ family in such an ancient and profound relationship. While everyone was still reeling in immense shock, Situ Dai moved. She gently flicked her slender finger. An ancient jade pendant, warm and lustrous, emitting a faint glow, flew from her fingertip, tracing a perfect arc, and landed precisely and steadily in Jiang Lue's hand. This item is a small token of interest. As the jade pendant touched his hand, an indescribable warm current instantly surged from his palm into Jiang Lue's limbs and bones. Wherever the warm current passed, the hidden injuries he had accumulated over the past 3 years, due to obstructed cultivation, began to subtly alleviate. His spirit, which had been stretched to its limit by humiliation and anger, also lifted, becoming clearer than ever before. Jiang Lue tightly gripped the jade pendant, his heart thumping uncontrollably. He looked at Situ Dai before him, his lips moving, but he couldn't utter a single word. Situ Dai no longer looked at him. She slowly turned, her eyes cold as the moon, finally falling upon Su Nianwei, whose face was as pale as a ghost. Struck by her gaze, Su Nianwei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her blood seemingly about to freeze. My Situ family members. Situ Dai spoke faintly, her voice still cold. When acting, one must have a bottom line. As her words fell, she no longer lingered. Her entire being transformed into a radiant moonlight, soaring into the sky, instantly disappearing into the static starry river. She came abruptly and left even more decisively. With her departure, the divine pressure that enveloped the entire venue suddenly dissipated. The temperature inside the stadium began to rise, the frozen air started to flow again, and the starry river in the dome resumed its operation. Everything seemed to return to normal. But everyone knew that nothing was the same anymore. The mountain-like roars of mockery vanished, replaced by a deathly silence. Tens of thousands of gazes, once again, converged on that corner. Only this time, those gazes no longer held mockery or pity. Only endless shock, confusion, and a hint of awe. Jiang Lue still stood there, standing in the shadow that once belonged to him. He slowly lowered his head, opening his blood-stained palm. In the center of his palm, the ancient jade pendant emitted a warm and steadfast glow. For, the aftermath of the humiliation fueled a sinister plot. The storm within the stadium had just subsided, but a larger, more intangible storm had already swept through the entire Rong city. On countless screens across the streets and alleys, that incredible scene was being replayed repeatedly. Initially, there was an overwhelming wave of mockery. Millionaire good for nothing. Jiang Lue, that trash, his value has gone up. He's worth 1,000,000 alliance coins now. Ha ha ha, the Su family truly showed ultimate benevolence, raising a dog for so many years, and even giving it a bone at the end. He should have knelt and kowtowed then, taken the money and scrammed. At least it would have been more dignified. However, when the image froze on the peerless figure of Situ Dai from Yeaguang Holy Land, and when her cold words, "The Situ family owes the Jiang family's ancestor a life," were replayed over and over, the direction of public opinion began to turn strange. The mocking voices gradually dwindled. In their place was endless confusion and astonishment. The Situ family, that Situ family, rumored to be as elusive as a dragon showing its head but not its tail. My heavens, what exactly is the Jiang family's background, to be owed a life by the Situ family? So the Su family's annulment, was it perhaps a bit too hasty? It's like a monkey throwing away a diamond covered in dust, mistaking it for a stone. Isn't that right? Now the whole city knows that Su Nianwei discarded someone whom even the Situ family treats with solemnity, viewing him as a blemish. This isn't decisiveness, this is stupidity. The wind quietly changed direction. The fervent adoration for Su Nianwei had now transformed into whispers laced with a hint of amusement and scrutiny. A grand event that should have brought the Su family's prestige to its peak ultimately became a farce that no one understood. The Su family instead became the biggest joke, the Su family's celebration banquet. At the top floor of Rong City's most luxurious Tianmu Hotel, lights blazed and dignitaries gathered. Su Nianwei, in a lavish evening gown, moved among the guests, glass in hand. She should have been the sole protagonist of the night, basking in everyone's congratulations and envy. But she keenly sensed that something was amiss. The powerful figures and scions of Rong City, though still smiling when they looked at her, had an indescribable strangeness behind their smiles. They no longer discussed her talent, no longer praised her firefly reflecting on snow. Instead, they gathered in small groups, lowering their voices, whispering to each other. Did you hear? That person from the Situ family hasn't shown her face in Rong City for decades. For a Jiang Lue, tusk, this matter runs too deep. The Su family this time, I'm afraid, picked up sesame seeds and lost the watermelon. These voices were not loud, but they were like poisoned steel needles, accurately piercing Su Nianwei's ears. Her fingers holding the wine glass turned white at the knuckles. On her flawless face, she maintained a polite smile, but in the depths of her eyes, a furious fire burned. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation. She was clearly the victor, the celebrated champion, the once-in-a-century genius of Rong City. Yet merely because of a few words from Situ Dai, all her glory, her seemingly perfect annulment ceremony, was stained with an indelible blemish, becoming a laughingstock. And all of this was thanks to that good-for-nothing Jiang Lue. Just as resentment churned in her heart, a gentle voice sounded behind her. Nianwei, congratulations. After today, the martial arts world of Rong City will honor you as its leader. Su Nianwei turned around and saw Lin Yashin. He was dressed in a white suit, elegant and refined, with an impeccable smile on his face, like a ray of light that instantly dispelled all the whispers around him. The moment he appeared, he naturally became the center of attention. Lin Yashin ignored the others, focusing only on Su Nianwei, his eyes full of admiration and reassurance. To be troubled by some insignificant noise is not like you. He gently swirled the red wine in his glass, then changed the subject, his voice not loud but clear enough for people at several nearby tables to hear. The path of martial arts is inherently about severing all ties and advancing bravely. Your actions today are a manifestation of a firm Tao heart. What wrong have you done? He paused, his gaze sweeping across the room, carrying a faint hint of authority. As for the Situ family's grievances, those are matters of our ancestors. What do they have to do with us? Can a good-for-nothing who cannot cultivate still expect the Situ family to become enemies with the entire future of Rong City for his sake? In just a few words, he attributed all problems to Jiang Lue. He cleverly redefined Su Nianwei's actions, from stupid and short-sighted, to steadfast and unburdened by external matters. The reason today's situation is somewhat awkward is not because you did anything wrong. Lin Yashin stepped closer, lowering his voice, a hint of seduction in his tone. It's because the blemish that is Jiang Lue has not yet been thoroughly and cleanly erased. Su Nianwei's breathing hitched slightly. She looked up at Lin Yashin. Lin Yashin gave her a meaningful smile, gesturing for her to follow him to an unoccupied corner. On the balcony, the night breeze was cool. Nianwei, do you want to silence everyone who questions you? Lin Yashin leaned against the railing, looking down at the city's brilliant lights. Do you want to prove to everyone, including your aunt, that your decision was the most correct one? Su Nianwei said nothing, but her tightly pursed lips conveyed everything. It's very simple. The smile on Lin Yashin's lips turned somewhat sinister. Host a reconciliation banquet and invite all the city's media. You publicly apologize to Jiang Lue, thank him for his past companionship, and wish him well for the future. Make a grand show of it, appearing magnanimous, mature, and considerate of old affections. Su Nianwei frowned. Wouldn't that be bowing down to that good-for-nothing? Don't rush. Lin Yashin seemed to read her thoughts. This is just the first step, a play for outsiders. He turned around, speaking word by word, his voice chillingly sinister. The climax of the play is adding something to that reconciliation wine you toast him with. What is it? A forbidden drug. Lin Yashin's eyes gleamed with excited cruelty. Its name is Chaos Spirit Incense. This medicine is colorless and odorless. Once it enters the body, it instantly detonates all the star source power within a martial artist, even the insignificant strength of the body-tempering realm. It will destroy a person's sanity, plunging them into the most primal madness, making them attack all living things they see, making a fool of themselves like a wild beast. He enjoyed the gradual change in Su Nianwei's expression as he continued to describe the hellish scene. When the medicine takes effect, he will, before the cameras of the entire city's media, gnaw at tables and chairs like a mad dog attack guests, until he exhausts his last shred of life force, his star source depleted, and his meridians shattered. Ultimately, he will collapse on the ground like a pile of mud. Even if he doesn't die, he will become a complete and utter good-for-nothing, unable even to stand. By that time, who will remember that trivial matter of the Situ family? Everyone will only see that you, Su Nianwei, intended to let bygones be bygones, but Jiang Lue, being narrow-minded and consumed by jealousy, went mad and brought disgrace upon himself. Lin Yashin spread his arms, as if embracing this perfect plan. We will thoroughly nail him to the pillar of shame in Rong City, from body to spirit, from reputation to dignity. He will never rise again. These words were utterly vicious. Su Nianwei's heart pounded violently. In her mind she saw Jiang Lue's terrifyingly calm face, her aunt's cold, disappointed eyes, and the whispering faces of the surrounding guests. All the resentment, all the unwillingness, all the humiliation at this moment transformed into cold killing intent. Why? Why must I, Su Nianwei, endure this? I am not the one who is wrong. It's that good for nothing. It's because he still exists in this world. As long as he exists for one day, he will be an eternal blemish on me, Su Nianwei. Good. A single word, cold, was uttered from her beautiful lips. The moment she accepted this plan, her last trace of hesitation and struggle was completely crushed. On her exquisite face, there was no longer any of her usual cool arrogance, only the same cruelty and determination as Lin Yashin. Under the night sky, an invitation crafted with gilded artistry was produced overnight. Every word on it was handwritten by a master calligrapher, the rhetoric lavish, extremely earnest, full of sincerity for reconciliation. Only no one knew. Behind each beautiful word, a deadly poison was steeped. An irresistible invitation to death had already begun. 5 brothers warn a scheme is brewing. Night. In the slums of Rong City, an old tenement building. Dim light barely illuminated a table and chair in the room. The air was filled with an unshakable damp smell, a stark contrast to the dazzling brilliance of the Tianmu Hotel outside, like two completely different worlds. Jiang Lue sat cross-legged on the cold wooden bed. He closed his eyes, introspecting. His qi and blood remained like stagnant water, frozen at the threshold of body tempering ninth grade, making no progress for 3 years. Every part of his body exuded a sense of powerless stillness. Only the ancient jade pendant, worn close to his chest, continuously emitted a faint warmth. That warmth, like a trickling stream, slowly but steadily nourished his parched meridians, preventing his heart, which should have been frozen after countless humiliations, from completely dying. Thump some thump. A knock sounded, abrupt and urgent. Jiang Lue opened his eyes and got up to open the door. Outside stood a messenger dressed in luxurious clothes, his face showing undisguised disdain. He pinched his nose, as if staying an extra second was torture, and handed over an extremely opulent gilded invitation, his movement like throwing trash. Mr. Jiang, Ms. Su and young Master Lin jointly invite you to a banquet tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, on the top floor of the Tianmu Hotel, to discuss the future. After the messenger finished speaking, without waiting for Jiang Lue's response, he turned and quickly left, as if a plague was behind him. Jiang Lue lowered his gaze, looking at the invitation in his hand. The 8 characters, resolve grudges, discuss the future, reflected a cold and mocking light under the dim yellow lamp. Every word hinted at murderous intent. Banged. Just then, the already dilapidated wooden door was violently forced open from the outside. A corpulent figure stumbled in, rolling and crawling, and fell heavily to the ground. It was Fatty Wang. He was covered in footprints and bruises, a shocking trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and one eye was so swollen it was reduced to a slit. Ignoring his injuries, he scrambled towards Jiang Lue, his voice hoarse and distorted by fear and urgency. Lucy, run, hurry and run. It's a trap, it's a huge trap. Fatty Wang clutched Jiang Lue's pant leg tightly, his whole body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. I couldn't stand it, so I secretly followed them to their celebration banquet, wanting to hear what those sons of bitches were saying. I heard it. That beast Lin Yashin, he gave Su Nianwei a vicious plan. He gasped for breath, like a drowning man, every word draining all his strength. It's a banquet at Hongmen. They want to live stream it citywide at tomorrow's banquet. They want to force you to drink a forbidden drug, called chaos spirit incense. That thing will make you go mad. It will turn you into a beast. You'll make a fool of yourself in front of the whole city, exhaust your last bit of strength, and die with your meridians severed. At this point, Fatty Wang's voice was already tearful. His bloodshot eyes were filled with despair and terror. They found me. I barely escaped with half my life. Lucy, listen to me, leave now. Escape Rong City immediately. As long as the green hills remain, there will always be wood to burn. He pleaded, pulling at Jiang Lue, trying to drag him out of this vortex of death. However, Jiang Lue stood still, unmoving. He didn't look at the murderous invitation, nor did he care if there were pursuers outside the door. He simply reached out and slowly helped the injured Fatty Wang up from the cold ground. His movements were steady. His gaze was terrifyingly calm. Fatty, calm down. Jiang Lue spoke, his voice not loud but like a divine needle stabilizing the sea. It instantly quelled all of Fatty Wang's panic. This is an overt scheme. Fatty Wang was stunned. What overt scheme? The fact that they dared to send a messenger with the invitation means they aren't afraid of you leaking the news. Jiang Lue analyzed clearly, word by word. They even wish the whole city knew it was a trap, because I cannot escape. If I flee, it would be fleeing in fear of guilt. It would be narrow-minded, unwilling to face it. Su Nianwei's generosity, Lin Yashin's tolerance, would all become truth. If I flee, my parents' reputation from back then will be utterly trampled into the mud. From then on, when the Jiang family is mentioned in Rong City, it will only be a laughingstock, a family that produced a jealous and incompetent coward and fugitive. They want to kill not just me, but also the Jiang family's last shred of honor. His words were cold and cruel. Fatty Wang was completely dumbfounded. The color drained from his face, replaced by a deathly pallor. Yes. How could he not have thought of that? This was not a conspiracy at all, but an open, inescapable trap, set with power, reputation, and the last dignity of a family. No retreat. No escape. Then what do we do? Fatty Wang's lips trembled, a huge sorrow welling up in his heart. The tears of this 6-foot-tall man could no longer be held back and rolled down his cheeks. Are we just going to watch them do that to you? He choked, unable to continue. The next moment, he fiercely wiped away his tears, a look of reckless determination appearing on his face. Lucy, I'll go with you. Worst case, we die together. My life is worthless, but if I can drag someone like Lin Yashin down with me, it's worth it. Jiang Lue looked at him, and finally a ripple appeared in his ancient, unmoving eyes. It was a trace of warmth. He shook his head. He pulled out a few crumpled alliance coins from his pocket, all the wealth he had left, and without explanation, stuffed them into Fatty Wang's hand. Go get treated. Then find a place to hide. Tomorrow night, no matter what happens, don't show your face. Fatty, listen to me. Jiang Lue's voice carried an undeniable solemnity. This is my battle alone. After sending away the distraught Fatty Wang, Jiang Lue reclosed the dilapidated door. Inside the room, a deathly silence returned. He stood alone by the window, looking at the gilded invitation in his hand, illuminated by the faint light filtering in from outside. Every word on it was like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. After a long time, slowly a faint flame ignited in his deep, ancient eyes. At first, the flame was just a point. Then it began to flicker, began to spread. It burned away all retreat, burned away all forbearance, burned away all hesitation. Finally, that flicker of flame transformed into a raging inferno, capable of scorching the heavens. It was an unyielding determination to fight to the death. It was the arrogance of preferring a straight path to a crooked one. And it was the towering battle intent, suppressed for 3 years, now completely erupting. 6. Attending a banquet alone, a den of dragons and tigers. The night was inky black. At the pinnacle of Rong City, Tianmu Hotel stood like a colossal glass pillar piercing the clouds, radiating brilliant light that illuminated the surrounding 100 li as brightly as day. Expensive maglev flying cars silently glided through a dedicated lane, stopping before the red carpet at the hotel's entrance. Jiang Lue arrived from the public rail station, dressed in a faded, ordinary jacket, appearing to belong to a different world from the surrounding guests adorned in jewels and luxurious clothing. The tuxedo-clad attendant at the door, who had maintained a professional, standard smile, saw Jiang Lue, and his smile instantly faded. He turned aside, eagerly opening the car door for a wealthy young lady who had just disembarked, completely ignoring Jiang Lue, who was standing nearby. The heavy glass door did not open for him. Jiang Lue, expressionless, reached out and pushed the door open himself. A warm current, a mixture of top-tier fragrance and fine wine, wafted over him. In the hotel lobby, crystal chandeliers cascaded like a galaxy, and the gleaming marble floor reflected smiling faces. Along the way were scions and socialites from prominent families in Rong City. They gathered in small groups, conversing in low tones, their manners elegant. When Jiang Lue's slender figure walked past, the air around him would always freeze for a moment. Whispers buzzed like summer night mosquitoes. Look, he actually came. To dare come to Tianmu Hotel dressed like that, his nerve is truly thick. SHH quiet, there's a good show to watch later. Those gazes, some disdainful, some playful, some carrying undisguised schadenfreude, were like invisible needles, piercing his back. Jiang Lue did not stop. He walked through the magnificent lobby, heading directly for the heavy, carved wooden doors of the banquet hall. He reached out and gently pushed. Creak. The door opened. Instantly, the elegant symphony within the hall seemed to have its throat choked, coming to an abrupt halt. Hundreds of gazes, like hundreds of scorching red searchlights, simultaneously shot from all directions, firmly pinning him at the doorway. He stood at the intersection of light and shadow, like a mortal who had stumbled into a divine banquet, lonely accepting the judgment of everyone. In the center of the banquet hall, Lin Yashin wore a white custom-made suit, his posture tall and handsome. Su Nianwei, on the other hand, wore an ice blue long dress, its hem adorned with tiny diamonds, making her appear like a true ice and snow princess. The two stood side by side, a perfect match, the undisputed focus of the entire hall. Su Nianwei's gaze swept over Jiang Lue, her brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, then she looked away, as if another glance would soil her eyes. Lin Yashin's smile, however, grew even brighter. It was a uniquely victorious, hypocritical smile, tinged with pity and magnanimity. He released Su Nianwei's hand, raised his wine glass, and proactively walked towards Jiang Lue. Brother Jiang, you finally arrived. He stepped forward, naturally extending his arm to embrace Jiang Lue's shoulder, his posture appearing extremely intimate. He turned around, facing all the guests, and laughed loudly. Everyone quiet down. Let me introduce you all, this is Jiang Lue, Brother Jiang. I know that due to some misunderstandings recently, Brother Jiang has endured a lot of criticism. Lin Yashin wore a look of deep distress. But let bygones be bygones. Nianwei's path in martial arts needs purity, and Brother Jiang should also have a new life of his own. Therefore, Nianwei and I discussed and specially hosted this banquet tonight, hoping to resolve all grievances in front of friends from across the city, and give Brother Jiang a dignified way out. From now on we are still friends. His words were sincere, generous, and open-minded. A chorus of applause echoed through the hall. Young Master Lin is truly righteous. As expected of Rong City's #1 genius, we admire such magnanimity. Faced with this almost perfect performance, Jiang Lue remained silent. He did not shake off Lin Yashan's hand on his shoulder. He merely raised his eyes, and with those still, dead water-like pupils, slowly scanned everyone present. He saw the false smiles on the faces of those applauding and cheering. He saw the disdain of a few scions whispering in the corner. And he saw, in the depths of Su Nianwei's beautiful eyes, standing in the center of the crowd, surrounded by everyone, undisguised coldness and venom. He deeply etched these faces into his mind. That silence, like a piece of ice dropped into hot oil, inexplicably cooled the once lively atmosphere. Some people, when his calm gaze swept over them, felt an inexplicable palpitation and subconsciously averted their eyes. Lin Yashan also noticed this unusual shift. A hint of gloom flashed in his eyes, then his smile grew wider, and he raised the wine glass in his hand. "Everyone," he loudly proclaimed, "for Nianwei's bright future and for Brother Jiang's brand new tomorrow. Let us all raise our glasses to the past and to the future. Let go of all unpleasantness, and let a smile erase all grievances." He spoke with passionate fervor, constantly hinting at Jiang Lue's lack of tact and his own generosity, once again drawing a round of applause. To young Master Lin. To Goddess Nianwei. Amidst the thunderous toasts, Lin Yashan drank it all. The toast concluded. He snapped his fingers. A waiter carrying a silver tray silently approached. On the tray, there was only one crystal-clear glass. The glass held a jade-green liquid, shimmering under the lights, as if melted from the finest emeralds, emitting a refreshing, crisp chill that invigorated the heart. Rong City's most premium wine, ice-soul jade liquid. One glass, worth 10,000 gold pieces. Lin Yashan personally took the glass from the tray. He walked step by step to Jiang Lue, extended the wine glass, a flawless smile on his face. "Brother Jiang, drink this, and all past grievances will be wiped clean." 7. Drinking and humiliation, on the eve of the storm. The entire banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The emerald-green liquid in Lin Yashan's hand was like amber imprisoning a storm. Hundreds of gazes, along with the holographic cameras hidden in corners and disguised as decorations, had all adjusted their focus to the extreme. They were like a flock of greedy vultures, circling above the soon-to-fall prey, waiting for his final, most pathetic struggle. Billions of viewers across Rong City held their breath before their screens, awaiting the climax of this meticulously orchestrated execution ceremony. Jiang Lue's gaze passed over the crystal cup filled with poison, and past the hypocritical, pitying mask on Lin Yashan's face. His sight fell directly on Su Nianwei nearby. Their eyes met. In those bright eyes he once knew so well, which had once reflected youthful vigor and a sky full of stars, he now saw only two things: glee, and a hint of impatient cruelty hidden beneath the glee. She wanted him to drink it quickly. She wanted him to quickly turn into a mad dog, make a fool of himself in front of everyone, and then be cleared out like trash. This glance was like an invisible, ice-cold blade, forged from 10,000 years of frost, silently severing the last shackles in his heart-named past. The childhood sweethearts of yesteryear. The genius engagement of yesteryear. That tiny, lingering, unwanted fantasy. At this moment, it all turned to dust and vanished with the wind. Jiang Lue's heart was clearer than ever before. He knew that the cup of wine before him was his death tribulation. Drink it and his body would crumble, his soul extinguished. Do not drink it and his reputation would be ruined, his family shamed, forever branded a coward, scorned by all of Rong City, living a life worse than death. This was indeed a death trap. But he also knew. This was also his chance for life. Without destruction, there is no creation. If he didn't bury this old self, defined by the world as a waste, along with all the humiliation and shackles, how could he usher in a new life, one that belonged only to Jiang Lue? A barely perceptible warmth emanated from the ancient jade pendant he wore close to his chest. It was like a dormant seed, feeling the first tremor of spring thunder beneath the frozen soil. Under the hundreds of astonished, expectant, and playful gazes from the entire hall, Jiang Lue reached out his hand. That hand, which he had once squeezed until it was bloody and bruised, was now as steady as an unmoving ancient rock. He took the cup of ice-soul jade liquid. A barely noticeable upward twitch appeared at the corner of Lin Yashin's mouth. Su Nianwei's previously tense body finally relaxed a little, the cruelty in her eyes transforming into anticipation of witnessing a good show. However, Jiang Lue did not drink immediately. He held the wine cup, slowly raising it. The emerald liquid reflected his deep, unrippled eyes. Then he smiled. That smile was incredibly eerie. In that smile, there was mockery for the room full of hypocrites, sorrow for the 3 years of absurd life, and even a desperate madness that made Lin Yashin feel a chill in his heart. To the past. Jiang Lue uttered 3 words faintly. His voice was not loud, but it struck everyone's heart like 3 heavy hammers. Before his words faded, he tilted his head back. With a flick of his wrist, he drained the deadly fine wine in the cup. Without a trace of hesitation. Without a trace of delay. His movements were clean and decisive, as if he wasn't drinking poison, but a farewell drink that was 3 years late. Gulp! The poisoned wine went down his throat. In that instant, Jiang Lue felt as if he had swallowed an exploding sun. Boom! An indescribably violent, scorching medicinal power exploded within his limbs, his meridians, and every single cell. Thus he, a muffled groan, suppressed to the extreme, squeezed out from the depths of Jiang Lue's throat. His skin instantly turned crimson at a visible speed. Veins, like ferocious coiled dragons, violently bulged from his neck, arms, and forehead, tangled and intertwined, looking terrifying. A destructive, chaotic star origin aura, like a volcanic eruption, surged skyward from his weak body, tempering 9th-grade body. The air in the entire banquet hall was stirred by this aura, emitting sharp shrieks. Jiang Lue's body trembled violently. His vision began to spin. Lin Yashin and Su Nianwei's smug smiles, the schadenfreude on the faces of the surrounding guests, all turned into blurry and distorted color blocks. In his ears, it was as if billions of devils were screaming. His sanity was like a lone boat in a storm, about to be completely torn apart and swallowed by this violent energy. It's over, just as his consciousness was about to sink into boundless darkness in the very last moment. His chest, the ancient jade pendant which had been silent all this time, suddenly burst forth with a scorching, lava-like heat current. That heat current was domineering and pure, like a sacred barrier, instantly protecting his collapsing HEART Chinese letter and preserving his last shred of clarity. Immediately after, a single, primal command, originating from the deepest instinct of life, exploded like thunder from the 9 heavens in his chaotic mind. Live. Escape. 8. Unleashing of animalistic instincts, scrambling to survive in dire circumstances. The wine glass slipped from Jiang Lue's hand. Shatter. The crisp sound of shattering was particularly jarring in the deathly silent banquet hall. The next instant, a visible crimson steam suddenly billowed from Jiang Lue's body. His skin, in just 1 or 2 breaths, became like a red-hot iron, every pore spewing destructive heat waves. Thick, earth-dragon-like veins wildly coiled and writhed on his neck and arms, as if countless furious venomous snakes were about to burst from under his skin. Roar! A non-human roar, filled with endless pain, erupted from the deepest part of Jiang Lue's throat. The violent medicinal power of the chaos spirit incense was no longer suppressed. Like a volcano dormant for 10,000 years, it completely detonated within him at this moment. In the banquet hall, several guests closer to him felt a scorching wave of air rush towards them, forcing them to retreat repeatedly, their faces filled with horror. This was no longer the aura a body tempering 9th grade should possess. This was pure, undisguised destruction, poised to incinerate everything. It's done. Lin Yashin held his wine glass, gracefully swirling it, allowing the crimson liquid to trace perfect arcs on the glass wall. He watched Jiang Lue twist and struggle in pain, his expression a mixture of artistic appreciation, intoxication, and cruelty. Su Nianwei stood beside him, her ice blue gown making her appear even more noble and aloof. Her tightly clenched hands slightly loosened, and the deep-seated resentment in her eyes finally transformed into the satisfaction of having her wish fulfilled. She was waiting for this mad dog to lose his mind, pounce on the nearest guest, and put on the most spectacular and bloody show of a useless person bringing humiliation upon himself. By then, his death would be inconsequential, and Su Nianwei would completely wash away the stain. Kill you. Blurred, intermittent syllables squeezed from between Jiang Lue's teeth. His vision had turned blood red, his sanity a flickering candle in a fierce wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Countless mad thoughts, countless bloodthirsty impulses, shrieked wildly in his mind, urging him to tear apart the gloating faces before him. However, just as the boundless darkness was about to completely engulf his consciousness in the final moment, relying on that tiny, unyielding soul obsession, honed over 3 years of countless days and nights of humiliation, mockery, and cold shoulders, he suddenly raised his head. Those eyes, completely filled with blood red, pierced through the distorted air, through the blurry figures like two red-hot daggers, firmly fixed on Lin Yashin. In those eyes, there was no madness, no confusion, only towering hatred, only undying resentment, and a desperate resolve to perish together, which made even Lin Yashin feel a chill in his heart. Roar! Jiang Lue let out another deafening roar. This roar was no longer a cry of pain, but the final war cry of a trapped beast in despair. To everyone's surprise, he did not pounce on any of the guests around him. His body, completely filled with violent power, suddenly twisted, his lower back like a fully drawn bow, his legs leaving 2 clear scorch marks on the expensive carpet. He himself, like a cannonball fired from a barrel. He charged not at Lin Yashin, not at Su Nianwei, nor at anyone who had mocked him. He charged at the side of the banquet hall, at that 10-meter-high, nearly 30-meter-wide wall, crafted from a single piece of extraterrestrial crystal, embedded with countless glowing diamond fragments, symbolizing the ultimate luxury of the Tianmu Hotel, the starry glaze wall. This scene was incredibly fast. So fast that the triumphant smile on Lin Yashin's face didn't even have time to fully solidify. So fast that the guests in the hall only had time to let out a distorted gasp. What is he doing? The next instant, Jiang Lue's not-so-burly body, carrying the violent energy capable of incinerating all things, like a suicidal prehistoric bull, slammed into it with full force. There was no imagined colossal crash. Time, as if a slow-motion button had been pressed at this moment. The starry glaze wall, worth tens of millions of alliance coins, first showed a spider web-like crack radiating from Jiang Lue's impact point. Immediately after, the cracks, like a silent plague, instantly spread across the entire wall. Crack, crackle. In the dead silence, the fine shattering sound was the only sound. Then, boom! The entire wall exploded. Tens of thousands of tons of glazed crystal and diamonds transformed into a sky full of dazzling stardust, carrying unparalleled impact force, sweeping into the banquet hall. The sight was magnificent, yet deadly. As if a real star had fallen here. Ugh! Get out of the way! The terrified screams of the guests finally pierced the brief silence. The scene instantly plunged into unprecedented chaos. Elegantly dressed men and women stumbled to the ground in disarray, dodging the flying fragments. Tables and chairs were overturned, wine glasses and plates shattered everywhere, and the melodious symphony had long been replaced by piercing alarm bells. Amidst the smoke and stardust, a massive gap appeared on the side wall of the banquet hall. Outside the gap was the cold night wind of Rong City. A single, sole escape route to survival was violently smashed open by Jiang Lue with his own flesh and will. Bastard! The smile on Lin Yashin's face had long vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme shock and fury. He never imagined that this useless person, whom he considered worse than a dog, would not go mad according to the script he had written before his death, but instead, in such a resolute and tragic way, broke this fatal chess game. Catch him! Lin Yashin let out an angry roar, his voice slightly distorted by rage. He must not be allowed to escape. However, it was too late. Jiang Lue burst out of the shattered stars, staggering into the hotel's luxurious and empty corridor. Excruciating pain, a soul-burning agony emanated from every part of his body. His mind was hazy, his vision spinning, he could barely think. Only a most primitive, purest instinct for survival screamed wildly in his muddled consciousness. Find a place, an absolutely cold place, an absolutely quiet place, to suppress the flames within him that could burn him to ashes. He ran wildly, like a hunted beast, in the labyrinthine corridor. Behind him were chaotic footsteps and angry shouts. Before him were the constantly lengthening, twisting luxurious lights. His consciousness was rapidly fading, his body growing heavier and heavier, each step feeling as if he were treading on red-hot blades. Finally, at the end of a secluded corridor, all his strength was completely drained, and his legs gave way. Thud! He fell heavily to the ground. The entire world transformed into a bloody swirl and boundless darkness, slowly engulfing him. 9. A fairy descends to the mortal realm, stirring up undercurrents. Tianmu Hotel, top-floor presidential suite. In stark contrast to the noisy chaos of the banquet hall downstairs, it was as quiet as another world here. The decor was in cool tones, elegant and spacious. Outside a huge French window was the Rong City nightscape, sparkling like a sea of stars, yet it was isolated by an invisible energy barrier, preventing even a hint of the city's hustle and bustle from penetrating. Beside a rosewood tea table, two figures sat opposite each other. One was a graceful noblewoman, still charming, dressed in luxurious clothes, with a perfectly measured hint of worry on her well-maintained face. She was Su Nianwei's mother, Situ Dai's older sister Su Muking. Xiao Dai, I know you have a cold temperament and dislike these worldly affairs, but Nianwei, she is, after all, your biological niece. Su Muking gracefully picked up her teacup, her words conveying a meticulously calculated gentleness. What she did today was a bit too decisive, but the path of martial arts inherently tolerates no half measures. She did this to sever her inner demons and strengthen her Tao heart. As an elder, you mustn't let this create a rift with the family. Her words downplayed the seriousness, lightly defining a public humiliation as strengthening the Tao heart. Sitting opposite her was the Yeguang saintess, Situ Dai. She was still dressed in immaculate white, sitting quietly, like a goddess carved from 10,000-year-old profound ice, completely out of place with the worldly luxury. She didn't look at Su Muking. Her cold eyes simply gazed indifferently at the tea leaves floating in her cup. Karma flows, and fate has its own course. She spoke, her voice like an echo in an empty valley, betraying no emotion. The cause she has sown will naturally lead to the fruit she deserves to taste. I cannot interfere, nor do I wish to. With a single sentence, she blocked all of Su Muking's subsequent arguments. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Su Muking's face, quickly concealed by a perfect smile. Just then, the suite door was silently pushed open. A tall, upright young man entered slowly, carrying a black jade tea tray. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary demeanor. He was Situ Jun, a collateral descendant of the Situ family. Patriarch Madam. Situ Jun bowed, his posture humble and respectful to the extreme. He refilled the empty cups in front of them with tea, his movements fluid and flawless. This is Ice Peak Snow Bud that this junior found on the Kunlun snowline. Brewed with rootless water, it is best for calming the mind and concentrating the spirit. Please, Aunt, sample it. As he spoke, his head was slightly bowed, his tone utterly sincere but deep in his eyes. A fleeting hint of malice and jealousy, imperceptible to others, flashed by. A faint tea fragrance, accompanied by wisps of cold air, diffused through the room. Situ Dai's eyebrows moved almost imperceptibly. Her exquisite treasure body, naturally, had a perception of energy and matter far beyond ordinary people. In her perception, besides the spiritual energy of the tea leaves and water themselves, this cup of tea also contained an extremely faint sense of stagnation, which did not belong to any known substance. The feeling was like a perfect dewdrop, mixed with a grain of dust, invisible to the naked eye. She thought this was merely an inevitable flaw when brewing a divine product with ordinary water. With her cultivation, this minor flaw could be refined away completely in a single breath, harmlessly. She originally did not want to get entangled in any more worldly karma. But looking at Situ Jun's expectant face and glancing at her sister Su Muking, who was feigning composure next to her, out of the last shred of connection to this blood kinship, she picked up the teacup. Her fingertips touched the warm cup, and she brought it to her lips, taking a shallow sip. Colorless, tasteless, the insidious spirit-locking powder thus silently, along with the clear tea, integrated into her sacred and inviolable exquisite treasure body. After seeing off Su Muking and Situ Jun, the entire suite returned to absolute tranquility. Situ Dai walked to the large French window, overlooking the steel jungle below. Worldly desires were the most disturbing. She prepared to enter meditation, to completely dispel the worldly dust she had accumulated today. She sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, and instantly entered a state of emptiness. Streaks of star source power, as bright as moonlight, seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, penetrating the hotel's dome and thick walls, converging to envelop her figure. At this moment, she was sacred and majestic, like a moonlit goddess seated above the 9 heavens. She began to guide the star source power within her, circulating it according to the supreme cultivation method of Yeguang Holy Land. However, the change happened at this very moment. The star source power, which should have surged like a vast celestial river within her, suddenly halted the instant it flowed through her heart meridian. It was as if a rushing river had collided with an invisible, towering iceberg. The entire power circulation abruptly ceased. An unprecedented sense of stagnation and sluggishness instantly rebounded from every meridian throughout her limbs and bones. Situ Dai's delicate body trembled. A mouthful of rebellious blood nearly spewed out, but she forcibly swallowed it back. She suddenly opened her eyes. In those beautiful eyes, which had always been unruffled and seemed to reflect the stars of the heavens, for the first time, an expression of incredible shock appeared. The surging star source celestial river was actually being frozen, being solidified at a terrifying speed. In an instant, it transformed from a rushing river into a lifeless glacier. Poisoned. These two words, like a thunderclap from the nine heavens, exploded in her mind. She understood everything instantly. That was not a flaw of ordinary water. That was an insidious substance she had never seen before, specifically targeting her exquisite treasure body and specifically suppressing her star source power. What a cruel scheme. What a venomous method. Situ Dai showed no panic. Her beautiful face, which had paled with shock, was quickly replaced by a cold determination. She pointed her jade finger into the air. Buzz. Visible silver runes burst from her fingertips, instantly imprinting themselves on the four walls, doors, windows, and even every ventilation opening of the suite. The entire room was completely sealed by an absolute energy barrier. Having done all this, she could no longer suppress the abnormality within her. Her face turned pale, and fine cold sweat seeped from her forehead. She immediately composed herself, fully activating her cultivation method, attempting to suppress and expel this insidious power that clung to her like maggots. The lofty Yaoguang saintess, at this moment, had fallen into the most despicable of worldly schemes, becoming unprecedentedly weak. 10, by a twist of fate, separated by just one door. Cold. The bone-chilling cold emanating from the marble floor temporarily suppressed the all-consuming heat within Jiang Lue's body. He was jolted awake from a brief coma by the pain. His consciousness was like a pebble at the bottom of a boiling pot. Each attempt to surface was violently slapped down by an even more furious wave of heat. The entire world was a distorted crimson blur. Roar! He let out a low growl, not quite human, from his throat, his hands scraping wildly on the smooth floor. His fingernails screeched against the ground, but he couldn't support his leaden body. No. It wasn't cold enough. The destructive energy from the chaos spirit incense had completely spiraled out of control, like a primeval beast trapped in a cage, savagely tearing at every inch of his meridian's walls. If this continued, in less than 10 breaths, he would be burned alive from the inside out, turning into a pile of charcoal. He had to move forward. Find a colder, quieter place. This thought was the only obsession in his chaotic mind. He pressed his forehead against the ground, his arm muscles bulging, dragging his body in an extremely pathetic posture, leaving a faint, scorched-smelling trail of sweat in the empty corridor. Inch by inch, his vision grew increasingly blurry, and his strength was rapidly draining. Just as he thought he would completely sink into this boundless sea of fire. The ancient jade pendant he wore close to his chest suddenly warmed, without any warning. It wasn't a scorching heat, but an indescribable gentle warmth, like a guiding soul lamp suddenly lit in endless darkness, instantly piercing through all his confusion and pain, reaching the deepest part of his soul. This warmth formed an invisible pull. It gave him no room for thought, simply and forcefully pointing him in a direction. Go there. Jiang Lue's scattered pupils reconverged with a faint glimmer. He was like a drowning man grasping at the last piece of driftwood, no longer thinking, no longer judging, completely following this instinctive guidance, scrambling on all fours towards that direction. Turning a corner. A heavy, metallic-looking door appeared at the end of his blood-red vision. The gilded artistic font on the doorplate constantly swayed and overlapped in his distorted vision. 909. Finally, it settled into the number representing the safe exit of the underground shelter in his memory. 606. Exit. He murmured unconsciously. Cold quiet. All his hope, all his obsession, converged on this door at this moment. He used his last ounce of strength, struggling to get up from the ground, his body leaning against the cold wall, his legs trembling but firmly adopting a charging stance. His back arched like a bow. His muscles and bones resonated. Then he used his shoulder, his body, and his indomitable will to violently crash into it. Bang! A dull thud. The specialized door lock, strong enough to withstand a Grandmaster's full-force attack, instantly shattered and broke its internal precision components under the rawest, most brutal force unleashed by the chaos spirit incense. The door swung open. Jiang Lue stumbled in, falling into a pitch-black, absolute darkness where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face. At the other end of the corridor, 2 burly men in black suits emerged from behind a fire escape. They were martial arts experts kept by the Lin family, ordered to clean up here. Hearing the loud bang, one of them showed a cruel smile. He's in. The other nodded, his tone full of contempt. Young master is truly clever, predicting this useless fellow would blunder around like a headless fly, and specially prepared a good place for him here. Let's go. Lock the door. Before dawn, he'll have exhausted himself into a puddle of mud. One of them quickly stepped forward, arriving at the presidential suite door that had been forced open. Without the slightest doubt, he took out a black, specialized electronic card from his pocket and swiped it on the access control system. Clicking. A crisp, metallic interlocking sound. The presidential suite's access control system was completely locked from the outside, cutting off any possibility of opening it from within. The trap was perfectly executed. However, they never dreamed that. The trap was the desperate place where the Yaoguang saintess was imprisoned. And the prey was the chaotic beast about to share a room with the saintess. 11. The Dark Cage, a song of ice and fire. Absolute darkness. It was pitch black, so much so that even the concept of light was completely devoured. Jiang Lue lay on the cold ground, his senses magnified to an inconceivable degree by the violent medicinal power within him. He couldn't see, but he could smell. An indescribable scent permeated this small space. The scent was cool and sacred, like the purest first snow from the peak of a snow-capped mountain that had stood for billions of years, or like the divine dew condensed from the brightest moonlight above the 9 heavens. This scent held a fatal, instinctual attraction for the violent volcano, about to erupt within him. Like a moth drawn to the only flame. Like parched earth longing for the only rain. At the same time, Situ Dai, who was sitting cross-legged at the other end of the room, suddenly opened her eyes. In her sensory world, frozen by the spirit-locking powder, a fierce beast from the chaotic abyss had invaded her divine realm. That scent was scorching, violent, filled with the most primitive desire for destruction, a desire to burn all things to ashes. Two diametrically opposed scents silently collided, probed, and intertwined in the darkness. One was a destructive fire that needed to be unleashed at all costs. The other was a sealing ice that required immense power to break. They were each other's most fatal poison. And also each other's only antidote. Roar! Jiang Lue's sanity was completely crushed by the last straw. The power of the chaos spirit incense completely dominated his body. His mind was devoid of other thoughts, leaving only the most primitive instinct. To pounce on that cold source. To devour it. To possess it. To use its coldness to extinguish the flame within him, a flame strong enough to incinerate a divine soul. He pushed himself up with his limbs on the ground. He lunged forward like a leopard that had been poised for a long time, bringing with him a fierce gust of wind, savagely pouncing towards the source of that cool scent. The wind howled. Although Situ Dai's cultivation was locked, with only a fraction of her heaven-reaching power remaining, her battle instinct, etched deep within her soul, was still as keen as a deity's. She discerned his position by the wind, not even using a shred of star source power. She merely tilted her body slightly to the left. It was an extremely simple movement, yet executed with perfect precision, just enough to evade Jiang Lue's seemingly unavoidable, fatal lunge. However, she overestimated her current state. The stagnant star source power caused her body's reaction to be an imperceptibly slow half-beat late. Jiang Lue's lunge missed, and his body staggered forward due to the immense inertia. His arm, flushed red from the violent energy, flailed wildly in the darkness, just grazing Situ Dai's smooth, jade-like wrist. In that instant, hiss! It was as if a red-hot branding iron had been plunged into 10,000-year-old profound ice. A violent surge of heat, enough to melt metal, and a clear spring of coldness, enough to freeze a divine soul, simultaneously exploded within both their bodies. Jiang Lue felt an indescribable coolness instantly surge through his arm and into his entire body. The sensation was like a traveler who had trekked through the desert for 3 days and 3 nights, suddenly gulping down a mouthful of ice-cold spring water. The burning, soul-gnawing frenzy and scorching pain within him were instantly relieved. And Situ Dai's delicate body trembled violently. She felt a brutal, domineering, utterly unreasonable surge of scorching energy, like a red-hot battering ram, fiercely striking the indestructible spirit-locking powder seal within her. Crack! An imperceptible crisp sound clearly echoed in her spiritual sea of consciousness. The ice-like seal had actually developed a fine crack under the impact of this pure destructive energy. The line of reason collapsed simultaneously in both their minds at this moment. Only a desire for each other, originating from the deepest part of their souls, remained. Jiang Lue no longer attacked. Situ Dai no longer dodged. The resistance ceased. In its place was a more primitive, more domineering, and completely involuntary mutual attraction. In the darkness, the beast consumed by flames slowly turned around. The goddess sealed by ice stood quietly in place. Under the ultimate compulsion of their respective poisons, the two figures slowly, irresistibly, walked towards each other. Finally, they intertwined. 12 intertwined destinies, the beginning of chaos. In this completely sealed dark cage, the dimension of narrative was infinitely elevated, detaching from the mundane flesh and entering the vast starry sea of laws and origins. Jiang Lue's body was no longer a body of flesh and blood at this moment. He transformed into a primordial nebula before the creation of heaven and earth. There was no order, no light or darkness, only the most fundamental and savage energy wantonly rolling, colliding, and annihilating. It was the chaos capable of nurturing myriad worlds, yet due to its disorder, it was heading towards self-destruction. Situ Dai's exquisite treasure body, however, presented a different scene. It was a brilliant galaxy that had already evolved to its extreme. Every star revolved according to the most perfect trajectory, and every wisp of starlight contained precise and infallible power of law. Here there was light, darkness, life, and death. Everything was orderly, cycling endlessly, forming a perfect and self-consistent cosmic model. However, this universe lacked the foundation to support its infinite expansion. It was exquisite yet fragile. The next instant, driven by two fundamentally different yet mutually attractive origins, the chaotic nebula fiercely crashed into that orderly, brilliant galaxy. This was not invasion. This was creation. Boom! The chaotic spirit incense, a violent medicinal power within Jiang Lue's body, capable of destroying everything, now transformed into a creation hammer that defied all reason. It did not destroy the galaxy's operation, but rather precisely and forcefully smashed down on the invisible shackles that confined the entire galaxy's movement. That was a cage of laws, woven from the insidious power of spirit-locking powder. Crack! As the creation hammer fell, the cage of laws shattered in response. The indestructible seal, in the face of this most primordial and purest chaotic power, was as fragile as thin ice, instantly smashed into countless fragments and turned into nothingness. The surging galaxy broke free from its restraints. In return, and as an instinctive self-repair, from the core and most fundamental, exquisite chi, within the brilliant galaxy, like a sacred sweet dew pouring down from the nine heavens, it began to surge madly into the chaotic nebula. This aura was clear, sacred, and carried the power of order that purified all things. It washed away the potent poison brought by the chaos spirit incense, neutralizing all its madness and destruction. Like the most skilled creator, it used supreme power to meticulously comb and purify the violent and disordered chaotic energy, bit by bit. Ultimately, only the most magnificent, purest, and most potential life origin remained. The script of the universe played out its most magnificent scene at this moment. The ultimate unification of Tao and law. Disordered chaos, under The Chinese letter of law, gained the order to evolve all things. Rootless law, sustained by chaos, gained the foundation for infinite expansion. An invisible, cosmic symbiosis contract, transcending time and causality, quietly branded an eternal and indelible mark deep within the souls of both. From then on, prosperity for one meant prosperity for all, harm to one meant harm to all. You are me, and I am also you. In this storm of laws that swept through the origin worlds of both, Jiang Lue's body tempering ninth-grade bottleneck, which had been stagnant for 3 full years, that barrier like a chasm across his martial path, finally let out a crisp cracking sound. Crack! Beyond the barrier was an unprecedented vast world. And Situ Dai's originally flawless Tao foundation, after experiencing destruction and subsequent establishment from the spirit-locking powder, and then being nourished by the power of chaos, became even more perfect and unfathomably profound. Her inner universe, at this moment, truly gained the potential to grow into a grand world. On Jiang Lue's chest, the ancient jade pendant, which had always emitted a warm glow, after fulfilling its 2 missions of guiding and catalyzing, completely exhausted all its energy. It flickered one last time, its light dimming. Then silently, it turned into a handful of fine dust, even more delicate than motes, scattering without a trace. In the deepest darkness before dawn, the energy storm that had swept through everything slowly subsided. Inside the room, absolute silence returned. Only 2 intertwined breaths remained, now more steady and prolonged than ever before. The poison was resolved. Yet, a karma profound enough to shake the heavens had already been forged. After an unknown period of time, a ray of dawn, like a sharp golden sword, pierced through the darkness at the edge of the sky, penetrating the gap in the heavy curtains. It broke the silence in the room, landing precisely on the messy floor, illuminating the dancing dust. The storm had passed. A greater storm was about to erupt in reality, the moment the 2 opened their eyes. 13, dead by daylight, the saint. The first ray of dawn pierced through the shattered window of the presidential suite. The light illuminated the fine dust suspended in the air, and also the chaotic mess on the floor. Jiang Lue's consciousness struggled to surface from a deep, chaotic sea. Pain. It wasn't the intense pain of being incinerated by the chaos spirit incense, but a soft ache and exhaustion that rose from the depths of his bone marrow after his body had been completely emptied. He moved his fingers, touching the cold, hard marble floor and his tattered clothes. A peculiar, indescribable scent lingered at the tip of his nose. It was an extreme coolness, like 10,000-year-old profound ice, mixed with sweat and a primitive, unfamiliar smell. He painstakingly opened his eyes. His vision slowly focused. What met his gaze was a room that looked as if it had been hit by a meteorite, and the figure lying not far from him, as pure as a snow lotus yet equally disheveled. White clothes were torn. Skin like jade. The source of that cool aura was her. Situ Dai. Jiang Lue's body instantly stiffened like iron. Almost at the same moment he froze, that figure also moved. Situ Dai's long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. She opened her eyes. In that instant, her eyes held the blankness and etherealness of a newborn infant, as if reflecting an untainted starry sky. Then that starry sky focused. Her gaze slowly moved from Jiang Lue's face to her own torn clothes, then to the chaotic mess on the floor, and finally to the ambiguous distance between them that explained everything. Boom! It was as if an entire world had collapsed in her mind. Blankness was replaced by extreme shame within a thousandth of a second. And shame, in the next instant, turned into a towering rage capable of incinerating the heavens. Her flawless, eternally calm face drained of color, becoming as pale and icy as the snow on the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Lecher. The two words were not shouted, but squeezed out from the deepest part of her gritted teeth, one word at a time. Every syllable seemed to carry a tangible weight, causing the air in the entire room to solidify. Crack siawarak. Visible frost spread rapidly from her, along the marble floor. The room's temperature plummeted to freezing point. She slowly rose, her movements carrying an extremely cold majesty, like a deity angered by mortals. A slender, jade-like hand slowly lifted. That hand, fair as jade, now glowed with a pale white halo capable of destroying all things. You shall be executed. Before her words finished, that palm, carrying a killing intent, had already torn through the air, slamming down towards Jiang Lue's crown. Before the palm wind even arrived, Jiang Lue already felt his spirit completely frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe, even unable to think. He could only watch helplessly as death descended. However, that palm, capable of grinding him to dust, stopped abruptly less than an inch from the skin of his head. It hovered there. A terrifying surge of energy residue blew all of Jiang Lue's hair upright. Situ Dai's arm, suspended in the air, began to tremble slightly. In her beautiful eyes, filled with monstrous killing intent, for the first time, an extreme confusion and horror appeared, which she herself could not comprehend. It wasn't that she wanted to stop. It was her body, her instincts, that were resisting this command in the most brutal and resolute way. Hurting him felt like hurting herself. This feeling was utterly absurd. She recoiled as if shocked, pulling her hand back sharply and staggered a step backward. She closed her eyes, and her divine sense surged into her body like a tide. The next instant, her delicate body trembled violently and her eyes snapped open. The confusion and horror in her eyes had transformed into an unbelievable, utterly shocking revelation that overturned all her understanding. The insidious spirit locking powder had vanished. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Not only that, her imprisoned Tao Heart Foundation, that once frozen Star River, was now surging with an unprecedented, majestic force. It was purer than before, more harmonious. Even the King Realm barrier that had troubled her for several years showed subtle signs of loosening. How could this be? Her gaze, like two invisible lightning bolts, shot back to Jiang Lue on the ground. This time, what she saw was no longer a stain to be erased, but a complete and utter monster that defied all logic. This supposed body tempering ninth-grade waste now had wisps of faint, gray airflow swirling around his flesh, an aura that even she found heart-palpitating. That aura was ancient, profound, as if it could encompass all things and yet seemed to be the origin of everything. That was the aura of chaos. Kill him. This thought still roared madly in her heart. Just one palm, and this great humiliation, along with this mysterious young man, could be completely wiped from the world. But a more terrifying thought, like a venomous snake, slithered out. What exactly happened last night? A conspiracy that should have ruined her. Why did it ultimately become a heaven-sent fortune that advanced her Tao heart foundation? If she killed him today, this mystery would become a demon of her Tao heart that she could never unravel for all eternity. Cold reason and towering murderous intent clashed wildly within her heart. Finally, her tightly clenched jade fist slowly loosened. The killing intent in her eyes receded like a tide, revealing the desolate stillness frozen within. The soul-freezing pressure in the entire room, however, did not diminish but intensified, becoming heavier and more solid. That was the pressure of judgment. Situ Dai stepped forward. She stared down at Jiang Lue coldly, without a word. But in her clear, cold, star-like eyes, she posed a question that would determine Jiang Lue's life or death, in an undeniable way. That silent interrogation exploded in the quiet room. 14. The Great Tao's celestial sound, a god-level system. That silent question was heavier than any thunderous roar. It was like an invisible divine mountain, pressing down heavily on Jiang Lue's soul, making every inch of his bones groan under the unbearable weight. Jiang Lue half knelt on the ground, struggling to raise his head. Situ Dai's cold, beautiful face in his eyes was no different from a god who held the power of life and death. He had no doubt that if his answer did not satisfy her, the next moment would be the annihilation of his soul. What should he do? How should he explain? To say he knew nothing, that would only make her think he was quibbling, insulting her intelligence. To say he was framed, she herself was a victim, why should she believe the one-sided words of an ant? Sweat trickled down his forehead, dripping onto the cold marble floor, instantly condensing into tiny beads of ice. His heart was pounding frantically, each beat feeling as if it would shatter his chest. But he forced himself to calm down. 3 years of forbearance, 3 years of humiliation, had already tempered his nerves to be tougher than steel. The more desperate the situation, the clearer his mind became. He knew this was no longer a simple matter of right or wrong, but a crisis of life and death. Just as countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning, trying to find that sliver of hope, a voice, without warning, exploded directly in the deepest part of his soul. That voice was vast, solemn, ancient, and boundless. It was as if it were the rhythm of the first ray of light at the dawn of the universe. Or like the unique heavenly sound of myriad great Taos, intertwining and resonating through eternity. Ding! This simple syllable, however, contained supreme majesty, instantly dispelling all of Jiang Lue's fear and panic, pulling him out of the abyss called death. Jiang Lue's body trembled violently, and a look of extreme astonishment flashed in his pupils. Immediately after, that vast voice continued to echo in his mind, every word like a divine oracle, incomparably clear. Detecting host Jiang Lue, Chaos Divine Body Potential User, an extraordinary level Destiny Target, Situ Dai, Exquisite Treasure Body Owner, undergoing deep soul and physical link. Link Judgment Perfect. Jiang Lue's mind went blank. Chaos Divine Body. Exquisite Treasure Body. Deep soul and physical link. Each of these terms was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, shattering all his perceptions. Before he could recover from this shocking information, the voice sounded again, with an undeniable declaration. Cosmic Symbiotic Contract Activation Conditions met. Divine Return System officially activated. Performing Unique Permanent Binding. Binding Target Situ Dai. Boom! Jiang Lue felt his entire world had been turned upside down. He stared blankly at the beautiful figure before him, high and mighty, radiating murderous intent, and a monstrous wave surged in his heart. System. Bound to Situ Dai. This utterly absurd reality made him momentarily unable to tell if he was dreaming. Binding successful. Core functions unlocked. That vast voice began to reveal the true face of this heaven-defying fortune to him in a clearer manner. You cultivate, I grow stronger. You take medicine, I level up. You have opportunities, I have even more opportunities. Any cultivation behavior, pill consumption, cultivation technique comprehension, or acquisition of opportunities by the binding target Situ Dai will be randomly returned to the host at a certain multiplier. Return multiplier, starting at 100 times with no upper limit. Jiang Lue's breathing completely stopped at this moment. His heart, which had suddenly stopped beating, then began to pound frantically with an unprecedented ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was like war drums, like thunder. Blood rushed through his limbs and bones at an unprecedented speed, making his body tremble slightly from extreme excitement. 100 times return. What a heaven-defying function this was. This meant that Yeaguang saintess Situ Dai, the true favored daughter of heaven in Rong City, all her efforts, all her accumulation would become his supreme resource for soaring upward. If she consumed a priceless pill, he would receive 100 times its medicinal effect. If she cultivated diligently for a day, he would be equivalent to cultivating diligently for 100 days. This was no longer an opportunity. This was a miracle. This was a creation-level fortune, enough to make any god or Buddha envious. Just as he was overwhelmed by this ecstasy, the system's last instruction, like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly sobered him up. Core law, host and binding target prosper together, suffer together. If either party suffers fatal damage, the other party will suffer soul damage of equal severity. If either party perishes, the other party's Tao foundation will collapse and their soul will be annihilated. Prosper together. Suffer together. Jiang Lue's body trembled violently, and he abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Situ Dai's jade hand, which was suspended in midair and still exuding terrifying coldness. He understood. He finally understood. He understood why her palm had stopped in midair. It wasn't that she showed mercy, nor was it that she felt pity. It was because of the existence of this cosmic symbiotic contract. If she killed him, she would also die. This realization, like a lightning bolt tearing through the darkness, instantly illuminated all his paths to survival. It turned out that, starting from last night, his greatest protective charm was not the jade pendant that had already turned to dust, but the Yaoguang saintess herself, who wished to grind him to ashes. 3 years of suppressed humiliation. The resentment of being scorned by thousands. The fear in the face of death. And now, the ecstasy of obtaining a heaven-defying fortune. All emotions intertwined at this moment, finally transforming into an unprecedented, monstrous fighting spirit that would pierce through heaven and earth. He knew that from this moment on, his, Jiang Lue's, destiny would no longer be controlled by anyone. Whether it was Lin Yashin or Su Nianwei, all those who had humiliated him and trampled upon him would be fiercely crushed under his feet. He would reclaim everything that belonged to him. 100 times, 1,000 times over. Jiang Lue slowly stood up from the ground. He was still in tattered clothes, looking disheveled. But under Situ Dai's cold gaze, for the first time he straightened his spine, which had been bent for 3 years. He raised his head again, looking at that divine, unattainable, beautiful face. His gaze had changed. The lingering fear was still present deep within his eyes. But more than that, there was an indescribable complexity and fervor. It was no longer the gaze of an ant looking up at a god. It was the gaze of someone looking at a walking, infinitely potential, human-shaped treasure trove, whose life was inextricably linked to his own. 15, a hundredfold return, the exquisite essence. Jiang Lue's straight back was like a sword piercing through the darkness. His fiery, aggressive gaze caused Situ Dai's ancient, unwavering Tao heart to experience, for the first time, a trace of panic she couldn't comprehend. She was about to speak, intending to use the coldest words to cast this ant, who dared to offend a deity, back into the dust. However, that grand, solemn voice, not belonging to any living being in this world, once again resounded fiercely within Jiang Lue's soul. Newbie gift pack issued. Detected that the bound target, Situ Dai, has a stable Tao foundation and pure origin, meeting the conditions for the first return. Jiang Lue's heart suddenly pounded. It's here. All the blood in his body surged uncontrollably at this moment, and an extreme excitement and anticipation, like magma, rushed from his feet straight to his head. He forcefully suppressed the trembling of his body, his eyes fixed intently on Situ Dai, as if he wanted to see through her entire being. That gaze made Situ Dai's delicate brows furrow slightly, and the killing intent in her heart rose again. This lecher, on the verge of death, still dared to look at her with such audacious eyes. But she didn't know. Under what she perceived as a nearly blasphemous gaze, Jiang Lue's mind was echoing with a divine proclamation, capable of overturning the entire world. Now performing the first hundredfold return. Boom! These few words, like a final judgment, made Jiang Lue's blood boil completely. Hundredfold. It's 100-fold. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force, his fingernails digging deep into his palms, the stinging pain making him even more clear-headed, even more fervent. Returning the origin power of the exquisite treasure body. Beginning to reshape the host's foundation. The system's voice was still devoid of emotion, yet it seemed to contain the immense power of creation. Almost at the same instant that the voice fell. At the other end of the room, Situ Dai, who was preparing to end everything, her noble and cold body without any warning, suddenly trembled violently. On her ice-sealed, beautiful face, for the first time, an expression of extreme astonishment and disbelief, originating from her very core, appeared. An indescribable sense of emptiness suddenly came from the deepest part of her Tao foundation. She could clearly see, within the flawless, star river-like brilliant ocean of origin in her body, a wisp of the purest origin power, 10,000 times thinner than a strand of hair, simply vanished into thin air. Evaporated. As if directly erased by some unseen, supreme existent, spanning dimensions and laws. To her, this was more horrifying and incredible than being pierced through the heart by a sword. The exquisite treasure body, impervious to all laws, resonating with heaven and earth, with its self-contained energy cycle, how could power be lost without reason? This completely overturned her understanding of martial arts. However, before she could find any clue from this shock, the next moment, a torrent of sacred energy, 100 times purer, 100 times more majestic, and 100 times more vast than the wisp of origin power she had just lost, like the Milky Way breaking its banks and pouring down from the 9 heavens, tore through space, ignored all physical laws, and madly, savagely, unreasonably, surged into Jiang Lue's limbs and bones opposite her. A muffled groan, suppressed to the extreme, squeezed out from the depths of Jiang Lue's throat. He could no longer stand, his legs weakened, and he heavily knelt on the ground. Excruciating pain. Pain that words could not describe. If the previous medicinal effect of the chaos spirit incense was burning, then at this moment, this energy was creation. His body, at this moment, seemed to have transformed into a balloon, forcibly inflated to its limit. Every meridian, every inch of muscle and bone, every cell was being frantically stretched, torn, and then, within a thousandth of a second, reorganized and repaired by even more massive energy. Crack crunch. All the bones in his body were emitting dense and terrifying popping sounds like frying beans. On the surface of his skin, fine bloodlines cracked open, then instantly healed. Crimson steam rose from his body, enveloping him in a hazy mist of blood. His consciousness was like a lone boat in a Category 12 storm and tsunami, ready to be torn to shreds at any moment. Too immense. This power was too terrifying. This was simply not something his body tempering, 9th-grade mortal body could withstand. He was going to explode. He would be literally burst to death by this heaven-sent opportunity. Just as Jiang Lue's consciousness was about to be completely overwhelmed by this boundless pain and sink into eternal darkness, at the very last moment. That grand, emotionless final proclamation, like the first edict of the Creator God, descended. The first divine body of the universe's primordial chaos. Chaos divine body awaken. Buzz. As if the universe had just begun, and chaos was divided. These few words, imbued with supreme power of law, instantly suppressed all the wildness and chaos within Jiang Lue's body. That exquisite treasure body origin power which had almost burst him, seemed to have found its ultimate destination, found its true master. They were no longer foreign invaders, but transformed into the most docile trickles, beginning to nourish and transform every inch of Jiang Lue's flesh and blood in an incredibly profound way. Jiang Lue's body slowly, uncontrollably, floated up from the ground. Wisps of hazy light, appearing even more ancient than darkness itself, seeped out from every pore of his body. The light was not dazzling, yet it was so profound that it seemed to devour all other light. An indescribable, primordial aura like that of creation emanated from his body, spreading throughout the entire room. In the face of this aura, Situ Dai's cold prestige as the Yaoguang saintess was as fragile as ice and snow in the sun, instantly washed away into nothingness. She stumbled back a step, covering her mouth tightly with a jade hand, barely preventing herself from gasping aloud. Her beautiful eyes, which once reflected the myriad stars, now held only endless, absolute shock that overturned her entire worldview. She looked at the young man floating in midair. She looked at the chaotic currents swirling around him. She felt that supreme aura, as if from the very beginning of the universe. A term that only existed in the most ancient, most ethereal myths and legends, like a clap of thunder, resounded in her heart. Jiang Lue's earth-shattering transformation officially began at this moment. 16. Chaotic divine body, a complete transformation. Jiang Lue's body, under Situ Dai's absolutely shocked gaze, slowly lifted from the ground inch by inch. He floated up. Centered around him, the air in the entire presidential suite began to twist and rotate in a visible manner, eventually forming a huge, silent gray vortex. That was not wind. That was the wailing and submission of space itself. Broken furniture, luxurious carpets, and even every wisp of energy floating in the air were frantically pulled, devoured, and ultimately reduced to nothingness by this brute force. This was no longer martial arts. This was a miracle. It was a scene of creation that mortals could only glimpse a corner of in the most ancient murals and legends. Situ Dai instinctively retreated backward until her back hit the cold wall, with nowhere left to go. Her pride as a Yaoguang saintess, her martial arts understanding built upon the exquisite treasure body, were shattered into pieces at this moment by the scene before her, which completely defied the laws of heaven and earth. She forgot her humiliation. She forgot her anger. She even forgot where she was. Her beautiful eyes, usually as cold as distant stars, now held only one emotion. It was the most profound a mortal could feel when gazing upon a black hole, capable of devouring the entire world, as it was being born. Buzz. Space let out a tremor, unable to bear the strain. Countless gray, hazy currents, seemingly older than the darkness at the dawn of the universe, appeared out of nowhere. They converged from all directions, like loyal guards who had found their king, tightly enveloping Jiang Lue, who was suspended in midair, layer upon layer. In an instant, a colossal gray cocoon, more than 3 meters in diameter, was fully formed. The surface of the giant cocoon had no luster, yet it seemed to contain the initial forms of myriad great Taos. A terrifying aura, the origin of all laws and the foundation of all Taos, emanated from the giant cocoon, suppressing the entire room and even making time feel viscous and slow. Inside the giant cocoon, the prelude to creation was brutally and savagely played out. Crack, crackle, crackle, crackle. Jiang Lue's physical body was undergoing the most thorough destruction and reconstruction. His entire skeleton, under the merciless crushing of the chaos divine body, shattered into primordial bone dust, inch by inch. Then, in the very next instant, it was forcefully recondensed by even more immense energy, forging new divine bones 100 times tougher than before. His meridians were torn into countless fine fibers, then retraced and expanded by the chaotic currents, as if weaving the laws of heaven and earth, becoming immeasurably wider and tougher than ever before. His flesh and blood, his internal organs, every single cell of his body, were undergoing a frantic transformation in this extreme pain of destruction and rebirth. Explosions like popping beans, as dense as continuous gunfire on a battlefield, rumbled muffledly from within the giant cocoon. That was the old mortal self dying, and the new divine self being born. As the reconstruction progressed, a large amount of foul-smelling, viscous black impurities were forcibly expelled from every one of his pores. These were the mundane impurities and pill toxins that had accumulated in his body over the past decade or so. However, these impurities, enough to defile even magical artifacts, could not last even half a breath upon contact with the chaotic currents enveloping him. They were like snow thrown into the heart of the sun. They didn't burn or evaporate, but were directly erased from this world by a higher dimensional power, annihilated into the purest nothingness. The entire process was utterly domineering. And utterly pure. Who knows how much time passed? Perhaps an instant, perhaps an eternity. When the muffled explosions finally subsided. When the last trace of impurity was completely purified. Click. A soft sound. A fine crack appeared on the surface of the gray giant cocoon. Immediately after, the crack spread like a spiderweb across the entire cocoon. Boom! The light cocoon exploded, turning into a sky full of gray light specks, eventually dissipating into nothingness. A brand new figure reappeared in the center of the room. Situ Dai's breathing completely stopped at this moment. What kind of Jiang Lue was that? He was still shirtless, but his body was no longer the slender frame of a youth. Instead, it had become tall and straight like a pine, every inch of his muscle line seemingly the most perfect masterpiece between heaven and earth, smooth and full of explosive power. His skin was no longer an ordinary complexion, but presented a warm, jade-like texture, with faint precious light even flowing over it. His black hair without wind moved on its own, reaching his waist, each strand crystal clear, as if containing the power of stars. The biggest change was his temperament. The youth who once silently endured in the corner, with a hint of inferiority and unwillingness in his eyes, had completely vanished. In his place was an ancient deity, seemingly awakened from endless slumber. He simply floated there quietly, eyes closed, yet exuding an inherent majesty that looked down upon the world and regarded all beings as M-E-R-E Chinese letter. His gaze, even when closed, was so profound it seemed capable of devouring stars. The next moment, Jiang Lue opened his eyes. He slowly descended back to the ground. The instant his feet touched the marble, he clearly felt the terrifying power surging within him like rivers and seas, vast as stars. He also felt the chasm-like barrier that had stood across his martial path, causing him 3 full years of humiliation. The body-tempering, 9th-grade bottleneck. At this moment, this once unbreakable barrier, in front of this brand-new chaos divine body, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. A slight curve appeared on Jiang Lue's lips. That was not a smile. That was a deep, soul-stirring exhilaration, having broken free from all shackles. With a thought, the surging power within him transformed into an insignificant trickle, gently poking at that paper. Crack! A crisp, ultimate shattering sound boomed deep within his divine soul. 17. Breaking through a realm in a single day, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. That crisp cracking sound was not an illusion. It was real and undeniable, the sound of shackles breaking from the depths of Jiang Lue's soul. Boom! The moment the bottleneck barrier that had imprisoned him for 3 full years collapsed, a surge of exquisite primordial power, which had been forcibly suppressed to the extreme and refined to its peak, like a celestial river trapped in the 9 heavens, found its only outlet at this moment. Gates opened. Dikes burst. That vast torrent of energy, now unimpeded, roared and surged with an unstoppable force, fiercely rushing into Jiang Lue's Danshan Qi Sea, which had just been opened up by the chaos divine body, and was as vast as a star sea. Buzz! The entire presidential suite let out a violent hum. An incomparably powerful aura suddenly erupted from Jiang Lue's body, transforming into a visible shockwave that swept in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. All the remaining glass items in the room shattered into a sky full of dust at this moment. Initial stage of martial artist realm. It was done. 3 years of humiliation, 3 years of forbearance, 3 years of cold stares and ridicule. A realm he had dreamed of countless days and nights, yet was always out of reach. Now it was achieved so easily, so naturally, like water flowing into a channel. Jiang Lue's blood surged within him, his soul cheered, and every cell craved more power. He could feel that this was just the beginning. The exquisite primordial power that had poured into his body had only consumed a negligible 10%. Indeed, the ascent of his aura showed no signs of stopping. The torrent of energy that rushed into his Danshan merely swirled briefly before starting its second round of impact with an even fiercer momentum. Jiang Lue's aura once again climbed steadily. Middle stage of martial artist realm. An aura several times more powerful than before exploded. Crack! The expensive marble floor tile beneath his feet could no longer withstand this pressure, cracking inch by inch, with spider-web-like fissures spreading wildly in all directions. A crack finally appeared on Situ Dai's exquisitely beautiful face, which had been frozen like 1,000 miles of ice. Her eyes, reflecting the stars, stared intently at Jiang Lue, filled with disbelief. Consecutive breakthroughs. Without any pause or consolidation. How is this possible? Martial arts cultivation is like walking on thin ice, one step at a time. Each breakthrough to a minor realm requires a significant amount of time to stabilize the foundation and refine true qi. Otherwise, it will only lead to unstable power and lay down endless hidden dangers for the future Dao heart. But this young man before her, his aura was terrifyingly solid, his foundation as stable as a myriad-year-old divine mountain, completely unlike someone who had just broken through. This completely defied all martial arts common sense she knew. However, the scene that would truly shake her Dao heart was yet to come. The rising momentum still showed no signs of stopping. Rumble! The energy within Jiang Lue's body was no longer a torrent. It had transformed into a waking ancient furious dragon, roaring wildly through his limbs and bones. His aura, for the 3rd time, soared into the sky. Late stage of martial artist realm. The air in the entire room became viscous and distorted due to the energy emanating from him. Fine cracks began to appear on the surrounding walls, as if this cage, cast with reinforced concrete, could no longer contain the primordial beast about to be unleashed from his physical body. Situ Dai's body involuntarily retreated another step. The astonishment on her face had completely solidified. What replaced it was a kind of almost numb bewilderment. She looked at the figure suspended in midair, feeling that her lifelong, lofty martial arts view was being mercilessly smashed to pieces, blow, by a giant hammer named Jiang Lue. This is a monster. No. This is a god or demon. Only those legendary beings, born as gods and growing into demons, possessed such an unreasonable way of growth. Finally, under Situ Dai's completely numb gaze, the seemingly endless energy within Jiang Lue's body launched its final, and most violent, all-out assault. His aura, like a volcano about to erupt, surged all the way to the peak. Ultimately, it steadily stopped at the pinnacle that countless martial artists struggle to reach in their entire lives. Peak of martial artist realm. Just one step away from the Grandmaster realm, where one could be called a patriarch or founder. Buzz! All the aura, all the pressure, all the anomalies. The moment it reached its peak, it abruptly ceased. That chaos divine body, seemingly containing the power to destroy heaven and earth, merely trembled slightly. An invisible suction force emanated from his body. All the violent energy that had dispersed outwards, like 100 rivers returning to the sea or tired birds returning to their forest, was completely sucked back into his body within 1/10,000th of a second, vanishing without a trace. In the room, the terrifying pressure that could crush a grandmaster dissipated. The distorted air returned to normal. Everything returned to calm. As if the earth-shattering breakthrough just now was merely an illusion. Jiang Lue's figure slowly descended from midair. His feet once again landed on the ground that had already become ruins. He slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes were as deep as an abyss, calm as an ancient well, no longer showing any trace of former inferiority or timidity. He stood there quietly, feeling the new power within him, surging like rivers and seas, vast as stars. It was an unprecedented strength. A sense of absolute control, powerful enough to firmly grasp his own destiny in his hands. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the mess on the floor, landing on the beautiful figure in the corner, who was still in extreme shock and unable to extricate herself. The problem of power was solved. But how should this biggest trouble before him be dealt with? The storm had passed. A deathly silence enveloped the entire room. A confrontation more dangerous than a clash of powers silently began. 18. The saintess was shocked, and her Tao heart collapsed. Silence. After the storm came a silence that could freeze a person's soul. Jiang Lue stood in the center of the ruins, his aura contained, as steady as a mountain. He merely looked calmly at the exquisite figure in the corner, saying nothing, uttering no words. Situ Dai's body was rigid, unmoving. Her Tao heart, which had carried the Yaoguang Holy Land's millennia of heritage and reflected countless stars in the heavens, was now a blank slate. It was as if the most perfect painting had been splattered with an incomprehensible, thick ink, and all order and beauty had been thrown into disarray. What happened? Her brain was working frantically at a speed far exceeding that of light. Thousands of Yaoguang Holy Land texts, from the elementary explanation of star origins, to the treatise on the Tao of Saints, from the classic of 100 herbs, to the record of forbidden anomalies, countless ancient scriptures she had long known by heart, transformed into billions of light and shadow in her sea of consciousness, flashing by rapidly. She tried to search. She searched for any cultivation method that could explain this incredible scene before her. Any elixir that could allow a mortal to ascend from body tempering, 9th grade to the peak of a martial artist overnight. Any record, no matter how brief, related to the words chaos. Nothing. There was nothing. Her understanding, her proud heritage and knowledge, were utterly crushed in the face of this absolute, utterly illogical reality, appearing pale and ridiculous. Her gaze uncontrollably once again fell upon Jiang Lue. The young man stood there quietly. His physical body flowed with an ancient and profound gray current she had never seen before. His foundation was more stable than that of any Holy Land elder she had ever met, as if it hadn't just been built, but had stood for eons. His eyes were as deep as an ancient well that had swallowed all starlight, no longer showing any trace of yesterday's timidity or unwillingness. A thought so absurd it made her soul tremble uncontrollably surfaced from the deepest part of her heart. Everything that happened last night. That vile scheme she thought was aimed at her reputation. Perhaps from the very beginning it wasn't a scheme, but rather a heaven-shattering karma on the level of laws, something she completely failed to comprehend, something even the past saints of the Yaoguang Holy Land could not touch. The moment the words karma appeared, Situ Dai's delicate body trembled violently. She thought again of the vanished spirit-locking powder in her body, and her more perfectly refined Linglong Dao foundation. Bringing up killing Jiang Lue had become an utter joke. This young man was no longer a blemish that needed to be erased. He himself had become a huge enigma, enough to shake the foundation of her martial path. A living, walking anomaly of heaven and earth, with whom she had the deepest entanglement. At this moment, Situ Dai's fear finally rose from personal honor and chastity to a height she had never imagined. A deep concern for the entire Yaoguang Holy Land, and even for the existing order of the entire world. Chaos divine body. Breaking through to the peak overnight. If such a thing were to leak out, what kind of monstrous waves would it stir up? All the powerful cultivators in the world would go mad for it. They would swarm from all directions like sharks scenting blood, sparing no expense to capture this young man, dissect him, study him, and try to pry into the ultimate mystery within him. And she, the Yaoguang saintess who had the most disgraceful relationship with him, where would she be placed? The reputation of the Yaoguang Holy Land would be ruined in an instant. This secret must never be leaked. Not a single word. This thought, like the deepest brand, was firmly etched onto her soul. She looked at Jiang Lue. She looked at this young man, whose destiny was strangely intertwined with hers. She looked at this pervert, whom she should have crushed with a single finger, but who had now become her greatest trouble. The high and mighty Yeaguang saintess, for the first time, felt a bone-deep helplessness and difficulty in front of a mortal man. She understood. She had to put down her ridiculous pride and dignity, and negotiate with him. This realization, like the sharpest ice shard, fiercely pierced her proud Dao heart, bringing a stinging pain of humiliation. Slowly she took a deep breath. She tried to make her voice return to its usual coldness, its usual detachment from worldly affairs. But the violent throbbing of her heart in her chest turned her efforts into an illusion. A subtle tremor which she herself could not conceal still escaped from her lips. "You," she finally spoke. Her voice was dry, even carrying a hint of bewilderment she hadn't noticed herself. The balance of power, at the moment this question left her lips, had already decisively shifted. She stared into his deep eyes, using all her strength to ask the question that could overturn all her past understanding. "What exactly is it?" 19. The secret of eternity, the pact of life and death. Jiang Lue faced the question that could freeze a soul, not flinching. His heart beat steadily and powerfully in his chest. The initial formation of his chaos divine body brought him not only strength, but also an absolute confidence, stemming from a leap in his life's very essence. He knew that the question before him was both a path to life and a path to death. "I don't know." He spoke, his voice calm, even carrying a hint of frankness that was utterly out of place with his current disheveled state. Situ Dai's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. The chill that had just dissipated slightly showed signs of recoalescing. Jiang Lue didn't give her a chance to react, continuing to speak. "I only know that at the very last moment, when I was completely engulfed by the effects of the chaos spirit incense and about to self-immolate, it saved me." He raised his hand, pointing to his chest. It was empty there. The jade pendant left by my Jiang family ancestors shattered. His voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear, like metal striking the ground, echoing in the ruins. The moment it shattered, it transformed into a warm current that surged into my limbs and bones. Then, I lost all consciousness. Everything that happened afterward, including the changes in my body, was beyond my control. His words were half-truth, half-fiction. He concealed the existence of the system, attributing the origin of everything to that ancient jade pendant, which had already turned to dust, leaving no evidence. This was an incredibly absurd explanation. An ancestral treasure, containing a legacy, self-activating when a descendant was on the brink of death, helping them undergo a complete transformation. Such a story, found only in street novels, would be scoffed at by anyone who heard it. However, Situ Dai fell into a long silence after listening. Her clear, cold eyes stared intently at Jiang Lue, as if trying to see through his very soul. The air in the room became stagnant once more. After a long time, the pressure, enough to suffocate even a grandmaster, slowly receded like a receding tide. Situ Dai's taut body finally showed a subtle, almost imperceptible relaxation. She believed him. Or rather, she chose to believe him. Because in her chaotic Dao heart, this was the only straw she could grasp. A reason that could barely explain everything before her, without completely shattering her entire worldview. Compared to a mortal spontaneously awakening the legendary chaos divine body overnight, the explanation of an ancient powerful being sealing a legacy and a jade pendant for future generations was undoubtedly much more reasonable. This also gave her an out that allowed her to temporarily escape the humiliating identity of a saintess defiled by a mortal. She was no longer a victim. Instead, she was an innocent witness, or even a sacrifice caught in the aftermath of an ancient powerful being's legacy descending upon the world. Understanding this, the confusion and shock in Situ Dai's eyes slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity and coldness. That was the absolute rationality belonging to a Yeaguang saintess. "I don't care what secrets that jade pendant truly hides." She spoke again, her voice regaining its usual coolness, but with an added, undeniable resoluteness. "You only need to know one thing." She took a step forward, and an invisible force once again locked onto Jiang Lue. "If even half a word of this matter leaks out, you will be treated by all the crazy powerful beings in this world as a walking, rare treasure, captured alive, imprisoned, cut open piece by piece, every inch of your body's structure studied until the last shred of value is squeezed from you." Her words were devoid of emotion, yet they were more chilling than any vicious curse. "And I, Yeaguang Holy Land, will also be disgraced by this scandal, becoming the greatest laughingstock in the world." Do you understand what this means? She stared at Jiang Lue, enunciating each word clearly. This means that before the entire world tries to grind you to dust, my Yaoguang holy land will be the first to act, erasing you from this world, along with all traces of your existence. A threat. A naked, undisguised threat. Jiang Lue's heart suddenly tightened. He had no doubt about the truthfulness of her words. But he wasn't afraid. Because he understood the deeper meaning behind those words. This wasn't a mere threat, but the coldest statement of interest before forming an alliance. He nodded, his expression equally serious. I understand. Seeing the calmness in Jiang Lue's eyes, a fleeting, almost imperceptible hint of approval flickered in the depths of Situ Dai's icy gaze. Unperturbed by honor or disgrace, with a resilient Dao heart. If this young man hadn't encountered such a drastic change, given time, he might indeed have become a prominent figure. Too bad. He was caught in a vortex powerful enough to overturn heaven and earth. So, Situ Dai's voice became incredibly solemn, as if proclaiming a divine oracle. From this moment on, everything that happened last night never happened. You have never seen me. And I have never seen you. Room 909 of the Tianjiao Hotel merely experienced a severe energy leak accident last night. This must become an eternal secret between us, one that cannot be mentioned to anyone until the end of our lives. Jiang Lue looked at her. He watched as this lofty Yaoguang saintess, to keep this secret, for the first time showed him, a former mortal, an equal stance. He knew he was safe. I agree. He answered decisively. Then he changed the subject. However, I need your help. Situ Dai's brows furrowed again. I disappeared from the Lin family banquet last night. The Lin family and Su family will surely investigate thoroughly. I need a reasonable explanation to cover my whereabouts from the time I disappeared until I reappear. Jiang Lue stated his condition. Although his strength had surged, he was still powerless and without influence. Facing a behemoth like the Lin family, any oversight could lead to a fatal disaster. And this Yaoguang saintess before him was undoubtedly the best person to smooth everything over. Situ Dai gave him a deep look. She hadn't expected this young man to maintain such a clear mind after experiencing such a massive change, even knowing how to leverage the situation. She didn't hesitate for a moment. All right. For her, it was a trivial matter. One word from her could make the Lin family and Su family shut their mouths, not daring to ask another question. I will handle everything. After dawn, you just need to return to the Jiang family as if nothing happened. The agreement was thus reached. As the last word fell, the suffocating pressure and killing intent in the room finally completely vanished. Replaced by an extremely peculiar, extremely awkward silence. The storm had passed. But the wreckage left by the storm constantly reminded both of them of the all-Chinese letter ing madness of last night. Broken clothes. A messy floor. And, in the air, the two distinctly different auras that hadn't completely dissipated yet. One was the chaotic energy from Jiang Lue, like the primordial wilderness. The other was the exquisite Tao rhythm from Situ Dai, like the moonlight of the nine heavens. The two auras no longer clashed. Instead, they intertwined and attracted each other in an incredibly ambiguous, subtle way. Situ Dai's eternally icy, beautiful face uncontrollably flushed a very faint crimson. She subconsciously avoided Jiang Lue's gaze, her delicate body trembling almost imperceptibly. A new emotion, even harder for her to deal with than killing intent and anger, quietly surfaced in her heart. It was a feeling of indebtedness. 20. A single command is enough to subdue a hidden dragon. With the agreement reached, silence once again enveloped the room. It was a silence more awkward and suffocating than any before. Situ Dai stood in the corner, her sacred white robes now tattered and stained with dust, revealing her jade arms and shoulders, which glowed with a humiliating sheen in the morning light. She looked at Jiang Lue, who stood in the center of the ruins. She looked at this young man with whom she had the most absurd and disgraceful entanglement in the world. Shame, rage, shock, confusion. A myriad of emotions churned and washed through her Tao heart, which had been frozen for 19 years, ultimately transforming into an extremely complex emotion she had never experienced before. Within it, there was the responsibility of a strong practitioner. There was the helplessness of an unchangeable fate. More than anything, there was a sense of indebtedness that she was unwilling to admit but unable to erase. She, Situ Dai, the Yaoguang saintess, had lived her life without shame before heaven, earth, or her own heart. Only today, in this place, had she incurred a karmic debt that could never be repaid. A barely audible sigh escaped her lips. That sigh seemed to drain all her strength and crush her last bit of pride. So be it. She flipped her delicate hand. An ancient token, carved from an unknown warm jade, quietly appeared in her palm. On the token, there were no intricate patterns, only two powerful characters carved in the oldest seal script. Yeaguang. The moment the token appeared, a clear, sacred aura, as if capable of purifying all things, instantly filled the entire room, washing away the ambiguous, chaotic scent. Situ Dai raised her hand and held the token towards Jiang Lue. Her voice carried a trace of unnaturalness that she herself could not control. Hold this token, and you may enter my Situ family's treasury to choose 3 treasures. She paused, as if using all her strength to finish the rest of her sentence. Consider it my Situ family's compensation to you. With that, she flicked her wrist, and the Yeaguang token, representing supreme honor and opportunity, transformed into a white light and flew directly towards Jiang Lue. From beginning to end, she did not look at Jiang Lue again. Her eyes, as cold and clear as distant stars, stubbornly fixed on the shattered wall beside her. Proud as she was, to make such a promise and speak such words was the absolute limit of what she could do in 19 years. Her words had not even fully faded. She did not even give Jiang Lue any time to respond. She could no longer stay here for even a single breath. Buzz! Situ Dai's entire body, without warning, transformed into a bright, cold, yet somewhat flustered moonlight. Boom! That moonlight did not exit through the door. Instead, in a gesture almost like fleeing, she fiercely crashed into the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite. Crash! The million-dollar tempered glass, along with the entire wall, shattered like paper under the Yeaguang saintess's impact, fueled by anger and shame. Countless glass shards, carried by the strong wind, scattered and flew hundreds of meters high above Rong City. A streak of light, disheveled and resolute, disappeared at the edge of the dawn horizon. Jiang Lue reached out and steadily caught the token, which still carried a faint trace of the woman's body warmth and fragrance. It was cool to the touch, smooth and moist like jade. He walked alone slowly to the broken giant window. The fierce wind howled in, making his black hair dance wildly. He looked down, surveying the city below, which was just awakening from its slumber. Traffic flowed like weaving threads, and crowds moved like ants. In his eyes, 2 cold and mocking faces were clearly reflected. One was Su Nianwei's. The other was Lin Yashin's. Su family, Lin family. Jiang Lue's voice was very soft, yet colder than the high-altitude wind. What you owe me, I will take back 100-fold, 1,000-fold. He withdrew his gaze, and slowly tightened his grip on the Yeaguang token in his hand. The chaotic power surging like rivers and seas within him resonated with the pure and sacred Yeaguang energy on the token. He knew his path had just begun. The next moment, all the outward auras from Jiang Lue, whether the ancient chaos or the domineering peak of a martial artist, completely receded. His deep, abyss-like eyes also returned to their calm, unruffled state. He transformed back into the silent, ordinary, inconspicuous young master of the Jiang family. The hidden dragon had entered the abyss. It only awaited the rising of the winds and clouds to soar into the sky and stir up the world. 21. The dust has settled. The Joker made a wrong judgment. Tianmu Hotel, Presidential Suite 909. When the heavy door was forcefully broken open, even the Lin family guards, accustomed to grand scenes, couldn't help but gasp. This didn't look like a guest room. It looked more like a war-torn ruin, directly hit by a meteorite. Lin Yashin stood with his hands behind his back, at the entrance of the messy room. His handsome face, capable of captivating countless socialites, was now so grim it seemed water could drip from it. Su Nianwei, following behind him, also had a flicker of extreme astonishment in her beautiful eyes. Immediately, that astonishment transformed into cold fury. Where is he? Lin Yashin's voice was squeezed out through gritted teeth. A middle-aged guard, whose aura was as steady as a mountain, stepped forward quickly, knelt on one knee and spoke in a hoarse voice. Young master, the door lock was broken from the inside by sheer brute force. There is no trace of a second person's aura at the scene. He extended his finger, pointing to the completely open wall, his eyes filled with solemnity. And this wall was smashed from the inside by an even more terrifying force. Su Nianwei's gaze fell upon the steel bars twisted like pretzels, and for the first time, a hint of confusion appeared on her cold, pretty face. But only for an instant. She then thought of something, and that hint of confusion was quickly replaced by a sudden realization and disdain. It's the chaos spirit incense. Her voice was clear and certain. This forbidden drug can drain all of a person's life potential in a short time, driving him into complete madness and frenzy. That good-for-nothing Jiang Lue must have briefly possessed strength far beyond his own when the drug took effect, allowing him to break open the door. She walked to the massive hole, feeling the biting cold wind pouring in from hundreds of meters up, and a cruel arc formed at the corner of her lips. Then he jumped down from here. Now, I'm afraid, not even a complete puddle of flesh can be found. Upon hearing this, the gloom on Lin Yashan's face slowly dissipated. He let out a contemptuous laugh. A trapped beast's struggle, merely a dying effort. The power unleashed by an ant before its death is always so astonishing, yet so laughable. He didn't take this so-called incident to heart at all. In his opinion, Jiang Lue had merely adopted a more tragic, more pathetic way to die. Soon the hotel manager was brought over. Before the Lin family's immense power, he trembled, revealing all the surveillance records from last night. The records showed that from the time Jiang Lue was sent into the room until they broke in, no one had entered or exited the suite during that period. The only anomaly was a muffled thud from the direction of room 909 at dawn. This, undoubtedly, further confirmed Su Nianwei's judgment. The good-for-nothing went mad and destroyed himself by jumping out the window. This conclusion perfectly explained everything. Announced to the public that room 909 of the Tianmu Hotel experienced a violent explosion due to aging gas pipes. Lin Yashan issued a cold command to his subordinates behind him. As for Jiang Lue, he paused, a chilling murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Just say he fled to avoid punishment and his whereabouts are unknown. My Lin family will issue a city-wide warrant for him, alive or dead. He spoke of a manhunt. But in his heart, he had already classified Jiang Lue's name among the dead. A good-for-nothing who fell from 100 meters high could not possibly have survived. This way, the truth was concealed, and all the blame could be shifted onto the already pulverized Jiang Lue. Killing two birds with one stone. Su Nianwei stood by, listening to Lin Yashan's arrangements, and the last trace of regret in her heart for not having personally witnessed Jiang Lue's humiliating death also vanished. It was good that he died. To die in disgrace, perhaps, was an even better outcome. Thinking that from now on, the name Jiang Lue would forever be associated with shameful labels like lecher and fugitive, she felt a genuine sense of pleasure. The two exchanged a smile, and the previously tense atmosphere once again became relaxed and smug. It was as if they had brushed dust from their clothes after crushing an ant. Insignificant, meanwhile. In an old, dilapidated communal building in the old district of Rong City, Jiang Lue sat cross-legged. Just now, he clearly felt that the two cold, malicious auras, clinging to him like maggots and remotely locking onto him, had slowly dissipated. They were replaced by an invisible net, covering the entire city, filled with disdain and contempt. That was the Lin family's warrant. He slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, as deep as the starry sky, there was no anger, no relief from surviving a disaster. Only a cold mockery, like a god looking down on ants. Ignorance is your best epitaph. He murmured to himself. Immediately, he immersed all his consciousness into his vast Danshan Qi, as boundless as the universe, and into the grand proclamation that had just resounded in his mind, like the sound of the great Tao. 22. God-level return, 9-turn golden elixir. Jiang Lue stood inside the dilapidated rental room, less than 10 square meters in size. Outside the window, the old city bustled with vendors' cries. Inside, the walls were peeling and mottled. The cramped space in front of him formed the most striking and ironic contrast with the vast, cosmic sea of spiritual energy in his Danshan. He closed his eyes. His divine sense sank into his body. What a sight it was! His once dry and weak meridians had now transformed into surging, brilliant celestial rivers. The star source power at the peak of the martial artist realm was profound and condensed, like 10,000-year-old profound ice, yet also like molten core lava, roaring and surging through his limbs and bones. With each cycle, his physical strength ascended to another level. And the source of all this power was the new, chaotic-colored divine body, quietly suspended in the center of his Danshan sea of spiritual energy. It was breathing. Each inhalation and exhalation seemed to devour stars and refine all creation. Strands of gray airflow, thinner than hair, emanated from the divine body, merging into his flesh and blood, into his bone marrow, making his entire being exude an ancient aura as if from the creation of heaven and earth. This was the chaos divine body. This was the peak of the martial artist realm. The humiliation suppressed for 3 years was, at this moment, completely washed away by the immense power within him, enough to shake mountains. Jiang Lue's chest heaved violently, not from nervousness, but from an extreme ecstasy that almost burst through his skull. With a thought he called out, "System." Buzz. A majestic, ineffable celestial sound echoed directly in the deepest part of his soul. Immediately after, A magnificent scroll, grand enough to make gods and Buddhas pale, unfolded dramatically in his sea of consciousness. It was not any technological creation. It was a sacred interface, woven and outlined by billions of delicate, brilliant golden law lines, containing the ultimate truths of heaven and earth. It floated in the center of Jiang Lue's sea of consciousness, like an eternal, undying golden sun, illuminating all his past, present, and future paths. And at the very center of that interface, a line of large characters, condensed from the most fundamental Tao runes, was imprinted, exuding an unquestionable majesty. Binding target, Situ Dai. Physique, exquisite treasure body, King Realm peak. Status, Tao heart damaged, spiritual power slightly chaotic. Jiang Lue looked at the words, feeling the invisible thread of destiny connecting him to the high and mighty Yeaguang saintess, and a monstrous wave rose in his heart. So she was actually at the peak of the King Realm. She was only one step away from the legendary Saint Realm. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in the Yeaguang Holy Land, where clouds swirled and cranes cried in unison, a cold moonlight tore through space, carrying a hint of undisguised discomfiture, and landed directly in front of an elegant small building suspended above the sea of clouds. Listening Snow abode. Situ Dai's exclusive cultivation chamber. She staggered to the ground, her normally placid and beautiful face now pale. She pushed open the door. Inside the quiet room, the air was piercingly cold and spotless. Yet she seemed to smell the chaotic and domineering aura of a mortal man clinging to her. The absurd, humiliating, and perception-shattering scenes of last night were like maggots in her bones, transforming into the most terrifying inner demons, wildly growing in her Tao heart, which was as pure as Chinese letter glass. She felt defiled, from body to soul. Crack. A jade table made of ice beside her, without warning, became covered in cracks. Situ Dai's delicate body trembled slightly. She had to calm her state of mind. She had to wash away this disgrace. She had to quickly break through the loosened Saint Realm barrier. Only greater power could make her forget all this. She flipped her delicate hand, and a crystal-clear jade bottle appeared in her palm. Without hesitation, she pulled out the stopper and poured out a dragon-eye-sized pill, glowing with iridescent light and exuding a refreshing fragrance. 9 Revolutions Jade Clarity Pill. A supreme healing treasure of the Yeaguang Holy Land, it fortified the foundation, cultivated the essence, and cleared the mind of demons. 1 pill was enough to restore a dying Grandmaster expert to full health. She opened her red lips and swallowed this priceless sacred medicine. The pill entered her abdomen, transforming into a clear, warm current that instantly surged through her limbs and bones, beginning to repair the minor damage caused by forcibly tearing through space and soothing her Tao heart, which was on the verge of berserk. However, she did not know. At the very moment she swallowed the pill, thousands of miles away, in that dilapidated rental room, in Jiang Lue's sea of consciousness, the grand system interface suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliant golden light. A proclamation like a mighty bell, reverberating through the universe, exploded. Ding! Detected that the binding target Situ Dai has consumed a heaven-grade superior pill, the 9 Revolutions Jade Clarity Pill, triggering a 100-fold return. Jiang Lue's heart at this moment suddenly stopped beating. His breath froze, his eyes fixed on the wildly flickering interface, and all the blood in his body instantly boiled. It's here. Return quality improved. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a divine-grade pill, the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Indestructible Pill. Boom! As the last few words fell, an ancient divine pill, dark gold in color, covered with profound Tao patterns, as if a small world was being created and destroyed within it, appeared out of thin air in Jiang Lue's system space, ignoring all space and laws. An ineffable, incomparably domineering medicinal fragrance instantly filled his entire sea of consciousness. Just by smelling this medicinal fragrance, Jiang Lue felt that his newly breakthrough martial artist peak realm was instantly solidified like an ancient divine mountain, indestructible. Ecstasy. Unbelievable ecstasy. Jiang Lue could no longer suppress it, letting out a silent roar to the sky. Without hesitation, with a thought, the divine pill enough to drive even a saint mad appeared in his hand. Without a moment's delay, he opened his mouth and swallowed it whole. Rumble! The divine pill entered his abdomen, but it did not transform into a warm current. Instead, it directly exploded, transforming into a golden, extremely domineering ocean. That golden ocean of energy, with a creation-like posture, wildly washed over Jiang Lue's limbs and bones, tempering every inch of his muscles and bones, every single cell. Under the tempering of this power, his chaos divine body's surface began to circulate a faint, immortal, dark golden precious light. His physical strength was soaring at an astonishing speed. Comfort. An extreme comfort, like undergoing a complete transformation and ascending to immortality, made him let out a hearty low growl. After an unknown amount of time, when the last wisp of golden energy completely merged into his body, Jiang Lue slowly opened his eyes. He looked down at his hands. With just a gentle clench. Snap! The air in front of him was actually crushed by him out of thin air, emitting a crisp popping sound. Jiang Lue's lips curled up uncontrollably. He could feel that his current physical body, purely in terms of strength, was probably no weaker than any well-known grandmaster expert. And his realm was solidified to a point where no one had ever reached before, and perhaps no one would ever reach again. His Dao heart was as stable as a divine mountain, indestructible. Lin Yashan. Su Nianwei. A bone-chilling cold glint flashed in Jiang Lue's eyes. Are you ready to face a true despair that you will never understand for all eternity? Just as he was filled with heroic spirit. In his sea of consciousness, the grand system interface once again changed. Binding target, Situ Dai. Status, currently entering the Yaoguang star pool for secluded cultivation. Jiang Lue's body suddenly shook. The cold glint in his eyes instantly faded, replaced by an unprecedented fervor. Yaoguang star pool. He had read in ancient texts that it was the Yaoguang Holy Land's sacred cultivation ground, where the pool water was liquefied from the starlight of the 9 heavens. Cultivating there for one day was equivalent to 100 days of effort outside. A healing pill returned a divine-grade golden pill. So, her entering such a sacred cultivation ground and cultivating diligently, what kind of heaven-defying fortune would it bring him? Jiang Lue's breathing at this moment became incredibly hot. He knew. The real feast was just beginning now. 23. The saintess practices asceticism while the Taoist priest lies down. In the depths of the forbidden area of Yaoguang Holy Land. There were no pavilions, no vegetation, no birds or beasts here, only a boundless pool. The pool did not contain water. Instead, it was a viscous river of energy light, formed by the purest 9 heaven star radiance, precipitated over tens of thousands of years, and liquefied. Yaoguang Star Pool. Situ Dai stood by the pool, the cold moonlight casting a layer of frost on her torn clothes. She had shed the outer robe, which was stained with worldly dust and the aura of humiliation, and was now clad only in a thin white undergarment, revealing her flawless, jade-like shoulders and collarbone. Her perfect body, like a masterpiece of the gods, was trembling slightly at this moment. In her mind, Jiang Lue's face flashed uncontrollably, as did his eyes, which had become fervent and complex at the end, and the lingering chaos aura on her body, belonging to another person. That was defilement. It was the deepest, most hideous brand on her 19 years of flawless Dao heart. She had to wash it away. At all costs. The last trace of hesitation in Situ Dai's eyes was replaced by a bone-deep resolve. She lifted her slender jade leg and stepped into the ocean composed of starlight. Bone-chilling cold and soul-burning heat, 2 diametrically opposed extreme energies, surged madly into her body at the same time, tearing at every inch of her meridians. Yet she did not even frown. This pain was nothing compared to the humiliation that had penetrated her soul. She sat down cross-legged, allowing the viscous starlight energy to completely engulf her. Yaoguang Sacred Canon. The moment the cultivation technique began to circulate, the entire Yaoguang star pool, which had been silent for 100 years, boiled over. Rumble. The endless star source power, as if summoned by a king, transformed into a giant vortex connecting heaven and earth, centered on Situ Dai's exquisite treasure body, and poured in madly. If the elders of the Holy Land were to see this cultivation scene, they would surely be scared out of their wits. This was cultivation. But it was also self-mutilation. And meanwhile, in Rong City in the old district, inside that dilapidated rental house, Jiang Lue had just sat down cross-legged, preparing to properly sort out the surging power within him. However, before he could enter a meditative state, a heavenly sound, clearer and grander than any before, like the first chime at the dawn of the universe, resounded violently in the depths of his soul. Ding! Detected that the bound target Situ Dai is cultivating in the core of Yaoguang Holy Land, the Yaoguang Star Pool. Cultivation intensity judgment, extremely high. Triggering a 100-fold return. For every minute the bound target cultivates, the host will receive pure cultivation equivalent to 100 minutes. Jiang Lue's body shook violently. He suddenly opened his eyes. His deep eyes were filled with extreme astonishment and disbelief. Before he could recover from this shocking information. Boom! A surge of star source power, 100 times purer and 100 times more vast than the exquisite origin he had absorbed before, appeared out of thin air, like a river from the 9 heavens bursting its banks, pouring into his limbs and bones without any reason. This power was pure to the extreme. It didn't even require Jiang Lue to actively refine it. The chaos divine body, like a giant beast that had been thirsty for billions of years, automatically and perfectly devoured and absorbed it, transforming it into the most fundamental cultivation and integrating it into his Danshan Qi Si. Exhilarating. An extreme sense of exhilaration, where every cell was cheering and transforming, almost made him groan aloud. Jiang Lue was stunned. He could clearly feel his cultivation growing at a visible and astonishing speed. It had already begun. He tentatively stood up from the bed. In the small room, he stretched his arms, kicked his legs, and even completed a full set of calisthenics taught in school in his previous life. First section, stretching exercises. Second section, chest expansion exercises. Eighth section, cool-down exercises. He performed every movement meticulously and perfectly. And in his mind, the grand system prompt, and the continuous influx of immense energy into his body, showed no signs of stopping. His cultivation continued to soar at a terrifying speed. Jiang Lue froze completely. He was utterly dumbfounded. It could be like this. No need to sit cross-legged in meditation. No need to circulate cultivation techniques. He didn't even need to have any intention of cultivating. An extremely absurd thought uncontrollably surfaced from the bottom of his heart. In his mind, a clear picture was outlined. In the misty, immortal Holy Land, the high and mighty, pure and flawless Yeaguang saintess was gritting her teeth, enduring the pain of 10,000 ants gnawing at her heart, madly urging her cultivation technique, squeezing every bit of her potential. And 1,000 miles away, in this dilapidated rental house, he only needed to lie on the bed, cross his legs, hum a tune, and his strength would soar like a rocket. She cultivated painstakingly for 1 day. He would gain the equivalent of 100 days of painstaking cultivation. An extreme, absurd, and indescribable sense of satisfaction, like a volcanic eruption, instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. Jiang Lue could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. The laughter was hearty and unrestrained, filled with the resentment suppressed for 3 years, now released in a burst of joy. Several hours passed in a flash. When Jiang Lue finally stopped laughing, he could feel that his peak martial artist cultivation, which was already immensely profound, had now become incredibly condensed and heavy to an unimaginable degree. His Tao heart was as stable as an ancient divine mountain. With a thought, his divine sense sank into his Danshan Qi Si. The Grandmaster barrier, which had once been distant and like a chasm, now felt incredibly clear in his perception, as if within reach. Jiang Lue's eyes gleamed with unprecedented longing and expectation. But he didn't immediately try to break through. He simply walked back to the bed, lay down in a big shape without any regard for his image, and clasped his hands behind his head. He closed his eyes. Silently, he listened to the continuous ding, ding, ding system prompts in his mind, like immortal music, feeling the power that was surging madly every minute, every second. At this moment, he finally completely comprehended the supreme true meaning of the words, lying down to win. Just as Jiang Lue was completely immersed in the boundless pleasure of this AFK-style leveling. A majestic voice, completely different from all previous prompts, carrying a trace of law's rhythm, suddenly exploded in his sea of consciousness without any warning. Ding! Detected that the bound target, through arduous cultivation, has achieved Tao heart clarity, deepening her understanding of the laws of the supreme cultivation technique, Yeaguang sacred canon by a trace, triggering a 1,000-fold return. Return quality improved. Congratulations, host, you have begun to comprehend the first form of the divine cultivation technique, Chaos Heaven Opening Scripture. Heaven Opening. 24, 1,000 miles a day, the barrier of a grandmaster. Boom! The moment that declaration fell, Jiang Lue's sea of consciousness completely exploded. It wasn't a metaphor. It was a true, fundamental, law-level creation of heaven and earth. Billions of golden ancient runes, more dazzling than stars, transformed into an information torrent that defied all description, bypassing his soul's defenses, ignoring all his protections, and with a nearly world-creating posture, fiercely branded itself into the deepest part of his soul. Chaos Heaven Opening Scripture. First form. Heaven Opening. There were no complex incantations, no abstruse scriptures. Only the most primitive, ancient, and overbearing image. It was an endless chaos. No up or down, no 4 directions, no past, no future. In this eternal stillness, a figure appeared. He simply, casually, raised his hand, clenched it into a fist, and gently swung it forward. There was no earth-shattering roar. No world-destroying light. Only a silent, absolute, law-level destruction and rebirth. That endless chaos was, with this single punch, forcibly torn open with an unhealable rift. Clear chi ascended, turbid chi descended. Earth, fire, water, and wind arose with it. One punch, heaven opening. This image, like the deepest Tao heart imprint, was firmly carved into Jiang Lue's origin. His body, which had been sitting cross-legged, slowly and uncontrollably stood up. His eyes were tightly shut, his expression vacant, as if he were a puppet controlled by a supreme deity. He raised his right hand, mimicking the figure, slowly clenching his 5 fingers into a fist. Within the entire rental room, all light, all sound, all matter at this moment, collapsed towards his small fist. An indescribable aura of destruction, enough to make even a saint tremble, condensed on his fist. Then, he gently swung this punch towards the air in front of him. There was no punch wind. No sound. Only an absolute deathly distortion. Where his fist pointed, that space seemed to be fiercely crumpled into a ball by an invisible hand. Air, dust, light. Everything in that distorted region was stretched, torn, and finally returned to nothingness, turning into a gray, energetic singularity that constantly annihilated and reborn. Jiang Lue's pupils suddenly regained clarity. He looked at the terrifying scene in front of his fist, feeling the immense power in his body instantly drained by nearly 30%, and his heart pounded uncontrollably. This is the chaos heaven opening scripture. This is heaven opening. In the depths of the star pool, Yeaguang Holy Land. Situ Dai's beautiful, icy face was tightly furrowed. Just now, within her Tao heart, without any warning, she had captured a flash of inspiration about breaking, and then establishing, opening a new path with absolute power. That flash of inspiration was profound, powerful, as if it pointed directly to the origin of the great Tao. If she could grasp it, she had absolute confidence that she could break through the King Realm peak bottleneck that had troubled her for several months in one fell swoop. But then, that flash of inspiration, as soon as it appeared, vanished without a trace like a startled fish. No matter how she searched, she could no longer find any sign of it. Damn it! Situ Dai gritted her silver teeth, a surge of unprecedented vexation and annoyance rising in her heart. It must be my unstable Tao heart, disturbed by that lecture, by that scandal, that I missed such a heaven-sent opportunity. She attributed all of this to that unbearable accident. That vexation quickly transformed into an even more resolute ruthlessness. Her hand seals changed again, and she, disregarding the stinging pain in her meridians, used a nearly self-mutilating method to even more frantically activate the Yeaguang Holy Scripture, savagely and fiercely pulling the surrounding surging star source power into her body. She wanted to use the most extreme asceticism to completely crush that humiliation, that inner demon. Yet she did not know. Every time she pushed herself, every time she squeezed, it all transformed into the increasingly contented smile on the face of a certain young man, who was currently sitting with his legs crossed 1,000 miles away. For an entire day and night. Apart from going downstairs to eat 3 bowls of beef noodles, Jiang Lue spent almost all the rest of the time lying on that creaking broken bed. He didn't even bother to assume a cultivation posture. Yet his cultivation, at a speed that would drive the entire world mad, skyrocketed wildly. That continuous stream of pure star source power pouring in from the void, like a breached celestial river, ceaselessly flushed his Danshan Qi Si 24 hours a day, solidifying every inch of his foundation. His cultivation had already accumulated to a terrifying degree at the peak of the martial artist realm, a level unprecedented, and perhaps never to be seen again. Finally, when the first ray of dawn on the second day, filtered through the dusty window, shone into the room, that energy, accumulated to its limit, could no longer be suppressed. Roar! A silent roar exploded in the depths of his soul. Within that vast Danshan Qi Si, all the chaos star source power, compressed to its extreme, at this moment, transformed into a ferocious, roaring chaos giant dragon capable of tearing apart stars. The giant dragon coiled, roaring towards the sky. Immediately, its incomparably massive body, imbued with supreme power akin to opening heaven and earth, launched the most violent, most savage impact towards the unbreakable Grandmaster expert barrier that lay across the Danshan Qi Si. Rumble! Jiang Lue's entire body suddenly arched, like a cooked prawn. An indescribable sharp pain, accompanied by the extreme pleasure of power on the verge of breakthrough, instantly swept through his entire body. Crack! An extremely crisp shattering sound came from within him. That Grandmaster expert barrier, which could firmly trap 99% of peerless prodigies for several years, even decades. In front of this utterly unreasonable chaos power, it couldn't even last for a single breath. With just one impact, the sturdy barrier was instantly covered with dense, spider-web-like cracks, teetering on the verge of collapse. One more time. He only needed one more time, and he could completely break through the shackles, ascend to the heavens in one step, and become a grandmaster expert looking down on all beings. However, just as Jiang Lue was about to make a concerted effort to completely break through, he suddenly opened his eyes. The wooden bed beneath him had silently and imperceptibly turned into a pile of the finest powder. The concrete floor beneath his feet was cracking inch by inch, spider-web-like fissures spreading wildly in all directions. The entire dilapidated tenement building was groaning under the strain of the terrifying energy about to dissipate from his body. Once he broke through, the energy impact that would burst forth in that instant would be enough to flatten this building, along with all the ordinary people sleeping inside, in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lue's pupils suddenly contracted. That surge of ecstasy, on the verge of peaking, was instantly doused by cold reason. Suppress it. He let out a low growl, and the chaos divine body roared into operation. The chaos giant dragon, which was about to launch its second impact, let out an unwilling wail and was actually forcibly suppressed back by him. That terrifying power on the verge of erupting returned like 100 rivers to the sea, suppressed back into his Danshan Qi Sea. Jiang Lue opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi with a faint golden hue. That turbid qi landed on the ground, actually corroding a small pit in the concrete floor. Inside the room, the oppressive might that could crush everything vanished into thin air. Jiang Lue slowly stood up. He could feel that his current state was incredibly wondrous. Although he hadn't truly broken through, the power within him, both in quality and quantity, had long surpassed the scope of a peak martial artist. That grandmaster expert barrier to him was already as good as non-existent. As long as he wanted, he could step over it anytime, anywhere. Half-step grandmaster expert. And it was a half-step grandmaster expert with an unprecedentedly profound foundation. Jiang Lue clenched his fist, feeling the absolute power capable of crushing air, his face devoid of ecstasy, only a calm composure. It was time to go out and explore. However, before that, one problem had to be solved. How to explain his suddenly surging strength to the outside world. The image of a rotund Fatty Wang, with a Chinese letter on his face surfaced in his mind. Fatty Wang. His big-mouthed best friend. 25, hidden talents concealed, cleverly creating a trap. Jiang Lue rose from the chaotic ruins. He stretched his limbs, and a series of dense, crackling sounds like popping beans emanated from his body. That wasn't the sound of bones rubbing. It was the slight resonance between the vast, Starsea-like chaos power within him and space, with every circulation. His mind stirred. That terrifying power enough to make even a grandmaster tremble receded like a tide, instantly vanishing without a trace, settling deep within his Danshan Qi Sea. The chaos divine body, which had been glowing with a dark golden light, had its radiance hidden, its divine essence concealed. In just a few breaths, Jiang Lue transformed from a half-step grandmaster capable of looking down on the world, back into that ordinary, unremarkable youth. No, he was even weaker than before. He deliberately controlled the energy flow within his body, simulating an initial stage of martial artist realm aura on his surface, one that had just broken through a barrier, was unstable, and seemed as if it could dissipate at any moment. This was an extremely clumsy disguise. Any experienced martial artist could immediately see that this unstable foundation was the result of some unorthodox method, of forced growth. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Jiang Lue pushed open the rickety door and stepped into the bustling morning light of the old district, Rong City, Iron Fist Martial Arts Gym. This was the most ordinary civilian martial arts gym in the old district, with old facilities and few students. Currently, in a corner of the martial arts gym, a chubby man with a round figure was grimacing as he applied medicinal wine to the bruises on his arm, muttering curses. Damn it, those bastards from the Lin family, they hit really hard. It was Fatty Wang. Last night, he had been badly beaten by the Lin family's guards while covering for Jiang Lue. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the martial arts gym. Fatty Wang's motion of applying medicinal wine suddenly froze. He slowly raised his head, and when he saw the face of the newcomer, his small eyes instantly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. Brother Lue, Brother Lue. The next second, Fatty Wang, like a mad wild boar, let out a strange cry and leaped 3 feet off the ground, ignoring the pain in his body, and rushed over with a speed completely unsuited to his build. He hugged Jiang Lue, the immense force making Jiang Lue's bones creak. "Holy shit, you're not dead." Fatty Wang's voice was tearful, and his eyes visibly reddened. I thought you were, by those beasts." Jiang Lue felt a warmth flow through his heart, sensing this genuine concern. He gently patted Fatty Wang's back, then instantly put on a pale-as-paper, weak expression filled with lingering fear. He pushed Fatty Wang away, his body swaying as if he could collapse at any moment. "Fatty I." His voice was hoarse, his breath weak, full of trepidation. "I almost really didn't make it back." Fatty Wang looked at his appearance, and the initial overwhelming joy was instantly replaced by worry. He quickly supported Jiang Lue, asking anxiously, "What happened? How did you escape? Did those two bastards, the Lin family and Su family, do anything to you?" In Jiang Lue's eyes, a trace of extreme fear and relief appeared at the opportune moment. He began his performance. "They tricked me into the Tianmu Hotel and forced me to take a forbidden drug called Chaos Spirit Incense." He recounted with embellishments how he was tormented by the drug, how he lost consciousness in pain, and how he struggled on the brink of death. His acting was so realistic that tremor from the depths of his soul made Fatty Wang clench his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. "And then?" Fatty Wang pressed. Jiang Lue took a deep breath, a look of post-calamity relief on his face. "I don't know what happened either. Perhaps the drug was too potent, forcing out all the potential in my body. Just as I was about to be burned alive, I felt something inside my body go crack, and it shattered. Then a surge of power came, and with my last bit of strength, I pushed open the door and escaped amidst the chaos." At this point, the unstable initial stage of martial artist realm aura on his body fluctuated just right. Fatty Wang's eyes instantly lit up. He felt the faint but real star source power fluctuations on Jiang Lue's body, and he was completely stunned. Immediately, an even stronger surge of ecstasy than before, like a volcanic eruption, instantly engulfed his plump face. "Martial artist realm, brother Lu, you broke through." He vigorously patted Jiang Lue's shoulder, too excited to speak coherently. "A blessing in disguise. This is a damn blessing in disguise. I knew you wouldn't die. Ha ha ha. That bitch Su Nianwei, that bastard Lin Yashin, they would never dream that trying to harm you actually helped you break through your bottleneck." Seeing Fatty Wang's genuine ecstasy, Jiang Lue chuckled inwardly. But on his face, a hint of worry appeared at the right moment. He pulled Fatty Wang aside, lowered his voice, and earnestly instructed him with a serious expression. "Fatty, you must not tell anyone about this. This realm of mine was forcefully achieved by drug stimulation. The foundation is very unstable. It's just an empty shell, looks good but is useless. If the Lin family and Su family find out, they will definitely come looking for trouble again." Fatty Wang nodded vigorously upon hearing this. "Don't worry, brother Lu, my lips are sealed. I won't tell anyone about this." Jiang Lue looked at his solemn promise, and the last stone in his heart fell. He knew his best friend too well. Asking him to keep a secret was like asking him to hold a loudspeaker and broadcast it repeatedly in the busiest square of Rong City. Sure enough, that afternoon, the internal forum of Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy was directly ignited by a post. Shocking news. Former genius Jiang Lue, brutally ambushed, miraculously broke through to the martial artist realm after a near-death experience, a blessing in disguise. Below the post, thousands of replies instantly piled up. "Holy crap, really? Jiang Lue hasn't been stuck at body tempering 9th grade for 3 years. The op is my brother, the news is absolutely reliable. It said that Jiang Lue was jointly ambushed by the Lin family and Su family, forced to take a forbidden drug, but he didn't die. Instead, he broke through his bottleneck. Damn it, that luck is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Even novels wouldn't dare to write something like this. What luck? He's just a good-for-nothing who got lucky. A martial artist realm achieved by drugs probably can't even beat a body tempering 9th grade." For a time, the entire academy was abuzz with discussion. And this news also reached Lin Yashin and Su Nianwei's ears at the fastest speed. Inside a luxurious private club, Lin Yashin looked at the post on his phone, a look of extreme disdain curling his lips. "Martial artist realm." He scoffed, throwing his phone on the table. A good-for-nothing matured by forbidden drugs dares to call himself a martial artist. Across from him, Su Nianwei held a glass of red wine, her expression cold. "It's just an ant's dying struggle, nothing to worry about. The more he acts like this, the more it proves he's at his wit's end. When the freshman competition begins, I'll make him understand that luck won't save his life." In their eyes, Jiang Lue, this escaped fish, had completely lost the qualification to be taken seriously. They didn't know. At this moment, that fish, they regarded as an ant, was standing by the window of an old district apartment, quietly watching the continuous flow of people below. An invisible net covering the entire city had silently been cast. And he, this hidden dragon, was already concealed behind the net. Jiang Lue slowly retracted his gaze. From his pocket, he took out an ancient token, smooth to the touch and exuding a clear aura. On the token, the characters Yeguang glowed faintly in the setting sun. It was time to claim his compensation. 26. A discerning eye recognizes a gem, and a divine object remains hidden. The air as if solidified. Butler Fu's old face, riddled with wrinkles, twitched uncontrollably. He stared intently at the scorched, lifeless withered grass in Jiang Lue's hand, as if looking at a huge joke. Cough! Butler Fu cleared his throat, forcefully suppressing the laughter that was about to burst forth, and spoke in a patronizing tone, full of superiority, like an elder guiding a junior. Young man, you need to think long-term. This nourishing spirit grass might have been a treasure 100 years ago, but now its spiritual essence is completely lost, and it has long since withered. Even if you take it back, grind it into powder and feed it to pigs, the pigs would find it too tough to chew. His words were filled with a condescending goodwill. Jiang Lue's face remained expressionless. He merely looked at the other party calmly, placing the withered grass into his embrace. At the same time, a grand heavenly sound, audible only to him, exploded in his sea of consciousness. Ding! Detected legendary divine medicine 9-leaf reincarnation grass, critically withered state. It contains a trace of the immortal reincarnation Tao principle. Return value judgment, divine grade. Jiang Lue's heart was unperturbed. He had already anticipated this outcome. He turned, and under the stunned gaze of the Grandmaster Steward who looked at him like an idiot, walked towards another corner of the treasure vault. It was a pile of various discarded ores. These ores were either remnants from failed refining attempts or waste materials discovered to be devoid of spiritual essence after excavation, carelessly thrown here and covered in thick dust. Jiang Lue's footsteps stopped. He bent down, and from that pile of trash, casually picked up a stone that was entirely black, pitted, and looked even more ordinary than a roadside rock. Butler Fu was utterly speechless. He opened his mouth, but in the end, not a single word came out. If choosing that withered grass was a lack of insight, then now this boy was practically here to pick up trash in the treasure vault. He didn't even bother to offer another reminder. He just wanted to quickly send this problematic fellow away, lest he dirty the treasure vault's floor. Jiang Lue, however, seemed to see through his thoughts, and deliberately weighed the stone in his hand, looking at Butler Fu. Is this skyfallen meteorite? Butler Fu was startled, then a look of "at least you have some knowledge" appeared on his face, and he nodded perfunctorily. Indeed, this item is a meteorite that fell 100 years ago. Aside from being incredibly hard, it's useless. Even earth fire cannot smelt it. It's a well-known piece of waste material. Jiang Lue sneered inwardly. Waste material. Ding! Detected chaos origin stone, self-sealed state. This is the supreme treasure for the chaos divine body to advance. Return value judgment, divine grade. He also put the stone into his embrace. 2 items now. Just one more left. Jiang Lue's gaze turned towards the center of the treasure vault, at the rows of bookshelves made of warm jade. On the bookshelves, volumes of cultivation techniques and secret manuals, some as jade slips, others as golden scrolls, all emanated powerful energy fluctuations, shimmering with light. Crashing wave palm. Thunderbolt sword art. Crimson sun divine art. Each one, if taken outside, would be enough to stir up a storm of blood and gore. Butler Fu felt a slight easing of the suffocating feeling in his heart when he saw Jiang Lue finally heading towards the cultivation technique area. He finally came to his senses. Picking a profound grade cultivation technique would at least make the trip worthwhile. However, Jiang Lue's footsteps merely passed slowly by those dazzling jade slips and golden scrolls. His fingers didn't even pause for a second on any of the powerful cultivation techniques. Finally, he walked to the very end of the bookshelf. There, an ancient booklet, sewn from unknown beast hide, with a tattered cover and even an illegible name, was casually tucked into the corner, as if it could fall apart at any moment. Jiang Lue reached out his hand. He pulled out that ancient book. At this moment, Butler Fu could no longer hold back. The muscles on his face twisted violently. It wasn't anger, but an extreme, absurd feeling of having his intelligence utterly insulted. Enough! He let out a low roar, taking a step, instantly appearing before Jiang Lue. He snatched the 3 pieces of trash from Jiang Lue's hand, and like shaking off a plague god, forcefully shoved them back into Jiang Lue's embrace. All three are accounted for, you can leave. His voice was filled with impatience and a desire to drive him away. He didn't even want Jiang Lue to stay here for another breath. This boy wasn't here to pick treasures. He was here to insult the Situ family, to insult this treasure vault. Jiang Lue looked at his exasperated expression, still calm. He held his 3 waste products, turned and walked towards the exit of the treasure vault. As he walked out of the Chuan iron gate, behind him was Butler Fu's gaze, almost spitting fire, filled with extreme disdain. Outside the gate, the Situ family servants who had been waiting for a long time were first stunned when they saw the withered grass, broken stone, and tattered book in Jiang Lue's embrace. Immediately, whispers erupted. Heavens, he only picked these 3 things. I thought he was some important figure of Her Royal Highness the Saintess. Turns out he's a bumpkin from the countryside. What a waste of the Yaeguang token, what a squandering of heavenly treasures. Looks of pity, mockery, and disdain, like a tide, engulfed him from all directions. Jiang Lue seemed oblivious to all of it. He held his trash, and amidst those strange gazes, his steps were steady and calm as he walked out of this mansion, a symbol of power and wealth. His exterior was as calm as water. But his heart had already stirred up raging waves. Leaving the mansion-rich area, he arrived at a secluded, unmanned alley. Jiang Lue stopped. He leaned against the mottled wall, his chest heaving violently, no longer able to suppress the ecstasy that shot straight to his head. With trembling hands, he opened the ancient beast hide book. On the ancient book, there were no words. Only a series of crude, wild, bizarre diagrams that seemed to be drawn by a demon god himself, depicting the devouring of stars and moons. Boom! The moment he opened the first page, an unprecedented supreme heavenly sound, carrying the aura of primordial chaos, like billions of divine mountains collapsing simultaneously, exploded violently in his sea of consciousness. Ding! Detected incomplete fragment of the primordial divine cultivation technique, heaven-devouring demonic art. Triggered 10,000-fold return. Return quality upgraded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the complete version of the first divine cultivation technique of chaos, heaven-devouring creation art. Jiang Lue's body trembled violently. The beast-hide ancient book in his hand silently turned into dust. In its place was a supreme scripture, condensed from billions of golden Tao runes, like the ultimate mystery of the universe, fiercely imprinted upon the very essence of his soul. Holding the 3 divine objects, Jiang Lue slowly raised his head. He looked towards the direction of Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy in the distance. There, on the vast light screens covering the sky, a promotional video for the new student grand competition was playing in a loop, and Su Nianwei's valiant and heroic face flashed by. A battle intent, both chillingly cold and fiercely hot, flashed in Jiang Lue's eyes. Su Nianwei. Lin Yashin. The stage you meticulously built, it's time for the curtain call. 27. The treasure trove of Yaeguang is blind to its value. Rong City, Nanchen Affluent District. This is the heart of the entire city, a place where power and wealth converge. Every inch of land here is paved with money. Every mansion represents a social class that ordinary people can never aspire to in their entire lives. And situated at the peak of Nanchen, occupying nearly 100 acres, like an ancient princely estate, the magnificent Situ family main residence is undoubtedly the most dazzling pearl in this heart. Jiang Lue stood before the memorial archway carved from a single piece of white marble. His faded, cheap casual clothes seemed out of place amidst the opulent surroundings, where luxury cars flowed like water. At the entrance, 2 guards dressed in black, with an aura as solid as iron and prominent temples, noticed the uninvited guest. Their gaze, like the most precise scanner, swept from Jiang Lue's head down to his dust-stained sneakers. The undisguised contempt was almost palpable. Stop! One of the guards stepped forward, extending his arm as if to block an ant attempting to trespass into a palace. His voice was devoid of warmth. This is the Situ family residence. Idlers are not permitted. Jiang Lue did not speak. He simply, calmly, took out the ancient, smooth token from his embrace. Then he handed it over. The guard's face still held a trace of impatient mockery. He had assumed this was yet another obscure family trying to curry favor with the Situ family, using a fake token to sneak in. But when his gaze fell upon the 2 ancient seal characters carved into the token, the muscles in his face instantly stiffened. His sharp, hawk-like pupils, upon recognizing the characters Yaeguang, suddenly constricted into dangerous pinpricks. Boom! An extreme fear, originating from the depths of his soul, like a bursting dam, instantly overwhelmed all his pride and contempt. The Yaeguang token. The saintess's personal token. Seeing this token is like seeing the saintess herself. Thud. The guard, who had been so arrogant a second ago, felt his legs go weak and uncontrollably dropped to one knee. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, and his voice trembled violently from extreme fear. I was blind. I offended an esteemed guest. Please forgive me, esteemed guest. The other guard reacted just as quickly. The color drained from his face instantly, turning deathly pale, and he immediately knelt down, burying his head deeply on the ground, not even daring to breathe loudly. This sudden scene made everyone passing by, both inside and outside the archway, stop in their tracks. They watched as the two Situ family elite guards, who usually looked down on everyone, now knelt and begged for mercy from an ordinary-looking young man, like mice seeing a cat. Everyone's face was filled with extreme astonishment and confusion. Just who was this young man? Jiang Lue ignored the surrounding gazes. He simply retrieved the token, his voice calm. Take me inside. Yes, this way, esteemed guest. The guard, as if granted a great pardon, scrambled to his feet and personally led the way, his back bent at a 90-degree angle, showing a reverence 100 times more exaggerated than when he faced the family head. An ordinary-looking young man, holding the saintess's Yeaguang token, entered the Situ family main residence. This news, like a storm, swept through the entire Situ family within a few minutes. Countless divine senses, some curious, some scrutinizing, some wary, projected from various corners of the mansion, intertwining around Jiang Lue. Her Royal Highness, the saintess, was aloof and untainted by worldly affairs. How could she entrust such an important token to a seemingly unremarkable young man? Who was he? What was his relationship with the saintess? Countless conjectures wildly grew in the hearts of everyone in the Situ family. Jiang Lue seemed oblivious to all this. Under the trembling guidance of the guard, he passed through layers of courtyards and finally arrived before a massive gate, cast from solid profound iron, located beneath the mansion. This was the Situ family's treasury. At the entrance, an old man in a gray robe with a withered face and half-closed eyes sat quietly cross-legged. He seemed to merge with the surrounding air. But Jiang Lue could clearly sense a condensed, mountain-like aura, unique to a grandmaster expert, faintly emanating from him. This was the steward guarding the treasury. Uncle Fu. The leading guard respectfully bowed to the old man. This esteemed guest has arrived with the Yeaguang token. The old man, called Uncle Fu, slowly opened his eyes. They were a pair of cloudy eyes with a hint of sharpness, and he merely glanced at Jiang Lue casually, but the scrutinizing gaze made one feel completely seen through. When his gaze fell upon the Yeaguang token in Jiang Lue's hand, a hint of unconcealed jealousy and confusion flashed in the depths of his cloudy eyes. He couldn't understand. Why would Her Royal Highness, the saintess, such a favored daughter of heaven, give a token equivalent to half of the family head's token to such a young boy who hadn't even fully matured? A relative with connections? Or was there some unknown secret? Countless thoughts flashed through Uncle Fu's mind, but his face remained impassive. He stood up, cupped his hands to Jiang Lue, his voice hoarse, with a hint of condescending perfunctoriness. Since you come with the saintess's token, you are an esteemed guest of the Situ family. Please follow me. He stepped forward, formed a complex hand seal, and pressed it against the massive, profound iron gate. Rumble! The gate, weighing tens of thousands of pounds, slowly opened inward with a grating sound that set teeth on edge. A rich treasure light, so dense it almost materialized, mixed with the unique spiritual energy of various rare treasures, burst out from within the door like a volcanic eruption. Uncle Fu's face finally revealed a trace of the arrogance belonging to a grandmaster expert. He turned sideways, made a pleased gesture, his tone carrying a subtle hint of showing off. Esteemed guest, according to the rules of the saintess's token, you may choose 3 treasures from this vault. He wanted to see. What kind of uncouth display would this kid, who had no idea what kind of luck he had stumbled upon, show when faced with a sight that would drive any martial artist mad? However, he was disappointed. Jiang Lue simply walked in calmly. His gaze swept over the divine weapons and sharp tools floating in midair, shimmering with light, clearly extraordinary. It swept over the rare elixirs, fragrant and radiating colorful light, enshrined on jade platforms. It swept over the mountains of exotic mineral ores, brimming with spiritual energy. His eyes showed no ripples whatsoever. It was as if he was looking at a pile of rocks by the roadside. Uncle Fu's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Putting on an act. He snorted coldly in his heart, deciding to make quick work of it and send this annoying fellow away. Esteemed guest, this crimson flame broadsword on the left is a high-grade profound tier divine weapon, forged from 1,000-year-old earthfire essence gold, One strike can sever rivers. That bottle of Purple Mansion nurturing spirit pills over there is an even lower grade earth tier spiritual medicine. One pill can increase a grandmaster, expert's spiritual power by 10%. He casually pointed to several of the most radiant treasures, introducing them in a perfunctory tone. Jiang Lue, however, seemed not to hear. He walked straight past those priceless treasures, his divine sense having already completed communication with the system in his mind the moment he entered the treasury. Ding, scan initiated. Scan complete. Discovered high-grade profound tier weapon, Crimson Flame Broadsword. Return value judgment, low. Discovered lower grade earth tier elixir, Purple Mansion nurturing spirit pills. Return value judgment, medium. Discovered unknown incomplete array disc. Return value judgment, extremely high. Discovered sealed chaos origin stone. Return value judgment, divine. Discovered dying 9-leaf reincarnation grass. Return value judgment, divine. In an instant, all the information about every item in the entire treasury, along with its potential for return, was laid bare in Jiang Lue's mind. His calm gaze passed over the area shimmering with treasure light. Finally, it landed in the deepest part of the treasury, in a dusty corner filled with various broken weapons and discarded materials. Uncle Fu watched his actions, his contempt growing even stronger. An idiot who couldn't even pick out treasures. Under Uncle Fu's mocking gaze, Jiang Lue slowly walked to the pile of miscellaneous items. He bent down, and from that pile of rusty scrap metal, he reached out and picked up a withered grass that was completely scorched, with shriveled roots, appearing utterly dead, without even a trace of spiritual energy. He stood up, turned around and faced Uncle Fu, who was now completely dumbfounded. He held up the dead grass, which anyone would consider worthless, in front of the other party, his voice calm and without a ripple. "I'll take this one." 28, a humiliating bet, a single word that shook the world. Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy, Central Training Ground. Beneath the massive dome was a tiered grandstand capable of holding thousands of people. The ground of the arena was paved with cold superalloy, engraved with complex and profound energy-conducting array patterns, reflecting the unique, cruel and cold metallic luster under the illumination of the lights. This was a stage for geniuses, and also a hell for mediocrities. The moment Jiang Lue's slightly thin figure stepped into this arena, the originally noisy training ground fell silent for an instant. Immediately after, hundreds of gazes, like iron filings drawn by a magnet, converged in unison. In those gazes there was no curiosity, no scrutiny. Only the purest, undisguised disdain and mockery, as if looking at a clown. "Look, that's Jiang Lue." A voice, lowered but deliberately made audible to everyone around, rang out. "Is that the good-for-nothing who was jilted by Su Nianwei, beaten like a dog by the Lin family, and only managed to break through by taking banned drugs? Indeed, feel the aura around him, it's unstable and erratic, like a deflated ball. He's simply a disgrace to our Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy." The whispers spread like a plague. Lines of mocking gazes transformed into invisible sharp blades, piercing the young man in the arena from all directions. Their words were not exaggerated in the slightest. At this moment, Jiang Lue was surrounded by a faint star source power, indicating he had just broken through to the initial stage of martial artist realm. But this power was weak, chaotic, as if it could dissipate at any moment. This was a false appearance he simulated with the heaven-devouring creation art. However, in the eyes of these students who considered themselves geniuses, this was irrefutable proof of taking a crooked path and utterly destroying his foundation. Jiang Lue turned a deaf ear to the surrounding gazes and discussions. He simply walked calmly to the end of the freshman queue and stood quietly, like a drop of water merging into a noisy river. However, some people simply did not want him to have that peace. A figure pushed through the crowd, carrying an overbearing aura, and walked directly in front of Jiang Lue. The newcomer was tall, with an arrogant face, wearing the standard martial arts uniform of a senior student. A powerful aura of a peak initial stage of martial artist realm was released without concealment, pressing down on Jiang Lue like a fierce wind. "Zhao Kai, Lin Yashin's most loyal lackey in the academy. Oh, isn't this our academy's celebrity, junior brother Jiang Lue?" Zhao Kai crossed his arms, looking down at Jiang Lue condescendingly, a smirk of undisguised mockery on his lips. "I heard you had incredible luck a few days ago, breaking through that bottleneck you were stuck at for 3 years, all thanks to the stimulation of banned drugs." His voice was loud enough for everyone in the training ground to hear clearly. The laughter throughout the venue instantly grew louder. Jiang Lue slowly raised his eyelids, glanced at him and said nothing. This disregard completely enraged Zhao Kai, who enjoyed humiliating others. His face darkened, and his voice became cold. What, just because you became a martial artist, you think you've been reborn? A good-for-nothing is always a good-for-nothing. The power forced out by drugs is nothing but a fleeting illusion, a final burst of light. He took a step forward, and the aura of a peak initial stage of martial artist realm pressed heavily on Jiang Lue. This practical combat class today perfect. Let me, your senior, guide you and help you clearly recognize how much fake strength you truly possess. Blatant provocation. An open challenge in front of all the freshmen and instructors. Zhao Kai, what do you think you're doing? The instructor in charge of this class, a serious-looking middle-aged man, finally couldn't stand it and shouted sternly. Zhao Kai didn't even turn his head, merely cupping his hands lazily towards the instructor. Instructor Li, please don't misunderstand. I'm doing this for junior brother Jiang Lue's own good. It's an academy rule that senior students have an obligation to help junior students stabilize their foundation, lest they suffer cultivation deviation and bring shame upon our academy. His words were spoken with grand righteousness, but they effectively blocked any further words the instructor might have had. Senior students guiding junior students was indeed an unwritten rule of the academy. Instructor Li's face became incredibly grim, yet he could not act out. Seeing this, Zhao Kai's smugness grew even stronger. He turned back, casting his oppressive gaze once more upon Jiang Lue. What he wanted was not just to defeat Jiang Lue. What he wanted was to utterly crush Jiang Lue's dignity in plain sight and trample it into the mud. He slowly raised a finger, his eyes flashing with cruelty. How about we make a bet? His voice, like a viper's tongue, was full of malice. Just one move. After one move, whoever loses. He deliberately paused, savoring the anticipation of the entire audience and the countless gloating gazes. Then he announced the utterly vicious bet, word by word. Whoever loses will bark like a dog 3 times in front of everyone present. Then, like a real dog, crawl out of this training ground. Boom! At these words, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone was shocked by the viciousness and humiliation of Zhao Kai's bet. This was no longer a sparring match. This was about utterly tearing apart a person's dignity, throwing it on the ground, and then stomping on it fiercely with their feet. Countless gazes instantly focused on Jiang Lue. Those gazes were filled with anticipation, filled with schadenfreude. They waited to see Jiang Lue humiliatingly refuse. They waited to see him beg for mercy on his knees. They waited to see him pushed to the brink, making a fool of himself. Brother Lue, don't agree to him. This beast just wants to humiliate you. In a corner of the crowd, Fatty Wang's eyes were red with anxiety. His fists clenched, making cracking sounds, but he was held back tightly by the person next to him, unable to step forward. In the entire training ground, all the noise, all the discussions, all the mockery, converged at this moment into a huge, invisible pressure, like a towering mountain, pressing down fiercely on the perpetually silent young man. He became the center of the storm. He became the destined tragic clown in the good show that everyone expected to unfold. At the center of this pressure, enough to break anyone, Jiang Lue slowly raised his head. His ancient, still eyes calmly watched Zhao Kai's face, which was somewhat distorted with excitement. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes throughout the venue, he parted his thin lips slightly and uttered only one perfectly clear word. Agreed. The voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap from the heavens, suddenly exploding in everyone's ears without warning. In the entire training ground, all sound ceased abruptly. Everyone's expressions froze completely at that moment. 29. The greatest truths are the simplest. A single punch can shatter the heavens. That single word, okay, was like a pebble dropped into a dead, silent pool. It didn't stir up monstrous waves, but it made every inch of darkness deep within the pool begin to churn. The frozen air started to flow again. First whispers. He agreed. He's crazy. He must be crazy. Doesn't he know that senior Zhao Kai is at the peak of the initial stage of martial artist realm? What can a hollow shell propped up by illegal drugs use to fight a true martial artist? His head. Immediately, the whispers were completely shattered by a burst of utterly wild laughter. Zhao Kai threw his head back and laughed, doubling over as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed a finger at Jiang Lue, the muscles in his face contorted from overexcitement. Good, very good, you've got guts. I was worried you were a coward who didn't even have the courage to stand up, but I didn't expect you to be so stupidly principled. He slowly reined in his laughter, and his arrogant face was once again covered by a chilling cruelty. He no longer looked at Jiang Lue, but turned to face the hundreds of new students present, like a gladiator about to perform on stage, and spread his arms. Watch closely. His voice was loud and piercing, echoing through the vast training ground. Today, I'll let you rookies witness what true martial arts really are. Before he had even finished speaking, boom! A visible wave of green energy exploded outwards from his feet. The hard ground, paved with superalloy, was actually scoured by this energy wave, kicking up a fine whirlwind of dust. The star source power of a peak initial stage of martial artist realm practitioner was unleashed without reservation. Zhao Kai's legs spread slightly, his body sinking, adopting a steady yet explosive starting stance. Above his legs, green true energy coiled and flowed like a living thing, emitting a sizzle sound, as if countless tiny electrical arcs were leaping. It's the cracked wind leg. In the stands, an experienced senior student let out a cry of surprise. The Zhao family's inherited unique skill, a low-grade profound tier martial technique. It's said that when mastered, one leg can shatter metal and break stone, as fast as wind, as sharp as a blade. Using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, to deal with a hollow shell of a waist, he's actually using his ultimate secret technique. Among the new students, there were gasps of cold air. They could clearly feel how the sharp, overbearing aura emanating from Zhao Kai was making their skin tingle with pain. That powerful oppressive feeling made it difficult for many of them to even breathe. This was a true martial artist. This was the true strength of a genius senior student. Countless gazes converged on that awe-inspiring figure in the center of the arena, filled with reverence and adoration. Then they cast gazes of pity, mockery, and schadenfreude towards the other end. Jiang Lue. He still stood quietly. He hadn't adopted any stance, nor had he mobilized a single trace of true energy. He just stood there ordinarily, as if he wasn't on a dual stage that determined honor, disgrace, life and death, but rather standing on a street corner, waiting for a bus that would never come. The unstable aura of an initial stage of martial artist realm practitioner, in contrast to Zhao Kai's blazing, oil-on-fire momentum, was as minuscule as a speck of dust that could be blown away by a strong wind at any moment. One was a burning sun. One was decaying deadwood. The difference was immediately apparent. Trash watched closely. Zhao Kai's eyes glinted with the cruel pleasure of a cat toying with a mouse. This move is a height that trash like you will never reach in a lifetime. He let out a thunderous roar. His entire being moved. His body didn't charge forward, but rotated rapidly in place with an inconceivable posture. Whoosh! A green whirlwind rose from the ground. The next instant, that whirlwind, carrying the terrifying power to tear everything apart, transformed into a blurry green electric flash and shot directly towards Jiang Lue. Fast. Extremely fast. The air was violently torn apart by his ferocious leg technique, emitting a series of sharp, teeth-grinding whistles. Leg shadows filled the sky, like countless drawn green battle blades, impenetrable, covering all of Jiang Lue's dodging space with overwhelming force. The power of this leg strike was utterly magnificent. And utterly vicious. It not only aimed to win, but also to completely destroy the opponent in the most dazzling and crushing manner. Facing this thunderous strike, which would make any martial artist of the same realm flustered in despair, Jiang Lue, at the center of the storm, made only one movement from beginning to end. He slowly raised his right hand. Then his 5 fingers closed, forming an unremarkable fist. There were no true energy fluctuations. No resonance of laws. It didn't even stir up the slightest bit of fist wind. The movement was slow, casual, and utterly simple, like a child who had never practiced martial arts, waving his tender fist. Under countless gazes of mockery, confusion, or disappointment, Jiang Lue, with a seemingly slow yet indescribably profound rhythm, extended this unpretentious punch forward, meeting the overwhelming, violent leg shadows that could tear steel apart. Time at this moment seemed to slow down infinitely. Everyone saw clearly. That ordinary fist and that splendid, vibrant green leg shadow were about to collide. Some timid girls had already closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the bloody mess that was about to ensue. Fatty Wang's eyes were bloodshot, and he was almost screaming. However, the earth-shattering energy collision they expected did not happen. Fist and leg shadow made contact. Just as the two collided. A sound that everyone present would never forget in their lives, a scalp-tingling, teeth-grinding sound, clearly echoed throughout the utterly silent training ground. Crack, 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 crack. It wasn't just one sound, but a series, a dense cascade like the hardest glass, the most exquisite porcelain being mercilessly struck by an iron hammer, shattering inch by inch, disintegrating piece by piece, a terrifying sound. What happened? Everyone's eyes widened. They saw it. They saw the most absurd, Chinese letter, most incredible scene they had ever witnessed in their lives. Zhao Kai's leg shadows, magnificent to the extreme and capable of splitting stone tablets, were like a colorful soap bubble gently pricked by a needle in front of that ordinary fist. Puff! Silently it burst. All the whistling sounds of tearing air ceased abruptly. All the blade-like leg winds vanished into thin air. All the bright green protective true energy melted instantly like ice and snow under the sun. Immediately following, it was bone. It was Zhao Kai's right leg bone, honed through countless trials, capable of kicking through steel plates. Under that fist, it was like a dry, rotten piece of wood, disintegrating inch by inch, joint by joint from the ankle upwards. Crushing. An absolute crushing of power, completely defying all logic and ignoring all martial arts common sense. A shrill, inhuman scream finally erupted from Zhao Kai's throat. But it was only half a scream. That fist which had pulverized his entire leg bone continued its momentum, and finally, gently, pressed against his chest. Thumping. A dull thud. The scream ceased abruptly. Zhao Kai, like a broken sack hit by an invisible immense force, flew backward at a speed several times faster than he had come. A blinding jet of blood spurted from his mouth, drawing a gruesome red arc in midair. While his body was still in the air, his eyes had completely lost their luster, and his consciousness sank into boundless darkness. Finally, boom! His uncontrolled body slammed heavily onto the edge of the training ground, dozens of meters away. Then silence. The entire central training ground. Nearly 1,000 teachers and students. At this moment, fell into an absolute pin-drop silence as if even time had stopped, a deadly stillness. Everyone's movements froze. Everyone's expression solidified. Everyone's thoughts completely halted due to this subversive scene before their eyes. In their vision. In their minds. Only that solitary figure, slowly retracting his fist, remained. That figure was calmly imprinted in the deepest part of their suddenly constricted pupils. 30. A storm is brewing and danger lurks in the shadows. Dead silence. Like a vacuum from which all air had been sucked out. In the center of this vacuum, Jiang Lue slowly retracted his fist. He seemed to have only done a trivial thing, like brushing dust off his shoulder. He didn't even spare another glance at the motionless figure, like a dead dog, dozens of meters away. He turned around. He took a step. Under the stunned, rigid gazes of nearly 1,000 people, as if they had seen ghosts or gods, he walked calmly, step by step, off the dueling platform. His footsteps were light. Yet they were like giant hammers weighing tens of thousands of pounds, smashing, again and again, heavily onto everyone's heart. It wasn't until his back was about to disappear at the exit of the training ground. The congealed air seemed to be violently torn open by his departing figure. Boom! A heaven-shaking clamor, like a volcano suppressed for 1,000 years, erupted with a roar. It almost overturned the alloy dome of the training ground. Heavens, what did I just see? One punch, it was really just one damn punch. Senior Zhao Kai was instantly defeated, without even a reaction. What kind of fist technique was that? Why have I never seen it before? There were no true chi fluctuations. Discussion, gasps, and sounds of cold breaths being drawn in instantly converged into a chaotic and fervent torrent of sound waves. Quick, help him! Instructor Li's usually stern face was now filled with shock and disbelief. He was the first to react, his figure like lightning, instantly rushing to Zhao Kai's side. He squatted down, his fingers just touching Zhao Kai's wrist. The next second, his face instantly turned ashen white. The bones, they weren't just broken. They were pulverized. From his ankle to his thigh, the bones of his entire leg had turned into countless tiny fragments. Even more terrifying, a domineering and pure physical shockwave, following the bones, directly destroyed all the meridians in his leg. This was not a sparring match. This was crippling. In the cleanest, most decisive, and most unreasonable way, a genius at the peak of the initial stage of martial artist realm was completely crippled. Brother Liu is awesome. Amidst this sea of shock and chaos, a roar filled with ecstasy and excitement like the loudest counterattack horn, loudly exploded. Fatty Wang's corpulent body trembled violently from extreme excitement. His eyes were bloodshot. He cheered with his arms raised, tears and snot flying, looking utterly frenzied. Did you all see that? This is my brother Liu. My brother Liu is awesome. His ecstasy formed the sharpest contrast with the lingering shock of those around him. Instantly, countless people swarmed around him, trapping him completely. Fatty, what exactly happened? Jiang Lue isn't he? What martial skill was that punch? Why couldn't we feel any energy fluctuations? Fatty Wang was surrounded in the center. He puffed out his chest, his face filled with proud glory, as if he had thrown that punch himself. The speed of the storm spread far exceeded everyone's imagination. It didn't even wait for the training class to end. The internal forum of Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy had already completely exploded. A bolded, red and sticky post like a virus was frantically refreshing its click count and reply count at an exponential rate. Shocking, the former useless son-in-law instantly kills senior student Zhao Kai, a martial artist realm peak, video and truth inside. Below the post, a high-definition video, recorded from beginning to end by an enthusiastic bystander, was spreading wildly. From Zhao Kai's arrogant provocation to Jiang Lue's calm acceptance of the challenge. From Zhao Kai's flashy and violent, cracking wind leg to Jiang Lue's unremarkable straight punch. From the silent collision to Zhao Kai flying back and spitting blood like a broken sack. Every detail was crystal clear. The entire forum fell silent. Countless students who were lurking, attending classes, or cultivating after clicking on this video fell into the same stunned silence and stillness as the crowd on the training ground. Immediately, an even more violent fervor, covering the entire academy, erupted. In Rong City, inside the most top-tier private club. In the luxurious private room, the huge light screen was looping that video. Su Nianwei's hand, holding a stemmed glass, paused in midair. On her cold and beautiful face, her usual arrogance and disdain were like an ice-bound lake, cracking inch by inch. Lin Yashin, sitting opposite her, his expression also slowly solidified from initial disdain. When the video ended, Jiang Lue's calm turn, not even bothering to look at the outcome, was frozen on the screen. An extreme sense of humiliation, of being played and fooled, mixed with uncontrollable rage, surged into their hearts like magma. Crack! The crystal wine glass in Lin Yashin's hand shattered with a sound. Crimson wine, mixed with glass shards, dripped onto the expensive carpet from his knuckles, which were white from clenching. Playing the pig to eat the tiger. His voice was squeezed out from between his teeth, every word carrying a chilling, murderous intent. He's been toying with us all along. Su Nianwei put down her wine glass, her beautiful face now covered in frost. That trace of fury was quickly replaced by a deeper disgust and killing intent. A waste she had abandoned. Not only did he not sink into depravity as she expected, but he also used this method to give her a silent, resounding slap. This feeling was even more unbearable than killing her. What a Jiang Lue! Lin Yashin slowly stood up. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the myriad lights of the city below, his handsome face now terrifyingly grim. Deep enough in schemes, ruthless enough in methods. He turned around, the undisguised killing intent in his eyes almost solidifying. Since he wants to play so much, since he wants to attract so much attention. Then, at the new student grand competition, he won't even have a chance to admit defeat. A plan, more vicious and meticulous than any before, began to frantically brew in his mind. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the Yaoguang Holy Land, shrouded in mist and filled with the cries of cranes. Inside Tingsu residence, Situ Dai sat cross-legged on a cold jade bed. In the void before her, a light screen constructed from spiritual energy floated, displaying the encrypted message that had just arrived from Rong City. Her gaze fell on the line of text, specially highlighted by the intelligence personnel. According to multiple martial artist realm experts on site, at the moment Jiang Lue attacked, there was no sign of any true chi release. His power is suspected to originate from pure physical strength. One strike, pulverizing the leg bones of a peak initial stage of martial artist realm cultivator, and destroying all his meridians. For the first time, a deep, incomprehensible confusion appeared in Situ Dai's clear, unwavering eyes. She extended her slender jade finger and gently tapped on the four words, pure physical strength. She murmured to herself, her voice as light as a dream, yet carrying a hint of undeniable certainty. This is absolutely impossible. Even the strongest physical body honed in the body tempering realm could never inflict such devastating concussive damage on a martial artist realm expert with a single blow. Unless, a thought so absurd that even she found it impossible flashed through her mind. The seed of doubt was thus planted, just as the entire city was stirred by Jiang Lue's punch, and various forces harbored different intentions. A cold, emotionless official notification was precisely pushed through the academy network to every new student's terminal. Notice, this year's new student grand competition will officially commence in 3 days at the central training ground. This competition will adopt an unrestricted free-for-all point system. Specific rules will be announced before the start of the competition. Special reminder, in martial arts competition, fists and feet have no eyes. Life and death are not to be discussed. A larger storm was already gathering on the horizon, taking shape. 31. Among the crowd he was the only shadow. The Central Martial Arts Hall of Rong City. A colossal domed building, capable of holding 100,000 people, lay like a steel beast crouched in the heart of the city. At this moment, this giant beast had awakened. Inside it, a deafening roar of human voices surged like a tsunami. Tens of thousands of spectators converged into a fervent ocean, every young face filled with excitement and adoration. Above the dome, a 360-degree holographic screen was broadcasting every corner of the arena in real time, with the clearest possible image, to tens of millions of terminals across Rong City. The stirring, passionate battle hymns beat like war drums in everyone's hearts. In the air, a burning scent, a mixture of sweat, hormones, and the worship of power permeated everything. This was not a mere competition venue. This was a Roman Colosseum, a place for the glorious coronation of geniuses and the strong. Next, let us welcome the most dazzling new stars of our Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy this year with our warmest cheers. The host's voice, amplified by the sound array, transformed into rolling waves of sound, overpowering all the noise in the arena. Boom! The atmosphere in the entire venue instantly ignited to its peak. Accompanied by rousing music, the alloy gates of the CONTEST, a NT Chinese letter slowly opened. A dazzling spotlight suddenly shone through. First up, Mad Lion Luo Feng, peak of the initial stage of martial artist realm, his iron fists can split stone tablets. A young man as burly as an iron tower emerged, bathed in brilliant light, full of spirit. He raised his arms, reveling in the wild cheers from the entire crowd, a winner's pride etched on his face. Second, Phantom Butterfly Liu Su, her butterfly shadow steps through flowers is unmatched among the new students. Third, one by one, renowned geniuses from the academy made their appearance, introduced by the host's soaring voice and thunderous applause from the audience. They were the favored children of heaven. They were the future hope of this city. They savored their glory, walking towards the contestant area, a symbol of honor, under countless gazes of envy and adoration. The cheers rose in successive waves. Until, after the last genius's name was called out, the stirring music gradually subsided. The host cleared his throat. His enthusiastic tone, in an instant unnoticed by anyone, became flat, even tinged with a difficult-to-hide disgust. He looked at the last name on his cue card, as if uttering a dirty word. Jiang Lue. No introduction. No title. Just 2 words. The boiling, noisy, fervent venue seemed to be hit by an invisible hand, suddenly pressing the mute button. The sound waves, capable of overturning the dome, fell into a bizarre, deathly silence for 1 second. Then, this deadly silence was completely torn apart by an abrupt, sharp burst of laughter. As if a signal. The next second, a tsunami-like surge of malicious laughter and boos, like a bursting dam, erupted, engulfing the entire venue. Ha, did I hear that right? That trash came too. Get out, this isn't a place for trash like you, who relies on banned drugs. The shame of the academy, get out. The malicious sound waves transformed into tangible blades, stabbing from all directions towards the recently opened CONTEST, a NT Chinese letter. At that brilliant entrance, where all the lights of the venue converged, a figure slowly emerged. He was dressed in a faded, cheap old garment, forming the most glaring contrast with the opulent surroundings and the other contestants in their branded martial arts uniforms. He was not bathed in light. He seemed to have walked out of the deepest shadows, carrying the chill of that darkness. All the light focused on the geniuses. They were the center of the world. And Jiang Lue was outside the center, an independent shadow, unnoticed yet despised by everyone. His face was as calm as an ancient well of 1,000 years. No matter how the vicious sound waves, capable of tearing one's soul apart, washed over him, they failed to leave even the slightest ripple on his face. He ignored all sounds. He ignored all gazes. He walked straight forward, passing through that brilliant area belonging to the geniuses. Finally, he stopped in the most secluded, darkest corner of the spacious contestant area. There was only one empty seat there, as if specially reserved for him, this shadow. He sat down. Like a drop of ink, silently, he merged into that unnoticed darkness. In the VIP box, Su Nianwei held a glass of juice, watching that solitary figure, a cold, unconcealed sneer playing on her lips. In the audience, Fatty Wang's plump face was flushed red. He opened his mouth, roaring with all his might, yet found his voice as tiny as a speck of dust amidst the enormous, malicious roar. And in the private box at the very top, Lin Yashin didn't even bother to glance at that corner. He was chatting and laughing with several young masters of prominent families beside him, as if Jiang Lue didn't even qualify for a single look from him. In the corner, after Jiang Lue sat down, he slowly closed his eyes. In an instant, all the external clamor, all the light, all the malice were cut off from his world. His inner world was a bottomless, absolutely tranquil pool of water, waiting for the wind to rise. 32. A brilliant speech, concealing deadly intent. The lengthy speeches continued. On the main stage, the Rong City Lord, the Martial Arts Academy Dean, and several highly respected elders from prominent families took turns delivering impassioned speeches. Their voices, amplified by a sound-boosting array, echoed throughout the massive arena. The content was nothing more than a review of the past, a look to the future, encouragement for new students, and the promotion of the martial arts spirit. Every word was filled with the tediousness of officialese. The audience's initial enthusiasm quickly cooled after the first few minutes, gradually replaced by an impatient anticipation. People whispered to each other, their eyes constantly glancing towards the dazzling figures in the competitors' area. They were there to witness a clash of geniuses, to see a passionate showdown. They were not there to listen to a group of old men read speeches. Amidst this gradually growing background noise, Jiang Lue, in his corner, remained like a stone sculpture isolated from the world. Not even the frequency of his breathing changed in the slightest. Finally, when the last elder concluded his 10-minute speech, the host returned to the center of the stage. His smile was brighter than ever before. He used all his strength to raise his voice to its highest point, his tone seemingly piercing the clouds. Thank you to all the leaders for your wonderful speeches. Now let us, with the wildest shouts and the most fervent applause, invite the most brilliant, most dazzling, and most undisputed king among this year's new students. The Lin F of MILYS Chinese letter, Lin Yashin. Boom! It was as if a deep-sea bomb had detonated in a calm lake. The long-accumulated emotions, at this moment, transformed into a cataclysmic tidal wave of sound, wildly sweeping through the entire venue. Lin Yashin. Allah Lin Yashin. Countless young women instantly stood up from their seats, screaming with all their might, waving their arms, their cheeks flushed crimson with extreme excitement. Many male spectators, on the other hand, clapped vigorously and whistled, their eyes filled with the most primal reverence and yearning for an absolute powerhouse. Amidst that fervent, mountain-shaking roar, a figure slowly emerged from the side of the main stage. He was dressed in an immaculate pure white custom-made martial arts uniform, with golden threads outlining the majestic emblem of the Lin family on the hem. He was tall and upright, with a face like jade and sharp star-like eyes. As he walked, he exuded the dignified aura of a grandmaster, that composure and confidence as if he were born to stand at the center of a stage watched by thousands. The spotlight followed his steps, bathing him in a sacred halo. He was the light. He was the center of the world. Lin Yashin walked to the center of the stage. He did not speak immediately, but merely surveyed the entire venue calmly, with a faint smile. Wherever his gaze fell, the screams and cheers would suddenly rise another level. He reveled in all of this, like a god, enjoying the worship of his followers. Only when the sound waves in the venue had slightly subsided, did he slowly raise his hand and press down lightly. The entire venue, within a few short breaths, miraculously quieted down. This was his influence. Greetings to all mentors, fellow students and friends who are concerned about the future of Rong City. His voice was as warm as jade, full of magnetism, and clearly transmitted through the array to every corner. It is an honor to stand here and speak as a representative of the new students. What is martial arts? He skipped the pleasantries and directly posed a grand question. In my opinion, martial arts is not merely about powerful strength or profound cultivation. The essence of martial arts is protection, responsibility, and backbone. It is to protect the myriad lights behind us, to shoulder the heavy responsibility of humanity's continuation, and to stand with an unyielding backbone to face the endless darkness and terror deep within the wilderness. His words were resonant, filled with righteous power. Below the stage, countless young students were ignited by these words, their faces flushed with excitement, as they clapped with all their might. Lin Yashin's smile grew wider. He continued to elaborate on his understanding of the martial arts spirit, portraying himself as a perfect leader with ideals, ambitions, and a strong sense of responsibility. However, just as his speech was halfway through, and he had brought the atmosphere of the entire venue to its peak, his gentle tone, without any warning, suddenly changed. It became cold, sharp, like a peerless, deadly blade drawn from its sheath, carrying an eerie chill. But this single word, like a clap of thunder, made everyone's heart skip a beat. On this bright path where we pursue the true meaning of martial arts, there are always some maggots in the gutter who attempt to defile this sacredness with despicable means. The smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by an icy coldness that kept everyone at arm's length. They do not strive for progress, nor do they temper themselves. Instead, they vainly attempt to rely on forbidden drugs, on schemes and conspiracies, on those underhanded methods, to steal victories that do not rightfully belong to them. Such behavior is the greatest blasphemy against the martial arts spirit. It is the greatest injustice to all martial artists who shed sweat and train diligently. It is the greatest shame of our Rong City martial arts world. Before his words had fully faded, Lin Yashan's gaze, like two tangible bolts of cold lightning, sharply swept towards the most secluded and darkest corner of the competitor's area. His voice at this moment resounded through the heavens, like the most majestic judgment. I, Lin Yashan, hereby swear. I will, in this grand competition, personally cleanse all filth from this arena with the fist in my hand. Let those so-called flukes have nowhere to hide. Let those disgraces of martial arts be utterly ruined. Boom! These words were nothing short of a public declaration of war. A declaration of annihilation aimed at a specific person. The rationality of the entire audience was completely ignited by these inflammatory words. Everyone's gaze, following Lin Yashan's like billions of poisoned blades, fiercely, once again, pierced the figure who remained seated in the shadows. Anger, disdain, killing intent. They seemed to already see that Jiang Lue was the disgrace, who had to be eliminated, who had to be crushed. At the center of the storm, within that ocean of malice, powerful enough to melt steel, Jiang Lue, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. What kind of eyes were they? Deep dark, without the slightest ripple. Like an ancient abyss that had swallowed all light and sound. His gaze calmly lifted. It traversed hundreds of meters, pierced through the roaring sound waves, and cut through the distorted light. Precisely, it collided silently and fiercely in midair with Lin Yashan's condescending, ice-cold gaze, filled with the meaning of divine judgment, from the main stage. There was no sound. Yet it was as if billions of sparks had exploded in the void. 33. Rules announced first round of matches. The two gazes collided in the void, as if igniting invisible sparks. The thunderous roar that filled the entire venue strangely diminished into a dead silence during this stare-down. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. On the main stage, a bead of cold sweat trickled down the host's temple. He forced a smile and with a voice 8 octaves higher than before, tried to regain control of the atmosphere. Thank you, Lin Yashan, for your wonderful speech. Now, I announce that the preliminary round of the Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy's annual freshman grand competition officially begins. He waved his hand, pointing to the giant holographic screen above the dome. This preliminary round will adopt a round-robin points system. All freshmen will be randomly matched by the system. Win a match, get 3 points. Draw a match, get 1 point. Lose a match, get 0 points. After all rounds are complete, the top 64 in total points will qualify for the knockout stage. Boom! These words were like a ladle of cold water poured into hot oil, making the recently cooled atmosphere boil once more. Point system. This meant that losing 1 or 2 battles would not directly lead to elimination. It also meant that luck would become another crucial factor besides strength. In the contestant area, a buzz of discussion instantly erupted. Some mid-tier contestants who had already lost hope saw a spark rekindle in their eyes. If they were lucky enough to be matched with a few weaker opponents, or fought desperately to draw with a strong one, they might just accumulate enough points to squeeze into the top 64. As for the truly strong, these rules had no impact. All they had to do was crush every opponent in their path. This set of rules was like an invisible net, offering everyone a path to glory, but also providing some with a perfect stage, hidden in the darkness. In the corner, Jiang Lue's gaze, which had met Lin Yashan's, had long since calmly withdrawn. His face remained expressionless. And now, the exciting moment has arrived. The host's voice was full of incitement. Let's see what kind of fierce battle will unfold in the first round. Before he finished speaking, on the central screen, hundreds of freshman profile pictures, like a brilliant galaxy, began to scroll rapidly. Each flicker tugged at tens of thousands of hearts in the audience. Buzz! The screen froze for the first time. On the left was Lin Yashan's incredibly handsome face. On the right was an unknown person with an ordinary face and an aura only at the body tempering 9th grade. Oh! The entire venue instantly erupted in a cheer, of course, mixed with sympathy for the unlucky person. An undisputed one-sided match. Immediately after, the screen scrolled again. Su Nianwei's profile picture lit up. Her opponent was also an unknown freshman. Mad Lion Luo Feng, Phantom Butterfly Liu Su. One by one, the long-established geniuses, their opponents were, without exception, ordinary students far inferior in strength. Cheers rose and fell, as if this was no longer a draw, but a warm-up feast prepared for the geniuses. Finally, when most of the matchups were determined, everyone in the venue, by unspoken agreement, focused their attention on the few remaining scrolling profile pictures on the screen. One of them, strikingly, was Jiang Lue. The noisy venue once again incredibly fell silent. Everyone held their breath, craning their necks. Their faces wore a morbid expression, full of anticipation and schadenfreude. They wanted to see. They wanted to see which equally useless, unlucky person this shame of martial arts would be matched with, to stage a good show of weaklings pecking at each other. Or be matched with a true strong person, to be cleaned up on the spot, crushed into a puddle of mud. The scrolling speed of the screen seemed to slow down. Each flicker was like a heavy hammer, striking people's hearts. Ultimately, buzz. On the screen, Jiang Lue's calm face completely froze. And to his right, another profile picture also became clear. It was a young man with a rugged face, fierce eyes, and a hideous scar on his neck. Li Meng. Peak initial stage of martial artist realm. Zhao Kai's sworn brother. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. 1 second later. Boom. More violent and fervent cheers and screams than any before, like a volcanic eruption, instantly swept through the entire venue. Li Meng, it's Mad Ox Li Meng. Ha ha ha, heaven helps me, now there's a good show to watch. Useless, your retribution has come. Countless people stood up from their seats, wildly waving their arms, their faces more excited than if they had won the lottery. In the contestant area, the young man named Li Meng suddenly stood up. His bull-like sturdy physique carried a wild sense of oppression. He didn't look at the screen, but turned his head, fixing his eyes, full of cruelty and brutality, on Jiang Lue, who was far away in the corner. He extended his thick index finger, pointing from dozens of meters away at that solitary figure. A sneer bloomed on his face, his voice like muffled thunder, echoing throughout the venue. Useless. Zhao Kai's revenge I will take. 3 moves. He held up 3 fingers, each word seemingly squeezed through gritted teeth. Within 3 moves, if I don't beat you down to your knees, barking like a dog, I'll write my name Li Meng backward. Naked provocation. A bloody declaration of revenge. The atmosphere of the entire venue at this moment was completely ignited to its peak. Kill him. Li Meng, cripple him. Make him crawl out. Malicious cheers converged into a tangible wave of sound, madly pounding every corner. At the center of the storm, facing this deadly declaration and the malice of the entire venue, Jiang Lue simply stood up, expressionless. He didn't even glance at Li Meng. He merely looked down and smoothed out non-existent wrinkles on his old clothes. Then, amidst the roar that could tear one's soul apart, he took a step and calmly walked towards his designated Arena 1. 34, an ugly victory. Arena number 1. The ground, made of hard alloy, was cold and smooth, reflecting the dazzling lights from the dome above. Jiang Lue stood still. Opposite him, Li Meng's powerful, iron tower-like body was emitting a series of bone-cracking sounds. He twisted his neck, his eyes like a hyena locking onto its prey on the savannah, filled with bloodthirsty cruelty and savagery. The referee walked to the center of the ring, expressionlessly glancing at both sides. Rules: unrestricted combat. The match ends when one party loses the ability to fight or voluntarily surrenders. Understood. Li Meng bared his teeth, revealing a mouthful of stark white fangs, and let out a low, sinister laugh. Jiang Lue did not respond. He just stood there calmly. The referee said no more, abruptly sweeping his arm downwards. Match start. Roar. The moment the gesture fell, a violent roar, not human-like, exploded from deep within Li Meng's throat. Boom. The alloy ground beneath his feet let out a muffled groan, unable to bear the weight. He charged straight at Jiang Lue like a lit cannonball, bringing with him a wild, unreasonable gale. His fists, as thick as 2 battering rams, showed no technique whatsoever, only the purest, most primal, and most violent outpouring of strength. Mad Bull Fist. A ferocious martial art, known in the academy for its life-and-death stakes. The force of his punches tore through the air, emitting a wailing shriek, as if intending to pulverize everything in its path. Facing this thunderous strike, enough to make any martial artist of the same rank temporarily avoid its edge, Jiang Lue moved. His movements lacked the composure of a strong expert. He was more like a startled rabbit. He stumbled, his body twisting in an extremely awkward posture, narrowly dodging to the left. Whoosh! That heavy punch, capable of shattering stone slabs, grazed his nose and smashed hard into empty air. Useless, can you only dodge? Li Mang's attack missed, and his anger intensified. With a twist of his waist, his other fist had already transformed into a black shadow, sweeping horizontally. Jiang Lue's footwork became even more chaotic. He seemed utterly terrified by his opponent's aura, his limbs losing coordination. He was struggling to cope. He swayed precariously. Amidst that impenetrable storm of violent fists, he frantically dodged with an almost instinctive, utterly pathetic posture. Several times, the wind from the punches scraped painfully across his cheek. Several times, he nearly tripped himself due to unstable footing. His appearance was nothing like a martial artist. He was clearly a street ruffian cornered, utterly helpless, only able to cower and scurry away. This comical and ugly scene was clearly displayed to 100,000 spectators through the 360-degree holographic screen. The brief silence in the venue was torn apart by a harsh burst of laughter. Immediately, a tidal wave of mockery and boos erupted. Ha 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 ha, I told you, he's just a silver spearhead. I thought defeating Zhao Kai was a big deal, but he's just trash who only knows how to sneak attack. Get down, don't make a fool of yourself here. Li Mang, kill him, avenge Senior Zhao Kai. The vicious sound waves converged into a torrent, fiercely assailing the pathetic figure in the arena. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei picked up a glass of brightly colored juice and took a delicate sip. A close friend beside her covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Nianwei, is this your ex-fiancé? It's truly eye-opening. Su Nianwei's face held a hint of condescending pity and satisfaction. Do you see? This is his true level. Without those schemes and tricks, he is nothing. Meanwhile, in another private box not far away, Lin Yashin had already withdrawn his gaze. He was holding a wine glass, conversing in a low voice with a young master from an aristocratic family beside him, as if the farce in the arena was no longer worth even a second of his attention. In the arena, Li Mang's offensive continued, but his breathing had clearly become heavy. An undisguised impatience appeared on his rugged face. He couldn't understand. This good-for-nothing was clearly like a headless fly, so why couldn't his punches, powerful enough to shatter stone tablets, ever connect with him? Every time it was just that little bit off. This feeling was even more frustrating than punching cotton. Die for me. The prolonged failure to land a hit completely exhausted Li Mang's patience. His eyes were bloodshot, his technique began to unravel, leaving only primal madness. He went all out, concentrating all his remaining star source power into his right fist. This punch was even more terrifying than any previous strike. But at the same time, due to the excessive concentration of power, his entire chest was exposed, creating a huge opening. He intended to use this punch to completely end this farce. However, just as Li Mang's earth-shattering punch was about to be unleashed, Jiang Lue, who had been running for his life, suddenly stumbled. He seemed to have completely run out of stamina, or perhaps he was intimidated by Li Mang's punch wind, his body uncontrollably lunging forward. His posture suggested he was about to fall face first into the dirt the next second. The entire venue erupted in an even louder burst of laughter. They seemed to already envision Jiang Lue's miserable fate, his bones broken, muscles torn and flesh mangled by this punch. But in this flash of lightning, the most incredible scene unfolded. Jiang Lue's fatal stumble not only prevented him from falling, but also caused his body to, at an utterly unpredictable and incredibly tricky angle, precisely collide into Li Mang's wide-open embrace. His elbow, instinctively raised to maintain balance, thus gently, precisely, struck the very center of Li Mang's chest, at the most vulnerable and most fatal vital point, the Shanjiang acupoint. Thumping. A muffled sound, so faint it was almost inaudible. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Li Mang's incomparably violent forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. The sinister grin on his face froze. His violent bull-like eyes bulged suddenly, filled with bloodshot terror and extreme shock. An indescribable numbness, like the most terrifying plague, instantly spread from that single point on his chest throughout his limbs and bones. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been forcibly drained from that small point of contact. He couldn't even let out a scream. His iron tower-like physique swayed. Then, like a wall whose foundation had been removed, he softly collapsed to the ground. He instantly fainted. In the arena, Jiang Lue stumbled back a few steps before finally steadying himself. He was panting heavily, his chest heaving, his face pale, and his forehead covered in sweat. He looked down at his elbow. Then he looked at the motionless lump of mud on the ground. His face was filled with lingering fear, relief, and disbelief that he had actually won. The entire Central Martial Arts Hall, a venue of 100,000 people. At this moment, it fell into an absolute, eerie, pin-drop silence. Everyone's expressions were frozen on their faces. They stood with mouths agape, eyes wide, like statues collectively struck by a petrification spell. He won. Just like that, he won. The referee stood at the edge of the ring, equally dumbfounded. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single syllable for a long time. Finally, he walked over, and after confirming that Li Meng had completely lost consciousness, he raised his still slightly trembling hand. He announced the utterly absurd result in a sleepwalking voice. Arena number 1, Jiang Lue wins. 35. As the dust settles, new doubts begin to emerge. That somnambulistic voice was like a spark dropped into boiling oil. The deathly silent arena, after 3 full seconds of frozen stillness, exploded with a roar. But this time, it was no longer shock. Instead, it was a burst of derisive and absurd laughter, more violent and unrestrained than any before, filled with disdain and ridicule. Holy crap, is that even allowed? What kind of dog shit luck is this? He could win the lottery's grand prize, couldn't he? The ugliest victory in history, bar none. It's an insult to martial arts. So what if he won? He's still a piece of trash who can't make it to the big stage. How far can he go on luck alone? The waves of mockery, like a tangible tsunami, crashed one after another, furiously pounding the thin figure in the center of the ring. As if to completely drown him, to tear him to shreds. Jiang Lue was deaf to it all. He didn't even listen to the referee's garbled declaration. The moment Li Meng collapsed, his mission was already complete. He turned and, amidst the deafening boos that could shatter one's soul, calmly walked off the stage. Step by step. His pace was steady, neither fast nor slow. He walked through the competitors' area, where countless eyes, whether jealous or gloating, converged and finally returned to his own, most secluded and darkest corner. Then he sat down. Slowly he closed his eyes. As if the farcical victory just now had nothing to do with him. As if this entire, noisy world was isolated from him. He sat like a stone Buddha in a bustling market, his mind as still as water, in the VIP section. Su Nianwei slowly put down her juice glass. The bottom of the glass clinked against the table with a crisp sound. On her exquisitely sculpted face, the last trace of her interest in the spectacle had vanished, leaving only an unyielding disgust and disdain. A mere clown. Her red lips parted slightly, uttering 4 words not loud but chillingly cold. How far can he go with such petty, underhanded tricks and luck? He only discussed those who truly possess strength. Lin Yashin, sitting beside her, also frowned almost imperceptibly. His displeasure did not stem from Jiang Lue's victory. Rather, he felt that such a character being allowed to remain on the field, continuing to defile what should have been a feast for geniuses, was itself a failure. He didn't even bother to glance at that corner again, in the competitor's area. One figure became the most unique sight in this sea of ridicule. Woo woo woo, Brother Liu is awesome. Fatty Wang was so excited that tears and snot flowed freely. His corpulent body trembled violently with ecstasy. Ignoring the stares of everyone around him, who looked at him as if he were an idiot, he used all his strength to roar and argue. What do you all know? Luck is also a part of strength. My brother Liu is being profoundly clever while appearing foolish. You common folk simply can't see through it. His voice was soon drowned out by even louder laughter. But he continued to roar, like a lonely, fanatical devotee defending his god, on the main platform at the highest point. The city lord of Rong City, the dean of the Martial Arts Academy, and several elders from the great families, all shook their heads slightly at this absurd scene. In their eyes, this was merely an interesting interlude. A lucky young man had won an unimportant match in a dishonorable way. Nothing more. It was not worth their slightest extra attention. However, right in this area, representing the highest authority of Rong City, an old man dressed in plain gray cloth, with an ordinary face but an aura as deep as the sea, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. Situ Hung, an elder guest sent by the Situ family to observe this grand competition, a true grandmaster. His gaze did not fall on the ring, but on the small, private light screen in front of him. It was paused on the final frame of Jiang Lue's, stumbling into Li Meng's embrace. Retrieve the last minute of combat footage from Ring 1 just now. His voice was hoarse and flat, as he instructed his assistant beside him. 100 times slow motion. The assistant dared not delay, and immediately began the operation. Soon that combat process, which everyone deemed utterly Chinese letter, flowed frame by frame with unprecedented clarity before Situ Hong's eyes. Initially, Situ Hong's expression showed no change. But when the footage reached the 10th second, his cloudy old eyes narrowed slightly. In the footage, Li Mang's heavy punch grazed Jiang Lue's nose. Jiang Lue's clumsy dodge, the angle of his body's tilt, was precisely 37 degrees, no more no less. This angle allowed his center of gravity to shift to its limit, yet in the very next instant, using the rebound force of his body, he could complete the next dodge with minimal expenditure. 20th second. Jiang Lue's seemingly about to fall stumble, the position where his left foot landed, precisely stepped on the only dead spot of force generation when Li Mang changed his move, where old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet emerged. 40th second. Each of his, flustered, dodges seemed to push him to the brink. But in 100 times slow motion, Situ Hong saw it clearly. His body, from beginning to end, maintained an astonishing state of relaxation. All his movements used only the minimum strength required to complete the dodge. Not an ounce of waste. How was this clumsy? This was clearly a textbook-level, terrifying art that demonstrated the 4 words conservation of energy to its utmost. Finally, it was that fatal blow. That exhausted forward stumble, that instinctively raised elbow. In the footage slowed down 100-fold. That step perfectly aligned, precisely timed at the 1,000th of a second critical point when Li Mang's qi and blood surged. All his strength converged into one punch, leaving his chest defense at its weakest. That elbow. The angle, force, and timing were as perfect as a cold mathematical formula, precisely striking the most fragile point among the human body's 360 major acupoints, and the one most capable of instantly disrupting qi and blood circulation, the Danjiang acupoint. Boom! Situ Hong's pupil suddenly contracted into the most dangerous pinpricks. He abruptly closed the light screen. On his usually placid old face, for the first time, a look of incredible shock appeared. He slowly raised his head, and in his cloudy old eyes, an extremely terrifying glint now shone. He did not make a sound. But in his heart, a monstrous wave had already risen. Luck. Coincidence. Nonsense. This young man, from beginning to end, was toying with his opponent, toying with the 100,000 spectators, and even toying with them, these self-important big figures, in an almost humiliating manner. Situ Hong's gaze, like 2 invisible sharp swords, pierced through hundreds of meters, through the noisy crowd. Firmly, it locked onto that solitary, aloof figure sitting in the shadows, as if already asleep. 36. The strongest punching bag, the mystery of the health bar. The brief intermatch break turned into a public condemnation session for Jiang Lue. The entire Central Martial Arts arena, with its 100,000 noisy spectators, converged into one name and one label. Jiang Lue. Opportunistic clown. You didn't see Li Mang's face when he left the stage. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. He probably won't understand how he lost even when he dies. What's there not to understand? It was just luck. That kid had 8 lifetimes of dogshit luck. In my opinion, he's just an attention-seeking piece of trash. Using such methods to grab eyeballs, it's disgusting. The competitors' area, the spectator stands, online forums. Various versions of the luck theory were rampant, completely nailing Jiang Lue's inexplicable victory from the previous match to the pillar of shame. He became a laughingstock in everyone's eyes, an unlearned individual who coasted by purely on opportunism and luck. In that sea of scorn and mockery, Jiang Lue in the corner had his eyes tightly shut, his breathing steady, as if he had long entered a meditative state. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The host's voice rang out again, interrupting the discussions throughout the venue. After a short break, the second round of our points competition is about to begin. Let's see what kind of strong matchups we'll have this time. The giant screen above the dome began to scroll again. One by one, avatars flashed rapidly, drawing everyone's attention. This time, almost everyone's gaze, intentionally or unintentionally, drifted towards the figure in that corner. Their faces carried a morbid expression, anticipating a good show. They wanted to see if this clown's luck could continue. The scrolling speed of the screen became slower and slower. Finally, buzz. Jiang Lue's calm face froze on the left side of the screen. And on his right, another avatar became clear. It was a young man with a delicate face, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. It's Zhao Chang. Ghost Shadow Zhao Chang. The moment that face was recognized, the entire venue erupted in an even more fervent gasp than before. My heavens, it's him, a speed-focused agile genius. His phantom steps and sudden rain fist are unmatched among the new students. It said he can deliver hundreds of attacks within 10 seconds. It's over now, completely over. Luck is meaningless in the face of absolute speed. I bet 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds Jiang Lue will fall. The schadenfreude-filled discussions converged into a raging torrent. Everyone believed that Jiang Lue's good luck had run out. In the competitors' area, the young man named Zhao Chang slowly stood up. He didn't even glance at Jiang Lue, merely flexed his wrist, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Cleaning up trash wouldn't take long. Amidst the overwhelming clamor of the entire venue, Jiang Lue opened his eyes, stood up, and calmly walked towards his ring. Ring number 2. The referee's command had just fallen. Whoosh! A sound of air being torn apart rang out. Zhao Chang, opposite him, instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, a blurry afterimage, carrying a sharp whistling sound, appeared before Jiang Lue. Too fast. So fast that the naked eye could barely catch it. Facing this sudden onslaught, Jiang Lue's reaction astonished everyone. He didn't dodge, nor did he block. Instead, with an extremely clumsy posture, he suddenly retracted his neck and clasped his hands behind his head. The posture was so standard, like a coward preparing to take a beating in a street fight. Ifda. The entire venue erupted in a deafening roar of laughter. And amidst this laughter, Zhao Chang's stormy attack arrived. Bang 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 bang. A series of dense, rain-like thudding blows echoed throughout the ring. Fists, elbows, knees, whip kicks. Zhao Chang's figure transformed into dozens of gray phantoms, surrounding Jiang Lue, launching the most frantic attacks from all directions. Jiang Lue, as a whole, was like a sandbag swaying left and right in a storm. He was beaten back repeatedly, his body constantly leaning back and to the side, his posture utterly disheveled. But strangely, no matter how dense or how violent the attacks were, he just wouldn't fall. Those hands clasped around his head seemed to have taken root, remaining motionless. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei's brows furrowed into a knot. The disgust in her eyes was so thick it couldn't be dissolved. This is simply defiling martial arts. Her best friend beside her covered her mouth and chuckled softly. This isn't a match for him, it's clearly just getting beaten, it's truly unsightly. Su Nianwei snorted coldly and turned her head away, feeling that even a glance would dirty her eyes. Time passed minute by minute. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. The dull thuds on the ring continued. But the laughter of the crowd gradually subsided. Everyone noticed something was off. Zhao Chang's attacks were still lightning fast. But his originally relaxed and carefree expression had vanished, replaced by an unconcealable anxiety and surprise. His breathing began to quicken. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his temples. He felt like he wasn't hitting a person, but rather a water-soaked, most resilient piece of cowhide. Every punch, every kick of his seemed to sink into a quagmire, most of his power being strangely dissipated, unable to cause any effective heavy damage. Jiang Lue looked precarious and utterly miserable. Yet the aura around him remained long and continuous, showing no signs of dissipating. Bastard! The humiliation of being unable to finish the attack completely ignited Zhao Chang's fury. He suddenly took a step back, letting out a sharp roar. Get down! He frantically channeled all the remaining star source power within him. His entire being once again transformed into a blurry phantom, but this time, the phantom split. 1 2 10 100. 100 fist shadows, like the shadow of death, completely engulfed Jiang Lue from all directions. 100 shadow kill. Boom! The moment countless fist shadows converged, Jiang Lue's resilient body finally couldn't take it anymore. He flew out like a kicked football, crashing heavily onto the edge of the ring a dozen meters away. Dust billowed. The entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, awaiting the final result. The dust slowly settled. A figure swaying unsteadily crawled up from the ground. It was Jiang Lue. His clothes were tattered, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth looking utterly pathetic, but he had, after all, stood up. And on the other side of the ring, Zhao Chang remained in his punching stance, frozen in place. His face was as pale as paper, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring down like a stream. He looked at the figure who had risen again, his eyes filled with extreme horror and disbelief. The next second, his legs gave way. He fell straight backward, collapsing into a coma on the spot due to complete physical exhaustion. The referee's raised hand paused in midair for a full 3 seconds before he announced the absurd result in a dreamlike voice. Ring number 2, Jiang Lue wins. An eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. 1 second. 2 seconds. Then a discussion more violent than any before exploded. He won, he F***ing won again. Did he literally exhaust Zhao Chong to death? Holy shit, what kind of monster is this? How can he take so much punishment? The mockery vanished, replaced by an incomprehensible sense of absurdity. Soon, a series of new, insulting yet incredibly apt titles were bestowed upon Jiang Lue. Strongest sandbag. Undying cockroach. Emperor of fortune. Amidst this deafening clamor, in the highest VIP section, Situ Hong's cloudy old eyes narrowed slightly. For the first time, he spoke to his assistant beside him. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable command. Bring up the recording from just now. 37, an incredible slide godlike movement. Situ Hong's command was drowned out by a new wave of deafening clamor in the venue. Jiang Lue's second, narrow victory was like a huge rock thrown into a boiling oil pot, plunging the entire Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy forum, and the tens of millions of citizens watching the live broadcast, into a pathological frenzy. Strongest sandbag. Undying cockroach. Emperor of fortune. One by one, nicknames full of ridicule and insult spread like wildfire through the internet. Jiang Lue had completely made a name for himself. He was no longer just the good-for-nothing who had his engagement broken off, but the biggest joke of this competition, the most eye-catching traffic magnet. Countless people guarded their screens, not to watch geniuses contend, but just to see this clown in the next round continue his lucky journey in some bizarre way that even God couldn't conceive. All right, esteemed audience. The host's voice rang out at the opportune moment, his smile tinged with professional stiffness and a hint of uncontainable absurdity. The third round of the points match is now beginning its pairing. The massive light screen above the dome rolled for the third time. This time, almost all 100,000 gazes in the arena tacitly locked onto that figure in the corner, who had just stepped down from the arena. The rolling of the light screen seemed to have taken on a dramatic flair. Buzz. Jiang Lue's calm face froze. To his right, a completely new avatar became clear. It was a young man with a rugged face, a neck thicker than a normal person's thigh, his entire being like a giant, upright walking bear. Bulldozer Wu Mang. Someone in the contestant area let out a gasp. It's him, the monster who was the only one to crack the alloy dynamometer in the strength test. His tactic is only one: charge. It's said that when he charges at full power, he can directly smash through a 3-meter-thick alloy wall. This time it must be over, right? No matter how tough he is, he can't withstand the impact of a heavy truck, can he? The discussions were filled with anticipation. They anticipated the end of the farce, anticipating this absurd luck to be shattered into pieces in the face of absolute power. Arena number 3. Wu Mang stood firm. He let out a low roar and stomped his feet fiercely. Boom! The hard alloy arena actually let out a dull thud when he stomped on it, and the entire surface trembled slightly. A brutal, domineering, and unstoppable terrifying aura, like a tangible torrent, crushed towards Jiang Lue on the opposite side. The referee glanced at this human-shaped beast, then at the slender figure opposite him. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he quickly retreated. Match start. Roar. The moment the command fell, Wu Mang's burly body instantly sank, his muscles bulging like steel. He didn't probe at all. He himself was like an out-of-control heavy truck with its engine ignited, roaring and launching the purest, most savage charge. The ground trembled violently. The air was compressed by his massive body, emitting a sharp boom. Everyone felt their hearts being tightly squeezed with each heavy footstep. Facing this destructive blow capable of collapsing city walls, Jiang Lue's reaction finally satisfied everyone who was expecting him to make a fool of himself. He was scared to the point of turning pale. He scrambled backward on all fours, tumbling and crawling. His appearance, terrified and flustered, was more disheveled and authentic than any previous time. Hadohata. Look at that coward. Get out of here, useless trash. In the audience, the long-accumulated contempt and mockery reached their peak at this moment, turning into deafening laughter and boos, engulfing the entire venue. However, amidst this background of revelry, just as Wu Mang's massive shadow was about to completely engulf Jiang Lue's right foot, which was retreating in panic, gently stepped on something with his heel. It was a metal shard. Only the size of a fingernail, it had chipped off a certain contestant's weapon during the intense battles of the previous few rounds, lying quietly in the corner of the arena, completely inconspicuous. Then, Jiang Lue slipped. He stumbled as if he had stepped on a fast-sliding bar of soap, completely losing his balance, and fell straight backward in an extremely exaggerated, four-limbs-flailing posture. Thud. This fall was incredibly perilous. This slip, however, was incredibly fatal. Fatal, that is, for Wu Mang. Jiang Lue's body, falling backward, skimmed the cold ground like a phantom, narrowly slipping past Wu Meng's violent charge path by a hair's breadth. Time, it seemed, stretched out at this moment. Everyone in the arena clearly saw it. Wu Meng's massive body, carrying the power to destroy everything, roared past over Jiang Lue's head. The ferocious grin on his face had not yet faded, and his eyes were already filled with extreme bewilderment and confusion. He wanted to stop. But how could his impact force, more terrifying than a city wall, be stopped at will? He watched helplessly as he overshot, charging towards the edge of the arena. Finally, boom! A thunderous crash that shook the entire venue. Wu Meng, like a real cannonball, slammed himself violently out of the arena. He crashed heavily onto the ground outside the arena, creating a shallow pit in the hard surface. His body twitched twice, then he completely lost consciousness. The entire Central Martial Arts Hall, the clamor of 100,000 people, abruptly ceased. The roaring laughter, like a tidal wave, was cut off by an invisible giant pair of scissors, all at once. Everyone's expressions froze. Their mouths were agape, their eyes wide, their facial muscles distorted from laughing so hard just a second ago. Their brains had completely crashed. They looked at the young man on the arena who had just scrambled to his feet, still patting his chest, a look of lingering fear on his face. Then they looked at the unconscious lump of flesh below the arena. An indescribable, bone-deep sense of absurdity seized every single soul. They couldn't even boo. Dead silence. A complete dead silence. In this graveyard-like silence, in the highest independent box. Bang! Situ Hung slammed the armrest, rising abruptly. His wrinkled old face was now flushed crimson, with extreme rage and disbelief. He stared intently at the light screen, at the figure still, nervously, dusting himself off. A terrifying glint burst forth from his cloudy old eyes. He turned his head, and facing his assistant who was already dumbfounded, roared in a voice bordering on a shout. 100 times slow motion. Now immediately. I want to see every detail of his step. 38. Mutual destruction, a difference of milliseconds. The entire venue was silent. The roaring laughter that could melt steel, the overwhelming boos, all had vanished. In their place was an even more suffocating, eerie silence, a mixture of bewilderment, absurdity, and a hint of fear. People's gazes moved back and forth between the unconscious mess of flesh below the ring and the young man on the stage, dusting himself off with a look of lingering fear. Their expressions were as if they had collectively been hit by a petrification spell, stiff and distorted. Their brains could no longer process what was happening before their eyes. Once it was a coincidence. Twice it was heaven-defying luck. But this third time, this could no longer be explained by luck. It was as if the entire world, the entire ring, all the rules, were actively cooperating with him to stage an absurd farce. He couldn't be the illegitimate son of the heavenly Tao, could he? In the crowd someone, I don't know who, murmured this in a dreamlike voice. This sentence was like a key, instantly unlocking everyone's collapsing cognition. Heavenly Tao's illegitimate son. I think he's the Heavenly Tao's biological father. I get it. I completely get it. We shouldn't look at him with a martial artist's eyes. He's not here to compete at all. He's just the Heavenly Tao's envoy sent to mess with us. Son of Fortune. No, this is the Emperor of Fortune. The mockery was gone. The disdain vanished. In its place was a kind of almost numb, distorted, pathological worship. The way people looked at Jiang Lue had completely changed. It was no longer like looking at a clown. Instead, it was like looking at a walking natural disaster, a god in human skin, whose actions could not be fathomed by common sense. In this eerie atmosphere, the matching for the fourth round of the competition began. The light screen above the dome rolled rapidly. This time, all 100,000 gazes in the venue, with a pilgrimage-like reverence, were fixed intently on Jiang Lue's avatar. Buzz. The light screen froze. To Jiang Lue's right, a young man with a feminine face and a calculating smirk always on his lips appeared. Ghost Hand Chen Mo. In the contestant area, someone gasped. It's that formation master, one of the most troublesome opponents. His combat isn't fighting at all, it's a puzzle. With his trap formations, he's impossible to guard against. In the last round, his opponent didn't even touch the hem of his clothes before being slowly worn down and killed by the formation. Formation duel. This time, he can't possibly rely on luck again, can he? Could he really just happen to step on all the life gates? Discussions broke out, but this time, the voices were much softer and their confidence much weaker. They said they didn't believe it, but in their hearts, they had already begun to waver. Ring number 4. As soon as Chen Mo stepped onto the stage, he immediately pulled out several formation flags of various colors from his embrace. His fingers flew, like butterflies flitting through flowers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several almost imperceptible streaks of light shot towards various corners of the ring, instantly sinking into the ground and disappearing. The entire process was fluid and extremely fast. After completing all this, he finally raised his head, looked at Jiang Lue opposite him, and displayed a smile of confident calculation. In his opinion, this so-called Emperor of Fortune was merely the nemesis of brutes. In the face of absolute wisdom and calculation, luck was worthless. Match start. The referee's voice fell. Chen Mo did not rush to attack. He stood still, forming hand seals. Buzz. 3 feet in front of him, the air slightly twisted, and a faint green light flashed and disappeared. Come on. He beckoned to Jiang Lue with his finger, his posture like a hunter luring prey into a trap. Let me see if your luck can help you escape my 8 gates golden lock formation. Jiang Lue's face at the opportune moment showed a trace of vigilance and bewilderment. He didn't charge, but instead cautiously moved around the ring, as if searching for his opponent's weakness. Chen Mo's smile deepened. His hands once again changed their seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 energy arrows condensed from star source power formed a triangular shape and whistled towards Jiang Lue. This attack was not powerful, and its purpose was not to injure. Rather, it was to restrict his movement, forcing Jiang Lue to move towards the trap areas he had preset. Sure enough, facing this sudden long-range attack, Jiang Lue panicked. He frantically dodged to his left, his posture clumsy. Whoosh! Again, 3 energy arrows precisely blocked his new landing spot. Jiang Lue could only change direction again, fleeing to the back right. 1 step. 2 steps. Under Chen Mo's long-range harassment, which was like a persistent disease, Jiang Lue was like a mouse being played with, scurrying around the ring, struggling to survive. Each step he took brought him closer to the core encirclement formed by several traps. In the audience, everyone held their breath. They watched Jiang Lue's panic-stricken figure, step by step, enter the deadly net carefully laid out by Chen Mo. He's in. He has completely entered the core area of the 8 gates golden lock formation. It's over. Once this formation is activated with all 8 gates locked, it's impossible to break free unless one possesses Grandmaster level strength. In the contestant area, someone familiar with formations exclaimed. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei's face finally showed a hint of a sneer of satisfaction. The farce should end. On the ring, Chen Mo looked at the figure completely under his control, his smile reaching its peak brilliance. He raised his right hand high, like a general about to press the nuclear missile launch button. It's over, Emperor of Fortune. A hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he clenched his fist without hesitation. 8 gates golden lock burst. Boom! An unprecedented, deafening, terrifying roar instantly engulfed the entire venue. Above the ring, in 8 directions, 8 thick, dazzling golden light pillars shot into the sky. The light pillars instantly intertwined, forming an impenetrable golden cage, completely trapping Jiang Lue in the center. The next moment, the entire golden cage suddenly collapsed inward. All the energy, all the destructive power, converged at that single central point. Terrifying energy fluctuations transformed into visible shockwaves, raging wildly. The sturdy protective shield around the ring was impacted by this force, creating violent ripples and emitting a strained, buzzing sound. The blinding white light made everyone instinctively close their eyes. The entire world seemed to be left with only that all-destroying roar. After a long while, the light dissipated. The smoke and dust slowly settled. The gazes of all 100,000 people in the venue were fixed intently on the now-wrecked ring. In the center of the ring, a huge charred crater had been blasted out, its edges still emitting wisps of smoke. In the crater, 2 figures charred black like 2 burnt pieces of charcoal lay motionless. One was Jiang Lue. The other was Chen Mo, who had detonated the formation. He had clearly underestimated the power of his full-force strike, and was knocked unconscious on the spot by the aftermath of the explosion. Mutual destruction. The entire venue fell into an absolute, deathly silence where a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared at this scene, dumbfounded. Did he win? Or lose? Or to draw? The referee was stunned for a full 3 seconds before reacting. He rushed onto the ring in one stride, checking both their breaths. Both were still breathing, but both had completely lost consciousness. He stood up, surveyed the entire venue, opened his mouth, and with an equally bewildered voice, prepared to announce the unprecedented result. Ring number 4, both parties. However, just as he was about to utter the words draw, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Jiang Lue, lying on the edge of the deep pit, charred black and supposedly unconscious. His right pinky finger, which was hanging on the ground, gently, with a movement almost imperceptible, moved slightly. This movement was precisely caught by the referee, who had been staring intently at him. The referee's words, which were about to come out, were abruptly caught in his throat. His pupils, due to extreme shock, suddenly widened. He saw Jiang Lue's tightly closed eyes, his eyelids trembled slightly, and slowly, a tiny slit opened. He regained a trace of consciousness, less than a second earlier than the formation master. The referee's raised hand gesture, which represented a draw, suddenly changed in midair. He used all his strength to point at the figure who had just opened his eyes a tiny bit, and with a voice almost cracking, hoarse, and full of incredulity, he roared the final result that overturned everyone's perceptions to the entire venue. Winner Jiang Lue. Boom! The brains of everyone in the entire venue seemed to be smashed by this declaration, as if by an invisible giant hammer. In the VIP section, the crystal wine glass in Lin Yashin's hand silently turned to dust. His handsome face, which had always maintained composure and arrogance, for the first time completely darkened. In the depths of his eyes, which were originally as calm as the starry sky, a cold, bone-chilling, tangible killing intent flashed and disappeared. 39. The bane of divine weapons, his physique is a mystery. That deathly silence lasted a long time. So long that people thought their hearing and minds had been completely destroyed in that terrifying self-detonation. When the referee's hoarse proclamation, which overturned everyone's understanding, rang out like a clap of thunder, the entire venue did not erupt in discussion as expected. Instead, it fell into a deeper, more eerie numbness. He won. He won again. In a way more absurd, more outrageous, and more unreasonable than any time before. People looked at the figure being carried away on a stretcher by medical personnel, charred all over but still retaining a faint trace of consciousness, then looked at Chen Mo, also charred, but declared the victor on the arena. Everyone's mind was a blank. Mockery. They couldn't even laugh anymore. Doubt. They didn't even have the strength to doubt. A new emotion, a mixture of awe, fear, and absurdity, began to quietly spread in the hearts of 100,000 people. Their gaze towards Jiang Lue had completely changed. It was no longer the gaze towards a clown, a good-for-nothing, or a lucky opportunist. Instead, it was the gaze towards a walking miracle. An indescribable existence, cloaked in human skin, who had elevated the word luck to the realm of the divine. If in the next round he just makes his opponent trip and fall to his death, I wouldn't even find it strange, someone in the crowd muttered in a dreamlike voice. This statement was met with numb, deeply agreeing nods from everyone around him. In this eerie atmosphere, the fifth and final round of the points match began. The light screen above the dome scrolled rapidly. This time, all 100,000 gazes in the venue were fixed on Jiang Lue's avatar, with a reverence akin to pilgrimage. They wanted to witness a miracle. Buzz. The light screen froze. To Jiang Lue's right, a young man with an arrogant expression and eyes as sharp as a hawk appeared. Next to his avatar was an additional line of golden text. Aoyang Fei, direct descendant genius of the Aoyang family, a weapon-making family in Rong City, wielding the Qingshuang sword, a low-grade profound-tier treasure weapon. Someone from the Aoyang family. His sword is said to easily cut through 3-inch thick alloy steel plates. This can't possibly rely on luck again, can it? Could his luck be sharper than the edge of a profound-tier treasure weapon? Discussion erupted again, but this time, the voices were filled with uncertainty. They no longer dared to speak with certainty. Arena number 5. Aoyang Fei, dressed in green, stood tall and elegant, holding a sheathed ancient sword. He did not look at Jiang Lue, but meticulously wiped his scabbard with a piece of snow-white silk. His posture suggested that nothing in this world was as important as the sword in his hand. The moment the referee announced the start of the match. Clang! A clear sword cry like a dragon's roar resounded throughout the venue. A flash of azure sword light like autumn water, suddenly unsheathed, as fast as a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky. Aoyang Fei did not waste a single word. Man and sword, the moment it was unsheathed, had already transformed into a deadly stream of light, piercing directly at Jiang Lue's throat. The sword light was like mercury spilling over the ground, penetrating everywhere. The sword aura was chilling, making one's skin prickle with pain. Facing this incredibly swift, murderous sword strike, Jiang Lue's reaction was as always. He horrified, his face turning pale, stumbled, and with an extremely awkward posture, narrowly leaned back and dodged the fatal blow. Hiss! A wisp of severed hair floated down. Aoyang Fei missed his strike, his face showed no fluctuation. He flicked his wrist, and the sword momentum regenerated. Swish, swish, swish. A sky full of sword shadows instantly bloomed, like a large net woven from death, completely enveloping Jiang Lue. Stab, chop, parry, point, burst. Each move was simple and direct, yet extremely ruthless, constantly targeting Jiang Lue's vital points. And Jiang Lue was like a small boat swaying in a storm. He was within that impenetrable net of swords, frantically dodging with an almost instinctive, utterly clumsy posture. He was overwhelmed. He swayed from side to side. Several times, the sharp sword aura had already grazed his clothes, leaving faint streaks of blood. He was like a drowning person, about to be completely swallowed by towering waves, struggling desperately on the brink of death. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei's nails were already deeply dug into her palms. She didn't understand. Why? Why could this good-for-nothing always survive again and again, in such a disgusting manner? And in a private box not far from her, Lin Yashin's hand, holding a wine glass, paused in midair. His handsome face, which had always maintained composure, was now terribly grim. He looked at the disheveled figure on the arena, the killing intent in his eyes almost solidifying. On the arena, the entanglement had already lasted dozens of moves. Yang Fei's breathing was still steady, but his eyes held a hint of solemnity. This good-for-nothing was much more slippery than he had imagined. It's over. He uttered 2 words, his voice cold. He no longer held back. All the star source power in his body surged wildly into the Qingshuang sword. Buzz! The azure longsword emitted a violent hum, and a dazzling azure radiance lit up on its blade. He seized a flaw where Jiang Lue failed to dodge in time, and his entire body transformed into an afterimage, instantly closing in. No retreat. No escape. A coldness belonging to Victor flashed in Yang Fei's eyes. He gathered all his strength, all his killing intent into this final sword strike. A single sword, piercing directly at Jiang Lue's heart. At the tip of the sword, the flickering azure true qi let out a sharp howl, as if it wanted to completely pierce through the space ahead. The entire audience, everyone, subconsciously stood up. They widened their eyes and held their breath. They seemed to have already seen the tragic scene of Jiang Lue's heart being pierced by a sword and blood gushing out. This time the miracle should end. In the eye of the storm, facing this killing blow, Jiang Lue's face finally revealed a hint of despair. He seemed to have given up all struggle. At that critical moment, he merely subconsciously raised his left arm, using his seemingly ordinary flesh and blood body to block his chest. It was the most helpless, most powerless, death-defying action. However, just as the sword tip, shimmering with the light of death, was about to touch Jiang Lue's arm, clink! A clear sound, like jade beads falling onto a plate, abruptly resonated throughout the deathly silent venue. The expected scene of an arm being pierced and flesh and blood flying did not occur. Time at this moment seemed to be paused. All expressions on Yang Fei's arrogant face froze. His pupils, due to extreme shock, suddenly dilated. He felt that his sword had not struck an arm. Instead, it had collided with a Buzhu divine mountain, descended from the primordial chaos. An indescribable, utterly domineering, indestructible, terrifying rebound force surged back along the sword tip. Crack! A crisp sound like shattering glass rang out. That Qingshuang sword, which could cut iron like mud, a low-grade, profound-tier treasure weapon forged by the Aoyang family with countless efforts. Starting from the sword tip, inch by inch, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. The next instant, bang! The entire longsword exploded with a roar. It transformed into hundreds of thousands of cold, shimmering metal fragments, like the most violent hidden weapons, flying back in all directions. Oofda! Yang Fei bore the brunt. He let out a tragic scream. His entire body was struck by lightning, and blood spurted out. The terrifying rebound force directly shattered the tiger's mouth of his hand, and destroyed the meridians of his entire arm. And those countless flying weapon fragments instantly enveloped him. Amidst a series of muffled thuds of blades entering flesh, Yang Fei's body, like a broken sack, flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground more than 10 meters away from the arena, his body riddled with his own weapon fragments, and he fainted on the spot. The entire Central Martial Arts Hall, a venue of 100,000 people. At this moment, it fell into an absolute graveyard-like silence, where even breathing sounds disappeared. Everyone's expressions were frozen on their faces. They stood with open mouths and wide eyes, like sculptures whose souls had collectively been drawn out. They looked at the young man on the arena, who slowly lowered his arm. His arm was completely unharmed. Not even a white mark was left. In this deathly silence, in the highest independent box, Situ Hong's thin figure slowly rose from his seat. His old face, which had always maintained composure, was now filled with uncontrollable horror and fanaticism. He stared intently at Jiang Lue's unharmed arm. His cloudy old eyes burst forth with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. His lips trembled, and he muttered in a dreamlike voice, yet with an eternal certainty. Chaos. Divine body. 40, using their strength against them, the killing intent finally emerges. On the arena, the thousands of fragments from the shattered profound rank treasure weapon still gleamed with a chilling light on the cold alloy ground. This cold light reflected on the 100,000 stunned, frozen faces in the venue. The deafening clamor, the unrestrained mockery all vanished. In its place was a cold, uncontrollable fear originating from the depths of their souls. Monster. This word, like a plague, wildly grew in everyone's hearts. One could explain a victory with luck. One could describe a series of coincidences as defying the heavens. But how to explain a flesh and blood body being able to shatter a profound rank treasure weapon that could cut iron like mud? This had already exceeded the scope of their understanding. This was no longer martial arts. This was a god or demon. People watched the figure slowly walk down the arena, returning to the shadows. Their throats were dry, and their bodies unconsciously leaned back, as if one more glance would cause their souls to be swallowed by that unfathomable darkness. In this strange, almost worshipful silence, the host's voice with an undisguised tremor sounded again. Points match, final round matching begins. The light screen above the dome scrolled for the 5th time. This time, no one dared to look away. Buzz. Jiang Lue's calm face froze on the left side of the light screen. On his right, a new avatar became clear. It was a young man with eyes as fierce as a hungry wolf and a knife scar on his face. It's Mad Wolf Wei Zheng. In the contestant area, someone let out a suppressed cry of alarm. Lin Yashin's top confidant, peak martial artist realm. His 7-kill fist is a life-risking style, and the star beasts that have died by his hand are countless. He's entering. Lin Yashin, he's going for the kill. A chilling killing intent, like a cold current, instantly spread from the direction of Arena 6. Wei Zheng slowly stood up. He didn't look at the light screen. His eyes, filled with undisguised brutality and killing intent, were fixed on the figure in the corner from beginning to end. The order he received was not to win. It was to destroy. Jiang Lue opened his eyes, stood up, and calmly walked towards the arena enveloped in killing intent. The moment the two stood still, the atmosphere of the entire venue became extremely tense. The referee looked at Wei Zheng's bloodshot eyes, feeling a chill rush from his feet to the top of his head. He almost instinctively shouted the command at the fastest speed, then quickly retreated. Match begins. Dai. A single word like a thunderclap burst from Wei Zheng's throat. He, without any defensive posture, charged like a completely enraged fierce beast, launching the most tragic, most frenzied assault. All of his star source power was burning. His first punch did not aim for Jiang Lue's head or heart. Instead, it went straight for his dantian. This punch was meant to cripple Jiang Lue's martial arts foundation. Facing this pure killing intent that rushed towards him, Jiang Lue moved. This time he didn't dodge clumsily, nor did he stumble exaggeratedly. His movements were as simple as the most basic footwork textbook. His left foot shifted half a step sideways and backward. It was this half step. That fatal iron fist, capable of shattering a dantian, almost grazed his clothes and slammed hard into empty space. Missing his attack, Wei Zheng's offensive did not pause in the slightest. His body spun like a top, and a whip kick imbued with tearing force and a sharp crack swept towards Jiang Lue's knees. This was meant to break his limbs. Jiang Lue's body merely sank slightly, and the tip of his right foot lightly tapped the ground. It was this tap. His body, like weightless willow catkins, floated backward less than a foot. That whip kick, capable of breaking steel bars, missed again. Fist, palm, elbow, knee. Wei Zheng's attacks were like a death storm sweeping everything away, every move filled with a desperate resolve to perish together, every strike aimed at the most fragile joints and vital points of the human body. However, Jiang Lue was at the center of this storm. He was like a solitary dancer, walking on the edge of a knife. His movements had no excess, no flashiness. Each dodge was as precise, as if measured with a ruler. Each movement appeared exactly in the only blind spot, where the opponent's old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet emerged. Wei Zheng felt like he was going crazy. He felt like he wasn't attacking a person, but rather a cold phantom that could never be touched. The humiliation and anxiety of failing to land a hit completely destroyed Wei Zheng's sanity. He suddenly stopped, letting out a roar that sounded inhuman. Under the skin of his chest, blood vessels bulged like coiling dragons, and crimson blood even seeped from his pores. He was burning his essence blood. A terrifying aura, far exceeding that of a peak martial artist realm, erupted. 7 kills unite, Blood Wolf devours the moon. He gathered all his life, all his strength, all his killing intent into this final punch. The moment this punch was thrown, the air in front was squeezed, emitting a dull explosion. The force of the punch was like a mountain, sealing off all of Jiang Lue's possible evasion space. No retreat. No escape. However, just as that death-laden fist was about to touch Jiang Lue's chest, Jiang Lue's body twisted sharply inward at a bizarre angle that no ordinary person's bones and muscles could ever achieve. His entire body was like a twisted rope, wrung to its limit. This fatal twist not only allowed him to narrowly evade the direct impact of the punch by a hair's breadth, but it also caused his side to lightly stick to Wei Zheng's straight-charging arm, like the most viscous toffee. Wei Zheng's sneer froze on his face. He only felt that his punch, capable of splitting mountains and cracking rocks, seemed to have plunged into a bottomless vortex. All his power instantly lost control. Jiang Lue followed the momentum of his charging punch, his body lightly guided and pulled. A technique of deflecting and borrowing force, so exquisitely brilliant that it would astound any grandmaster, was launched with fierce power. Wei Zheng watched helplessly as his uncontrollable fist, at a speed faster than it came, slammed hard into his right knee, which was raised high due to his forward charge. He wanted to retract his strength. He wanted to change his move. But it was all too late. Crack! An incredibly crisp, incredibly loud sound of bones shattering, clear enough for everyone in the audience to hear, echoed throughout the venue. A heart-wrenching scream finally erupted from Wei Zheng's mouth. His sturdy body, like mud with its bones removed, collapsed limply to the ground, clutching his right leg, which was twisted into a grotesque angle, rolling frantically and howling. On the arena, Jiang Lue slowly straightened his body, tidying the non-existent wrinkles on his old clothes. He looked down, calmly staring at the squirming pile of flesh on the ground. Then he turned and walked off the arena. With a perfect record of 5 wins in 5 matches, he advanced powerfully. The entire Central Martial Arts Hall was silent. The 10,000-person venue was as quiet as a graveyard. In this deathly silence, in the highest independent private box, Situ Hong's cloudy old eyes erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. He suddenly turned to look at the academy dean beside him, who was already dumbfounded, and said in an undeniable hoarse voice, deep and resonant, "This child, I will investigate him personally." And in another, even more luxurious private box, clink, a soft sound. The wine glass in Lin Yashin's hand, carved from a single piece of crystal, silently turned into a sky full of dust. His handsome face, which had always maintained an air of composure and arrogance, for the first time, became completely ashen. A cold, bone-piercing, tangible killing intent, no longer suppressible, flashed across his deep eyes. 41. The deadly trap has been set, the blade is drawn. The clamor and farce of THE Chinese letter points competition were completely swept away with the end of the last round. After a short break, when the host walked onto the center of the stage again, the professional smile on his face had disappeared. In its place was an unprecedented solemnity and coldness. His voice was no longer high-pitched and inciting, but low, hoarse, like 2 pieces of metal rubbing together. "Ladies and gentlemen, playtime is over." One sentence instantly silenced the entire venue. "I announce that the Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy Freshman Grand Competition, the Top 64 Elimination Tournament, officially begins. From this moment on, the competition will follow a single core rule." He paused, raised his head, and his gaze swept over every corner of the venue. At the same time, 4 huge, blood-red characters appeared on the giant light screen above the dome. The host enunciated each word, pronouncing the 4 characters in a tone almost like a verdict. "Life and death no matter." Boom! These 4 characters were like an invisible giant hammer, striking hard at the hearts of the 100,000 spectators. The air in that instant seemed to be sucked dry. The relaxed atmosphere of watching the show during THE Chinese letter points competition was completely gone. A cold, bloody aura of killing instantly enveloped the entire Central Martial Arts arena. Everyone understood. The tender performance had ended. Next would be a real, never-ending, bloody gladiatorial fight. After a brief silence, an uncontrollable, morbidly excited roar erupted from the crowd. "It's here, it's finally here. This is how a martial arts grand competition should be. I want to see blood. I wonder who will be the first sacrifice. In the eyes of countless people, a beast-like glint of expectant cruelty and death lit up. In this increasingly bloodthirsty atmosphere, the light screen above the dome scrolled rapidly. The avatars of the 64 qualifier turned into streaks of light. The moment Jiang Lue's calm face appeared in the scrolling sequence, the entire venue once again became incredibly quiet. Everyone's gaze converged here. There was no longer any mockery in their eyes. Only a morbid curiosity and intense anticipation. They wanted to see. They wanted to see if this monster who had turned luck into a miracle could continue under these blood-paved rules. The scrolling speed of the light screen became slower and slower. Finally, buzz. Jiang Lue's calm face was fixed on the left side of the light screen. And on his right, another avatar became clear. It was a young man with a ferocious face, fierce eyes, and a strong aura of killing intent emanating from his entire being. Zhang Mang. Bone Crusher Zhang Mang. On the light screen, a highlight reel of his past battles was even thoughtfully played simultaneously. In the footage, there were no flashy martial arts techniques. Only the most bloody and cruel slaughter. One opponent's arm was twisted into a pretzel by him. Another opponent's leg bone was stomped on by him, piercing through and exposing white bone. Every victory was accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering bones and the opponent's heart-wrenching screams. Hiss! A collective gasp of cold air echoed throughout the venue. Immediately, it was followed by even more fervent schadenfreude. It's Zhang Mang, Lin Yashan's most ruthless mad dog. Now there's a good show to watch. Luck can't stop finger bones that can crush alloys. In the VIP box, Lin Yashan looked at the match results on the light screen, and a cold curve finally appeared on his gloomy face. He raised the wine glass in front of him, and from hundreds of meters away, toasted the figure in the corner of the contestant area. His gaze was full of contempt and confidence, as if looking at a dead man. On the stage, the young man named Zhang Mang had already strode up. He didn't look at Jiang Lue. Instead, he turned around and bowed deeply and respectfully towards the direction of Lin Yashan's box. After the bow, he slowly turned his head back, his eyes filled with brutality and cruelty, locked onto Jiang Lue. A sinister grin spread across his face. He raised his right hand and made a clear, unmistakable throat-slitting gesture in front of his neck. A naked declaration of death. Amidst this killing intent that could make an ordinary person's heart stop, Jiang Lue calmly stood up. He ignored all the gazes from the entire venue. He ignored Zhang Mang's deadly provocation. Step by step, he walked towards his designated stage 7. His composure, so out of place with all the surrounding killing intent, inexplicably sent a chill down the spines of countless people. The referee stood between the two, feeling two palpable pressures that made him almost unable to breathe. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he roared the command to start the match at the fastest possible speed. Match start. Before his words had even finished, he leaped backward like a startled rabbit, as if staying on the stage for one more second would expose him to the impending bloodshed. Roar! A beastly roar not human, erupted fiercely from the depths of Zhang Mang's throat. The alloy floor beneath his feet let out a dull thud, and he charged towards Jiang Lue, bringing with him a strong Chinese letter, bloody wind, in the most ferocious and direct manner. His right hand's 5 fingers spread open, knuckles white from excessive force, forming a sharp claw capable of tearing tigers and leopards, heading straight for Jiang Lue's throat. Bone-crushing hand. On his ferocious face, the cruel pleasure of about to crush his prey's throat bone had already appeared. 42. One palm strike shatters bones, the initial glimpse of its sharp edge. Facing the sharp claw wind, powerful enough to tear steel, Jiang Lue did not move. He stood there quietly, as if completely stunned by that fierce and peerless killing intent, having forgotten even the most basic evasion. This scene made everyone in the audience, who had been anticipating a bloody spectacle, reveal a knowing, cruel smile. Trash is trash after all. Luck always runs out. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei's fingers, holding a wine glass, slightly relaxed, and the tension in her eyes transformed into the disdain and pleasure of seeing the outcome. However, just as Zhang Mang's face, contorted in a sneer, was about to press close to Jiang Lue, at the instant those 5 sharp claws, capable of crushing a throat, were less than half an inch from Jiang Lue's skin. Jiang Lue moved. There was no clumsy rolling. No exaggerated stumbling. He merely shifted his body to the left, like a willow leaf swayed by a breeze, moving gently, less than 3 inches. The movement was understated, extremely graceful. It was as if he wasn't dodging on a life-and-death arena, but strolling leisurely in a courtyard. Whoosh! That fatal claw, imbued with all of Jiang Mang's power and killing intent, thus absurdly grazed Jiang Lue's clothes and fiercely struck empty air. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Jiang Mang's sneer froze on his face. The smiles on the faces of the 100,000 spectators also froze. Everyone's minds completely crashed in that instant. They looked at that elegant figure, whose clothes were not even slightly disheveled, and then recalled the clown who had rolled around and fled in panic during the points match. A chilling, unacceptable thought, like a black lightning bolt, simultaneously exploded in the minds of 100,000 people. Hey! He was acting the whole time. In the contestant area, a genius contestant murmured in shock, his voice filled with extreme horror. These words were like lighting the fuse of a powder keg. The entire venue, after 3 full seconds of dead silence, erupted. But this time, it was not laughter nor boos. Instead, it was a collective gasp, filled with disbelief and a complete subversion of their understanding. At the center of the storm, Jiang Lue gave no one time to react. The moment he dodged that claw, he had already struck first despite moving later. There were no complex martial arts. No dazzling light effects. He simply raised his right hand, and with an unremarkable, even somewhat slow posture, gently pushed it forward. That palm, fair and slender, looked devoid of any strength. Its target was Jiang Mang's right shoulder blade, which was completely exposed due to his excessive force. Jiang Mang's pupils suddenly dilated due to extreme fear. He wanted to change his move, wanted to defend. But his old momentum from charging forward was spent, and new strength had not yet emerged. His body was in a state of absolute rigidity. He could only watch as that palm, which magnified in his eyes like a grim reaper's scythe, slowly but surely, pressed against the vital point of his back. Thud. A faint thud like brushing off dust. Immediately following. Crack. An incredibly crisp, incredibly loud, a bone-chilling sound of bones shattering, enough to make everyone's scalp tingle, clearly echoed through the arena's amplification array, reaching every corner of the entire venue. Ugh. Jiang Mang's sneer completely froze, then was replaced by endless pain and fear. He let out a scream, inhuman and utterly desperate. He collapsed forward like a puppet with its strings cut. And his right arm, which had just attempted to crush Jiang Lue's throat, now hung limply at an extremely bizarre angle. Ghastly white bone even pierced through the skin and clothing of his back shoulder, exposed to the air, a shocking sight. Intense pain like a tide engulfed him. He didn't even manage to struggle before falling to the ground and instantly passing out. On the arena. One move. Just one move. The victor was decided. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei suddenly stood up from her seat. The glass of brightly colored juice in her hand spilled due to her violent trembling, staining her pristine white dress, but she was completely oblivious. In her beautiful eyes, which had always held arrogance and coldness, there was now only a blank, incomprehensible shock. And in another, even more luxurious private box. Snap. A soft sound. On the wall of the crystal wine glass in Lin Yashin's hand, silently, a clear crack spread. In the independent private box at the very top, Situ Hong's ancient eyes, which had always been as calm as a still well, for the first time, burst forth with a dazzling brilliance. He slowly nodded. A truly interested expression appeared on his wrinkled old face. Quite interesting. On the arena, Jiang Lue slowly retracted his palm. He didn't even glance down at the lump of flesh on the ground, like a dead dog, as if he had merely brushed off a trivial speck of dust. Then, he turned. Under the gaze of that dead silent, breathless audience, filled with awe and fear. Calmly, he walked off the arena. The entire central martial arts hall was silent. Only Jiang Mang's unconscious groans, caused by extreme pain, still faintly echoed in the empty arena. It was like a cold epitaph, announcing the complete end of the Emperor of Fortune, and the official birth, at this moment, of a true devil who had been playing the pig to eat the tiger. 43. Yin-Wen Twin Fiends Combined Attack Formation. The brief intermatch break became the most frenzied public carnival in the history of Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy. The Academy forum completely exploded. Top hot post, blood red and bold. I was wrong, I repent. I kowtow to the great Jiang Lue, I was the trash who once mocked him. The post content was only a single short line, but below it, in just 1 minute, over 100,000 replies piled up. Stop kowtowing, Chinese letter, the wind is strong on the rooftop. There are already tens of thousands of people queuing in front of you. Who the hell would have thought, playing the pig to eat the tiger? This is the true playing the pig to eat the tiger. He treated us, 100,000 spectators, like monkeys. Emperor of Fortune. Bah, this is clearly a devil descended. That palm strike, I felt a chill in my bones even through the light screen. Looking back at the points competition now, where was the embarrassment? That was art, damn it. The art of playing with points to the extreme. The previous mockers were wildly slapped in the face. Countless people poured out, screenshotting their past mocking comments, then adding a phrase like "I am guilty," and the entire forum's direction completed a shocking 180-degree reversal. In the VIP section, inside the top-floor private box, the air was so cold it felt like frost could condense. Lin Yashin expressionlessly watched the frantically refreshing posts on the light screen, the last trace of composure vanishing from his handsome face. He slowly raised his wrist and pressed the encrypted communicator. Plan B. His voice held no anger, only a cold, resolute determination, devoid of any warmth. Activate. A respectful and steady voice came from the other end of the communicator. Young master, the cost of Yin Feng making a move is. No cost is too great. Lin Yashin interrupted him. Cripple him. The communication was cut. Inside the box, dead silence returned. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The host's voice rang out again, pulling the entire venue's fervor back to reality. The top 32 into top 16 matches are now beginning to be matched. The light screen above the dome scrolled again. When Jiang Lue's calm face appeared, all 100,000 eyes in the audience converged there, by prior agreement. Tension. Anticipation. The scrolling speed of the light screen became slower and slower. Buzz. Jiang Lue's avatar froze. To his right, two identical avatars appeared, with feminine features and cold eyes. Yin Feng twin fiends. It's them, the twin death warriors trained by the Lin family. On the light screen, their data appeared synchronously. Yin Feng guard left, Yin Feng guard right, twin brothers, telepathic proficient in the combined attack technique, Yin Feng array. Once jointly killed a martial artist realm peak star beast, three-eyed demonic wolf. Seeing that kill record, the entire venue erupted in an uncontrollable gasp. My God, these two together, their strength is definitely no less than a half-step grandmaster. Combined attack techniques are the most troublesome. Now, Jiang Lue should finally be in real trouble. The discussions were filled with solemnity. Ring number 8. Guard left and guard right walked up without saying a word. Their figures, appearances, and even their walking postures were completely identical, as if one person had split into two shadows. They did not exude a violent killing intent like Zhang Mang. But their auras were connected, forming a unified whole, and that cold, subtly dangerous feeling, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, was even more unsettling than any previous opponent. Match start. The referee's voice had just fallen. Swish swish. Two whooshing sounds rang out simultaneously. Guard left and guard right instantly transformed into two gray whirlwinds, without the slightest pause, attacking Jiang Lue simultaneously from two completely different, tricky angles, left and right. A claw from the left, aimed directly at the throat. A leg from the right, sweeping low. Their coordination was flawless, leaving no blind spots. Facing this sudden pincer attack, Jiang Lue's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. He tapped his toes, and his figure drifted backward like a ghost. But he was fast, and his opponents were even faster. He had just retreated half a step when guard left's claw wind had already sealed off his retreat, and guard right's leg shadow followed like a shadow, its angle becoming even trickier, heading straight for his supporting foot. Jiang Lue's figure shifted again. He found that no matter how he moved, how he dodged, he would inevitably face at least one person's direct strong attack and the other's side harassment, like a maggot in the bone. In just an instant, he was completely trapped in a passive pincer attack, in the independent box at the highest point. Situ Hong's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. He looked at the battle scene on the light screen and whispered to his assistant, who was already watching with bated breath, in a calm tone. This combined attack technique has truly grasped the essence of a formation. Offense and defense are one, each acting as a supporting horn. Unless one uses absolute power, or a speed that surpasses their reaction limit, to instantly break through a single point. Otherwise, those caught within will simply be exhausted to death. On the arena, guard left and guard right's attacks grew faster and faster. Their figures were so fast they almost merged into an impenetrable gray wind wall, firmly locking Jiang Lue in the center of the arena. The dense claw and leg shadows wove into a deadly net, constantly tightening. In the audience, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They saw Jiang Lue's movement space being compressed little by little. He seemed to be, once again, in a desperate situation. Just then, a cold glint simultaneously flashed in guard left and guard right's icy eyes. They seized a tiny opening Jiang Lue exposed while dodging, and without hesitation, unleashed their strongest killing move. Yin Feng strangulation array. Two low shouts, overlapping as if only one voice. The next instant, that gray wind wall collapsed inward with a roar. Hundreds of sharp claw shadows from all directions, from every conceivable attack angle, converged simultaneously. The posture was like an iron maiden composed of countless blades, intending to completely grind the prey at its center into a pulp of flesh. A seamless, deadly trap formed instantly. Jiang Lue's figure was completely engulfed by the sky-filling gray claw shadows. 44. One force can overcome all laws. Its domineering power is unparalleled. The death storm, woven from hundreds of gray claw shadows, had contracted to its extreme. At the center of the storm, the air was torn, emitting a sharp wail. Any steel caught within it would be instantly pulverized into the finest dust. A deadly trap. However, just as the death storm was about to close in, completely engulfing the figure at its center, in that final instant, Jiang Lue stopped all evasive movements. He stood at the absolute center of the storm. Amidst the screeching sound that could tear apart one's soul, he slowly closed his eyes. This action made everyone's heart in the entire venue skip a beat. What is he doing? Did he give up? Is he scared stiff? Closing his eyes at a time like this, is he crazy? In the competitors' area and the audience stands, countless people instinctively leaned forward from their seats due to this incomprehensible scene. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei's tightly clenched palms were seeping with fine beads of sweat. In Lin Yashin's private box, he raised his wine glass, the cold curve on his face indicating his absolute certainty of the impending bloody outcome. On the arena, a cruel, sinister smile simultaneously appeared on the cold faces of guard left and guard right. Their death was at hand. Hundreds of incomparably sharp claw shadows finally touched Jiang Lue's clothes. The tearing would happen in the next thousandth of a second. Now, Jiang Lue suddenly opened his eyes. In those pitch-black pupils there was no panic, no fear, not even the slightest ripple. Only a bottomless, absolute calm. He did not choose any skillful breakthrough. He didn't even raise his arm to block. He just made the simplest, most primitive, and most unexpected move of all. His right foot. He stomped down heavily. Boom! A terrifying roar, as muffled as a thunderclap from the heavens exploding in the deep sea, instantly swallowed all sounds in the venue. A terrifying wave of air, visible to the naked eye and solidified as if tangible, erupted from Jiang Lue's stomping point like a volcano dormant for 10,000 years. The hard alloy arena groaned violently and unbearably under the weight of this unreasonable and overbearing force. The entire platform was shaking madly, violently. That exquisitely precise and flawlessly coordinated, yin-wind strangling array, capable of trapping and killing a half-step grandmaster. In the face of this utterly pure, utterly brutal force, it was like a fragile sandcastle hit by a giant wave. Instantly, it crumbled. Hundreds of sharp claw shadows were scattered and dissipated into nothingness by the violent airwave in midair. Guard left and guard right only felt an irresistible, terrifying shockwave surge up from the arena beneath their feet. The combined attack they were so proud of was forcibly shattered by this power. Their bodies simultaneously experienced a fatal, brief moment of stiffness. It was this instant. Jiang Lue's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot. The speed he erupted with was even faster than the yin-wind twin fiends, who were known for their movement techniques. The next moment, he appeared as if teleporting, simultaneously beside the two brothers whose bodies were stiff. Striking left and right. Two seemingly unremarkable fists, carrying no radiance of star source power. Yet with a terrifying posture that tore through the air like thunder, they simultaneously struck the chests of both men. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds, so heavy they made everyone's heart in the entire venue twitch, almost overlapped. The astonishment on guard left and guard right's faces was forever frozen. Their bodies were as if struck head-on by two invisible giant siege hammers. Their chests caved in deeply, forming a visible arc. Large amounts of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, gushed out from their mouths. The two bodies, like broken sacks kicked away, flew backward. They had completely lost consciousness while still in midair. Finally, they fell heavily, more than 10 meters away, off the arena. The entire venue fell into a dead silence. The overwhelming clamor and tense discussions vanished. The 10,000-person venue was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's expressions were frozen. They looked at the figure in the center of the arena, who slowly retracted his fists, not even a corner of his clothes disheveled. An indescribable bone-chilling coldness seized everyone's soul. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei's body swayed, and she slumped back into her seat, the color completely drained from her beautiful, sculpted face. In another private box. Crack! The tiny crack on the crystal wine glass in Lin Yashin's hand suddenly expanded, instantly covering the entire body of the glass. In the highest independent private box, Situ Hong's thin figure suddenly stood up. He stared intently at the solitary figure on the light screen. All the calmness and composure on his wrinkled old face had vanished, replaced by uncontrollable shock and a nearly fanatical excitement. His cloudy old eyes erupted with an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance. His lips trembled, and he murmured in a lost voice, using one's own vital energy to resonate with heaven and earth, forming a force field. This is not something that can be achieved in the martial artist realm. This is a physique that only exists in legends. Chaos, divine body. 45. The name of the devil, the killing intent returns. On the arena, there was a deathly silence. The referee stood there, looking at the two unconscious messes of flesh a dozen meters away, then turned back to glance at the figure who was slowly retracting his fist, not even a trace of his breathing disturbed, feeling a chill run from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. His Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his raised arm, trembling uncontrollably, seemed somewhat comical. He used all his strength to force his voice out of his dry throat. Arena number 8, Jiang Lue wins. This proclamation was like a drop of cold water thrown into boiling oil. The entire Central Martial Arts Academy, after an extreme, deathly silence, exploded. Roar! Shouts like a mountain calling and a sea roaring rose to the sky, almost overturning the dome. But this time, there was no longer any cheer or encouragement in those shouts. There was only the most primitive, purest roar, mixed with fanaticism and horror. Monster! He's a monster! Demon! He's a demon crawled out of the abyss. The Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy forum, at the same time, completely crashed. Countless posts were instantly flooded, and the server, overwhelmed, crashed several times. When the technicians frantically restored it, all the messy posts on the forum's homepage were cleared. Only a blood-red, bolded, enlarged title, personally stickied by the highest authority administrator, remained. He is not a dark horse, he is a demon from the abyss. In a corner of the spectator stands, Fatty Wang suddenly jumped up from his seat, his face flushed with excitement, tears welling in his eyes. He puffed out his corpulent chest, pointed at the surrounding classmates who had once mocked him, but were now pale as ash and dumbfounded, and roared with all his might. Do you see it? Do you all see it? This is my brother Lu, my brother. You blind idiots, idiots. In the VIP box, Su Nianwei's face was ashen, completely devoid of color. Her well-maintained jade hands clutched the hem of her luxurious long dress tightly, her knuckles turning white from the excessive force. In her mind, the figure on the arena, delivering a punch with unparalleled dominance, his gaze so cold it lacked any warmth, was wildly overlapping, intertwining, and then tearing apart with the figure of the timid, even afraid to speak loudly, waste from deep in her memory. That fierce, subversive impact left her mind blank. Why? How could this be? A strange emotion she had never experienced, one that made her feel flustered, like a poisonous weed's tender sprout, for the first time, quietly germinated in her heart, which was wrapped layer upon layer in arrogance and coldness. That emotion was called regret. Bang! A muffled thud came from the independent private box on the top floor. Lin Yashin slammed his fist heavily onto the special alloy table in front of him. The sturdy tabletop, centered around his fist, was deeply dented with a clear fist print, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly outwards. His handsome face, which had always maintained composure and arrogance, now had no trace of elegance. All that remained was extreme fury, born from his plan being utterly shattered, and a hint of dread, for that unreasonable, absolute power, a dread he himself was unwilling to admit. And in another independent private box, Situ Hong no longer looked at the arena. The subsequent matches had lost their meaning for him. He walked to the encrypted communication device in the corner of the box, his aged but steady fingers rapidly editing on the light screen. A piece of encrypted intelligence, set to the highest level, was instantly sent across an unimaginable distance, through a special channel that outsiders could not conceive, to the martial arts holy land suspended above the sea of clouds. The content of the intelligence was very simple. Only one sentence. Suspected chaos divine body has appeared. Dispatch personnel immediately to verify and designate as a top observation target. Jiang Lue stepped off the arena and returned to his corner. The surrounding contestants, as if avoiding a plague, instinctively scattered outwards, creating a large vacuum around him. Jiang Lue paid no attention to this. He sat down and closed his eyes. The moment he sat down, a bone-chilling, undisguised, pure killing intent, like an invisible poisonous needle, precisely and firmly locked onto him from the direction of Lin Yashin's box. Jiang Lue's eyelids twitched slightly. He knew. Game time was over. From this moment on, there was no longer any room for maneuver between the two sides. What awaited them was an unending struggle, in Lin Yashin's box. He slowly withdrew his fist, its knuckles cracked and bleeding. The furious expression on his face receded like a tide. In its place was a more unsettling, deathly gloom. He picked up his communicator and dialed a number. His voice, devoid of any emotion, was so gloomy it seemed to drip water. Initiate the Reaper plan. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator, seemingly shocked by the activation of this plan. Lin Yashin did not wait for a reply. He added in an undeniable, cold tone. Next round. I want him to not even have a chance to surrender. 46. Appetizer: The Devil's New Mask. During the brief break, the entire Central Martial Arts arena remained immersed in the extreme shock brought by the previous battle, unable to extricate itself. The overbearing scene of him stomping his foot like a god or demon, completely shattering the exquisitely precise combined attack formation, was replayed repeatedly on the light screen. Each replay caused the hearts of the 100,000 spectators to uncontrollably twitch with the tremor of the arena. Demon. He is absolutely a demon in human skin. On the forum, this new nickname, spreading almost virally, completely replaced all previous derisive titles. This was no longer an insult. Instead, it was a definition born from the depths of the soul, tinged with fear. People no longer discussed Jiang Lue's luck, nor his background. They only discussed what was the limit of this monster. Amidst the discussions, a mix of fanaticism and horror, the host once again stepped onto the stage, his expression extremely solemn. Ladies and gentlemen, the matches from the top 32 to the top 16 have all concluded. Next will be the even more brutal top 16 to top 8 elimination rounds. He took a deep breath, his voice suddenly rising, each word like a cold iron block striking everyone's hearts. I reiterate from now on, every match will follow one iron rule. On the dome's light screen, those 4 blood-red characters reappeared, exuding a chilling scent of blood. Life-death no matter. A bloodthirsty excitement, like an electric current, instantly coursed through the entire venue. After a brief silence, suppressed roars erupted, one after another. The light screen scrolled rapidly. When Jiang Lue's calm face appeared, the 100,000 gazes in the entire venue once again converged there, as if by prior agreement. Buzz. The light screen froze. To Jiang Lue's right, a young man with a fierce face and snake-like eyes appeared. Heartbreaker Li, martial artist realm peak, Lin Clan group enshrine, skilled in the heartbreaking claw, ruthless in his attacks, once crushed the hearts of 3 iron-armored rhinos alive. On the light screen, a bloody compilation of battles was then played. In the footage, Li's 5 fingers, like hooks, easily tore open the thick rhino hide armor, directly reaching into its chest, pulling out a still-beating heart, and then in front of the camera he used his fingers to crush it. The cruel scene of blood splattering made countless people's stomachs churn. Immediately after came an even more morbid fanaticism. It's Li, another mad dog under Lin Yashin. Now it's really going to be bloody. Arena number 9. Li strode onto it. He completely ignored the referee, instead turning directly to look at Jiang Lue in the corner of the contestant area. He bared his teeth, revealing a set stained yellow from tobacco. Then he slowly raised his right hand and made a clear, unmistakable throat-slitting gesture in front of his neck. His eyes seemed to say, I will crush you just as I crushed that heart. Facing this blatant death declaration, Jiang Lue calmly stood up and walked, step by step, towards the arena shrouded in killing intent. Match start. The referee's voice was almost a shout. He finished yelling and flew backward without looking back. Die. Li let out a beast-like growl, pushing off with his feet, his entire body like a cannonball fired from a barrel, pouncing towards Jiang Lue. All of his star source power was concentrated in his right claw, the veins on his 5 fingers bulging, and his fingertips even emitted a sharp tearing sound due to the excessive concentration of power. This claw strike was aimed directly at Jiang Lue's heart. He wanted to replicate his M-O-S-T Chinese letter, proud / Chinese letter, scene of torture and killing in front of the entire city. However, Jiang Lue's reaction to this fierce and unparalleled pounce stunned everyone. He did not meet it head-on. He did not stomp his foot. He didn't even use that overbearing power. The instant Li's sharp claw was about to touch his chest, Jiang Lue's toes lightly tapped the ground, and his entire body, like a weightless feather, shifted half a step to the left. It was this half step. Li Li's heartbreaking claw, which he was certain would hit, barely grazed Jiang Lue's clothes and fiercely struck empty air. The sneer on Li Li's face froze. Missing his attack, he immediately twisted his body forcefully, and his other hand, transformed into an afterimage, clawed at Jiang Lue's ribs again. However, Jiang Lue's figure, like his body's shadow, once again floated back a step with an incredibly nimble posture, causing the attack to miss again. In Li Li's astonished gaze, Jiang Lue moved. He no longer dodged. He closed in. His speed was not fast, but each step landed precisely at the point where Li Li's old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet emerged. Li Li only felt a blur before his eyes. The figure that was 3 steps away had already ghost-like closed in on him. Jiang Lue raised his hands. Those hands did not gather any star source power. They simply moved with extreme speed, yet with incredible clarity, like butterflies flitting through flowers. First move. Jiang Lue's left hand lightly flicked, precisely hitting the inside of Li Li's incoming wrist. A clever force was released, instantly neutralizing all the power in his claw and causing his body's center of gravity to momentarily lose balance. Second move. Seizing this momentary imbalance, Jiang Lue's right hand, like a nimble snake, instantly coiled around Li Li's arm. His fingers exerted force, precisely gripping the joint of his elbow. Third move. A gentle twist, a dislocation. Crack. A crisp sound of bone dislocation, so jarring it made everyone's teeth ache, echoed throughout the venue. Li Li's proudly boasted right arm instantly went limp and dangled. Before he could even scream, Jiang Lue's movements showed no pause. He repeated the process, using 3 similar moves with his other hand to completely dislocate his left arm's joint as well. The entire process was smooth and clean. It took no more than 2 seconds. Li Li, who a second ago was fierce and had threatened to crush hearts, now knelt on the ground with his arms dangling limply, like a crab with its claws removed, his face filled with bewilderment and pain, having completely lost all combat ability. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone watched this scene, dumbfounded. If the previous Jiang Lue, who broke all techniques with sheer force, was an unreasonable demon, then what was this Jiang Lue, who now toyed with a master of the same level using only pure skill and control? That enormous, subversive contrast caused everyone's brains to briefly crash. They couldn't adapt. In this eerie silence, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from another arena. Everyone's gaze was instinctively drawn over, only to see on arena number 4. A young man, covered in blood, with torn clothes and deep, bone-visible wounds all over his body, was desperately supporting his tottering body with the long saber in his hand. At his feet lay a luxuriously dressed family genius who had already fainted. The young man was gasping for breath, and with each inhale, blood foamed at the corners of his mouth. But he was still standing. His eyes, like flames burning in desperation, were bright and stubborn. Winner Xiao Chen. The referee's voice carried a hint of genuine admiration. After a brief silence, the entire venue erupted in a thunderous, overwhelming cheer. Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is awesome. Light of the commoners, this is the battle we want to see. Countless ordinary students, their faces flushed with excitement, gave their most fervent applause to the commoner hero who had fought for victory with blood and perseverance. Xiao Chen's unyielding figure formed an incredibly stark and intense contrast with the unharmed, cold, and seemingly emotionless Jiang Lue on arena number 9. In this fervent atmosphere, the host stepped onto the center of the stage. The top 16 to top 8 matches have all concluded. Now, I will announce the lineup for the top 8 matches. The giant light screen above the dome scrolled one last time. All sounds in the venue at this moment miraculously disappeared. 100,000 gazes converged on a single point. The light screen scrolling became slower and slower. Buzz. On the left, a portrait froze. That calm face, as still as an abyss. Jiang Lue. On the right, another portrait became clear. That blood-stained face, yet filled with defiance and tenacity. Xiao Chen. When the 2 names, with an earth-shattering momentum, violently collided. The entire Central Martial Arts arena, after a dead silence of 3 full seconds, with a roar, completely exploded. The ultimate showdown between demon and hero. 47. The expectations of the masses, a solitary and monstrous talent. When those 2 names, like 2 burning stars, fiercely collided with the light barrier on the dome, the entire Central Martial Arts arena's brief silence was replaced by an unprecedented, almost frenzied wave of sound. Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen. The shouts ignited from one corner, then swept across the entire venue like a prairie fire. The shouts of 100,000 people converged into a torrent powerful enough to shake heaven and earth. The sound was filled with the most sincere, most fervent hope. At the official commentary booth, the veteran commentator's face was flushed with excitement, and he clenched his fists, roaring into the amplification array. A duel between a hero and a demon. A clash of hope and fear. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are about to witness might be the most symbolic battle since the start of this year's grand competition. On one side, we have Xiao Chen, the light of the common people who came from humble beginnings, relied on unyielding will and hard work, overcame all obstacles, and carries the hopes of countless ordinary students. And on the other side, we have Jiang Lue, the undefeated legend who crushed all opponents with absolute power and ruthlessness, earning him the title of demon. Will the hero's blade be able to cut through the demon's disguise, or will the demon's shadow swallow our last hope? Let us wait and see. Public opinion was almost entirely one-sided. 99% of the people gave their most fervent support to that blood-soaked figure with resolute eyes. In the VIP seats, Su Nianwei looked at the boiling public sentiment on the light screen, at Xiao Chen, who was hailed as a hero, and a trace of joyful color finally reappeared on her pretty face, which had turned pale due to Jiang Lue's previous performance. She raised her wine glass, gently swirling it. Brute force in the end has its limits. She muttered to herself, her voice carrying a certainty that bordered on a curse. In her opinion, all of Jiang Lue's previous victories stemmed from an unreasonable, savage physique. But Xiao Chen was different. He was a true genius who had reached this point step by step, relying on wisdom, skill, and martial arts honed through 1,000 trials. This was a true martial artist. She firmly believed that in the face of Xiao Chen's exquisite blade techniques, Jiang Lue's brute force was nothing but a crude joke. All of his disguises would be completely exposed. Amidst the thunderous cheers from the entire arena, two figures slowly emerged from both ends of the CONTEST, a NT Chinese letter. As Xiao Chen stepped onto the stairs leading to the ring, he was greeted by 100,000 pairs of fervent eyes, filled with encouragement and trust. Xiao Chen, you can do it. You are our hope. Take down that monster. But when Jiang Lue's figure appeared, the earth-shattering shouts were instantly cut off, as if by an invisible giant scissor. What replaced them was an eerie silence, cold and filled with hostility and fear. 100,000 gazes, like an invisible wall, pressed heavily upon him. He walked alone calmly, on that path paved with silence and hostility. Like an isolated island, cut off from the entire world, at the central ring. The two stood 10 meters apart, facing each other. The referee stood between them, feeling the passionate fervor of a volcanic eruption on one side, and the abyss-like dead silence on the other, feeling as if his very soul would be torn apart by this immense contrast. He took a deep breath, shouted the command with all his might, and then quickly retreated. Match start. Clang. A clear saber hum, like a dragon's roar, suddenly erupted within 1,000th of a second after the command was given. Xiao Chen moved. He did not probe in the slightest. He knew deeply that in terms of pure strength and physique, he was no match for Jiang Lue. His only chance of victory was to completely draw Jiang Lue into his attack rhythm with his most proud blade techniques, before Jiang Lue's unreasonable power could fully unleash. Thousandfold waves. With a low shout, he and the long saber in his hand instantly became one. Whoosh! The first flash of the blade, like a silver lightning bolt tearing through the sea, slashed out horizontally. Immediately after, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The second, the third, the 10th. Blade lights layered upon each other, one following closely after another, each faster than the last. The blade light was no longer a line, but had transformed into a surface. A surging, endless silver tidal wave, woven from countless blade lights, instantly enveloped Jiang Lue with a terrifying, all-consuming posture. The blade's momentum was continuous, each wave higher than the last. That exquisite attack rhythm perfectly demonstrated the martial arts principle of using speed to counter slowness, and skill to break force. Facing these overwhelming, unavoidable blade waves, Jiang Lue, for the first time, did not choose to meet them head-on. He lightly tapped his toes on the ground, his figure floating backward. However, as he retreated one step, that silver blade wave surged forward one step. The layered blade lights seemed to possess life, locking onto him relentlessly, constantly compressing his dodging space. Jiang Lue could only keep retreating. He raised his arm, using the simplest and most direct blocks to parry the blades that were truly unavoidable. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic clangs like a sudden downpour resounded throughout the arena. Sparks flew everywhere. In everyone's eyes, the demon who had previously been overwhelmingly tyrannical, capable of deciding victory with a single punch or kick. Now, amidst that silver tidal wave, he was like a small boat that could capsize at any moment. Struggling to cope. Retreating step by step. His posture was utterly disheveled. Good. Suppressed, completely suppressed. Xiao Chen is awesome, that's it, don't give him any chance to breathe. Seeing this scene, the 100,000 spectators in the entire arena completely erupted. They excitedly stood up from their seats, waving their arms and with their loudest voices, offered their most fervent cheers to the common hero who was creating a miracle. They seemed to have already seen the dawn of victory. They saw the invincible demon being struck down by the hero's blade, his disguise completely torn apart. In the contestant area, Fatty Wang was sweating profusely, his corpulent body trembling slightly from tension. No, something's wrong. He stared intently at the retreating figure on the light screen, shouting with all his might. Brother Lu is observing. He is observing the opponent's blade path. However, his voice was like a pebble thrown into a raging tide. It failed to even stir a ripple, and was completely drowned out by the thunderous cheers. In the highest independent private box, Situ Hang's wrinkled old face showed no ripples whatsoever. He was not attracted by the spectacular battle scene in the ring like everyone else. He simply, calmly, extended his aged finger and lightly tapped a crystal on the armrest in front of him. Buzz! A holographic light screen quietly unfolded before his eyes. The battle scene from the ring was synchronously projected onto it. 100 times slow motion. Activate energy consumption analysis model. He issued the commands in a cold, emotionless voice. The next instant, the image on the light screen suddenly slowed down. Xiao Chen's lightning-fast blade light transformed into clear, visible trajectories flowing with energy halos. And Jiang Lue's seemingly disheveled retreat and blocks, every detail were magnified infinitely. Lines of data flow, invisible to the naked eye, frantically refreshed in the corner of the light screen. Situ Hang's murky old eyes stared intently at those data. Gradually, for the first time, an uncontrollable, extreme astonishment appeared on his face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well. He saw it. Under 100 times slow motion, he saw it clearly. Jiang Lue's every retreat, every footfall, was not a panic scramble. Instead, it was as precise as if calculated by the most sophisticated instrument, landing precisely in the weakest energy field between the opponent's blade forces, at the node that consumed the least of his own energy. His every seemingly strained block, the angle at which his arm was raised, the position where he met the blade, was precisely the only weak point where the opponent's old force was exhausted and new force had not yet arisen. How was this disheveled? This was clearly dancing the most precise, most deadly dance of death on the tip of a blade. Just then, on the ring, the battle situation changed abruptly. Xiao Chen, who had been attacking for a long time without success, a hint of desperation flashed in his eyes. He poured all of his star source power into this last strike. Thousandfold waves unite. That surging silver blade wave instantly merged into one. It transformed into a terrifying blade aura, 10 meters long, dazzling to the extreme, as if it would cleave the entire ring in two. And Jiang Lue, at this moment, had been forced to the very edge of the ring. Behind him, there was no more room to retreat. That terrifying blade aura, capable of cleaving mountains, descended with a killing intent. He had nowhere left to retreat. 48, dancer on the edge of a knife. At the very last moment, when that terrifying blade aura, capable of cleaving mountains, was about to touch Jiang Lue's forehead. At the very last instant, when the 100,000 spectators in the arena had subconsciously closed their eyes, unable to bear witnessing the scene of flesh and blood flying, Jiang Lue stopped moving. His figure, which had been drifting backward, suddenly froze in the tearing gale of blade aura, with an incredibly abrupt and resolute posture. He stopped, right at the very edge of the arena. There was no retreat, no escape. He was like a statue that had given up all resistance, calmly awaiting the final judgment. It's over. The commentator roared these 3 words with all his might. However, in the 1,000th of a second, before the dazzling blade aura completely engulfed him, Jiang Lue's body moved. He did not parry. He did not meet it head-on. He did not even retreat an inch. He merely used his right foot at the edge of the arena as an axis, his body tilting slightly to the left with an extremely subtle, effortless, and even elegant movement. It was this insignificant tilt. The fierce blade aura, condensed with Xiao Chen's lifelong belief in power, capable of splitting stone, actually grazed his clothes, missing him by a hair's breadth and slashing into empty space, in a way so absurd it defied everyone's understanding of physics. Boom! The terrifying blade aura slammed heavily into the energy shield behind the arena. The entire central martial arts hall trembled violently. The shield, capable of withstanding a full power strike from a grandmaster, erupted in dazzling light, emitting a groan of unbearable strain. Time, as if a pause button had been pressed at this moment. The thunderous cheers from the entire arena ceased abruptly. The fervent, expectant expressions on everyone's faces completely froze. They stared blankly at the figure at the edge of the arena, whose clothes were not even slightly disheveled, then looked at the shield, flickering wildly due to energy overload. A cold, indescribable chill surged from everyone's feet straight to the top of their heads. At the center of the storm, Xiao Chen, having missed his strike and exhausted his previous strength, experienced a momentary rigidity. And the dynamic of offense and defense completely reversed in that instant. Jiang Lue did not launch a thunderous counterattack. He didn't even glance at Xiao Chen. He simply lifted his foot and took a gentle step forward. One step, and he re-entered the death storm woven from countless afterimages of blade light. He strolled casually. He was like a dancer who had just finished warming up, stepping onto the stage paved with blades under everyone's gaze, with a calm and unhurried demeanor. The next scene froze history, and completely stopped the breath of 100,000 people. Xiao Chen recovered from his rigidity, let out a roar, and his long blade once again transformed into a sky full of light and shadows, frantically slashing at the figure who had invaded his domain. However, facing the net of blades capable of cutting steel into fragments, Jiang Lue did not dodge, did not evade, did not block. A blade light came for his throat. He merely tilted his head slightly, and the sharp edge grazed the skin of his neck, taking with it a wisp of broken hair. A blade light pierced straight for his heart. He merely turned his body gently, and the deadly blade tip passed close to his ribs, failing to touch him in the slightest. He raised his hand, twisted his waist, lowered his shoulder, turned his wrist. Every one of his movements was utterly simple, utterly unadorned, filled with an indescribable, primitive yet harmonious sense of rhythm. He dodged every deadly blade with the most economical, most effortless and most incredible methods, one by one. That was not a battle. That was a dance of death, performed to its utmost on the edge of a blade. All sounds in the arena vanished. The earth-shattering shouts, the excited cheers, the tense discussions. Everything in the face of this unbelievable, even miraculous scene, turned into nothingness. The arena of 100,000 people fell into an absolute, graveyard-like silence, where even heartbeats seemed to have disappeared. At the commentator's desk, the veteran commentator stood with his mouth agape, his notes scattered on the floor, yet he was oblivious. His brain had completely crashed. He didn't know how to describe this scene before him, which surpassed his lifelong martial arts knowledge. In the VIP box, Su Nianwei's last trace of color drained from her face, turning into a deathly pallor. She watched the figure on the screen, strolling casually through the deadly blade light, his posture so relaxed and carefree it was almost lazy. That grasp of timing, that control of distance, that unfathomable understanding of martial arts, as if he had already seen through all of his opponent's changes. This was simply not something a young person could possess. That was not brute force. That was a Tao. A true Tao of martial arts, one that she might never reach in her entire life. On the arena, Xiao Chen felt like he was going crazy. The blade in his hand moved faster and faster, more and more frantically. But he felt that he wasn't attacking an enemy. Instead, he was using his life and dignity to contribute to the birth of a masterpiece. Every strike of his blade was like a calculated brushstroke. All his struggles were merely to make the protagonist in the painting appear even more breathtaking, even more miraculous in his dance. His opponent's eyes were as calm as an abyss. In those eyes he saw no emotion. No killing intent, no disdain, not even seriousness. All he saw was himself. A clown doing his utmost, leaping and jumping with a ludicrous posture. Crack! A faint sound, audible only to him, echoed in his heart. It was his proud, indestructible Tao heart cracking for the first time. All his pride, all his persistence, all his beliefs, were shattered into dust before his opponent's leisurely dance. Every step Jiang Lue took seemed to align with some profound truth of heaven and earth. He elevated this battle, which everyone expected to be bloody, into an artistic performance that captivated hearts and even inspired an urge to worship. He was no longer the ferocious demon, but a solitary grandmaster, showcasing the ultimate art of martial arts on the edge of death. Finally, when Xiao Chen delivered his last strike, and his blade's momentum briefly and imperceptibly faltered due to his mental disarray. Jiang Lue stopped his dance. He had completely controlled the rhythm of this performance. He looked at the commoner genius opposite him, whose eyes were bloodshot, breathing ragged, and already on the verge of collapse. In those eyes, calm as an ancient abyss, finally a ripple appeared. And Zhao Chen, at the sight of that ripple, his last shred of sanity completely broke. Ugh! He let out an inhuman roar, and in his eyes the last and most insane, most resolute flame ignited. He would burn his essence blood. He would burn everything he had. With this final strike, he would defend his warrior's dignity, which was about to be utterly crushed. 49. One palm strike shatters the void, the Tao heart is broken. That roar wasn't from his throat, but erupted from the depths of his burning soul. Zhao Chen's eyes were blood red, and blood vessels slowly seeped from the corners of his eyes. His entire aura was no longer as tough as steel as before, but instead burned with a tragic and brilliant radiance, like a meteor streaking across an eternal night, destined for destruction. He was burning his vital essence. He was burning his future martial arts path. He was burning the last, and only remaining, shred of dignity as a martial artist. All for this resolute, final strike. Oh yeah! The long saber in his hand let out a mournful cry, as if it too could not bear this final brilliance and weight. The blade BECAME Chinese letter, turning into dazzling silver white. The next instant, he and the saber disappeared together, transforming into a streak of light. A streak of light so brilliant that it seemed as if only this color remained between heaven and earth, and so fast that it seemed to have surpassed time itself. A streak of light that carried a man's lifelong belief and unyielding will, tearing through the air, tearing through all obstacles, resolutely slashing towards the figure who had completely shattered his world. This was the end of his martial path. This was his strongest and most unguarded strike in this life. Facing this attack that condensed a person's entire life into an instant, Jiang Lue, who had been standing still, finally moved. He raised his right hand. His expression remained terrifyingly calm. In those abyss-like eyes there was no disdain, no solemnity, only a fleeting glimpse of what seemed like appreciation. It was as if what was rushing towards him was not a deadly saber light, but a work of art worth one last look. He did not clench his fist. His 5 long, fair fingers slowly spread open. A palm pressed forward. An ordinary, unadorned palm. It looked very slow, as leisurely as pushing open one's courtyard gate in the afternoon. But in the perception of the very few true powerhouses present, that palm seemed to transcend the limits of speed, containing endless profound principles. Town void palm. This palm did not meet the saber's edge. It didn't even touch the blade. Under the gaze of 10,000 astonished eyes throughout the arena, that seemingly ordinary palm, lightly yet incredibly precisely, pressed onto an inconspicuous node of power circulation within that brilliant streak of light. Not the sharpest point. Not the most powerful point. Just an inconspicuous, even ignorable, node in the energy cycle. The moment the palm and light touched, there was no earth-shattering roar. No dazzling light from energy collision. Only nothingness. That brilliant streak of light, carrying Zhao Chen's everything, solidified in midair for 1,000th of a second. Then, it was like a magnificent, illusory bubble gently pricked by a needle. Silently, absurdly, it vanished into thin air. Layers of saber light disintegrated. Terrifying killing intent disappeared. The indomitable momentum gone without a trace. Zhao Chen's figure reappeared, still maintaining his charging posture, but the saber in his hand had already lost all its brilliance, and on his face only an extreme, bewildered horror remained. He felt that all the power within him, all the power gained by burning his vital essence, was completely swallowed by that palm, like rivers flowing into an endless sea, without stirring even a ripple. It was gone. Everything was gone. A gentle yet irresistible force emanated from the palm, imprinted on his chest. Zhao Chen's body, like a feather, flew backward. He flew out of the arena lightly, and landed on the ground outside the venue. He was completely unharmed. There wasn't a single scratch on him. But his eyes were hollow, devoid of any spirit, like 2 dried-up ancient wells. The soul within him had died. Clang! The long saber that had accompanied him through countless bloody battles slipped from his powerless hand and fell onto the cold alloy floor. The crisp sound echoed through the deathly silent venue. That was the sound of a Tao heart shattering, and it was at the instant Jiang Lue's palm struck. In the highest independent private box. Before Situ Dai, on the holographic light screen that captured every detail at 100x slow motion and the highest frame rate. A faint, almost non-existent wisp of gray chaotic aura flashed from Jiang Lue's palm, existing for less than 1/10,000th of a second. It was this fleeting moment that was precisely captured. Situ Hong's hunched figure suddenly straightened. In his cloudy old eyes, all calmness and indifference had vanished, replaced by dazzling, brilliant, almost tangible light that shot forth. The last trace of doubt in his heart was completely erased. It's real. It really is. That legendary physique, which only existed in the most ancient myths, has truly appeared in the world. On the arena, Jiang Lue slowly withdrew his palm. He stood with his hands behind his back, his expression as calm as ever. The stunned referee finally recovered. He looked at the dispirited figure outside the arena, then looked at Jiang Lue, who stood majestically like a towering peak on the stage, and his heart was filled with a reverence that came from the depths of his soul. He raised his trembling arm, and with a hoarse yet solemn voice, declared, "Winner Jiang Lue." The declaration echoed. The Central Martial Arts Hall, capable of holding 100,000 people, remained deathly silent. No cheers. No roars. No discussions. Only the curtain call of a hero, and a winner who stood majestically like an ancient divine mountain, in silence. This silence was the highest form of coronation. 50. The devil's demeanor, the goddess's tears. The entire venue fell silent. In that absolute silence, where even breathing sounds vanished, Jiang Lue's gaze crossed a distance of over 10 meters, landing on the dispirited figure outside the arena. Then, he spoke. "Your blade is quite good." His voice was not loud. It contained no star source power, yet it seemed to possess a peculiar penetrative quality, clearly echoing through every corner of the Central Martial Arts Academy. These words, like a thunderclap piercing the eternal night, fiercely struck Xiao Chen's dead and hollow spiritual world. His body, stiff like a puppet with its strings cut, trembled violently. He slowly, with difficulty, raised his head. In his eyes, which had been as empty as a dried-up ancient well, for the first time, a glimmer of extremely complex, faint light appeared. In that light there was shock, incomprehension, bewilderment, and ultimately, it all transformed into an unspeakable sense of relief. He looked at the figure on the stage, standing tall and firm like a deity. He had lost. Lost completely. Lost with a shattered Tao heart. Yet these words, an acknowledgement from the strong one who had utterly crushed him, were like an invisible large hand, picking up his shattered Tao heart, piece by piece, and reassembling it. Xiao Chen's lips moved several times, but no sound came out. Finally, he faced Jiang Lue's direction and with all his strength, bowed deeply. 90 degrees. A bow to the very end. This scene, like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly ignited the suppressed emotions of the entire audience to their extreme. Buzz. The discussions were no longer the gasps or roars from before, but a sudden eruption like a tidal wave breaking through a dam. He actually praised Xiao Chen. This isn't an insult. I can feel it, that's genuine recognition. Oh my God, what kind of person is this? Is he a devil or a grandmaster? The focus of people's discussions had completely deviated from the outcome of the match. They frantically replayed the nearly perfect palm technique on the light screen, frantically analyzing Jiang Lue's every movement, as casual as a stroll through a garden. Fear still existed. But above this fear, a more intense, purer emotion was rapidly growing. That was awe. Devil, no, that word is too shallow, he is not a devil. An old professor from the academy, trembling with excitement at the commentary desk, pointed at the calm figure on the light screen and roared. He is a prodigy, a true martial arts prodigy, appearing once in 10,000 years. Prodigy. These two words, as if possessing magic, instantly spread throughout the venue. On the academy forum, the blood-red pinned post, after several minutes of silence, had its title changed once again by the administrator at the fastest speed. He is not a devil, he is a martial arts prodigy walking among mortals. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei stared blankly at the figure on the light screen, revered by tens of thousands. She watched the scene below, where even the common hero Xiao Chen was genuinely convinced and bowed in respect. In her mind, Jiang Lue's incomparably domineering power, his composed and leisurely demeanor and his almost Tao-like wisdom were like the sharpest, poison-tipped daggers. One cut after another. They sliced her ridiculous pride, her self-righteous judgments, and all the excuses she had made for breaking off the engagement into shattered pieces. It turned out, he was not a waste. It turned out, he not only possessed power, but also a martial arts wisdom that she could never hope to achieve in her entire life. It turned out, what she had personally thrown away was not a stubborn stone, but a vast starry sky containing supreme divine treasures. An indescribable, sharp, heart-wrenching pain exploded from the deepest part of her heart, instantly sweeping through her limbs and bones. The color drained from her delicate and beautiful face, leaving it as pale as paper. Her body trembled violently, uncontrollably. A hot tear finally broke free from the restraints of her will, gushing from her beautiful eyes that had always carried arrogance and coldness. Tears silently streamed down her smooth cheeks, burning her skin, and also burning her heart, which had long been gnawed to pieces by regret. In another, more luxurious private room, Lin Yashin stared intently at the light screen. The muscles on his face were severely contorted by extreme jealousy and fear, making his handsome face appear grotesque and terrifying. He could still understand the crushing of power, but the almost Tao-like martial arts wisdom, the composure and artistry that elevated combat to an art form, was like an invisible heavy hammer, striking fiercely at his soul. For the first time, he felt fear from the bottom of his heart. It was an instinctive, irresistible tremor that arose when facing a higher level of life. He knew all his plans, all his backup strategies, were just a joke in front of such an unreasonable prodigy. Conventional methods no longer offered any chance of victory. That bone-deep fear ultimately transformed into a final, hysterical madness. In his eyes, all reason had burned away, leaving only a blood-red, destructive flame. In the highest, independent private room, Situ Hong suddenly stood up. His gaze, for the last time, deeply looked at the solitary figure on the stage. Then he no longer paid attention to any subsequent matches. He turned and strode out of the private room. He had to immediately, right now, send out this report, which was enough to shake the highest echelons of the entire human federation. A living prodigy, suspected to be a chaos divine body, his value and significance had far exceeded this so-called freshman competition. The subsequent semifinals became dull in everyone's eyes. Everyone's minds were still immersed in the previous battle, which was destined to be recorded in history. Lin Yashin, with a nearly suicidal and insane fighting style, bathed in blood, used the most brutal means to tear apart his opponent and forcefully advanced. He stood on the stage, gazing from afar with his bloodshot eyes, staring fixedly in Jiang Lue's direction, like a cornered beast ready to devour someone. Finally, when the last match ended, the host's voice, with an uncontrollable tremor, echoed throughout the venue. I announce, the final matchup for the Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy Freshman Grand Competition is officially confirmed. The giant light screen on the dome, for the last time, flickered and changed. Buzz. The light screen froze. On the left was Jiang Lue's face, as calm as an ancient abyss. On the right was Lin Yashin's face, stained with blood, extremely distorted by madness. Two names, two faces, like a brand of destiny, were fiercely imprinted on the retinas of 100,000 people. All grievances, all entanglements, all expectations and murderous intent. They would all meet their final, unending conclusion on this ultimate stage. 51. On the eve of the decisive battle, a storm is brewing. Finals day. The first ray of morning sunlight had not yet pierced through the morning mist of Rong City. This massive base city, home to tens of millions of people, was enveloped in an unprecedented, eerie silence. The wide magnetic levitation thoroughfares were devoid of vehicles. The commercial districts, usually bustling with noise, had closed shops and not a soul in sight. The entire city, as if overnight, had become a ghost town. But this was not the silence of death. Rather, it was a more fervent, suppressed quietude. From behind every closed window, from in front of every giant light screen in public squares, the same light and shadow emanated, and the same, extremely suppressed breathing sounds could be heard. The eyes of the entire city, the pulse of the entire city, converged on one place. The central martial arts arena. In the dark corners of the city, transaction data for countless underground gambling tables was refreshing at an almost frantic pace. On the light screen, the odds representing Lin Yashin were pitifully low, showing an overwhelming advantage. On the other side, the odds representing Jiang Lue were astonishingly high. A white-haired old gambler stared intently at the capital inflow line representing Jiang Lue. In the last hour before the match, that line quietly grew with a steady and stubborn momentum. His cloudy eyes reflected the flickering numbers, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he ultimately pushed his last chip towards the option representing miracle and madness. In the air, the scent of greed and unease fermented. The Lin family mansion. The oppressive atmosphere was almost tangible. All the servants held their breath, tiptoeing as they walked, not daring to make the slightest sound. Inside the deep secret chamber, the Lin family patriarch Lin Xiaoshan had a somber expression. From an antique jade box, he took out a pill that was entirely blood red, its surface even wreathed with a wisp of ominous black energy. The moment the pill appeared, the temperature of the entire secret chamber seemed to drop by several degrees. Yashin. Lin Xiaoshan's voice was hoarse, like two rusty pieces of metal rubbing together. This is the heavenly wolf blood pill, the Lin family's last resort. Take it and you will possess 3 times your limit of strength for 1 hour, but after 1 hour. He did not continue. Lin Yashin reached out and took the pill, his face devoid of any expression. In his bloodshot eyes, there was only the ash-like resolve of something completely burned out. There is no after. He swallowed the blood-red pill in one gulp. Central Martial Arts Arena, exclusive contestant lounge. Jiang Lue sat cross-legged, his eyes closed tightly. The external clamor, loud enough to shake the dome, and the gazes, some awestruck, some fearful, some expectant, all seemed to be isolated by an invisible barrier. In his world, there was only his own breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Steady, long, carrying a rhythm that resonated with heaven and earth. A ray of sunlight streamed in through the high window, obliquely illuminating the subtle dust particles in the air, which, 3 feet around him, seemed to encounter an invisible wall of energy, slowly parting. He was like a bottomless ancient well, unperturbed. He was also like a volcano about to erupt, accumulating power capable of making the world tremble. The VIP seats were already full. Su Nianwei sat upright in her seat, dressed in a pure white long dress, but her delicate face was utterly pale. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, her knuckles white. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the center of the arena and the luxurious private box, where the Lin family was seated. She hoped Lin Yashin would win. With a resounding victory, to prove that her choice was not wrong, to prove that the good-for-nothing she abandoned was, after all, just a clown. But deep in her heart, a voice screamed frantically. That figure, strolling casually amidst flashing blades, that effortlessly imprinted palm strike, was like an inescapable nightmare, causing her shivers that came from the depths of her soul. Contradiction and unease, like 2 venomous snakes, gnawed at her insides. In the highest independent private box, Situ Hong and the highest echelons of the academy were already seated. The elder had changed into a solemn black martial arts uniform today, and the expression on his wrinkled face was extremely grave. He did not look at anyone around him. His cloudy but seemingly all-piercing old eyes simply gazed calmly at the empty arena below. He knew. Today, what he was about to witness was not the outcome of a match, but the beginning or the fall of an era. 10, 9, 8. The entire city, the 100,000-person venue, the hundreds of millions of viewers in front of countless light screens, simultaneously began the final countdown. The sound converged into a torrent, shaking heaven and earth. 3, 2, 1. The moment the last number fell. Boom! The 2 massive gates leading to the final arena, forged from tempered steel, slowly opened to either side with a grating, teeth-chattering sound. Blinding light surged from behind the gates. At the intersection of light and shadow, 2 distinct figures simultaneously emerged. Lin Yashin. When the figure on the right was clearly seen, the entire venue erupted in cheers like a mountain roaring and a sea surging. Lin Yashin stepped forward. He was clad in a shimmering silver battle armor adorned with arcane runes, and in his hand, he carried a ferocious-looking battle saber whose blade gleamed with a faint, cold light. He was like a god who had stepped out of a myth, majestic and awe-inspiring. But when the other figure emerged from the left gate, the earth-shattering cheers seemed to be abruptly choked by an invisible hand. Jiang Lue, still in simple black training attire, his hands empty. In that eerie silence he walked, step by step, towards the center of the arena. Lin Yashin also began to move. The distance between the 2, under the gaze of 100,000 eyes, continuously closed. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. The air at this moment seemed to thicken. The clamor, like a roaring mountain and surging sea, gradually subsided, eventually disappearing. Invisible killing intent and an imposing aura, like a deep pool and a towering peak, fiercely collided and compressed in the air, causing the light to subtly distort. 10 meters. Both stopped simultaneously. Their eyes met. 52. The prodigy makes his debut, declaring his condemnation of the rebels. Lin Yashin moved. He took a step forward. A step that seemed to land on the hearts of 100,000 people in the entire arena. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy, indescribable in words, swept out from him. His originally shimmering silver battle armor seemed to be completely activated at this moment. Countless mysterious runes lit up one by one, finally converging into a dazzling pillar of light that shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Heavenly Wolf Armor. A high-grade profound-tier battle armor, the Lin family's heirloom. In the VIP section, a well-informed family head exclaimed in shock. Within the light, Lin Yashin slowly raised his right hand and gripped the ferocious-looking battle blade. The runes on the blade and the battle armor shimmered in sync, and a 10-meter-tall silver giant wolf phantom, formed of pure energy, slowly materialized behind him, letting out a silent roar towards the sky. A god. At this moment, Lin Yashin, bathed in endless radiance, holding a divine weapon and bearing a celestial phenomenon, was like a war god of slaughter who had stepped out of ancient myths. That pressure even penetrated the energy shield, causing the air in the entire central martial arts arena to solidify. After a brief moment of stunned silence, a thunderous roar, like a volcano that had accumulated for 10,000 years, erupted. Lin Yashin. Lin Yashin. A god descends, invincible. Countless supporters of Lin Yashin were red-faced with excitement, waving their arms frantically and shouting with all their might, their fervent cries almost tearing off the dome of the martial arts arena. Amidst this overwhelming momentum, the scales of victory seemed to have already been decided. However, on the stage, the figure like a god did not immediately make a move. He picked up a loudspeaker, and his cold, arrogant voice instantly drowned out all the noise, spreading clearly to every corner of Rong City. All fellow citizens of Rong City. I am Lin Yashin. His voice carried an unquestionable authority and a sense of lofty judgment. Today, I stand here not only for the glory of the new Student Grand Competition Championship, but also for the dignity and order of our Rong City martial arts world. He suddenly pointed his battle blade, locking onto that despicable villain who had just stepped onto the stage, appearing incredibly small and dim under his dazzling brilliance, a vile person who resorted to unscrupulous means. He, in the points round, resorted to opportunism, stealing honor that did not belong to him. He, in the elimination rounds, dealt such vicious blows to Zhang Mang, to the Yin Wen twin fiends, to Li Li, and other family geniuses, with cruel and outrageous methods. This is not just a competition. This is an open provocation to the dignity of all aristocratic families in our Rong City. Lin Yashin spoke with sternness and severity, every word like a heavy hammer, striking hard at the hearts of the people and stirring their emotions. If such a cold-hearted person of unknown origin were to reach the pinnacle, it would be the greatest humiliation to our Rong City martial arts world in 100 years. He held up the heavenly wolf blade in his hand, its tip pointing straight at the sky, and the light on his body reached its peak intensity at this moment. Therefore this battle, I, Lin Yashin, representing the glory and order of Rong City, will carry out the final judgment on this fiend here. Today, I am not fighting for the championship. I am fighting to cleanse the sect and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. His words were passionate and righteous. He completely positioned himself on the moral high ground of justice, and nailed Jiang Lue to the pillar of shame, branding him as despicable and evil. The atmosphere of the entire arena was completely ignited by his words. Countless ordinary spectators, unaware of the truth, were filled with righteous indignation and turned against Jiang Lue. Well said. Cleanse the sect, enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Young Master Lin is mighty. Get rid of that insidious villain. Amidst this fervent uproar, capable of distorting black and white, Jiang Lue finally walked to the center of the stage. He showed no anger, no defense, not even a trace of emotional fluctuation. He just calmly watched the figure across from him, bathed in light, performing a clumsy act. His gaze was like watching a clown jumping around, trying his best to attract attention. Even a barely perceptible curve, full of endless mockery, appeared at the corner of his mouth. That curve was not caught by anyone, except for Lin Yashin, who was close at hand. Boom! It was as if a basin of boiling oil had been poured into a raging fire. All of Lin Yashin's rationality burned away the moment he saw that sneer. This was more insulting than any vicious curse. This was disregard. It was a pure, undisguised contempt from a higher life form for an ant. You're seeking death. Lin Yashin squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. He crushed the loudspeaker in his hand, his handsome face completely distorted by extreme rage, appearing terrifyingly hideous. There was no longer any trace of a god's demeanor. Only the madness of a predator remained. Buzz. The no longer suppressed, pure killing intent erupted like a tangible ice storm. The entire sturdy alloy arena let out a violent, unbearable hum under the impact of this terrifying aura. The referee standing between the two felt as if his soul was about to be completely frozen by this icy killing intent. He mustered all his courage and roared out the command he had already prepared. The match begins. Before his roar faded, he transformed into an afterimage, retreating frantically off the stage without looking back, fearing that even a moment's delay would result in him being torn to shreds by the terrifying aftermath. And at the very instant the word begins fell. Lin Yashin's figure suddenly vanished from his original spot. He and the giant wolf phantom behind him completely merged, transforming into a silver streak of light that tore through the heavens and earth. A terrifying blade glow, capable of severing mountains and destroying the world, descended with supreme power like a divine punishment, striking down from above. 53. The might of the gods, a relentless bombardment. That silver streak of light, tearing through the heavens, was not the end. It was the prelude. Just as that terrifying blade light was about to strike, Lin Yashin's godlike figure let out a furious roar that shook the dome. Earth-rank martial skill, 7 kills of the heavenly wolf. His roar was like thunder, resonating with the laws of the universe. The 10-meter-tall silver giant wolf phantom behind him disintegrated with a boom. It transformed into 7 energy battle wolves, solidified as if real, slightly smaller in size, yet fiercer and more condensed. Awu! 7 wolf howls, filled with ancient, wild aura, erupted almost simultaneously from 7 different directions. Each of these 7 energy battle wolves exuded a terrifying pressure comparable to a peak grandmaster. They had no physical form, yet they seemed to possess independent will and life. One charged head-on, merging with the world-splitting blade light, its power multiplied. The other 6 transformed into 6 silver flashes of death, sealing off all possible escape routes for Jiang Lue, up, down, left, right, front, and back, with an inscrutable trajectory. A formation of certain death. An inescapable net. Boom! The entire central arena was completely engulfed in that instant. Blade light poured like a waterfall. Wolf shadows galloped. Violent energy, like a breached galaxy, turned the 100-Jiang alloy ground into a dazzling yet destructive ocean of light. The 100,000 spectators were collectively blinded at this moment. In their retinas, only a dazzling, scorching, brilliant silver white remained. No one could see what happened to that tiny figure within the ocean of light. Above the energy shield, faint golden halos twisted violently and flickered wildly, as if struck by billions of tons of meteors. A piercing alarm, indicating energy overload, resounded throughout the entire Central Martial Arts Hall. My heavens! At the commentary desk, the veteran commentator gripped the edge of the table tightly with one hand, while the other trembled violently from excessive excitement, as he roared into the amplification array with a voice so hoarse it was almost broken. Earth-rank martial skill. This is a true Earth-rank martial skill. 7 battle wolves, each possessing the power to instantly kill a grandmaster, plus the amplification from the heavenly wolf blade and heavenly wolf armor. This strike. The power of this strike is infinitely close to a grandmaster's full power blow. Any scheme, any technique, in the face of such world-destroying, indiscriminate, absolute power, they will all turn to dust. His voice ignited the extreme suppressed fervor of the entire venue. Lin Yashin invincible. Crush him, crush him. Cheers like mountains and tsunamis rose again, and this time, no one doubted the outcome of this battle. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei looked at the ocean of light capable of destroying everything, and a sickly, triumphant flush finally appeared on her pale, pretty face. She picked up her wine glass, her red lips touching the rim, and took a small sip. It's done, she thought. No matter how strong your body, no matter how cunning your wisdom, what can you do under such a wide area attack where even space is completely locked down? Brute force will ultimately be destroyed by stronger force. That ridiculous little cleverness is nothing but a joke in the face of true divine power. In another private room, Situ Hong's thin figure had risen at some point, his cloudy old eyes fixed intently on the light screen, unwilling to miss even the slightest detail. The light lasted for a full 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the dazzling ocean of light finally began to slowly dissipate. The pervasive smoke and the scorching energy aftermath still obscured everyone's vision. The shouts of the 100,000 spectators miraculously vanished once more. Everyone subconsciously leaned forward from their seats, held their breath, and widened their eyes as much as possible, staring intently at the gradually clearing center of the arena. They were anticipating seeing that arrogant evildoer blown to smithereens, a bloody and miserable end. The smoke dispersed. The light receded. The scene in the center of the arena finally, clearly, presented itself before everyone. Time frozen. Space solidified. The 100,000-person venue fell into a silence more complete and eerie than any before, a graveyard-like stillness. Lin Yashin still maintained his blade-swinging posture, his armor shining brightly, his entire being suspended in midair, like a deity. Across from him, Jiang Lue stood quietly in place. He hadn't even changed his standing posture in the slightest. Still wearing his simple black tight-fitting suit, still with that calm, unruffled expression. At his feet, the hard alloy arena had long been carved with terrifying, crisscrossing gullies several feet deep by the terrifying energy storm just now. But uniquely, centered around his body within 3 feet of him. The ground was pristine, as good as new. As if it were a sacred, inviolable, absolute pure land. Untouched by even a speck of dust. This is impossible. A sharp shriek filled with disbelief broke the deadly silence. Above the dome, 100 times slow-motion close-up shot, captured by a floating camera, was projected. In the image, that terrifying blade light, infused with the wolf phantom, capable of severing mountains at the very last moment, just before it touched Jiang Lue's forehead hair. It was not parried. It was not shattered. Instead, it deflected an infinitesimally small amount to one side, out of thin air, in an incredibly bizarre, utterly absurd manner that completely defied the laws of energy transmission. It was this tiny deflection. The deadly blade grazed his clothes and fiercely struck the ground beside him. Next came the 6 energy battle WOLVES Chinese letter from all directions. They roared and bit, yet without exception, at the very last distance before they were about to touch Jiang Lue's body, they seemed to hit an invisible, absolutely smooth wall that did not exist in this dimension. All attacks, in a way so absurd it was infuriating, brushed past his body. He was not fighting. He was just standing there. Let the storm rage, let the tsunami surge. He himself was the eye of the storm, an ancient, unmoving, eternal stabilizing force. No! Lin Yashin's pupils suddenly constricted, his handsome face twisting violently from extreme shock and horror. He didn't believe it. He absolutely refused to believe it. He let out a beast-like roar, disregarding the immense backlash from the heavenly wolf blood pill in his body, and once again urged all his strength, transforming into a silver afterimage, frantically pouncing towards Jiang Lue. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, he unleashed hundreds of strikes. Each strike contained the power to cleave mountains and split rocks. However, the blade light, dense as a sudden downpour, still repeated the absurd scene from before. A chop grazing his neck. A horizontal slash passing through his waist. A direct thrust missing his ribs. All attacks with that figure so close were separated by an insurmountable, yet non-existent chasm. Lin Yashin's frenzied attack came to an abrupt halt. He gasped for breath, suspended in midair, his face twisted with horror and fury, staring intently at the figure below who, from beginning to end, hadn't even lifted an eyelid. And Jiang Lue finally, slowly raised his head. Those eyes, calm as water for the first time, looked directly at the god in midair. 54, shimmering light and shadow, seemingly close yet worlds apart. That calm gaze, like an invisible needle, pierced through all the armor Lin Yashin had constructed with light and might. It was a god's judgment on a mortal. It was a creator's indifferent gaze upon a failed creation. Roar! A roar not human, exploded from the depths of Lin Yashin's twisted throat. The brilliant silver light on him was no longer sacred, but instead burned with a hysterical, all-consuming madness. Profound tear movement technique, flowing light phantom. Buzz! Lin Yashin's figure, suspended in midair, suddenly split into 2, then 2 into 4, 4 into 8. In an instant, dozens of silver afterimages, identical to his main body, also clad in armor and wielding battle sabers, filled the entire sky above the arena. Each afterimage exuded a sharp killing intent. The next moment, these dozens of flowing lights, like a swarm of locusts receiving the same command, simultaneously lunged from all directions, from every inconceivable angle, towards the solitary black figure in the center of the arena. The entire arena completely transformed into a silver net of heaven and earth, woven from saber light and phantoms. Vast. Extremely fast. So fast that even Grandmaster-level experts could only capture continuous, air-ripping silver streaks. They couldn't even distinguish which was the true body and which was an afterimage. Because every saber swung by an afterimage contained real power, enough to shatter stone tablets. It's over. A family head suddenly leaned forward, the jade cup in his hand unconsciously crushed into powder. This kind of indiscriminate saturated attack, unless he can teleport instantly, he's dead for sure. However, At the center of the storm, in the final instant before that death-woven net was about to close, Jiang Lue still hadn't moved a single step. A flash of saber light carrying a shriek slashed from his left temple. He merely tilted his head slightly. The sharp blade grazed his sideburns and hair, cutting into the ground beside him. Another afterimage appeared like a ghost behind him, stabbing a saber towards his back. He merely lowered his right shoulder. The deadly saber tip, barely missing his spine, dangerously pierced into empty space. A chop from above his head. A slash from beneath his feet. Dozens of fatal attacks descended simultaneously from all directions in the same second. He raised his wrist. He twisted his waist. He turned his body. He even just gently lifted a finger, using his fingertip to lightly flick the side of a saber light. Every one of his movements was extremely simple. Extremely small in amplitude. Extremely effortless. Yet so precise that all the martial artists witnessing this scene felt a bone-chilling coldness rising from the depths of their souls. The entire Central Martial Arts Hall, that 100,000-person venue, once again fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's mouths hung open unconsciously. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot from extreme shock. They watched helplessly. They watched as dozens of silver streaks, representing the limits of speed and power, like maddened moths. And that black figure was a sacred candle flame, burning eternally, yet harming no one. All the moths used up their lives, exerted all their strength, dancing and rushing towards that candle flame in the most dazzling posture. Yet in the final moment before touching it, they brushed past the flame in a perfect, artistic manner. Was this still a battle? This was clearly a grand and absurd solo dance, rehearsed billions of times. Lin Yashin was the dancer on stage, pouring out sweat and life, spinning wildly, his posture frenzied. And Jiang Lue was the choreographer standing below the stage, composing all the music, dictating all the movements, controlling everything. The thunderous cheers had long vanished without a trace, replaced by a cold, eerie, scalp-numbing oppressive atmosphere, stemming from a completely overturned worldview. The entire world seemed to lose its sound. Only the mad dancer and the aloof, all-controlling shadow remained. In the VIP section, all calmness had vanished from Situ Hong's wrinkled old face. Two dazzling beams of light shot out from his cloudy old eyes, locking onto Jiang Lue in the arena. His lips trembled slightly. He muttered one word at a time, in a voice only he could hear. Not evasion. It's control. His breathing suddenly became rapid. He controlled space, controlled the airflow. He even controlled every node of power circulation within Lin Yashin's body. Lin Yashin's every attack, the timing of his exertion, the angle of his move changes, even his next thought, were all within Jiang Lue's calculations. So he didn't need to move at all. He just needed to stay put, waiting for Lin Yashin to deliver all his weaknesses right to him. Just then, Situ Hong's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw it. Beneath the brilliant light of Lin Yashin's armor, faint, almost imperceptible wisps of crimson mist, representing the essence of life, continuously escaped from his pores, then were instantly vaporized by the armor's runes. His life force was rapidly draining away, at an avalanche-like speed. So that's it. Situ Hong slowly leaned back against the chair, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. It's the heavenly wolf blood pill. A forbidden drug that trades life for power. This fool, he never intended to leave the arena alive from the start. On the arena, that mad solo dance finally came to an end. After Lin Yashin delivered his final saber strike, his dozens of afterimages collapsed. His true body staggered back to the ground. He leaned on his saber, panting heavily, his handsome face now devoid of any color. His body trembled violently from the excessive overdraft of power. He lost. He lost more thoroughly, more humiliatingly than any time before. All his pride, all his trump cards, all his struggles in front of his opponent became a complete and utter, ridiculous joke. Jiang Lue finally slowly lowered the hand that had just deflected a saber blade. He looked at the figure opposite him, whose body and dignity had been completely emptied. In his eyes, as calm as an ancient abyss, for the first time, a complex emotion emerged. It wasn't disdain. It wasn't mockery. Instead, it was a kind of pity, produced by a higher form of life seeing a lower creature exert its full strength in meaningless struggle. It was this trace of pity, like a blade sharper and colder than any divine weapon in the world. Silently, fiercely, it plunged into Lin Yashin's already riddled, last shred of pride. 55, strolling leisurely, his Taoist heart crumbled. On the arena, that strange silence was more ear-piercing than any vicious curse in the world. Like red-hot steel needles, it ruthlessly pierced deep into Lin Yashin's already riddled soul. He leaned on his saber, gasping violently, each breath like pulling a broken bellows, letting out a strained wheezing sound. He looked at his armor, still resplendent but now incredibly ironic. Then he looked at the black figure opposite him, whose clothes weren't even ruffled in the slightest. An indescribable, immense sense of absurdity, like icy seawater, instantly drowned him completely. He had given his all. He had burned forbidden medicine. He had unleashed everything he had learned in his life, launching his proudest attack. But what was the result? The opponent hadn't even moved a single step. He was like a clown, jumping up and down before a god, exhausting all his strength to perform a ridiculous act. And the god merely watched in silence. Just then, he saw a hint of emotion in Jiang Lue's eyes. It wasn't disdain. It wasn't mockery. It was a kind of pity that a higher form of life would feel upon seeing a lower creature exhaust all its strength in a meaningless struggle. Boom! Lin Yashan's mental defenses were completely shattered by that gaze, turning into dust. It turned out that all his struggles, all his pride, all his madness in the eyes of his opponent didn't even qualify him to be taken seriously. He was only worthy of a trace of pity. A roar, utterly inhuman, filled with endless malice and madness, erupted from the depths of Lin Yashan's twisted throat. His bloodshot eyes at this moment completely turned into a pure crimson, representing destruction. All reason was instantly burned away. He no longer attacked. He slowly straightened his body, which had been slightly hunched from exhaustion. He looked up at the sky and spread his arms. A surge of energy, more tragic, more terrifying than ever before, filled with the aura of destruction and ending, erupted from his body with a boom. He chose the most extreme, and the only way, to salvage a trace of dignity. Jiang Lue. He roared, his voice carrying a malice and madness capable of freezing the soul. I want you dead. I want you to be buried with me. The moment his words fell, the medicinal power of the heavenly wolf blood pill within him was completely activated at the cost of burning his life. Hiss. Visible wisps of blood-red mist furiously gushed out from the gaps in his armor. His skin began to crack inch by inch. His life force, like a bursting flood, rapidly drained away at an avalanche-like speed. Yet the aura emanating from him climbed steadily, in a manner completely defying common sense. Peak Grandmaster. Half-step Grandmaster. Grandmaster 1 star. 2 star. 3 star. That power was still climbing madly, without end. The entire Central Martial Arts arena trembled violently under this destructive aura. The arena's energy shield let out a piercing wail, on the verge of shattering. In the VIP seats, Su Nianwei looked at the figure on the light screen, enveloped in blood mist, his aura having climbed to a suffocating level, and the last trace of color completely drained from her already pale face. Heavenly wolf sacrifice. Her lips trembled as she uttered 4 words. That was the Lin family's ultimate forbidden art, reserved for mutual destruction with an enemy. An unprecedented, bone-deep panic instantly seized her heart. She had thought that even if Lin Yashan lost, he would maintain some dignity. But she had never expected that Jiang Lue would push him to this point. To the brink of burning everything he had, just to drag him along to destruction, to this dead end. Regret, like the sharpest blade, furiously churned in her heart. If she hadn't broken off the engagement back then at this moment, the man standing in the arena, forcing the Lin family's prodigy to resort to mutual destruction, would be her, Su Nianwei's man. However, in this world there are no ifs. Above the arena, at the center of the storm, Lin Yashan's destructive aura had climbed to a peak that made all grandmasters tremble. He himself had transformed into a burning, blood-red sun. And Jiang Lue looked at the figure opposite him, who was about to launch a desperate, life-or-death attack. For the first time, a trace of genuine seriousness appeared in his eyes, which were as calm as an ancient abyss. Then, under the gaze of 10,000 astonished eyes from the entire venue, he slowly, for the first time, raised his right hand. 56, burning away life a god's fall. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lin Yashan's entire body, under the violent surge of energy, cracked inch by inch. Crimson blood gushed out like a spring from countless fissures. But before the blood could drip, it was instantly evaporated into nothingness by the layer of scorching, air-distorting blood-red flames on his body. He had activated the Lin family's oldest and most sinister ultimate forbidden technique. Heavenly wolf sacrifice. Using his own essence blood as fuel, his soul as kindling, and all his future possibilities as offerings, he sought to exchange for a power of divine retribution, capable of destroying heaven and earth, from the mysterious source of his bloodline. The painful roar was no longer for catharsis, but a pure, uncontrollable wail from a burning soul. All his power, all his life, all his everything, transformed into torrents of blood-red energy, wildly and irreversibly surging towards the heavenly wolf blade in his hand. Buzz! The profound tier divine weapon let out a cry of unbearable strain. The originally iridescent blade now glowed entirely blood-red, like a branding iron pulled from a hellish blood pool. The heavenly wolf battle armor also shone brightly at the same time. Finally, the blade and the armor, along with his burning life, completely merged into one. Boom! A terrifying pillar of energy, indescribable by any words, shot into the sky. The blood-red flames on the arena wildly expanded, twisted, and condensed. Finally, under the astonished gazes of 100,000 people in the entire venue, and hundreds of millions across Rong City, it transformed into a 100-jang tall energy giant wolf, its head almost touching the dome of the martial arts hall. It stood between heaven and earth. Its entire body burned with destructive blood-red flames. Its eyes were two blood-red whirlpools formed by pure malice and madness. The giant wolf howled silently at the sky. The roar had no sound. Yet it transformed into a spiritual shockwave capable of tearing souls, which, centered on the central martial arts hall, swept across the entire Rong City with a thunderous force. Puff! Thump! Throughout the city, countless low-level martial artists watching the battle on the light screen felt as if their hearts had been struck by an invisible heavy hammer, simultaneously spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, their minds shattered, collapsing to the ground. The entire city trembled under this divine might. Heavenly wolf howl at the moon. On the commentary stand, the veteran commentator clutched the table tightly, his knuckles pale from the excessive force. He looked at the giant wolf on the light screen, resembling a doomsday demon god, and with a voice trembling to the point of distortion, he roared out the true name of that forbidden technique. Divine Fall Strike. Legend has it that the Lin family's ancestor once used this move to threaten a true king. King. These two words, like two primordial divine mountains, heavily pressed upon everyone's hearts, making them even stop breathing. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei desperately covered her mouth, preventing herself from making a sound. But the scalding tears, filled with endless sorrow and regret, could no longer be suppressed, gushing out like a breaking dam from her beautiful yet hollow eyes. She looked at the man on the light screen, who was burning everything he had, transforming into a destructive demon god. He was the true dragon she had chosen. He was the reliance she thought could bring her supreme glory. But now, he was forced into such a desperate situation by the waste she had personally abandoned. Forced to defend his already shattered last shred of dignity by burning his life away. A heart-wrenching pain completely tore her heart apart. And at this moment, on the arena, the heaven-destroying energy giant wolf moved. Carrying a supreme might capable of annihilating a mountain range, it opened its giant maw that could devour heaven and earth. Howl! Finally, the 100-jang wolf body transformed into a blood-red stream of light, piercing through heaven and earth, annihilating everything. It crashed towards the black figure, who had remained calm, as if an outsider from beginning to end. That was the strike of termination. That was the strike of destruction. That was the divine fall strike, betting a genius's entire life and dignity. Facing an attack that could even move a king. Jiang Lue's deep, calm eyes finally lost their hint of seriousness. In its place was a purer, transcendent indifference. His raised right hand slowly extended forward. No clenched fist. No hand seals. He didn't even open his palm. He simply, under the gaze of countless eyes in the entire venue that were almost solidified, slowly extended an index finger. A fair, slender, ordinary, and even somewhat frail finger. It casually met the blood-red torrent, like a divine punishment, capable of destroying everything. Time at this moment seemed to be infinitely slowed down. In everyone's pupils, only two images remained, forming an extreme contrast. On one side, the heaven-destroying divine fall strike. On the other, a casual mortal finger. The blood-red wolf's maw, the tips of its fangs capable of tearing steel, were only 1,000th of a second away from the calm fingertip. 57. With a single finger, all laws vanish into nothingness. The moment that fair, slender finger touched the blood-red wolf's maw, capable of devouring mountains, the entire world was muted. The sound barrier-shattering sonic boom vanished. The energy storm that could warp light disappeared. The will of destruction, enough to make kings pale, also vanished. Everything in that 1,000th of a second of contact returned to nothingness. The expected earth-shattering energy explosion did not occur. There was no light. There was no heat. There was no shockwave. There was nothing at all. The entire central martial arts arena fell into an absolute dead silence, deeper than death, purer than a vacuum. It was as if an invisible hand had brutally and completely erased all laws and all physical constants within this space. Then, under the gaze of 100,000 pairs of eyes in the arena, and even hundreds of millions across the city, all utterly frozen, an absolute black point, indescribable by any language, was born at the point of contact between Jiang Lue's fingertip and the blood-red wolf's maw. That was not black. It was nothingness. It was the ultimate void that emerged after light, matter, energy, and even space itself were completely devoured. Immediately after, a scene occurred that would make history tremble and turn all martial arts common sense into a joke. The 100-Jiang energy giant wolf, formed by Lin Yashan sacrificing all his life and dignity, was like an exquisite sand painting thrown into a black hole. Starting from its ferocious fangs, it was silently and progressively erased by that tiny point of nothingness. First the fangs, then the massive mouth, and then the head burning with destructive light. The bones formed by the indestructible divine weapon, heavenly wolf blade, could not offer even the slightest resistance before that finger, turning into primordial particles, devoured and returned to nothingness. The protective aura, the burning life energy, the rampant destructive will, everything, before that seemingly unremarkable finger, rapidly melted like ice and snow under the spring sun. This process was not fast. In fact, it could be said to be somewhat elegant in its slowness, somewhat cruel. It was like the most extreme form of slow torture, performed in plain sight, allowing Lin Yashan in a state of absolute lucidity to watch his strongest trump card, his last hope, everything he gained by burning his life, being completely erased from this world, bit by bit. His face no longer held madness, no longer held resentment, nor even pain. Only an extreme, bewildered, hollow terror remained, as if his soul had been completely extracted. He could not feel the loss of energy. He only felt that his connection to this world was being severed, inch, by that finger. The entire arena was silent. In the venue of 100,000 people, it was so quiet that one could hear the frantic pounding of their own hearts, driven by extreme fear. People stood with mouths agape and eyes wide. Their brains had completely crashed, unable to comprehend this scene that transcended physics, transcended laws, and transcended the limits of their imagination. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei's tears had long dried. She stared blankly at the giant wolf being erased on the light screen, her delicate and beautiful face devoid of any color of the living, leaving only a deathly pallor. In the highest independent private box, Situ Hong's hand, holding a teacup, trembled violently, spilling hot tea onto his martial arts uniform, yet he remained oblivious. In his cloudy old eyes, all shock and horror had receded, leaving only a profound reverence, originating from the depths of his soul for some supreme existence. The Tao. This is the Tao of chaos. He murmured in a dreamlike voice, audible only to himself. To turn all laws into nothingness, to merge all things into chaos. The legend is true, the legend is true. On the stage, the silent annihilation, which had lasted a full 3 seconds, finally ended. When the last trace of blood-red energy brilliance was completely devoured by that point of nothingness, Lin Yashan's life-burning figure and the heavenly wolf blade, now completely devoid of all divinity, were fully exposed to the air. Jiang Lue slowly retracted the black point of nothingness from his fingertip. His finger was still fair, still slender, as if he was not the one who had just annihilated everything. Then his finger continued its trajectory, neither fast nor slow, still as calm and unhurried as before. It pointed towards Lin Yashan's chest, now completely exposed because all his power had been drained. The shimmering heavenly wolf battle armor was now nothing more than a thin sheet of paper. The final judgment was about to fall. 58, a prodigy has fallen, a new king ascends the throne. After that blood-colored wolf shadow, powerful enough to annihilate everything, was completely erased. Jiang Lue's outstretched index finger showed no sign of stopping its momentum. It was still neither fast nor slow, still as calm and collected. Under the gaze of 100,000 eyes in the arena, and even hundreds of millions across the city, all utterly frozen, he gently pointed towards Lin Yashan's chest, which was completely exposed as all his power had been drained. His fingertip touched the iridescent celestial wolf battle armor. There was no loud bang. No clash of energy. On this absolutely silent arena, where even time seemed to have stopped, only one sound echoed, a crisp sound that made everyone's soul tremble. Crack! This sound was like the first piece of glazed tile, shattering in a silent temple. That high-grade black-tier battle armor, forged from countless rare materials, inscribed with profound runes, and capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a grandmaster. Centered on the point where Jiang Lue's fingertip touched, spiderweb-like fine cracks spread wildly at a visible speed. In just an instant, the cracks covered every corner of the battle armor. Then, under Lin Yashan's eyes, which were now filled with nothing but endless bewilderment and emptiness, his last line of defense, which he prided himself on, that heirloom symbolizing the Lin family's glory and heritage, silently turned into a sky full of silver dust, as if it had been weathered for hundreds of millions of years. Scattered with the wind, a power, incredibly gentle yet irresistibly domineering, surged through the shattered battle armor and into Lin Yashan's body. His face, covered in bloodstains from the sacrifice, suddenly stiffened. His body, as if all its bones had been removed, instantly went limp. The meridians in his body, which had just been forcefully opened by the forbidden technique, snapped inch by inch. His dantian, the foundation of a martial artist, completely collapsed under the gentle power's scour, like a sandcastle washed away by a flood, turning into a chaotic void. The last shred of power supporting him in midair also vanished. Lin Yashan, Rong City's former top prodigy. Just like that, he plummeted straight down from midair. Thud. A muffled sound. He fell at Jiang Lue's feet like a dead dog, without any dignity. His limbs splayed out, completely motionless. There wasn't a single wound on his body. But everything within him, along with his future as a martial artist, had been completely erased by that understated finger. On the arena, calm returned. Below the arena, it was still a graveyard-like silence. In the 100,000-seat Central Martial Arts Hall, a pin drop could be heard. Everyone maintained their previous posture, either standing, leaning forward, mouths agape or eyes wide. Their minds, unable to process the miraculous scene before them, had fallen into complete blankness. This silence lasted for a full 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, boom! It was like a volcano, accumulating for 10,000 years, had found an outlet for its eruption. An indescribable clamor mixed with shock, fear, fanaticism, and disbelief exploded. The terrifying sound wave, like a tangible shockwave, violently crashed into the dome of the martial arts hall, almost tearing off this canopy forged from refined steel. What happened? Am I seeing things? The celestial wolf armor shattered like dust. One finger, he really only used one finger. That's not a martial skill, that's not power, that's a god, it's divine punishment. People roared frantically, releasing the emotions that were almost bursting their chests. They replayed the absurd yet shocking scene on the light screen again and again, but the more they watched, the deeper their fear and reverence grew. In the VIP section, Su Nianwei sat blankly in her seat. She looked at the figure on the light screen, standing tall and majestic like a deity. Then she looked at Lin Yashan at his feet, who had been so brilliant not long ago, but now lay like a puddle of mud, his life or death unknown. One was the waste she had personally discarded. The other was the true dragon she had carefully chosen. This scene, like a red-hot branding iron, was fiercely seared into the deepest part of her soul. An indescribable, cold, sharp regret exploded from the deepest part of her heart, instantly freezing her limbs and bones. The last trace of color completely faded from her delicate and beautiful face. Her body trembled violently, uncontrollably. Finally, the world before her began to spin. That black figure in her sight rose infinitely, eventually transforming into a cold, starry sky that she could never reach in this life or the next. Everything went black. She could no longer support herself, her body went limp, and she slid from her seat, completely passing out. In the highest, independent private box, Situ Dai slowly closed his eyes. He didn't look at the arena, nor did he look at the high-ranking martial arts academy officials around him, who had long lost their composure. He was simply using this method to deeply engrave the scene that had just occurred, a scene capable of overturning the entire history of martial arts, into his mind. After a few seconds, he reopened his eyes. All emotions had receded from his cloudy old eyes, leaving only an endless sense of emotion and fanaticism after witnessing the birth of history. He murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Chaos, divine body, one finger to nothingness. A new era begins today. On the arena, the referee, who had been stunned by extreme fear, finally came to his senses after being prompted by his assistant. He staggered onto the arena, glanced at Lin Yashan, who had passed out at his feet, then looked up at Jiang Lue, who was as calm as if nothing had happened, his reverence reaching its peak. He raised his still trembling arm, and with all his might, roared out the already predetermined result. I declare, the ultimate champion of this Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy Freshman Grand Competition is Jiang Lue. The proclamation echoed through the still noisy venue. The huge light screen above the dome changed accordingly. Jiang Lue's calm face was magnified to the extreme, occupying the center of the entire screen. And below his name, a line of golden, tempting large characters slowly appeared. Champion Reward, Dragon Blood Secret Realm Entry Qualification. And at the moment these words appeared. Boom! An undisguised, bone-chilling, overwhelming killing intent, powerful enough to make even a grandmaster tremble, erupted from the luxurious private box where the Lin family was located. That killing intent, like a cold wind from the 9 netherworlds, instantly swept through the entire venue. The award-presenting etiquette lady, under the impact of this killing intent, turned pale, her hands holding the champion medal trembling violently, almost dropping the medal to the ground. However, Jiang Lue seemed completely oblivious. Under the gaze of countless eyes in the arena, mixed with awe, fear, and sympathy, he calmly took the champion medal, symbolizing the highest honor, from the trembling hands of the etiquette lady. He didn't look at the medal, nor did he pay attention to the cheers and discussions that filled the arena. He slowly looked up. His deep eyes crossed 100 meters, penetrated through layers of people, and landed with precise accuracy on the private box where the Lin family was, filled with boiling killing intent. His gaze was as calm as water. A storm that swept across the entire city had just ended. And another, even more bloody and cruel storm had already begun. 59. The poison of regret caused his Dao heart to collapse. The referee's hoarse, distorted declaration like a massive stone smashed into the silent lake. Jiang Lue. This name, amplified by the sound-enhancing array, echoed clearly in every corner of the Central Martial Arts Academy. However, the anticipated cheers and shouts for the champion did not materialize. What answered him was an even more profound silence, lasting several seconds. Immediately after, hiss. Someone startled by the miraculous shock was the first to gasp a cold breath. This gasp, like a fuse, instantly ignited the suppressed emotions of the 100,000 people in the entire arena. Gasping sounds, one after another, rose from all directions, finally converging into a terrifying storm that made people's scalps tingle. The discussions were no longer exclamations of surprise. Instead, it was a trembling, suppressed whisper, as if fearing to disturb the deity on the stage. He really crippled Lin Yashan. Crippled, that was annihilation. Did you see that heavenly wolf armor? It vanished like sand. That's not a martial skill, absolutely not. That's a law, it's a higher level of power. Fear, like an invisible plague, spread wildly through the crowd. People's gazes shifted back and forth between the calm figure on the stage and the puddle of mud beneath his feet. Awe had long replaced all previous emotions, transforming into a heavy mountain pressing on everyone's hearts. Just then, several figures in white uniforms, pushing precise medical instruments, rushed onto the stage at top speed. They were the Academy's top medical team. The leading doctor glanced at Jiang Lue, his body stiffening instinctively, before he cautiously bypassed him to reach Lin Yashan's side. Cold mechanical arms extended, and beams of light containing soft energy began to scan Lin Yashan's entire body. The huge light screen above the dome split into two. On the left, it was still Jiang Lue's calm, unruffled face. On the right, dense diagnostic data representing Lin Yashan's physical condition began to pop up. Every line of text was shocking, crimson. Diagnosis target, Lin Yashan. Life signs, extremely weak on the verge of extinction. Danshan structure, 100% collapsed in a chaotic state, no possibility of repair. Star meridian network, main meridians severed, collateral meridians atrophied, completely necrotic. Soul state, suffered devastating impact, core origin shattered, less than 3% consciousness remaining. Comprehensive diagnosis, Martial Dao Foundation, completely abolished. Line after line of cold text, like the most severe verdict, completely nailed a once brilliant prodigy to the pillar of shame. A cripple worse than an ordinary person. In the luxurious private box belonging to the Lin family, in the VIP section, Lin Xiaoshan stared intently at the crimson diagnostic results on the light screen. The muscles on his stern, dignified face twitched violently. Streaks of crimson blood vessels burst from the corners of his eyes, making his already sinister gaze appear terrifyingly distorted. Crack! The armrest of the chair he was sitting on, made of golden nanmu, turned into a puff of dust under his unconscious exertion. The killing intent that had previously only been vaguely locked on at this moment was no longer concealed in the slightest. Boom! A cold current enough to freeze the soul burst forth from the private box. The temperature of the entire VIP section plummeted. Some younger family members with weaker cultivation felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. However, at this moment, No one dared to look in the direction of the Lin family's box, because all the storms could not compare to the silent collapse in another corner. Su Nianwei watched blankly. She watched as the medical personnel roughly lifted the unconscious Lin Yashin onto a simple stretcher. Without the radiance of the heavenly wolf armor, without the halo of a prodigy, he lay there limply, his arms hanging down powerlessly, dragging a pathetic trail on the hard alloy floor as the stretcher moved. Like a dead dog abandoned by its owner. This scene became the final straw that broke her mental defenses. In her mind, the scene of the annulment of the engagement replayed uncontrollably. Jiang Lue, there has long been a world of difference between you and me. Today's me is the celebrated prodigy of Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy, while you are merely a waste with a shattered dantian, unable to even sense star source power. You are unworthy of me. That condescending posture. Those words that pierce the heart. At this moment, they formed the sharpest, most absurd, and most ironic contrast with the scene before her. A world of difference. Yes, indeed, a world of difference. It was just that the one standing in the clouds was Jiang Lue, whom she had regarded as a waste. And the true dragon she had chosen at this moment had truly become a puddle of mud, worse than dust. She slowly, with difficulty, raised her head. Her gaze pierced through the noisy crowd, through the respectful glances, and finally landed on the figure standing in the center of the arena, receiving the adoration of 100,000 people. He was still so calm, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. He simply stood there and became the center of the entire world. At this moment, Su Nianwei finally, completely understood what it was that she had personally thrown away. That was not a stubborn stone. That was a vast starry sky, which should have reflected her image. That was a supreme divine treasure, which should have been under her control. A potent poison named regret, with no further obstruction, exploded from the deepest part of her heart, instantly flowing through her internal organs and limbs. That poison was not fatal, but it was more cruel than any torture in the world. It frantically gnawed at her reason, tore at her pride, and dissolved the meaning of her existence. The extreme spiritual impact finally manifested in her body. Su Nianwei felt the entire world spinning. The discussions, like a mountain tsunami, gradually receded, finally turning into a sharp, piercing hum. The scene before her began to blur and shatter. The only clear thing left was that black figure. He seemed to sense something, slowly turned his head, and his calm, even indifferent eyes glanced indifferently towards the corner where she was. That calmness was a height she could never reach in her eternal life. And it was the last divine mountain that crushed her entire world. In a corner unnoticed by anyone in the arena, Su Nianwei's already stiff body suddenly went limp. She silently slid from her seat to the cold ground. Her ridiculous pride, her self-righteous judgment, her future, all at this moment, along with her consciousness, plunged into an endless dark abyss. 60 dragon's blood as a reward, a tide of killing intent. The murderous intent that erupted from the Lin family's private box was like an invisible ice blade, hanging over the heads of all 100,000 people in the arena. The clamor ceased abruptly. The awards etiquette lady's face was pale, and her hands, holding the champion's medal, trembled violently, almost dropping the medal to the ground. The referee standing in the center of the ring had cold sweat pouring down his forehead. He felt as if his throat was being tightly clutched by an icy hand, making even breathing incredibly difficult. But the ceremony had to continue. He took a deep breath, using all his strength to prevent his voice from completely distorting due to fear. Now, please welcome the champion of this year's freshman tournament. His voice, amplified by the sound-enhancing formation, spread to every corner of the martial arts hall, yet it sounded so dry and weak. Jiang Lue. The spotlight instantly converged. In that deathly silence, Jiang Lue moved. He calmly took the champion's medal, symbolizing the highest honor, from the trembling hands of the etiquette lady. There was no joy. No excitement. That transcendent calm was more intimidating than any arrogant posture. It was as if this so-called championship was, to him, merely a pebble picked up casually by the roadside, not worth mentioning. He began to walk towards the highest point of the three-tiered podium, which represented supreme glory. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Each step he took was like an invisible heavy hammer, striking hard at the hearts of everyone present. Innumerable gazes instinctively followed his steps, not daring to even breathe. Reaching the top, he stood still. His black figure under the brilliant lights appeared aloof and imposing. His gaze, indifferent, swept across the entire arena. Finally, it lingered for less than half a second on a corner of the VIP section, which appeared somewhat empty due to the commotion. That was where Su Nianwei had collapsed. His eyes showed no change whatsoever. No pity, no mockery, not even a ripple of emotion. It was as if he was looking at an ordinary landscape, completely unrelated to him. Immediately, his gaze naturally shifted away. This extreme indifference was colder and more hurtful than any vicious humiliation. The host, suppressing the weakness in his legs, once again raised the megaphone. His voice became sharp with excitement and fear. Now, we present the final champion's reward. He held up a box crafted from a special alloy. The box opened, revealing a pitch-black ring, its surface engraved with mysterious runes, resting quietly within. A storage ring. And the qualification token and map to the legendary Dragon Blood Secret Realm, stored within it. The moment the words, Dragon Blood Secret Realm, roared from the host's mouth, the extremely suppressed atmosphere throughout the entire venue exploded. What? The Dragon Blood Secret Realm? Oh my god, it's a qualification for the Dragon Blood Secret Realm. At the commentary desk, the veteran commentator suddenly stood up from his seat, his body trembling violently from excessive excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon Blood Secret Realm is no ordinary secret realm. It's a genuine ancient ruin located deep within the vast, boundless wilderness outside Rong City. Legend has it that a true sub-dragon level star beast once perished there, its dragon blood soaking the entire land, making it rich with opportunities, and everywhere producing spiritual medicines. If a martial artist can enter it, they can not only find supreme treasures to break through to the Grandmaster realm but even hope to glimpse the legendary King realm. Whoosh! The entire venue erupted in an uproar. In the eyes of countless martial artists, flames of greed and desire instantly ignited. Their breathing grew heavy. This was no longer a simple reward. This was a ticket to a higher level, a one-step ascent to heaven. Jiang Lue reached out and took the storage ring. He didn't even give it a second glance. A wisp of his divine sense instantly probed inside. The space within the ring was not large, only about 1 zhang, approximately 3.3 meters square. An ancient map drawn on unknown beast hide, and a blood-red dragon-shaped, warm jade pendant lay quietly within. He knew. This was not just a reward. It was also his guide to leave Rong City and step into a wider world. Just as the award ceremony was about to conclude, and the atmosphere in the arena was pushed to another climax, an extremely cold voice, filled with undisguised, monstrous murderous intent, roared out from the luxurious private box where the Lin family was seated. That voice, without the aid of a sound-amplifying formation, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, carried by immensely powerful star source power. Jiang Lue, enjoy your last moment of glory. From today onwards, my Lin family and you will be irreconcilable. Boom! The moment the words fell, that tangible murderous intent transformed into a cold storm, sweeping across the entire arena. Countless people's expressions drastically changed, feeling as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, their souls trembling. This was an open declaration of war. It was the Rong City's foremost aristocratic family issuing the bloodiest, most brutal death ultimatum to a newly rising young man. Under the gaze of countless complex eyes throughout the arena, mixed with sympathy, pity, and schadenfreude, Jiang Lue, standing on the podium, finally made his first noticeable movement since the battle ended. He slowly turned his head. His deep eyes looked towards the direction of the Lin family's private box. He didn't speak. On his calm face, a barely perceptible curve, full of endless mockery, even appeared. Then, he turned around. Under the gaze of 100,000 people, he walked down the podium, which symbolized glory, step by step. Leaving for this city, for everyone. Only an aloof and resolute black silhouette. 61, a murderous intent surged. The day after the grand competition concluded. Above the sky screen of Rong City, that scene, worthy of being recorded in history, was still replaying repeatedly. That fair, slender finger. That black dot that vanished into nothingness. That serious battle armor, scattered like dust. And that former #1 prodigy, who fell to the ground like a dead dog. The entire city was enveloped in a strange atmosphere, a mix of frenzy and reverence. No one mentioned the word demon anymore. Instead, a more significant and heart-pounding title took its place. Monster. An unparalleled monster who, by himself, had turned the century-old aristocratic family structure of Rong City upside down. In the streets and alleys, taverns and tea-houses, countless martial artists gathered, analyzing the combat footage again and again, but the more they watched, the deeper their reverence and fear became. That was no longer the realm of skill and strength. That was law. It was the divine realm, untouchable by ordinary martial artists throughout their lives. In stark contrast to the city's clamor. In the eastern part of the city, the entire area where the Lin family mansion was located was now dead silent. The dark clouds seemed to hang lower than elsewhere, pressing heavily on the upturned eaves and decorative brackets, solidifying the air into ice. All the servants in the mansion held their breath, tiptoeing when they walked, not daring to make the slightest sound, fearing they might disturb the volcano located in the deepest part of the mansion, which could erupt at any moment. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Ocean sat motionless in his grand armchair, his face ashen. The screen in front of him was fixed on the diagnostic report of Lin Yashin's cultivation being crippled. Those lines of crimson text were like poisonous needles, stinging his eyes. He did not roar. He did not rage. But the chilling, oppressive aura emanating from him was more terrifying than any thunderous wrath. After a long while, he finally moved. He raised his hand, and icy commands, imbued with endless killing intent, silently spread through special communication channels to every corner of Rong City. Activate the Heaven's Eye plan. All intelligence networks of the vassal families are to be activated. Notify the black market Blood Crow to put a bounty on all of Jiang Lue's whereabouts, with no upper limit on the price. Contact the people within the city guard, and have them keep a close watch on all exits of the Martial Arts Academy. Pass down the order. All businesses, shops, and even street thugs associated with the Lin family, get moving. I want that little beast to live under countless eyes starting today. I want him to even breathe air under the control of my Lin family. As these commands were issued, an invisible net, woven from power, money, and connections, silently spread out from the Lin family mansion, quickly enveloping the entire Rong City. For a time, undercurrents surged. Countless eyes hidden in the shadows began to move. Those idle thugs in the streets and alleys received death orders from their bosses. The vendors of various intelligence organizations abandoned all other tasks, dedicating all their energy to a new target. Even some mentors and students with intricate ties to the Martial Arts Academy, under coercion and inducement, became insignificant nodes in this vast net. They had only one mission: keep a close watch on Jiang Lue. Record his every move, every word, and even who he met and what he ate, all of which had to be reported immediately. A storm was brewing. And at the center of the storm, inside that simple, single dormitory at the Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Lue sat cross-legged, his expression calm. He had long since clearly perceived the murderous atmosphere of an impending storm outside, and the omnipresent prying eyes, through the chaos divine body's extraordinary keen senses. But his heart was like still water, undisturbed. He was tallying the gains from this battle. The 10 million prize money for the grand competition champion had already arrived, but more importantly, there was that storage ring. A wisp of his divine sense probed into it. The space was not large, only about 1 zhang square, with a few items lying quietly within. An ancient map made of unknown animal hide, with a complex terrain in the depths of the wilderness area outlined in vermilion lines. At the end, an ancient character, tomb, was marked with flowing, dragon-like strokes. Next to the map was a warm jade pendant, entirely blood-red, carved in the shape of a coiled dragon. The moment Jiang Lue's divine sense touched the jade pendant, a vast, ancient aura filled with the mighty power of life surged towards him, causing the blood in his body to slightly boil. The token of the dragon blood secret realm. This was his greatest gain from this trip. And it was his only chance of survival moving forward. Just then, the dormitory's communicator buzzed urgently. It was Fatty Wang. Jiang Lue connected, and Fatty Wang's anxious, chubby face immediately appeared on the screen. Old Jiang, you absolutely must not leave the academy. His voice was slightly distorted with tension. The outside world has gone crazy. I just went out for a bit, and there were at least a dozen groups of people secretly inquiring about you on the street. There are several new faces near my small shop. The Lin family is serious this time. They're setting up a net to trap you and kill you in the city. Facing Fatty Wang's worries, Jiang Lue just listened calmly. Only after he finished speaking did he say faintly, I understand. Understand, you understand nothing. Fatty Wang was so anxious he stomped his feet. Hiding in the academy, with Dean Situ protecting you, no matter how overbearing the Lin family is, they wouldn't dare openly break in and kill someone. As long as you endure, there will always be a way. Jiang Lue shook his head. The academy is a cradle, but also a cage. His voice carried a composure and decisiveness, not belonging to his age. To cower here, seemingly safe, is in reality just waiting for death, putting one's fate into the hands of others. He raised his eyes, and in his deep pupils, cold, hunter-like light flickered. The Lin family is deeply rooted in Rong City. Here, I will always be the passive party. Only by jumping out. Jumping into that broader, bloodier wilderness, can I completely neutralize the advantage of the Lin family, this local tyrant. I want to drag this snake into the boundless ocean. Fatty Wang opened his mouth, wanting to persuade him further, but when he saw the unshakable determination in Jiang Lue's eyes, all his words caught in his throat. He knew Jiang Lue had made his decision. He hung up the communication. Inside the dormitory, silence returned. Jiang Lue slowly closed his eyes, and the chaos heaven opening scripture quietly circulated within his body. All the consumption and insights from the grand competition period, like streams flowing into the sea, slowly settled, solidifying his foundation. He could feel it. That invisible net was slowly tightening, inch by inch, centered around his dormitory. Killing intent permeated the air. Yet his heart was as still as a rock. He kept his eyes tightly shut, his spirit wandering in the void, isolating the entire storm outside the gate of his heart. 62. The backbone of the college. Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy, top floor of the administrative building. A top-level academy affairs meeting was being held urgently. Around the huge oval alloy conference table sat over a dozen figures, each a big shot whose stomp could shake Rong City's business world thrice over. The air was so heavy it felt as if water would drip from it. Several family representatives, led by Lin Ziaoshan, the Lin family patriarch, sat distinctly separated from the academy's high-ranking officials on opposite sides. The central air conditioning in the conference room was clearly on, yet the icy aura emanating from Lin Ziaoshan's body lowered the temperature of the entire space below freezing point. No one spoke. Only heavy, suppressed breathing rose and fell. Finally, a Lin family elder with white hair and beard, dressed in brocade robes, coughed heavily, breaking the deadly silence. His cloudy gaze swept across the academy's high-ranking officials opposite him, finally resting on the figure at the head of the table who had been keeping his eyes closed in meditation. Dean Situ. His voice carried a tone of condescending interrogation. The grand competition yesterday, I presume you saw it. That student named Jiang Lue, even after victory was decided, still acted so viciously, publicly crippling our Lin family's once-in-a-century prodigy. He slammed the table, his voice suddenly rising, filled with feigned indignation. Such conduct, how is it different from an evil demon? His malicious character and cruel methods are simply appalling. If such a scoundrel is allowed to remain in the academy, it will surely corrupt the entire academy's atmosphere, ruining the Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy's century-old reputation in an instant. No sooner had he finished speaking than the head of the Wang family, who was affiliated with the Lin family, immediately echoed. Elder Lin is absolutely right. In arena combat, one should stop when a point is made. This is martial virtue. That Jiang Lue, so young yet so bloodthirsty and murderous, won't he become a great demon bringing disaster to a region in the future? Another representative from the Zhou family also spoke in a sarcastic tone. I think he's simply jealous of nephew Yashin's talent. Because his own Danshan was shattered, he wants to destroy others' futures too. Such a dark mentality is simply unworthy of being a martial artist. For a time, emotions ran high. Accusations and charges, like a furious storm, all rained down on the young man who wasn't even present. They spoke righteously, they expressed deep sorrow, as if they were truly considering the future of the academy and the safety of Rong City. Their ultimate goal was clear. I propose, this child must be severely punished. The Lin family elder's voice was like a final judgment. Immediately strip him of his champion title and all rewards, especially that Dragon Blood Secret Realm token. Such a malicious individual must not be allowed to obtain such a tremendous opportunity. That's right, he should also be expelled from the academy and have his cultivation abolished, to serve as a warning to others. His qualification to participate in the wilderness zone trial must be revoked. Letting him enter the wilderness, wouldn't that be letting a tiger return to the mountains? Noisy shouts filled the entire conference room. Lin Ziaoshan remained silent throughout, merely picking up his teacup and gently blowing on the floating tea leaves, a snake-like cold glint flickering deep within his sinister eyes. This was the outcome he wanted. To block all of Jiang Lue's hopes and all his escape routes within the rules. To turn him into a bird in a cage, unable to fly away. And all this time, Situ Hong, seated at the head of the table, had not once opened his eyes. His old, wrinkled face was as calm as an ancient well, completely deaf to all the shouts and pressures around him. Until the voices in the conference room gradually subsided. Until everyone's gaze converged upon him. Only then did this stabilizing force of the academy slowly open his eyes. There was no thunderous rage. No overwhelming pressure. In his cloudy old eyes there was only a bottomless calm, yet beneath that calm, a cold flash, sharp enough to pierce the human heart, flickered. His gaze slowly swept over everyone present. Those he looked at, whether it was the eloquently speaking Lin family elder or the family heads echoing the shouts, all involuntarily avoided his gaze. The entire conference room instantly fell silent. Situ Hong spoke. His voice was not loud, even a bit aged, but it was like an invisible heavy hammer, clearly and distinctly striking everyone's heart. He only asked one question. The grand competition rules, life and death are disregarded. Who established that? A simple sentence. No refutation, no defense, just a plain factual statement. Yet it was like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, roaring in the ears of all the accusers. The Lin family elder, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, instantly froze, his expression stiff. The color drained from the faces of the supporting family heads at a visible speed. Yes. Life and death are disregarded. These 4 words were the iron rule of every freshman grand competition. And the creators of this iron rule, precisely to encourage students to dare to fight and seek breakthroughs between life and death, were several great families led by the Lin family, who jointly advocated and established it with the academy. Now they were using the ridiculous excuse of cruel methods to overturn the rules they had personally set. This was tantamount to slapping themselves hard in the face. The conference room fell into a deadly silence. Just then, Situ Hong slowly rose from the head of the table. His not-so-tall figure at this moment seemed to transform into an ancient divine mountain reaching to the heavens, standing firm and imposing, exuding a majestic aura of unprovoked authority. His gaze, like 2 tangible bolts of lightning, swept across the room again. One word at a time. His voice echoed through the cosmos. On the arena, the victor is king. Lin Yashin's skill was inferior, he was incompetent. Jiang Lue won fairly and squarely, that is his ability. If the winner is punished because the opponent is too weak, if the rules are to be overturned because the loser has a powerful background. Situ Hong's voice suddenly rose, like a great bell, making the entire conference room hum. Wouldn't our Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy become the biggest joke in the world? If the future backbone of our human race are all cowards who can't stand to lose, how can we even talk about resisting star beasts and protecting civilization? His words were resonant and powerful. Every word was like a red-hot iron hammer, fiercely striking the faces of the Lin family members. The Lin family elder's old face turned a purplish red, his lips trembling as he tried to retort, but he found that in the face of absolute reason and righteousness, any word seemed so pale and powerless. Lin Xiaoshan's hand, holding the teacup, tightened abruptly. Crack! The hard white jade teacup shattered with a crisp sound. Scalding tea, mixed with porcelain fragments, flowed all over his hand, but he was completely oblivious. He looked up, his sinister eyes, for the first time, met Situ Hong's gaze directly. 2 lines of sight collided in the air, as if invisible sparks were flying. Finally, Situ Hong withdrew his gaze, not even looking at Lin Xiaoshan again, and directly made a definitive judgment in an unchallengeable tone. This matter ends here. Jiang Lue's champion title and all rewards are fully valid. 3 days from now, the Wilderness Zone trial will proceed as scheduled. No one shall raise any further objections. Having said that, he didn't even look at the varied expressions on the faces of everyone in the room, and abruptly flicked his sleeve. Then he turned and strode away. What he left for everyone was a back that, though appearing aged, stood ramrod straight, like a pillar supporting the sky. That was the true, unyielding backbone of the academy. In the conference room, there was a deathly silence. After a long while, Lin Xiaoshan slowly lowered his hand, covered in tea and blood. He looked in the direction Situ Hong had departed, and deep within his sinister eyes, malice and killing intent almost solidified and overflowed. In the confrontation within the rules, he had lost. But this also meant a more bloody, more brutal hunt outside the rules was about to begin. 63. The only way to survive. The conference room door closed heavily behind Situ Hong. That loud bang isolated the room's chill and malice, but failed to disperse the dark cloud named the Lin family that hung over the entire academy. Jiang Lue sat cross-legged in his dorm, his eyes tightly shut. He could hear and feel the storm outside. Those probing gazes, some subtle, some blatant, wrapped around him from all directions like bone marrow parasites, trying to penetrate the small space he occupied. But his heart was like still water, his spirit wandering in the void. These were merely insignificant ripples before the coming storm. Just then, the communicator in the dorm let out a low, distinct hum. It was an encrypted internal communication channel, with extremely high authority. Jiang Lue opened his eyes, and there was no surprise in his deep gaze. He answered the call. No image appeared on the light screen, only an old yet steady voice spoke directly. "Come to my office." It was Situ Hong. Hanging up the call, Jiang Lue stood up and pushed the door open. He didn't choose any hidden routes, but simply walked along the academy's main road, step by step, towards the administrative main building that represented the center of the academy's power. Along the way, countless gazes were cast from every corner. There was awe, fear, jealousy, and even undisguised cold killing intent hidden in the shadows. Jiang Lue ignored all of it. His steps were steady, and his breathing was long, as if he wasn't walking on a road fraught with danger but strolling leisurely in his own backyard. The dean's office was on the top floor of the main building. There were no luxurious decorations, only rows of towering bookshelves, and the air was filled with a faint, calm scent of tea mixed with ancient scrolls. Situ Hong stood with his back to the door, looking down at the entire academy from a large floor-to-ceiling window. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around. At this moment, he no longer had the domineering presence he displayed in the meeting. All the sharpness in his cloudy old eyes had receded, making him seem more like an ordinary, kind elder worried about the younger generation. "Sit." He gestured to the guest sofa nearby, and personally picked up a set of antique Xisha teaware, skillfully beginning to brew tea. Boiling water poured into the teapot, and a richer tea aroma instantly filled the study. Jiang Lue sat down as instructed, watching him with a calm expression. "Child." Situ Hong pushed a cup of clear, bright yellow tea towards Jiang Lue, getting straight to the point. "Your current situation is far more dangerous than you imagine." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a solemnity that couldn't be ignored. The Lin family has operated in Rong City for several centuries. Their influence, like the shadow under this table, has already permeated every corner of this city. Situ Hong's finger tapped lightly on the antique tea table. "You hide in the academy, and I can protect you for a while. But they have 10,000 ways to make you die in an accident the day you leave the academy. A car accident, a mistake during a mission, or even a cultivation deviation during practice." He pointed out the death trap Jiang Lue faced with incisive clarity. For them, killing a genius is far easier than cultivating one. Therefore, staying in Rong City is waiting for death. Situ Hong raised his eyes, his cloudy gaze reflecting Jiang Lue's calm face. "And the wilderness zone trial 3 days from now is your only way out." Jiang Lue picked up the teacup but didn't speak. He knew that what the old man was about to say next was the real key. Situ Hong took out a document bag, sealed with special fireproof material from his embrace, and solemnly placed it on the table. He pushed the document bag towards Jiang Lue. "This is the last thing the academy can do for you." Jiang Lue reached out and took it. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. He tore open the seal and pulled out a document. The document's header was printed in bold red characters, "Top Secret." And at the bottom of the document was an unfamiliar, fierce yet majestic seal composed of a dragon pattern and a shield. The content of the document was simple. "This certifies that student Jiang Lue, due to his unique combat talent, is specially permitted to serve as a free trialist in this wilderness zone trial. All his actions during the trial are independent missions, requiring no reporting to any team leader and not subject to the main group's movement restrictions. His final whereabouts will not be investigated by the academy." Just a few lines, but each word carried immense weight. This was no longer a simple certification document. This was a certificate of legal disappearance. It was a key that would allow him to cut off all the Lin family's prying eyes and completely vanish from everyone's sight. With this, you can legitimately leave the main group and go anywhere you want alone. Situ Hong's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but also a trace of relief. Even if the Lin family has far-reaching influence, they cannot lay a net across the vast and boundless wilderness zone to catch you. He earnestly warned him. "However, child, you must remember, the cruelty of the wilderness far exceeds your imagination. There are no rules, no order, only the most primitive law of the jungle. Powerful star beasts are just the most superficial danger. More terrifying than star beasts are human hearts. The Lin family will definitely send their most elite death squads to relentlessly hunt you down in the wilderness." Jiang Lue slowly put away the document and placed it in his embrace. He performed this action with extreme seriousness. Then he stood up and bowed deeply to Situ Hong. No words were exchanged. He knew what immense pressure this old man had withstood, and what astonishing risks he had taken for this document. Any words of thanks seemed pale and powerless before this bow. Situ Hong calmly accepted his bow. He looked at the young man straight back, and a hint of genuine admiration and expectation appeared in his cloudy old eyes. Go! He waved his hand. Jiang Lue straightened up, didn't linger and turned to walk towards the door. Just as his hand was about to touch the doorknob, Situ Hong's old voice, as if inadvertently, spoke again. Oh right. I wonder what the heavenly proud daughter of Yaeguang, Holy Land, would think if she knew of your achievements today. Child, live well. The future of humanity needs backbones like yours. Jiang Lue's footsteps paused slightly. He didn't turn back. He simply gently pushed open the heavy wooden door and walked out with large strides. The brilliant sunset streamed in from the window at the end of the corridor, casting a long, long shadow of him. He clutched the certificate hidden in his embrace. The old man's body warmth seemed to still linger there. There was no longer any confusion in Jiang Lue's heart. The path ahead was a mountain of swords and a sea of fire, an endless killing intent. But his battle intent at this moment was completely ignited, transforming into a fiercely burning, sky-blazing fire. 64. Brother, a glass of wine. The night before the trial began. The night in Rong City was brilliantly lit, like an entire galaxy poured onto black velvet. The towering buildings outlined the hard and unyielding silhouette of human civilization. A black figure, like a wisp of smoke merging into the shadows, silently passed through the academy's heavily guarded defenses. He didn't alarm anyone. The chaos divine body's extraordinary perception allowed him to easily avoid all patrol teams and hidden surveillance cameras. He headed south, moving away from the city center's prosperity and hustle, eventually turning into a labyrinthine area of old buildings. This was the city's edge, where even the light seemed a little stingy. Jiang Lue stopped in front of an inconspicuous small door with a faded sign that read, Fatty's Grocery Store. The store lights were off, with only a faint sliver of light peeking through the door crack. He gently pushed the door open. Creak! The old door hinge let out a groan of protest. Inside the store, there were no customers. Fatty Wang was sitting alone behind the counter, repeatedly wiping an empty wine glass with a cloth. He heard the door open and merely raised his eyelids, as if he already knew who the visitor would be. No surprise. No superfluous greetings. He simply put down the wine glass, then bent down and with effort dragged a heavy alloy box, gleaming with cold metallic light, from under the cluttered counter. Thud. He placed the box heavily on the counter with a dull thud. For you. Fatty Wang was concise. Jiang Lue stepped forward, his gaze falling on the box, which was entirely made of military-grade special alloy. The surface of the box was also imprinted with an emblem of a sword and shield, which he didn't understand but could feel its solemnity and authority. He reached out and opened the clasps on both sides of the box. The lid opened. There were no glittering natural treasures, nor any peerless divine weapons. Inside the box, divided into several sections by black high-density foam, was a neatly arranged set of equipment that would drive any wilderness hunter mad. 3 syringes, labeled high-energy nutrition, universal antidote, and extreme excitement, contained liquids of different colors under the dim light. A palm-sized, completely black square with no buttons on its surface. That was the latest model of signal jamming and anti-reconnaissance device, exclusive to the military. A vicious-looking multifunctional tactical dagger, its blade a strange dark red, forged from high-grade star beast fangs mixed with special metals. It could cut hair and was indestructible. And at the very bottom of the box lay a neatly folded piece of black soft armor, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet cold and resilient to the touch. Jiang Lue's fingertips lightly brushed the soft armor. He could feel the astonishing defensive power contained within this seemingly unremarkable soft armor. Enough to withstand a full-force blow from a grandmaster. Any one of these items was priceless and unobtainable on the market. Jiang Lue slowly raised his head and looked at Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, scratched his round head, and grinned guilelessly. Hee. Brother Lue, I emptied all the savings I've accumulated over the years, and even used up the favors my dad left behind, just to get these. Please don't dislike them. He pointed at the items in the box with his thick hand. Out there it's not like in the city. What genius, what prodigy, none of that matters. Staying alive is the most important thing. His words were simple, almost clumsy. Yet they were heavier than any flowery prose. Jiang Lue looked at Fatty Wang's face, filled with sincerity and worry, then lowered his head to look at the weighty sentiment in the box. He was silent for a long time. In the end, he didn't say thank you, nor did he say this is too valuable. He just reached out and slowly closed the heavy lid of the box. Clicking. A soft sound, like a silent promise. When Fatty Wang saw him accept it, the tense flesh on his face finally relaxed, revealing a heartfelt smile. He turned around and pulled out a dusty wine jar from under the counter. As he broke the mud seal, a pungent yet mellow aroma of wine instantly filled the small shop. That was Rong City's strongest liquor. Burning Cloud. He didn't use glasses, but instead took out 2 rough, white porcelain bowls that could hold half a caddy of wine. Gulp, gulp. He poured the fiery red liquor to the brim, not spilling a single drop. He pushed one of the bowls towards Jiang Lue. He picked up the other bowl himself. Neither of them spoke again. True brothers don't need many words. All the camaraderie, all the blessings, all the worries were in this bowl of wine. Banged. The 2 rough porcelain bowls clinked heavily in midair, making a crisp sound. Jiang Lue looked up. Fatty Wang also looked up. The pungent liquor, like burning flames, seared from their throats all the way to their stomachs, instantly igniting every inch of blood and qi in their limbs. One bowl of wine, drained in a single gulp. When he put down the wine bowl, Fatty Wang's eyes were already red. He reached out his large, fan-like hand and firmly patted Jiang Lue's shoulder. Brother Lue. His voice carried a hint of imperceptible hoarseness. Come back alive. When you return, I'll treat you to even better wine. Jiang Lue looked at him, not speaking. He just nodded heavily. Then he turned around, effortlessly lifting the heavy alloy box with one hand. He walked towards the door, not bothering with superfluous words like take care. Some promises, etched in the heart, are enough. As his figure was about to disappear into the deeper darkness of the alley entrance, Fatty Wang's emotionally suppressed voice came from behind. Brother Lue, out there, don't trust anyone. Jiang Lue's steps did not falter. He just raised his hand and with his back to Fatty Wang, gently waved. The next second, his figure completely merged into the night, no longer visible. At the shop entrance, Fatty Wang stood alone for a long time, until the wind from the alley entrance made his eyes sting a little. Only then did he slowly turn around, return to the counter, pick up the 2 empty wine bowls and meticulously wipe them again and again with the cloth, as if wanting to forever seal that last bit of warmth inside. 65. Goodbye, Chengdu. Dawn. A deathly pale, fish-belly white appeared on the horizon, yet it offered no warmth. Instead, it hung coldly in the sky like a block of ice frozen for billions of years. Rong City East Gate. Whoosh. A long, muffled horn blast tore through the last shred of pre-dawn tranquility, echoing between the 100-meter-tall alloy city walls like a roar from an ancient battlefield. In the huge plaza in front of the city gate, people had already gathered. Nearly 1,000 new academy students, dressed in unified combat uniforms, quickly assembled into neat formations under the shouts of their leading instructors. Their faces were a mix of excitement, nervousness, and anticipation for the future. Today was the start of the Wilderness Zone trial. It was the first time these chosen ones would truly step out of the protection of civilization and venture into the legendary, bloody land said to be full of opportunities, yet also strewn with bones. All teams count off. A lead general instructor, clad in silver armor and exuding a powerful aura, spoke with a voice like a booming bell. Team 1 all present. Team 2 all present. Reports came one after another. However, when it was the turn of the team composed of the top-ranking students from the new student grand competition, their captain hesitated for a moment before reporting loudly. Report, Champion Squad 10 expected 9 present. Champion Jiang Lue absent. At these words, the previously solemn formation immediately erupted into an uncontrollable murmur of whispers. Jiang Lue didn't come. What's going on? He's the champion, the biggest favorite for this trial. Did he chicken out at the last minute? Chicken out? How could he? Have you forgotten how he crippled Lin Yashin? Would someone like him be afraid? I guess. He was intimidated by the Lin family. After all, the Lin family has already declared an unending feud. If he dares to leave the city, I'm afraid. In the crowd, gazes of schadenfreude, sympathy, and regret wove into an invisible net. Just then, a slight commotion arose from the back of the crowd. The discussions abruptly ceased. Everyone felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats, and they slowly turned their heads in unison. At the end of the wide main road, leading to the city gate, a black figure was walking, neither fast nor slow, step by step. He did not join any team. He did not converse with anyone. He was all alone, carrying a simple backpack and with the heavy alloy box hanging at his waist. The morning breeze stirred the corners of his black clothes, and his calm face showed no expression. He walked through the crowd under the gaze of nearly 1,000 eyes, heading towards the colossal city gate that stretched between heaven and earth like a silent beast. Aloof, resolute, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. The city guard soldiers stationed on either side of the city gate looked at this solitary figure, their eyes filled with complex emotions. They stood ramrod straight, gripping their energy rifles even tighter. It was an instinctive reverence for a strong person, and a silent regret for a peerless genius about to step alone into endless danger. Under the city gate command tower, a city gate officer, with 3 stars on his shoulder and a face as stern as if carved by a knife, blocked Jiang Lue's path. "Show your identity token and trial pass." His voice was cold and formal, devoid of any emotion. Jiang Lue did not speak. He took out the sealed document made of special materials, which Situ Hong had personally given him, from his pocket. The city gate officer took the document, initially somewhat dismissive. But when his gaze fell upon the 4 striking red characters, highest authority at the top of the document, and the ferocious seal below, composed of a dragon pattern and a shield, the expression on his perpetually unchanging, icy face suddenly shifted. He looked up, meeting Jiang Lue's gaze again, his eyes now completely different. It was the absolute obedience of a soldier to a higher authority. He quickly placed the document into the verification device beside him. Beep! With a soft sound, confirmation information popped up on the device screen. The city gate officer took a deep breath, suddenly stepped back, stood ramrod straight, and saluted Jiang Lue with an impeccably standard military salute. "Authority confirmed. Esteemed Jiang Lue, I wish you martial prosperity." This scene made all the observing students in the distance widen their eyes. They did not understand how a student could receive such solemn treatment from the city gate commander. Jiang Lue calmly nodded, returning the salute. The city gate officer turned and gave a brief, clear command into his communicator. "Open independent passage number 3. Authority level highest." The next second, a piercing alarm blared across the entire plaza. The colossal alloy gate, heavy as a mountain range, slowly opened a narrow slit, just wide enough for one person, amidst a series of excruciatingly grinding, heavy mechanical friction sounds. Boom! The moment the slit appeared, a blast of extremely violent wind, mixed with dust, blood, and the scent of decay, poured in from outside the gate like a ferocious beast imprisoned for 10,000 years. The wind was bone-chilling, cutting at the face like a knife. All the students instinctively took half a step back, channeling their inner energy to resist. Inside the gate was a brightly lit city, an unbreakable order. Outside the gate was a hazy sky, a desolate wasteland where the wind howled, and the faint, heart-pounding roars of star beasts carried on the wind. 2 worlds. Life and death. Civilization and primitiveness. Jiang Lue stood before the slit, his black clothes flapping wildly in the gale. He did not hesitate in the slightest. He didn't even look back at the city where he had lived for 18 years. He lifted his foot and stepped out. The moment his figure completely disappeared into that hazy world, swirling with endless sandstorms. Rumble! The massive alloy gate slammed shut. The heavy impact sound, like the pulse of heaven and earth, struck heavily at everyone's heart, completely separating the 2 worlds. At the same time, 100 miles away from Rong City, inside a hidden stronghold, disguised as an abandoned outpost, a martial artist, dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit with a ferocious scar on his face, was quietly wiping a blood-red long saber in his hand. On the tactical terminal in front of him, a map representing the wilderness zone showed only green dots representing his personnel. Just then, beep! With a soft sound, a glaring red dot, representing a highest priority target, abruptly lit up at the location of Rong City's east gate. Then, that red dot began to move slowly at a steady speed, heading deeper into the wilderness zone. The scarred martial artist stopped wiping. He slowly raised his head, looking at the moving red dot, and a cruel, bloodthirsty glint flashed in his viper-like eyes. The muscles at the corner of his mouth slowly twitched, forming a cold arc, full of endless mockery and killing intent. "The fish is out of the net." 66. Whispers of the Bone Forest. Boom! The 100-meter-tall gate, which separated civilization from the wilderness, slammed shut behind Jiang Lue. The heavy impact sound, like a funeral bell from an old era, completely buried the brightly lit city behind him into the past. A violent wind, carrying the scent of dust and rust, blew into his face. In the wind, there was no longer the familiar hustle and bustle of the city, only a dead, unsettling emptiness. Jiang Lue lifted his eyes. The world before him was a vast and desolate wasteland. The sky was a hazy gray, like a dirty curtain pressing heavily overhead. On the ground, countless twisted, rust-covered giant steel frameworks stood. They were once the skeletons of some super factory from the old era, but now, after thousands of years of wind and sand erosion, they had transformed into silent, monstrous skeletal remains. This was the edge of Wilderness Zone 13, as marked on the map. A death zone known to scavengers as the Boneyard Forest. The air was filled with a faint scent of radiation dust, mixed with a hint of faint, long-dried blood. Jiang Lue did not rush to go deeper. He simply stood still, closing his eyes, and the extraordinary perception brought by his chaos-divine body, like an invisible net, quietly spread out from him. The sound of the wind. The sound of sand rubbing against metal. The rustling of mutated plants swaying in the distance. Everything seemed so normal, yet beneath this normalcy, there was a chilling sense of being watched. He opened his eyes and walked towards a relatively intact steel wreck. Beneath the shadow of the wreck lay several star beast skeletons that had been completely gnawed clean. These were low-tier star beasts called horned rock rhinos, known for their thick hides and tough flesh. Jiang Lue squatted down, extended his finger, and gently brushed it over the huge bones. The surface of the bones was covered with deep claw marks and bite marks. But unlike the chaotic tearing wounds left by other predatory beasts, these wounds, both in depth and angle, were astonishingly consistent. Especially the fatal wound on the neck, which was smooth and clean, as if cut by a sharp, standardized military blade in a single strike. This was not mere predation. This was an efficient, disciplined slaughter. Jiang Lue stood up, his expression becoming solemn. He realized that he had entered the territory of a powerful predator. A death domain ruled by extremely cunning and well-coordinated hunters. He did not choose to retreat. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on the remains of a huge chimney, hundreds of meters tall, obliquely piercing the clouds not far away. That was the highest vantage point in this boneyard forest. He pushed off with his feet, his figure like a weightless wisp of smoke, moving effortlessly across the vertically intertwined steel frameworks. In a few leaps, he silently climbed to the top of the chimney. The cold wind was like a knife. He stood at the highest point, taking in the entire boneyard forest. Twisted steel cast jagged shadows, forming a natural, three-dimensional maze capable of disorienting any prey. It was also at this moment. The last sliver of pale light in the sky was completely swallowed by darkness. Night fell with an unsettling speed. The temperature in the wilderness plummeted. The wind, which had only been howling during the day, now seemed to possess life. They passed through the holes and crevices in countless metal frameworks, emitting sharp wails like ghosts crying and wolves howling. The sound was like the lamentations of countless souls in this steel graveyard, enough to send shivers down the spines of even the most resilient warriors. The dangerous atmosphere was intensified to the extreme. Amidst this oppressive darkness, a pair of eerie green eyes quietly lit up in a shadow, 100 meters below Jiang Lue. That was not fire. That was a cold, emotionless pure light of slaughter. Immediately after came a second pair. A third pair, in just a moment. From all directions, on the steel frameworks of varying heights, within the shadows. Over 100 pairs of eerie green eyes formed a silent, three-dimensional encirclement. They locked onto the chimney where he stood. There was no roaring. No intimidation. Only a suffocating, absolute silence belonging to top predators. They were waiting. Waiting for the moment the prey revealed a weakness. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt erupted without warning from a shadow to Jiang Lue's left. It was an iron-spined demonic wolf, as robust as a calf. It leaped silently, covering dozens of meters, its sharp claws glinting with metallic cold light tore through the air, heading straight for Jiang Lue's throat. This was a purely, extremely lethal probing attack. Jiang Lue's pupils lit up with a faint glow in the darkness. His body twisted to the extreme, at an angle that defied physical common sense. Whoosh! The chilling wolf claw grazed past his neck. The sharp wind from the claw still left a burning red mark on his cheek. A drop of fresh blood trickled down his cheek. Jiang Lue reached out and wiped away the blood. He felt the cold, hungry, and emotionless killing intent cast from all directions. This was completely different from the malicious and frenzied will of Lin Yashin in the arena. This was not a duel. This was a hunt. He was the prey. And at this very moment, at the highest point of that steel jungle, on top of a massive horizontal steel beam, a figure quietly appeared. It was a giant wolf, nearly twice the size of the other demonic wolves. Its fur was not black, but rather a silvery white, reflecting a layer of cold metallic luster under the pale moonlight. It simply stood there silently, exuding a domineering presence that made the killing intent of all the surrounding demonic wolves even more concentrated. It raised its head. In its equally eerie green eyes, there was none of the bloodlust and hunger of the other demonic wolves. Only a cold light, almost human-like, full of wisdom and cruelty. Its gaze traversed hundreds of meters, like two invisible sharp swords, firmly pinning Jiang Lue, declaring, "This hunt, taking place in the Boneyard Forest, had officially begun." 67. The first lesson in the wilderness. The silver-white wolf king, like a deity descending upon an iron throne, declared the start of this hunt with his emotionless, eerie green eyes. However, the anticipated beast tide, powerful enough to tear through steel, did not materialize. Silence, a deathly silence, remained the dominant theme of this boneyard forest. The next instant, hundreds of eerie green eyes moved. They did not surge forward like a tide, but instead transformed into hundreds of silent black phantoms, integrating into the three-dimensional labyrinth of twisted steel with astonishing coordination. They moved at high speed between the metal supports, leaping and running, yet not making a single superfluous sound. Shadows, like ghosts, constantly shifted positions, appearing to Jiang Lue's left one moment, flashing above his head the next, and then vanishing into his blind spots in the following instant. An invisible noose, woven from speed and terrain, was slowly tightening. Jiang Lue stood at the top of the chimney, his expression more solemn than ever before. He could feel hundreds of cold killing intents, like omnipresent poisonous needles, stabbing from all directions, yet cunningly avoiding any substantive contact with him. This was not an encirclement. This was a tactic. A textbook-perfect hunt, enough to make any lone strong individual's scalp tingle. Whoosh! A sound of rushing air without warning came from Jiang Lue's right rear. 3 iron-spined demonic wolves in a triangular formation burst forth from 3 different steel beams, their claws like knives, blocking all his escape routes. This was a perfectly coordinated attack. Jiang Lue lightly tapped the edge of the chimney with his toes, his body drifting several meters to the left like a weightless falling leaf, narrowly avoiding this fatal combined attack. But he had not yet regained his balance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 black shadows, like 3 black arrows shot from a bowstring, silently pounced from below his new landing spot. Jiang Lue had to change direction again, the star source power within him circulating at high speed, condensing into a thin layer of protective aura around his body. Bang, bang, bang. He constantly moved, dodged, and parried. The iron-spined demonic wolves, like the most patient hunters, in groups of 3 to 5, launched wave after wave of relentless feints from the most tricky and incredible angles. Their objective was clear. It was not to cause damage. It was to exhaust. To exhaust his stamina, to exhaust his protective star source power. A more deadly threat came from further away. Just as Jiang Lue was once again forced into the air by a small pack of demonic wolves. In the distance, dozens of demonic wolves lurking at the periphery of the encirclement simultaneously stopped. They arched their bodies, and the sharp spines on their backs, like those forged from steel, gleamed with a chilling light under the pale moonlight. The next moment, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dense, rain-like sound of rushing air suddenly erupted. Dozens, even hundreds, of bone spikes shimmering with metallic luster, tore through the night sky, forming a cross-covering curtain of death that not only blocked all of Jiang Lue's evasion routes in the air, but even predicted every possible landing spot. Jiang Lue's pupils suddenly contracted. Claws blocked him nearby, while bone spikes rained down from afar. A net from heaven and earth. In their hunting ground, these beasts had pushed tactical coordination to its extreme. Get lost. Jiang Lue let out a low roar. He could not remain passive any longer. He twisted in midair, and the star source power within him surged into his right palm without reservation. Suppressing void palm. A powerful palm force, strong enough to shatter mountains, condensed in his palm, forming a visible, translucent giant palm print that slammed down fiercely towards the densest area of bone spikes below. Boom! A loud roar echoed through the steel jungle. Several thick metal supports, under the force of this domineering palm, snapped and twisted. A crater several meters deep was blasted into the ground, and dust billowed. However, Jiang Lue's face showed no joy. Under the palm's coverage, there was nothing. The demonic wolves, a second before the palm print landed, had already dodged out of the attack range, relying on their astonishingly abnormal agility and perfect anticipation of their companion's attack rhythm. His earth-shattering palm strike had missed. His power was severely dispersed and neutralized by this complex steel jungle. And just as his old strength was gone, new strength had not yet emerged, and his mind experienced a momentary fluctuation. A fatal crisis descended. In the shadows of the dust, which had been scattered by the palm wind where he had just landed, 2 demonic wolves like specters emerging from hell silently burst forth. Too fast. And too insidious. They had been lurking there, waiting for this very opportunity. One demonic wolf opened its bloody maw, its fangs, capable of biting through alloys, fiercely clamping down on Jiang Lue's calf. The other leaped up, its sharp wolf claws carrying a tearing wind clawing at his shoulder. Jiang Lue's body twisted forcefully in midair, avoiding the fate of having his calf bitten off. But his shoulder could no longer completely escape. Rip! A bone-chilling sound of flesh tearing echoed. 3 deep, bone-visible claw marks stretched from his left shoulder all the way to his back, and blood instantly gushed out, staining half of his body red. Excruciating pain, like an electric current, instantly spread throughout his body. Jiang Lue grunted, using the impact to roll several meters away, kneeling on one knee. He reached out and pressed on the gruesome wound on his shoulder, but warm blood still uncontrollably gushed from between his fingers. Drop by drop, it fell onto the cold, rust-stained ground, and also dripped onto the hearts of these hungry hunters. In the air, the rich scent of blood, like the strongest stimulant, instantly ignited the entire boneyard forest. Ho-ho! All the demonic wolves breathing instantly became incredibly heavy. The last trace of a hunter's calm in their eerie green eyes was completely ignited, transforming into endless greed and savagery. The harassment stopped. The probing ended. The next moment, all the demonic wolves from all directions, like a black mountain torrent, frantically charged towards the bleeding prey. The offensive was more than 10 times more ferocious than before. The intense pain from his shoulder, and the sickening bloody storm rushing towards him, however, made Jiang Lue's mind, which had been somewhat chaotic due to his miscalculation, clearer than ever at this moment. He was wrong. Terribly wrong. This was not a civilized arena. This was a primeval jungle with no rules, no morality, only life and death. What exquisite moves, what a grandmaster's demeanor, were a huge joke in this bloody land that only valued the most efficient killing. What he needed was not defense, not evasion, but to kill, to tear apart everything in front of him in the simplest, most direct and most brutal way. An extremely cold determination exploded from the depths of his heart. Jiang Lue slowly straightened his body. He abandoned all futile defenses, allowing the layer of star source power protecting his body to recede like a tide. Immediately after, the receding aura in a more refined and violent manner instantly gathered on his fists, his elbows, his knees, and his legs. On his calm face, the last trace of elegance belonging to human cities completely faded, replaced by a cold, aggressive, beastly ferocity, identical to that of the Silver Wolf King. Facing the black beast tide, pouncing from all directions. He did not retreat. Instead, he took a heavy step forward. Boom! The ground beneath his feet cracked loudly. The next second, his figure, like a black cannonball fired from a barrel, actively charged into the densest and most ferocious wolf pack. 68 Meat Grinder. That long howl, belonging to the Wolf King, filled with endless majesty and murderous intent, was like the final command to detonate an entire arsenal. Ow! Instantly, the last trace of Hunter's cunning in the emerald green eyes of all the patrolling, probing, and fainting iron-spined demonic wolves was completely ignited, turning into pure, all-consuming madness. They no longer had any tactics, no longer had any formation. At this moment, the boneyard forest transformed into a true meat grinder. Hundreds of black figures from all directions, from every steel support structure at varying heights, surged forward like a black torrent of death, relentlessly sweeping towards the lone figure in the center. And facing this beast tide, which was enough to make any grandmaster despair, Jiang Lue let out his first true, suppressed to the extreme roar since he stepped into this wilderness. Come! This roar was not human-like. It was more like the roar from the depths of a desperate beast soul. He did not retreat, did not dodge. He actively charged head-on into the most surging wolf tide. He completely unleashed the most primitive wildness of the chaos divine body, hidden deep within its bloodline. A demonic wolf lunged from the side, its sharp claws tearing 3 deep, bone-visible gashes into his ribs. Jiang Lue did not even spare a glance. He even allowed the intense pain to spread throughout his body, twisting his body in midair at an incredible angle, his right elbow striking like a siege ram, carrying the condensed star source power to its extreme, smashing heavily onto the demonic wolf's spine. Crack! A crisp, teeth-grating sound of bone breaking rang out. The demonic wolf let out a short whimper, its entire spine shattered by that elbow strike, and it fell from midair like a puddle of mud, twitching a few times before falling silent. Trading injury for life. Bloody, brutal, yet incredibly efficient. But this was just the beginning. More demonic wolves lunged madly from behind him, above him, and below him. Sharp fangs ripped open his thigh muscles. Claws pierced through his back. Excruciating pain, like a tide, wave after wave, frantically assaulted his nerves. However, these injuries, which would have instantly overwhelmed an ordinary martial artist, became the final splash of gasoline igniting the volcano within Jiang Lue. A demonic wolf bit down hard on his left arm, trying to tear his entire arm off. Jiang Lue's eyes were bloodshot. He didn't even look, clenching his right fist, the star source power condensing into a dazzling cold light on his fist. Without any fancy moves, he threw a punch in the simplest, most direct way. Bang! The demonic wolf's head exploded like a watermelon hit by an iron hammer. Red and white splattered all over his head and face. He shook off the headless corpse from his arm, letting the warm wolf blood flow down his cheeks, mixing with his own blood. This scene, for the first time, made a human-like, incredulous look flash in the intelligent emerald-green eyes of the Silver Wolf King, who was seated on the steel throne in the distance. What did it see? The numerous fatal and gruesome wounds on that tiny human's body were actually wriggling and healing at a visible speed. The rolled-up flesh, like living organisms, was rapidly pulling and stitching itself together. Several shallower wounds had even scabbed over and fallen off within a few breaths, leaving only a faint red mark. This was no longer mere recovery. This was immortality. This was a monster. The terrifying recovery ability of the chaos divine body, which defied the laws of life, was displayed to its fullest at this moment, on this bloody battlefield where only life and death mattered. Jiang Lue had transformed into a tireless, immortal god of slaughter. He completely abandoned all combat techniques as a human. Fist, palm, elbow, knee. Every part of his body became the most primitive, most lethal weapon. He no longer thought about moves, no longer judged timing, relying entirely on his beastly instincts, intensified to the extreme by blood and death, to rampage through the wolf pack. Bang! With a knee strike, he caved in the entire chest of a lunging demonic wolf. Crack! He spun and delivered a whip kick, breaking the leg bones of 3 demonic wolves, leaving them to be trampled to death by their own kind while howling in agony. He even, in an instant when he was tackled, opened his mouth, and with his teeth, fiercely bit through the throat of a demonic wolf. The sound of bones shattering. The sound of flesh tearing. The mournful howls of wolves. And his own low growl, suppressing endless pain and ferocity, intertwined to form the most primitive, most bloody symphony of death. Finally, the silver-white wolf king could no longer sit still. It rose from the huge steel beam. It moved. Whoosh! A silver lightning bolt streaked across the blood-stained night sky. Its speed was ghost-like, more than twice as fast as the ordinary iron-spined demonic wolves. Even more terrifying, its sharp claws, gleaming with a chilling light, were actually covered with a visible layer of pale green gale force. Wind blades. Jiang Lue's pupils contracted. He felt an unprecedented, deadly crisis. He instinctively raised his arm to block. Rip! His arm bone, which was strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from an ordinary demonic wolf, was easily sliced open like tofu by the Wolf King's claws, which were imbued with wind blades. A bone-deep wound extended from his forearm all the way to his elbow. At the edge of the wound, a layer of pale green energy remained, frantically destroying his flesh and blood, preventing the chaos divine body from recovering. Excruciating pain. The pain, far exceeding the sum of all his previous injuries, caused Jiang Lue's body to stiffen. Good opportunity. The surrounding demonic wolves seized this momentary weakness and lunged forward madly again. Get lost. Jiang Lue's eyes flashed with ferocity. Forced back by the Wolf King, he instinctively grabbed the scruffs of 2 ordinary demonic wolves that had just lunged at him. He exerted force from his waist, his arm muscles bulging, and actually swung the 2 demonic wolves, each weighing several hundred caddies like 2 meteor hammers fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Several lunging demonic wolves were smashed by the corpses of their own kind, their bones broken, and they were sent flying. Savage. Cunning. Under the extreme pressure of life and death, Jiang Lue's combat wisdom had completely merged with this bloody jungle. He brutally carved out a temporary bloody path through the beast tide in this most crude way. He ignored the dozens of deep and shallow, bleeding wounds on his body. He ignored the wind blade energy, still frantically destroying his body. He slowly raised his head. His eyes, already stained red with blood, pierced through the layers of wolves, locking onto that silver-white figure. Catch the ringleader first. He wanted to kill it. Boom! The ground beneath Jiang Lue's feet exploded. Dragging his severe injuries, his aura, however, did not diminish but instead intensified, like a meteor burning with crimson flames. he launched a fearless, final charge towards the true king. 69. The Wolf King has fallen and murderous intent has arisen. Facing the blood-colored figure that charged with boundless killing intent, the Silver Wolf King's intelligent, emerald eyes for the first time revealed a hint of almost human-like solemnity. He opened his massive maw, capable of crushing alloys. But this time there was no roar. Oh whoa! A shriek short to the extreme, as if compressing all his strength into a single point, erupted from the depths of his throat. With the shriek, a visible, rapidly spinning pale green wind blade, the size of a millstone, materialized out of thin air. That wasn't just simple wind. It was a guaranteed kill, formed when he pushed the primal power of his beast core and his control over wind elements to their absolute limits. The air around the wind blade was torn and twisted by its terrifying rotational speed, emitting a grating hum that set teeth on edge. Loose stones and broken bones on the ground were pulverized into dust by the invisible gale before they even got close. Go! The wind blade shot out, transforming into a cyan arc of death, not targeting Jiang Lue's head, but aiming directly for his waist and abdomen. He wanted to cut this human, who brought him endless humiliation and threats, in half. Facing this fatal blow, capable of splitting even a grandmaster in two, Jiang Lue's blood-soaked pupils showed no hint of evasion, no trace of fear. Only a mad fighting spirit, as if to incinerate all 8 directions. He didn't dodge. He didn't evade. Just as the cyan arc of death was about to strike him, he made a move that even the distant Wolf King found astonishing. He crossed his arms in front of him, protecting his chest and head. Using his most fragile flesh and blood to directly confront that blade of law, capable of severing steel. The next instant, kai 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 kai. A series of explosive sounds, like hot oil poured into ice water, making one's scalp tingle, erupted. The rapidly spinning wind blade slammed hard into Jiang Lue's arms. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only the purest cutting and grinding. The flesh and blood on Jiang Lue's arms, under that terrifying cutting force, instantly burst open like mud thrown into a meat grinder, transforming into a sky full of blood mist. Immediately following were the hard arm bones. Crack crack. The surface of the bones was scored with deep, ghastly white gashes by the wind blade, and countless bone fragments flew. Excruciating pain, like a searing hot iron, branded itself fiercely onto his soul. But Jiang Lue didn't even let out a muffled groan. He even used that terrifying impact force to increase his speed instead of decreasing it, like a giant boulder launched by a trebuchet, breaking through the wind blade's blockade. He arrived. He finally, enduring the sky-high blood mist, charged in front of the Silver Wolf King. At this moment, his arms could no longer be called arms. They were a pair of grotesque skeletons, stripped of all flesh and blood, leaving only stark white bones. The Silver Wolf King's pupils suddenly constricted to their absolute limit. He saw those blood-red eyes. In those eyes there was no pain, only endless devouring madness, as if to swallow heaven and earth whole. This was not a human at all. This was a demon, clad in human skin, crawled out from the deepest depths of hell. Fear, for the first and last time, appeared in the heart of this wilderness king. He wanted to retreat. But it was already too late. Roar! A non-human, beast-like roar erupted from Jiang Lue's throat. His hands, now just stark white bones, clamped down fiercely on the Wolf King's upper and lower jaws in an irresistible manner. The cold bones made contact with the Wolf King's warm oral mucous membranes. The Wolf King struggled frantically, trying to close his massive maw and crush the bony hands. But those skeletal palms were like 2 red-hot iron tongs, unmoving. Let me open. Jiang Lue's chest heaved violently, his legs rooted firmly to the ground, his back muscles bulging like coiled dragons, all the power accumulated from countless life-and-death struggles of his chaos-divine body, at this moment, surged unreservedly from his spine into his arms. The next second, in the Wolf King's eyes, filled with shock and despair, he twisted his waist violently. His arms, with fierce force, pulled outwards to both sides. Rip! A tremendous sound, as if even the sky was torn apart, making one's soul tremble. The Silver Wolf King's hard head was actually torn in half by Jiang Lue, starting from the mouth, with only his bare bone hands. Warm blood, mixed with brain matter and bone fragments, poured down on Jiang Lue like a waterfall, completely drenching him, turning him into a blood-soaked figure. The Wolf King's massive body stiffened for an instant. The light in his eyes rapidly faded. Thud! He fell heavily to the ground, his life extinguished. A generation of wilderness kings thus fell. The moment he died, that kingly aura dominating all under heaven dissipated with a crash. The iron-spined demonic wolves, who had been frantically attacking, all froze in their tracks. They stared blankly at the silver corpse lying in a pool of blood. The next moment, fear like a plague instantly swept through the entire pack. Awuo, a mournful howl, filled with sorrow and terror, emanated from the mouth of one of the demonic wolves. Following that there was a second, then a third. The entire wolf pack completely collapsed. They no longer had any fighting spirit, turning around, tails between their legs, like a pack of stray dogs, frantically scattering in all directions of the boneyard forest. In a blink of an eye, on this battlefield of corpses and blood, only Jiang Lue remained. He stood in the center of countless demonic wolf corpses, his chest heaving violently like an old bellows. He slowly lowered his head, looking at his arms, now only stark white bones. Upon those pale bones, tiny threads of fresh red flesh were growing, wriggling, and intertwining at a speed that defied the laws of life. In just over a dozen breaths, new muscles, new blood vessels, and new skin had recovered them. Aside from the lingering, undried bloodstains, those arms were as good as new, even tougher, and filled with more explosive power than before. He felt the star source power within him, now even more condensed and violent after being tempered by life and death struggles, roaring and surging through his limbs like rushing magma. Jiang Lue slowly straightened his body. He raised his head, the last trace of urban confusion and naivety in his eyes completely fading away. What remained was pure killing intent, sharp as an eagle's gaze, cold as a lone wolf's. He didn't waste any time. He took out the grotesquely shaped tactical dagger from the alloy box at his waist, walked to the corpses of the demonic wolves, and began to calmly and skillfully dissect them. His movements were precise and efficient. The dagger flashed, and one after another, beast cores emitting faint energy fluctuations were cleanly extracted by him. The most valuable iron spines and fangs were also removed one by one. His expression was focused and serene, as if he wasn't dealing with bloody corpses, but performing a perfectly ordinary surgical operation. When he walked to the corpse of the Silver Wolf King, his movements paused. He squatted down, preparing to retrieve the Wolf King's most precious beast core. It was at this moment. His finger in the blood-soaked mud next to the corpse accidentally touched a cold, hard, cylindrical object. It wasn't a stone, nor was it bone. Jiang Lue pinched it out of the mud. It was a special bullet casing, entirely black, about 3 inches long, with no military serial number on its surface. At the tail of the casing, there was still a very faint scent of gunpowder after burning. Jiang Lue's pupils, in an instant, constricted to the most dangerous pinpricks. The chaos divine body senses, honed to the extreme by life-and-death combat, erupted. He caught it. Nearby, there was a wisp of human scent, mostly cleverly concealed by the rain and the smell of blood. And under a piece of steel wreckage dozens of meters away, a faint footprint, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Jiang Lue slowly stood up. He lightly spun the bullet casing between his fingers. Then he raised his head, looking towards the distant, dark steel jungle deep as ink. The muscles at the corners of his mouth slowly stretched sideways, revealing a cold, bloodthirsty smile, filled with endless chilling killing intent. The prey was finally about to become the hunter. 70 Death March. Jiang Lue's fingertips gently stroked the cold, heavy, specially made bullet casing. The scent of earth and blood, mixed with a faint hint of gunpowder, wafted into his nostrils. His perception spread out like a spiderweb, clearly capturing a footprint tens of meters away, beneath the shadow of steel wreckage, a footprint cleverly concealed, yet still unable to erase all traces. And that faint human aura, mixed in with the strong smell of blood. He slowly straightened his body. Then he raised his head and looked towards the distant, dark mountain ridge shrouded in night. He smiled. There was no warmth in that smile, only a chilling coldness tempered from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The wolves were just an appetizer. The real hunt was only just beginning. He did not choose to escape immediately. After an intense life and death struggle, his chaos divine body, far from weakening, was thoroughly activated by the pressure of survival, becoming more active than ever before. An invisible field of perception, centered on him, spread out silently and rapidly in all directions, like mercury flowing across the ground. The flow of the wind. The trajectory of dust. The frequency of mutated insects flapping their wings in the distance. Everything formed an incredibly clear, three-dimensional dynamic map in his mind. Soon, he saw them. On the mountain ridge 1,000 meters away, there were 4 dark figures almost merged with the rocks and shadows. They lay prone, like 4 of the most patient vultures, covered in special camouflage fabric that could block most thermal detection, their breathing long and steady, clearly top-tier assassins trained to the most rigorous standards. Jiang Lue's eyes became incredibly calm. They were hidden, he was exposed. The opponents were well rested, while he had just gone through a bloody battle, his star source power greatly depleted, and although the numerous wounds on his body were rapidly healing, they had also drained a lot of his vital energy. A direct confrontation was the worst option. His divine sense entered his storage ring, and the ancient beast skin map instantly unfolded in his mind. His gaze quickly swept over the complex terrain around the boneyard forest. Finally, his finger landed on an area marked with vermilion lines, full of ominous and dangerous aura. Rotten Marsh. A place of death that even the most greedy scavengers would never dare to easily set foot in. The plan had formed in a flash of lightning. The trap was set. Now it was time for the performance. The coldness and killing intent on Jiang Lue's face vanished in an instant. In its place was an undeniable weariness and weakness that emanated from his very bones. He suddenly bent over, coughing violently, as if pulling at countless wounds on his body, a trace of fresh blood even spilling from the corner of his mouth. His steps became unsteady and staggering, as if he could collapse at any moment. He picked up a broken metal support from the ground, using it as a crutch to support his tottering body, and began to laboriously move in one direction. He didn't forget to bend down and use the still warm blood of the Silver Wolf King, rich with vital energy, to make his wounds appear even more gruesome and shocking. He even deliberately left several clear handprints, stained with the Wolf King's blood, at key locations along the way. He disguised himself as a perfect prey, one who, under the siege of the wolf pack, had exhausted all his trump cards, was severely wounded at the end of his rope and desperately looking for a hiding place. A moving blood bag, reeking of blood, enough to drive any hound mad. On the mountain ridge, 1,000 meters away, a black-clad martial artist with a scar on his face and sharp, eagle-like eyes, was using a high-magnification tactical telescope to lock onto Jiang Lue's figure. "Captain, that little beast moved." He lowered his voice, with a trace of imperceptible excitement. "Looking at him, even if he didn't die in the mouths of the wolves, he's definitely at the end of his rope." Lin Xiao, who was called Captain, put down his telescope. A hint of greed and disdain flashed across his face. They were the Lin family's most elite death squad, Blood Blade. Every member had blood on their hands, and excelled at tracking and combined attack techniques. A peak general-level Silver Wolf King, and 100 iron-spined demonic wolves. It's quite something that this little beast survived. Lin Xiao sneered. But that's as far as he goes. The Patriarch has ordered, bring him back alive or bring back his corpse. The dragon blood secret realm token on him must not be lost. He looked at the staggering figure in the distance, as if looking at a priceless trophy about to be pocketed. All units prepare. Maintain distance and follow him. Once he's a bit weaker, find a suitable place and send him on his way. With Lin Xiao's command, the 4 dark figures on the ridge, like 4 ghostly shadows merged with the darkness, silently slid down the slope, trailing far behind Jiang Lue. They were professional hunters. Patience was their strongest weapon. And Jiang Lue, in turn, played the role of a panicked and weak prey to perfection. His route was erratic and disorganized, swaying left and right. The traces he left were full of flaws, as if he had lost even the most basic anti-tracking awareness. He even collapsed several times from exhaustion, struggling for a while before getting back up. All of this made the Blood Blade squad behind him even more relaxed. In their eyes, Jiang Lue was already a fish on the chopping block. The only suspense was when the knife would fall. And so they went, one in front, one behind. One performing diligently, the others watching greedily. No one noticed that their direction was, step by step, veering towards the forbidden, deadly area marked on the map. A faint, sweet, rotten plant-like smell began to permeate the air. The ground also became increasingly muddy and soft. Finally, beyond a twisted, gnarled forest of dead trees resembling ghostly claws, a vast, silent marsh, shrouded in a pale green poisonous mist, appeared before Jiang Lue's eyes. He stopped, and the moment he stepped onto the edge of the marsh, all the weakness, all the fatigue, all the panic on his face vanished without a trace in an instant. His hunchback slowly straightened, like a javelin piercing the sky. His staggering steps became as steady as a mountain, as if they could crack the earth. He slowly turned around, casting one last glance at the empty darkness behind him. That glance was as calm as a bottomless cold abyss. Yet beneath that calm, a chilling killing intent, capable of freezing souls, was hidden. The next second, like a weightless wisp of smoke, he silently and soundlessly merged into the deadly realm of swirling pale green poisonous mist. A moment later, Lin Xiao and 3 team members appeared at the edge of the marsh. They looked at the last messy footprint on the ground, which disappeared into the poisonous mist. "Captain, it's the rotten marsh." One team member's face showed apprehension. "This place is really evil, few who go in come out alive." Lin Zio's brow also furrowed slightly. But he glanced at the glowing dot on his terminal, representing Jiang Lue's life signal, which was stagnating in the shallow area of the marsh, seemingly unable to go deeper. His greed ultimately triumphed over caution. "He's a dying man, just blindly stumbling." He snorted coldly, full of disdain. "Go in, finish it quickly." With that, he was the first to step into the pale green poisonous mist, which reeked of death. 71. Swamp Ghost. The pale green poisonous mist, like thick soup, enveloped everyone who stepped into this place. Visibility was less than 5 meters. In the air, the sweet, earthy smell of decaying plants was so dense it almost solidified, piercing into their nostrils and stimulating everyone's nerves. The muddy ground beneath their feet made soft, gurgling sounds, occasionally bubbling up and then silently bursting. Lin Zio walked at the very front, the heavy battle saber in his hand hanging downwards, ready to respond at a moment's notice. Behind him, his 3 teammates formed a standard diamond-shaped combat formation, firmly covering each other's blind spots. Each step they took was as light as a cat's, trying not to make any unnecessary noise. This was the Blood Blade Squad's renowned death march. But in this eerie swamp, a persistent gloom hung over Lin Zio's heart. It was too quiet. There wasn't even the sound of insects. This place felt like a massive tomb, forgotten by the entire world. He raised his hand, signaling to stop advancing. The squad instantly froze in place, blending in with the surrounding withered trees and poisonous mist. One teammate squatted down, gently rubbing his fingers on the muddy ground, then brought them to his nose and finally tasted the blood-stained mud on his tongue. He stood up and shook his head at Lin Zio with an extremely subtle motion. The bloodstains were real, but the blood energy within the bloodstains was rapidly draining at an abnormal rate. Lin Zio's grip on the saber's hilt tightened a few more points. They continued to advance, their movements even more cautious than before. Finally, after passing through a grove of withered trees twisted like ghostly claws, their vision suddenly opened up. A relatively open mud pit appeared before them. And the bloodstains that had been guiding them, along with the stumbling footprints, abruptly stopped at the edge of this mud pit. It was as if that person had evaporated into thin air. Lin Zio's footsteps halted. He stared intently at the calm, ripple-less mud pit, and a chill, without warning, shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Something was wrong. This was absolutely not a path a mortally wounded person could have taken. This was a meticulously arranged death stage. Trap! Lin Zio's throat let out a suppressed roar, pushed to its absolute limit. Disperse! However, it was too late. At the very same moment his roar escaped. A dark shadow, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, whistled in from the dense poisonous mist in the distance. It was a heavy blood bag, wrapped in animal hide. It traced a precise arc, landing squarely and unerringly in the exact center of the Blood Blade Squad's 4-person formation. The animal hide bag burst open. An intensely rich, fresh, hot smell of a wolf king's heart blood, like a spark igniting an entire arsenal, exploded forth. The entire dead silent swamp came alive. Roared. A roar filled with endless greed and savagery suddenly erupted from the depths of the mud pit. Immediately after, boom, 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 boom. The calm surface of the mud pit, as if dozens of depth charges had been thrown into it, violently exploded. Massive, ferocious beasts, each as large as a heavy truck, covered in dark green, hard scales, surged out of the mire and into the sky. Subterranean croc lizards. These top predators of the swamp at this moment had pure madness, ignited by fresh blood, burning in their murky vertical pupils. Dozens of croc lizards, bringing with them a foul, wild wind and a sky full of mud, frantically lunged towards those 4 human blood bags. Form up, defend. Lin Zio let out a furious roar, the battle saber in his hand instantly erupting with brilliant astral energy, splitting the head of the first attacking croc lizard with a single strike. But more croc lizards surged forward, fearless of death. The 4 members of the squad instantly stood back to back, forming a small defensive circle, their blades and swords flashing, cutting down one giant beast after another. But the number of croc lizards was too great. They even began to bite and trample each other, just to be the first to taste that deadly scent of blood. The entire scene completely spiraled out of control. The Blood Blade Squad's proud combined attack formation was shattered, and on the verge of collapse in the face of this savage beast tide. Everyone's attention was firmly held by the endless monsters before them. No one noticed. At the edge of the surging poisonous mist, and chaotic battlefield. A black figure, like an insubstantial ghost, silently glided along the ground. He avoided all the charging beasts, circling to the rear of the entire battle. His target was the teammate responsible for covering the rear, who was fully swinging a longsword, severing the lower jaw of a croc lizard. Jiang Lue arrived. He appeared behind that teammate, without stirring a single breath of wind. The dark red tactical dagger, a gift from Fatty Wang, slid from his hand. No astral energy. No killing intent. Only the purest, physical, efficient cutting. SSSD. A sound so faint it was almost inaudible. The sharp blade of the dagger, like a viper's fangs, precisely sliced across the unsuspecting neck of that teammate. That teammate's body suddenly stiffened. The expression on his face was still frozen in the ferocity of desperate struggle. He lowered his head, wanting to see what had happened. But all he saw was an uncontrollable gush of blood spraying out. He opened his mouth, a gurgling, leaking sound escaping his throat, and the longsword in his hand fell limply. Death had already reaped its harvest. A fatal gap appeared in the formation. Now, Jiang Lue's figure moved. Like a black cannonball launched from the spot, he used no flashy martial arts, no superfluous movements, and charged straight at the second teammate closest to him. That teammate had just slain a croc lizard, and was in the brief interval where old strength was exhausted, and new strength had not yet emerged. He only felt a violent gust of wind rush towards him. Instinctively, he brought the shield in his hand across his chest. Jiang Lue's fist arrived. That fist, enveloped in star source power condensed to its utmost, slammed heavily onto the shield made of special alloy. Bang! A dull, extremely heavy thud, like a battering ram striking a city gate. The shield instantly dented inward, twisting into a terrifying arc. Immediately after, crack! The shield, along with that teammate's sternum, was utterly shattered by this domineering punch. A blood-soaked hole, clear through from front to back, appeared in his chest. That teammate's body flew backward like a broken sack, and by the time he was in midair, his life force had already been extinguished. One stab. One punch. In an instant, 2 people killed. This sudden turn of events brought a momentary silence to the frenzied battlefield. Third brother, fourth brother. Lin Xiao abruptly turned his head. He saw it. He saw the 2 warm bodies falling. He also saw the youth standing behind the corpses, covered in blood, yet with no expression on his face. That wasn't a person. That was a demon god, harvesting lives, who had crawled out from the deepest depths of hell. Jiang Lue. A roar mixed with endless fear and towering rage tore from Lin Xiao's throat. He finally understood. They weren't the hunters. They were lambs led to slaughter, who had stepped into the abattoir. 72. Demon God Judgment. Jiang Lue. Lin Xiao's heart-wrenching roar, like the mournful cry of a wounded lone wolf, echoed over the blood-soaked, mist-shrouded swamp. But this roar, far from rousing his comrades' fighting spirit, became the final straw that broke their psychological defenses. The sole remaining Blood Blade team member witnessed his comrade's tragic demise, his chest shattered by a single punch, and then saw the young man standing like a demon god behind the corpse. His brain was instantly filled with endless terror. The string of reason snapped. He let out a non-human shriek, filled with despair and madness, abandoning all defense, all techniques, gripping his blood-stained long saber with both hands, and charged Jiang Lue in a suicidal frenzy. He wanted to trade his life for a single wound on the other party. Facing this desperate, all-or-nothing attack, Jiang Lue's body made no move to dodge. He merely turned slightly, allowing the blade, imbued with all the enemy's life and venom, to viciously slash across his left shoulder. SHHH. A deep bone-visible wound, extending from his collarbone to his shoulder blade, spurted blood. Intense pain struck, but Jiang Lue's body remained motionless. He used this minimal cost to gain a fatal opening from the opponent's exposed stance. He raised his right palm. That palm, ordinary and without any circulating true qi, lightly pressed onto the top of the team member's head, which he had offered up by charging forward. Thumping. A soft sound, like a ripe watermelon being gently cracked. A highly condensed dark force burst from Jiang Lue's palm, instantly rushing into the opponent's cranial cavity, pulverizing everything within into the most rotten pulp. The charging body of that team member suddenly stiffened. The madness and ferocity on his face instantly froze. The light in his eyes rapidly dissipated like a receding tide, leaving only a deathly gray blankness. Plop! He fell to his knees, then collapsed forward powerlessly, splashing a muddy mess. In the blink of an eye, 3 Blood Blade team members, who had worked together flawlessly and were capable of killing an ordinary grandmaster, were all dead. In the arena, only Captain Lin Xiao remained, standing alone in the bloody mire formed by the corpses of alligator lizards and his comrades. He was covered in blood, unable to distinguish if it was the enemy's or his own. He looked at the surrounding subterranean alligator lizards, who, having lost the source of the bloody scent, were now casting greedy gazes at him, the sole living being. He then looked at the young man standing not far away, whose gruesome wound on his left shoulder was wriggling and healing at an unnatural speed. The young man was unconcerned about his injuries, merely looking at him calmly, as if looking at a beast waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Xiao's last shred of battle intent, belonging to an elite death warrior, was completely shattered and utterly destroyed by this inhuman and terrifying scene. Fear, like cold swamp mud, completely submerged him from head to toe. He was afraid. He didn't want to die. Roar! Lin Xiao suddenly let out a roar to the sky, and the blood chi in his body instantly burned wildly in a self-destructive manner. His entire skin turned an abnormal flush, and veins like twisted earthworms bulged on his body. He poured all his lifelong cultivation and vital essence into the battle saber in his hand. Buzz! The heavy battle saber let out a mournful cry under the strain, and a 10-meter-long, solid blood-red saber aura shot into the sky, tearing through the surrounding poisonous mist, and with a resolve to cut down everything, it slashed down towards Jiang Lue. This was his strongest attack, exchanged for burning his life. It was also his last hope to secure a sliver of survival for himself. However, facing this earth-shattering saber strike, Jiang Lue's movements were utterly simple. He merely took one step forward. Then he threw a punch. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling and brilliant true chi. Only an ordinary fist, enveloped in a thin layer of star source power. The next instant, fist and saber aura collided head-on. There was no anticipated earth-shattering roar. The blood-red saber aura, capable of splitting mountains, shattered like fragile glass the moment it touched Jiang Lue's fist, cracking inch by inch from the point of impact. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds of shattering connected into a continuous series. Jiang Lue's fist was unstoppable, sweeping all before it. With the most barbaric and unreasonable posture, he directly crushed Lin Xiao's saber aura, crushed his protective true chi, and crushed all the hope he had exchanged for burning his life. Puff! The fist finally landed on Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao's body was struck as if by lightning, and he flew backward, a stream of blood spewing from his mouth, tracing a tragic and beautiful arc in the air. But before he could even land, a dark shadow, faster than his backward flight. Jiang Lue's figure chased like a ghost, extending a single hand like an iron clamp, precisely grasping Lin Xiao's neck. Then he forcefully pressed him into the chilling, filthy mire beneath their feet. He gurgled. Lin Xiao's face was pressed firmly into the mud, only able to make meaningless struggling sounds. Jiang Lue gave him no chance. With his other hand, he swiftly and cleanly grabbed Lin Xiao's limbs. Crack! 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 4 crisp sounds of bone breaking rang out almost simultaneously. Lin Xiao's 4 limbs were all broken by him, in an extremely brutal manner. After finishing all this, Jiang Lue lifted Lin Xiao from the mud like a half-dead chick. Speak the Lin family's plan. Jiang Lue's voice was calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, like 10,000 years of profound ice. But this calm voice, falling into Lin Xiao's ears, made him feel more terrified than the roar of a demon god from the deepest pits of hell. He looked at the pair of calm eyes so close to him. Within them there was no anger, no hatred, only an absolute coldness that disregarded life. Under extreme pain and mental pressure, Lin Xiao's tenacious psychological defense, cultivated by his family since childhood, completely collapsed. I'll tell everything. Tears and snot streamed down his face, his voice distorted by fear and intense pain. It's the second elder. We are just the first wave, the pathfinding death warriors, the real killing trap is yet to come. Second elder Lin Dongshan, he is a genuine, seasoned grandmaster. He has already taken the family's treasured artifact, the profound grade formation disc, 4 directions dragon locking array, to the entrance of the dragon blood secret realm. Once that formation disc is set up, it can seal off space within a 10-mile radius. Below the grandmaster realm, escape is impossible. He intends to set up an inescapable net there to completely surround and kill you, leaving you no way to ascend to heaven or descend into hell. After obtaining everything he wanted, there were no more ripples in Jiang Lue's eyes. He looked at the useless person in his hand, who had lost all value. with a twist of his hand. Crack! Lin Zio's neck was easily twisted by him, and his head slumped at a strange angle. Jiang Lue released his hand, allowing the still warm corpse to fall back into the cold mud. He calmly stripped the 4 death warriors of their storage equipment and the military communicator. Then he slowly straightened his body. He raised his head, gazing in the direction of the Dragon Blood secret realm on the map. Grandmaster. Profound grade formation disk. Sealed space. This was the true, ultimate killing act the Lin family had prepared for him. The corners of Jiang Lue's mouth slowly curled upwards. That arc was filled with endless grimness. The killing intent in his eyes was more bone-chilling than the cold wind of this wilderness. 73. Desperate raid. The stench of the mire mixed with the smell of blood, assaulting his nostrils. Lin Zio's face, contorted by extreme fear, seemed to be burned onto Jiang Lue's retina. Grandmaster. Profound tier formation plate, 4 directions dragon lock array. Sealing space, no way to ascend to heaven, no door to enter the earth. Every word was like an invisible heavy hammer, forcefully striking Jiang Lue's taut nerves. That wasn't a trial, nor was it a pursuit. It was a deadly net, meticulously woven by an experienced grandmaster, ensuring inescapable death. Once caught within it, it would truly be eternal damnation. Jiang Lue's chest heaved violently for a moment, then he forcefully suppressed it with an iron will. No time for fear. No time for hesitation. He didn't even tend to the gruesome wound on his body, split open by the long blade. Instead, he quickly shoved all the pills he had looted from the Blood Blade squad, whether for healing or restoring star source power, into his mouth in one go. He swallowed them whole, not distinguishing their properties. The medicinal power, like several raging fires, exploded in his abdomen, and a torrent of violent energy savagely scoured his nearly depleted meridians. For any other martial artist, such reckless action would only lead to ruptured meridians and death by explosion. But Jiang Lue's chaos divine body, like a greedy furnace, devoured and transformed all these chaotic and violent medicinal energies. His star source power began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now, Jiang Lue identified his direction on the map, and the ground beneath his feet cracked loudly. The next second, his figure, like a black arrow shot from a bow, chose no hidden route but instead dashed in a straight line towards the Dragon Blood secret realm, embarking on a desperate race against death. The wind howled wildly in his ears, transforming into sharp blades. Withered trees and steel wreckage along the way rapidly receded in his vision, blurring into streaks of afterimages. His heart pounded like a drum in his chest. Each beat urged him on. Faster. He had to be faster. Otherwise, it would be an abyss of 10,000 fathoms. He pushed the potential of his chaos divine body to its absolute limit. His extraordinary perception transformed into primal beastly instinct. He didn't even need to use his eyes. His body could react correctly half a second in advance. A dangerously close sidestep barely avoided the F a T a L Chinese letter of a massive sandstorm worm, which burst out of a subterranean sand pit like a small mountain. An unannounced leap, and the ground beneath him instantly collapsed the moment he jumped, as a peak-grade earth-dwelling dragon lizard emerged its hideous head from the deep pit, letting out an unwilling roar. He was like a ghost moving through a death zone, several times brushing past those powerful Lord-tier star beasts that could even trouble a grandmaster at the last possible moment. He poured all his focus, all his strength, all his will into his feet. Only for one word. Vast. Time lost its meaning in the frantic dash. Sunrise. Moonset. A day and a night. Without rest. Jiang Lue had long lost all sensation in his limbs. Only one stubborn, almost insane thought drove him forward. The wounds on his body, which had just healed, had already been torn open again during the extreme exertion. Blood soaked his clothes, then was dried by the fierce wind, congealing into a layer of dark red scabs. Tear again, heal again. Cycle after cycle. The abnormal recovery power of his chaos divine body was now the only guarantee preventing him from collapsing. However, his star source power, under such terrifying consumption, had already dwindled to less than 30%. In his Danshan, the surging river of star source power was now just a trickling stream, on the verge of completely drying up at any moment. Fatigue, like the deepest tide, surged from all directions, threatening to completely engulf his consciousness. Jiang Lue once again took out the ancient beast skin map from his storage ring. With his bloodshot eyes, swollen from congestion, he stared intently at the blood-red destination marked with cinnabar at the end of the map. That was his only chance for survival. That was the only beacon in his will at this moment. He tucked the map back into his embrace and continued forward. His vision began to blur. A rumbling sound echoed in his ears. Every cell in his body cried out in agony from the overwhelming burden. His legs felt heavy as lead. Each step felt like it consumed all his remaining strength. He knew he had reached his limit. If he continued like this, he would collapse from exhaustion before the Lin family's grandmaster even caught up. Cannot stop. A determined madness flashed in Jiang Lue's eyes. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. The intense pain, like the sharpest steel needle, fiercely pierced his mind, which was on the verge of being swallowed by fatigue. A bloody, metallic taste spread in his mouth. Using the brief clarity gained from this excruciating pain, Jiang Lue let out a low growl, suppressed to the extreme. His chaos heaven opening scripture was being frantically pushed to its limits by him, in a self-destructive manner. The speed of his cultivation technique instantly surpassed its maximum. All the meridians in his body emitted a resounding boom, like snapping guitar strings, unable to bear the strain. He felt as if his body was a balloon inflated to its breaking point, capable of bursting at any moment. Yet his speed at this instant increased by another 30%. He himself almost transformed into a faint black line, flying just above the ground. Just as he felt his consciousness was about to completely sink into darkness, and his body was about to collapse, in that very last moment. Boom, rumble, rumble. A dull yet vast sound, like thunder from the heavens or perhaps from the depths of the earth, unexpectedly entered his ears. That wasn't thunder. That was the sound of water. Jiang Lue abruptly lifted his head. He used his last ounce of strength to look towards the distant horizon, only to see, at the end of that hazy world, a silver giant ribbon spanning the sky surged down from above the clouds, as if to cleave the entire earth in two. Sky Dragon Waterfall. 74, Dragon Waterfall. Boom! That wasn't thunder. That was the sound of the entire sky collapsing, the sound of billions of tons of rivers being forcefully broken by gods from the 9 heavens and pouring down. When Jiang Lue, dragging his nearly collapsed body, rounded the last rusty steel hill, he saw it. Then he was struck by lightning, completely frozen in place. The world before him was filled with an endless expanse of silver white. A colossal waterfall, 1,000 meters wide and impossibly tall, like a silver divine dragon falling from beyond the heavens, spanned between heaven and earth, completely isolating everything in front of it. That wasn't water. Those were liquid flowing mountains. Every drop of water in its descent seemed to carry immense power, smashing fiercely into the bottomless, giant deep pool below, sending up mist 100 feet high, and emitting a dull roar like the clang of metal. Even more terrifying was the invisible pressure that permeated the entire space. A faint yet utterly dominant dragon's might, belonging to a higher life form. This dragon's might seemed to have permeated every grain of dust, every inch of air in this place. Jiang Lue, standing 1,000 meters away, felt his bones groan under the strain, and the blood in his body surged uncontrollably, as if wanting to prostrate before him, this tiny intruder. Heavenly Dragon Waterfall. He had finally arrived. But what lay before him was not a path to life, but a natural chasm that would drive any grandmaster to despair. Jiang Lue forcibly suppressed his surging blood, his chaos divine body operating on its own, struggling to resist the omnipresent dragon's might. His gaze, piercing through the steaming mist, locked firmly onto the deep pool beneath the waterfall. The pool water was an eerie dark green, its depths unfathomable. The surface of the pool appeared calm, but in Jiang Lue's perception, pushed to its limit, dozens of powerful and violent auras lurked beneath that tranquil surface. They were like giant beasts lurking in the darkness. Each one was far more dangerous than the silver wolf king he had encountered before. Suddenly, splash! A huge splash erupted from the pool. A ferocious giant beast, over 10 meters long, covered in golden scales, and with a single horn on its head, suddenly leaped out of the water. It opened its massive, tooth-filled maw, swallowing a mutated bird attempting to fly across the pool, then crashed back into the water with a heavy thud, stirring up towering waves. Dragon Carp Beast. A powerful star beast attracted by the dragon's might of the heavenly dragon waterfall, constantly tempering its body with dragon blood essence. They were the absolute overlords of this water domain, the most loyal and most ferocious guardians of this chasm. Immediately after, splash, 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 dozens more dragon carp beasts leaped out of the water one after another, their cold, emotionless vertical pupils scanning their surroundings vigilantly. Any creature attempting to approach the waterfall would become their next meal. Jiang Lue's heart sank to the bottom. With the dragon waterfall chasm ahead and grandmasters in pursuit behind, this was a true dead end. He hid behind a large rock, forcing his mind, somewhat muddled by exhaustion and despair, to calm down. His chest heaved violently as he took deep, greedy breaths, drawing in the thin oxygen from the air. He knew he couldn't panic. Once his resolve faltered, all would be lost. He stared intently at the perilous surface of the pool, his brain working at an unprecedented speed, pushing the extraordinary perception of his chaos divine body to its limits. He remained motionless, like a lifeless statue. Time ticked by, minute by minute. Each heartbeat was like a heavy hammer striking his taut nerves. He had to find an opportunity. A soul-fleeting chance to survive. Who knew how long had passed? Perhaps a quarter of an hour. Perhaps an hour. Jiang Lue's bloodshot eyes finally caught it. He discovered that the seemingly flawless patrol formation of the dragon carp beast pack in the pool would, approximately every 15 minutes, experience an extremely brief, almost imperceptible pause. That seemed to be the interval when they collectively resurfaced for air. During that interval, the outermost defensive perimeter of the beast pack would exhibit a fatal gap, less than 3 meters wide and lasting no more than a single breath. Now, the moment that gap appeared, an astonishing light burst forth in Jiang Lue's eyes. He ignited all the remaining star source power in his body, along with the faint trace of blood he had just recovered, like his last chips pushed onto a gambling table, all at once. Boom! The ground beneath his feet exploded. He shot forward like a black arrow released from a bowstring, without the slightest hesitation, skimming across the ground covered with rugged strange rocks, charging towards the pool of death at a speed beyond his limits. His figure streaked across the water's surface, a split second before the dragon carp beast pack could react. Splash! His toes lightly touched the water's surface, and his body accelerated again, like a black lightning bolt skimming the water, rapidly advancing towards the waterfall. Roar! Finally, a dragon carp beast reacted. A furious, violent roar came from underwater. Immediately after, several massive golden figures, like torpedoes launched from below, tore through the water, bringing with them a monstrous stench, and furiously converged on Jiang Lue's figure. One of the dragon carp beasts leaped up, its massive maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, snapped shut with a bang, almost grazing Jiang Lue's feet. Crack! The terrifying biting force even caused the air to explode under the strain. Jiang Lue could clearly feel the foul, strong wind whipping across his back, making all the hairs on his body stand on end in an instant. But he dared not look back. He could not look back. He poured all his will into his feet, and his speed erupted once more. Finally, just as he felt his lungs were about to burst, and the last shred of strength in his body was about to be consumed. Bang! He succeeded. He landed heavily beneath the waterfall's curtain, on a large black reef protruding from the water. Before he could even steady himself. Rumble! The terrifying, ultimate impact force, enough to instantly pulverize a 10,000-ton ship, transformed into an invisible giant wall and slammed fiercely into his body. Jiang Lue spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body pinned against the reef, all his bones groaning with a creaking sound, as if they would be completely crushed in the next second. This was a true death zone. Yet a tragic, frenzied smile appeared on Jiang Lue's face. He raised his head, his bloodshot eyes looking at the deadly water curtain before him, like a divine punishment, obscuring all light. The destination marked on the map. The only way out. It was behind this water curtain. Roar! A final, beast-like roar, not human, erupted from Jiang Lue's throat. He poured his last will, his last life, everything he had, into that thin, cicadaing-like yet incredibly tough protective aura at this moment. The next second, he was like a meteor burning with blood-red flames. He courageously crashed into the heavenly dragon waterfall. 75, a fateful encounter. Roar! Jiang Lue's final roar, squeezed from deep within his throat, no longer sounded human. It was the ultimate battle cry of a lone wolf cornered, staking all his life and dignity. He, as a whole, crashed like a meteor burning with blood-red flames, fearlessly slamming into the heavenly dragon waterfall, which seemed capable of crushing gods and devils. Boom! The world in an instant lost all sound. Jiang Lue felt as if he hadn't hit a water curtain, but a wall of size made of pure, exquisitely condensed liquid mountains. The terrifying impact at the moment of contact caused the cicada-wing thin layer of protective true chi on his body to emit an unbearable, ear-piercing shriek of distress. Crack, 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 crack. Countless fine cracks, like a spiderweb, spread wildly across the true chi formed by his last will. His body was firmly pinned against the water curtain, unable to advance an inch. Every drop of water weighed 1,000 jin, carrying an incomparably domineering dragon's might, wildly, savagely, drilling into his flesh and blood, crushing his bones. All his bones were creaking, as if they would be completely ground to dust by this irresistible power in the next second. Excruciating pain could no longer describe the feeling at this moment. It was a great terror originating from the deepest part of his soul, a terrifying sensation of his life form about to be completely erased on a physical level. Jiang Lue's consciousness began to blur, and the light before his eyes was swallowed by endless darkness. Is it over? No. Just as his consciousness was about to be completely crushed by the water pressure, an indomitable wildness, originating from the deepest part of his chaos divine body, erupted. Break for me. His almost shattered protective true chi suddenly shrank inward, all its power condensed to a single point, and then exploded. It was as if a tough dimensional barrier had been pierced. That terrifying, despair-inducing pressure suddenly eased. Jiang Lue's figure was carried by a huge inertia, breaking through the water curtain that separated life and death, looking utterly disheveled. He fell into an ancient, silent cave completely cut off from the outside world. Bang! He crashed heavily onto the cold, hard rock floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. The last trace of strength in his body was completely drained. Jiang Lue lay on the ground, covered in blood, his chest heaving violently like a broken bellows, gasping for air. He succeeded. He really succeeded. In this desperate race against death, he won the first leg. Before the relief and deliverance of surviving the ordeal could even well up in his heart, a spiritual energy so dense it was almost tangible, mixed with an even older, purer dragon's might, rushed towards him. The spiritual energy, like mist, entered his mouth and nose, instantly transforming into a cool, warm current that surged through his nearly parched limbs and bones. Jiang Lue's spirit was suddenly invigorated. He braced his body, struggling to lift his head. This was a huge, naturally formed karst cave. Above the cave ceiling hung countless stalactites emitting a faint glow, illuminating the entire cave as brightly as day. The cave walls were covered with ancient and wild totems, seemingly depicting magnificent scenes of ancient dragon beasts battling stars. He had gained a moment to breathe. He was about to find a corner, sit cross-legged, and circulate the chaos heaven-opening scripture to recover from his injuries as quickly as possible. But just then, a cold, powerful, yet intimately familiar aura silently emanated from the water curtain entrance behind him, without any warning. Jiang Lue's body in an instant froze. The hairs on his back stood on end. The relief of surviving the ordeal was instantly replaced by a soul-freezing terror. He turned his head sharply. All his muscles, in an instant, tensed to the extreme, like a lone wolf who had just escaped a cage only to find himself in a more terrifying hunter's trap, staring intently at the source of the aura. Only to see, at the entrance of the raging water curtain, a figure stood silently. It was a woman, dressed in white as snow, with an unparalleled graceful posture. She stood there quietly, as if untouched by a single speck of worldly dust. The violent torrents of the heavenly dragon waterfall, capable of smashing mountains, were silently separated by an invisible, gentle force 3 feet around her, turning into soft threads that couldn't even dampen a corner of her clothes. Her face was covered by an extremely thin white veil. Beneath the veil, only a pair of eyes, clear and cold like the moon in the 9 heavens, deep like the boundless stars, were quietly watching him. There was a hint of inquiry in those eyes, a hint of scrutiny, and a hint of an indescribable complexity that even she herself had not noticed. Jiang Lue's pupils, in an instant, contracted to the dangerous size of pinpricks. A monstrous wave surged in his heart. That cold, sacred, yet most mysteriously resonant exquisite treasure body aura deep within his soul. That unparalleled grace of being aloof from the world. How could it be her? How could she be here? Jiang Lue exclaimed in surprise, his voice hoarse from extreme shock and weakness. Situ Dai. 76. Meeting in dire straits, the Grandmaster locks the heavens. That hoarse cry, born of extreme shock, echoed in the silent grotto, absorbed by the damp rock walls, sounding particularly abrupt. Jiang Lue's muscles were all taut, his chaos divine body frantically squeezing out the last shred of power, as he vigilantly stared at the figure standing in the halo of the water curtain, like a lone wolf, scarred all over, yet still refusing to fall. Situ Dai. This name, like the heaviest brand, was deeply etched into his soul. It was she who made him suffer humiliation in public. It was also she who, by a strange twist of fate, allowed him to unlock this heaven-defying opportunity. Moreover, she was the source of the power within him at this moment, his most mysterious and profound bond with this cold world. But why was she here? In this wilderness forbidden zone, where even grandmasters might perish. Facing Jiang Lue's gaze, filled with vigilance and complex emotions, a subtle, almost imperceptible ripple flashed in Situ Dai's eyes, which were as clear and cold as moonlight. It was an emotion mixed with inquiry and a hint of confusion. She could feel that between herself and this young man, who was covered in blood but whose aura was as domineering as a fierce beast, there was an indescribable pull, originating from the very essence of life. It was a feeling that was new to her, yet she did not reject it. As if a block of 10,000-year-old ice had met a dormant volcano. She parted her red lips slightly, her voice so clear and cold it was devoid of any worldly trace, as if the roaring dragon waterfall outside the cave could not disturb her in the slightest. Have we met? These three words, like three invisible ice picks, instantly pierced through the chaotic thoughts in Jiang Lue's mind. He suddenly froze. That's right. She was wearing a veil. And from beginning to end, whether it was the annulment of the engagement or the grand competition, she had never truly looked him in the eye once. In her eyes, he was perhaps just an insignificant speck of dust, whose name she didn't even bother to remember. An indescribable emotion, mixed with self-mockery and a hint of unwillingness, surged into his heart. But before he could answer, boom! A wild laugh, like rolling thunder from the 9 heavens, carrying an unbeatable grandmaster's prestige, suddenly exploded from outside the cave, instantly piercing through the deafening roar of the waterfall and heavily smashing into this secluded cave. Hadilhata. Little brat Jiang Lue, I thought you'd hide like a rat, but I didn't expect you'd actually have the guts to break into this dragon blood secret realm. What a pity this is the end. No way to heaven, no door to hell. This place will be your burial ground. The voice was old, arrogant, full of the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse, and overwhelming killing intent. As the words fell, buzz! The entire cave suddenly trembled. An extremely terrifying pressure, like an invisible giant hand, descended from the sky, tightly gripping this space. Outside the violent water curtain at the cave entrance, streaks of visible, profound light patterns constructed from pure star source power suddenly lit up. They intertwined and circled rapidly in the void like golden chains, finally closing with a click. A translucent golden light curtain, shimmering with countless runes, completely sealed off the entire cave entrance. The retreat was cut off. Jiang Lue's face instantly turned pale. He stared intently at the light curtain, gritting his teeth, and squeezed out a few words from deep in his throat, one by one. Lin family's second elder, Lin Tianqian. He's a grandmaster. Standing opposite him, Situ Dai's calm eyes, which had always been unperturbed, suddenly narrowed at this moment. Her expression also became extremely solemn. Her perception was even sharper than Jiang Lue's. She could clearly feel that the formation's light curtain was frantically drawing in the surrounding spatial energy, forming an independent, self-contained loop of laws that could not be easily shaken by external forces. Profound tier formation. Her voice carried a seriousness she had never shown before. 4 directions dragon lock formation. At these words, Jiang Lue's heart sank completely to the bottom. A grandmaster personally arrived. A profound tier great formation sealed it off. This was not a pursuit at all. This was a desperate kill, sparing no cost, leaving no room for escape. The Lin family, to kill him, had actually resorted to such a terrifying move. Life and death hung by a thread. The immense pressure instinctively made Jiang Lue's chaos divine body operate, frantically repairing his injuries and restoring his strength. And it was at this critical moment of life and death. Situ Dai suddenly turned her head, her clear, cold eyes once again falling upon Jiang Lue. All her inquiry and confusion were, at this moment, replaced by absolute rationality. She spoke first, her voice still cold but quick and without any unnecessary words. I came to find a dragon saliva grass, and did not expect to be trapped here. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the unbreakable golden light curtain at the cave entrance, stating a fact without any emotion in her tone. You and I are now in the same boat. With that, she took a step forward. Her sharp, sword-like eyes seemed to want to pierce through Jiang Lue's soul completely. Let's temporarily join forces. First, enter the depths of the secret realm to find a glimmer of hope for survival. Are you willing? Her voice was calm and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation, more like issuing a final ultimatum. Jiang Lue looked up, meeting her gaze. He saw the absolute calmness in her eyes, and beneath that calmness, he also saw the hidden pride and decisiveness of a strong person. He then turned his head to look at the formation at the cave entrance, slowly circulating with the aura of death. Then he smiled. It was a tragic smile, born in desperation, after being pushed to the extreme. He took a deep breath, the sharp pain in his chest making him frown slightly, but he still straightened his blood-soaked back. He looked at the mysterious and powerful woman before him, feeling the faint, destined pull between them, and nodded heavily. Good. One word resounding clearly. No unnecessary words, no baseless suspicions. In the face of absolute death threats, any word seemed pale and powerless. Only survival was the only truth. Their gazes met for an instant in the air, then simultaneously broke away. A fragile verbal alliance, capable of disintegrating at any unforeseen change, was thus formed. Neither of them hesitated any longer. Almost at the same time, they both, by unspoken agreement, turned around, temporarily leaving behind the Grandmaster's threat, and the deadly formation that sealed off all hope of survival. Before them was the endless darkness in the depths of this ancient secret realm, like the maw of a giant beast, devouring all light. Taking a step forward, two solitary figures, side by side, walked into the unknown danger. 77. Upon entering the secret realm, the dragons remained stand guard over the world. Side by side, the two stepped into the profound darkness that swallowed all light. This cave leading to the depths of the secret realm was so long it seemed endless. In the air, the ancient and pure dragons might grew increasingly dense as they delved deeper, heavy like liquid mercury, pressing on every inch of their skin. They walked for an unknown duration. When the last sliver of light from the cave entrance was completely swallowed, a strange, dark red glow emerged from the end of the darkness. The two quickened their pace. As they exited the narrow passage, the sight before them made even Jiang Lue, whose will was as firm as a rock, catch his breath. A vast underground world, whose immensity was beyond words, unfolded before them. There was no sky here. Above the colossal, towering dome, countless blood-red crystal clusters of various sizes were embedded. They emitted an eerie, yet magnificent dark red glow, like a suspended, brilliant river of stars solidified from blood, illuminating this ancient land isolated from the world. And beneath the glow of this blood-red starlit river, in the very center of the cave world, a massive, unimaginably complete skeleton lay silently. It was the skeleton of a dragon. It stretched for thousands of meters, from head to tailbone, every joint, every bone preserved in its dying posture, as if merely fallen into a deep slumber. Even after tens of thousands of years, the domineering dragon's might, originating from the deepest part of its bones, still suppressed the entire space like a tangible storm. Jiang Lue only took one glance before he felt his legs weaken, his blood and qi surging uncontrollably within him, as if wanting to leave his body to prostrate before that ancient monarch. He grunted, his chaos divine body instinctively operating furiously, barely managing to counteract the terrifying pressure that almost made him kneel on the spot. Situ Dai, standing beside him, her white robes moving without wind, was enveloped in a cool, moonlight-like halo, keeping the overbearing dragon's might at bay. Yet her usually placid, clear eyes were also filled with shock. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. A moment later, she reopened her eyes, her expression becoming incredibly grave. The dragon's might here is mixed with star source power, and after 10,000 years of fermentation, it has formed a unique dragon malice qi. Her voice clearly reached Jiang Lue's ears. This energy greatly erodes a martial artist's mind. A slight carelessness can lead to loss of reason, turning one into a beast knowing only slaughter. Be careful. Jiang Lue nodded. He didn't need a reminder to feel the invisible energy in the air, like countless unseen venomous needles, attempting to pierce into his mind. His gaze swept across the ground. Around the enormous dragon skeleton, countless fragments were scattered. These were the dark red crystals from the dome above. Most were only the size of a fingernail, with dull luster, clearly the lowest quality scraps. Jiang Lue's heart stirred. He stepped forward, bent down, and picked up a piece. The crystal felt cold in his hand, yet also carried a hint of furious heat. He hesitated for a moment, then a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He gripped the dragon blood crystal in his palm, activated the little star source power remaining in his body, and attempted to absorb it. Boom! A chaotic and extremely violent energy, like volcanic lava bursting its banks, savagely surged into his meridians through his palm. Excruciating pain. Wherever that energy passed, his meridians felt as if they were being scorched by fire and sliced by steel blades, sending waves of tearing agony. For any other martial artist, even a grandmaster, absorbing such unrefined, violent energy so recklessly would only result in severed meridians and qi deviation. But just as that dragon malice qi was about to tear apart the meridians of his entire arm, Jiang Lue's body trembled slightly. The chaos divine body, dormant in the deepest part of his bloodline, roared silently, like an ancient beast awakened. That violent dragon malice qi, potent enough to render even grandmasters helpless, upon contact with the primordial aura of the chaos divine body, instantly shed all its ferocity and wildness, like a band of rogue soldiers encountering a supreme monarch. They docilely, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, were completely absorbed into Jiang Lue's Danshan and Qi Si, then instantly purified and assimilated by the overwhelmingly domineering chaos heaven opening scripture. Finally, it transformed into a wisp of the purest, most condensed star source power, carrying a hint of overbearing dragon's might, and merged into his nearly dried up Qi Si. A long-lost, comfortable sensation spread through his limbs and bones. Jiang Lue's face, pale from exhaustion, instantly regained a touch of color. He could clearly feel that his depleted star source power had recovered a negligible, yet crucial, amount. Situ Dai, standing nearby, keenly caught the instantaneous change in Jiang Lue's aura. A trace of undisguised surprise flashed in her cool eyes. In her perception, Jiang Lue, who had been as weak as a flickering candle in the wind a second ago, had visibly stabilized his aura after holding that crystal. She knew well the terror of the dragon malice Qi. Let alone direct absorption, even prolonged exposure to this environment was enough to contaminate the mind of a peak martial artist. But Jiang Lue, he could actually absorb it and convert it into his own power. This was beyond her scope of understanding. How many more secrets did this man hide? Jiang Lue didn't notice Situ Dai's surprise. He simply looked down at his empty palm, his eyes gleaming with unprecedented brilliance. He didn't explain, only silently bent down and collected the dozen or so low-grade dragon blood crystals scattered nearby into his storage ring. An uncontrollable surge of ecstasy welled up in his heart. A dead end. For others, this was a place of certain death. But for him, this was clearly an inexhaustible, supreme treasure trove. With enough dragon blood crystals, he could not only recover all his strength, but even seize this opportunity to break through his bottleneck in one go. Just as boundless hope rose in Jiang Lue's heart. Hiss! A low, savage, and greedy hiss suddenly echoed from the vast shadow of the skeleton in the distance, without warning. The sound was like rusty iron scraping together, harsh and ominous. Jiang Lue and Situ Dai's bodies stiffened simultaneously. Both suddenly looked up towards the source of the sound. There, in the eternal darkness cast by the dragon skeleton, a pair of crimson eyes like burning ghostly flames suddenly lit up. Then, a second pair, a third pair, a 10th pair. In an instant, dozens of crimson eyes filled with pure murderous intent lit up one after another in the deep darkness, forming a chilling, blood-red sea of stars. They were drawn by the fresh scent of flesh and blood belonging to these two, who did not belong here. 78. Dragon and Beast tied first alliance. The blood-red eyes, like a sea of blood-colored stars, instantly locked onto the only two living beings in the cave the moment they lit up. A terrifying aura, mixed with hunger, savagery, and endless resentment, swept over them like a tangible tidal wave. It's a dragon-fiend beast. Situ Dai's clear, cold voice carried a hint of unprecedented solemnity. These monsters were aggregates of vengeful spirits, formed from creatures suppressed by dragon might in life, and then corrupted by the malevolent energy of dragon remains for countless years after death. They had no sentience, no pain, only the most primal, endless greed for fresh flesh and blood. Before she finished speaking, she had already made her move. Situ Dai waved her fair hand in the air, and the temperature of the air in front of her plummeted. 3 crystal-clear, yet lethally chilling, sharp ice cones materialized out of thin air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ice cones tore through the air, creating 3 sharp whistling sounds, and without the slightest deviation, accurately shot towards the 3 foremost blood-red eyes in the darkness. 3 muffled thuds came almost simultaneously. The heads of the 3 dragon-fiend beasts that had just burst out of the darkness were instantly pierced by the ice cones. A furious cold energy exploded within their skulls, freezing everything inside into ice shards. Their forward momentum abruptly ceased, and their massive bodies fell heavily to the ground, utterly silent. Killed in one blow. Clean and decisive. Yet this swift annihilation not only failed to deter the beast horde, but instead seemed like a spark thrown into boiling oil, thoroughly igniting the darkness. Roared. Dozens of dragon-fiend beasts surged out from the shadows of the giant dragon remains, madly. They varied in form. Some retained their lizard-like outlines from life, their entire bodies covered in dark green scales corrupted by malevolent energy. Others were entirely twisted masses of flesh, covered in sharp claws and bone spurs, grotesque and terrifying. The only things they had in common were their blood-red eyes and their fearless madness. Roar! Jiang Lue roared, following close behind her. He didn't have Situ Dai's long-range attack methods, but he had the hardest, most overbearing fists in this world. Facing a lizard-shaped dragon fiend beast charging directly at him, he didn't dodge. His right leg stomped heavily on the ground, and his entire body, like a cannonball fired from a barrel, bravely met the charge. He threw a punch. The violent force of the punch even compressed the air in front of him, creating a dull, explosive sound. Bang! His fist slammed heavily into the hard skull of the dragon fiend beast. The scales, strong enough to withstand ordinary sword slashes, instantly cracked and caved in under Jiang Lue's utterly overbearing punch, like paper. Immediately followed by the explosive sound of a shattering skull. The dragon fiend beast, whose size was comparable to a rhinoceros, was blasted backward by this ferocious punch before it could even let out a whimper. It tumbled several times in midair before crashing heavily against the distant rock wall, turning into a pile of mangled flesh. However, more dragon fiend beasts had already surged forward. They pounced from all directions, their sharp claws tearing through the air, bringing with them gusts of Chinese letter. Jiang Lue and Situ Dai were instantly back to back, surrounded by the beast horde. A bloody slaughter thus unfolded. But this first collaboration was utterly chaotic. Jiang Lue's fighting style was honed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the purest, most savage killing instinct. He fought with wide, sweeping movements, charging head-on, every punch and every kick aiming for the most efficient destructive power, without any consideration for tactics or coordination. Boom! He swept a dragon fiend beast pouncing at him in half with a kick, but the immense force also sent the two halves of the corpse flying like cannonballs towards Situ Dai's direction. Situ Dai's delicate brows furrowed slightly. A ring of frost she was about to unleash had to be cancelled midway. Her figure flickered, narrowly avoiding the flying half-corpse. And the moment her figure swayed, Jiang Lue moved again. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, he directly burst into the area where Situ Dai had just been preparing to cast, smashing another dragon fiend beast's chest completely. This completely disrupted Situ Dai's casting rhythm. The cold energy she had gathered had to dissipate once more. In just a dozen breaths of time, such a scene had occurred several times. Jiang Lue's fighting style was too overbearing. He was like an out-of-control war machine. Within his attack range, friend or foe, everything would be affected by his violent power. This made Situ Dai, who was accustomed to precise control and elegant killing, feel incredibly stifled. A large portion of her powerful ice magic was stillborn, because she had to avoid Jiang Lue's friendly fire. "Can't you?" She finally couldn't help but speak, her clear, cold voice tinged with annoyance. But her words were not yet finished. Hiss! A particularly slender dragon fiend beast, which had been lurking for a long time, erupted like a ghost from the shadow of a companion's corpse. It bypassed Jiang Lue, who was charging head-on, its dark green glowing claws aimed directly at the white-robed woman behind him, who was concentrating on casting a spell and had a fatal gap in her defense. Too fast. Too cunning. It seized the timing perfectly. Situ Dai's pupils suddenly contracted. She could feel the D-E-A-D-L-Y Chinese letter R-U-S-H-I-N-G towards her, but the frozen word she was concentrating on was at a critical moment and could not be interrupted. Dodging was already too late. The shadow of death, for the first time, so vividly enveloped this favored daughter of Yeaguang Holy Land. At the critical moment, roar, a furious roar came from in front of her. Jiang Lue didn't even have time to turn around. Relying on the extraordinary battle intuition of his chaos divine body, he sensed the fatal danger behind him. "Stupid woman, watch my move," he roared, his voice filled with urgency and an undeniable domineering tone. His forward-charging body suddenly came to an abrupt stop, his waist twisting and exerting force at an angle impossible for an ordinary person. His right elbow, like a heavy siege hammer, whistled through the air as it swung backward, slamming out fiercely. Bang! A dull, explosive sound of shattering bone. The cunning dragon fiend beast, its claws capable of piercing steel, was less than half a foot away from Situ Dai's throat. But it could no longer advance an inch. Its entire spine was smashed and broken in the middle by Jiang Lue's powerful back elbow strike, caving inward. Its massive body was thrown backward, helplessly. The crisis was averted. Situ Dai was completely stunned. She still maintained her casting posture, but the cold energy in her hand had long since dissipated. "That stupid woman," echoed like thunder in her mind. An indescribable emotion, mixed with annoyance and anger, instantly surged into her heart. Her fair, jade-like cheeks flushed with two captivating blushes. Not shyness. It was anger. She, Situ Dai, the saintess of Yeaguang Holy Land, had never been reprimanded like this before. But then she understood the meaning of Jiang Lue's furious roar. She looked at Jiang Lue's back, trembling slightly from extreme exertion, and observed his chaotic yet incredibly efficient killing style. She instantly realized. She was wrong. This was not the training ground of Yeaguang Holy Land. This was a bloody, life-and-death, Usura hell. Here, elegance was a deadly poison. Precision was a ridiculous luxury. Only the most primitive, most savage, most effective killing was the only rule for survival. Her fighting style was completely out of sync with Jiang Lue's and with this hellish place. Having understood all this, a hint of enlightenment flashed in Situ Dai's clear, cold eyes. She no longer attempted to cast those powerful spells that required chanting and charging. Buzz! A pure cold energy emanated from her body. This time she didn't condense ice cones, nor did she chant incantations. She simply raised her fair hand lightly. Rings of frost, visible to the naked eye, silently spread outwards from her in all directions. As soon as the dragon fiend beasts pouncing on Jiang Lue stepped into the range of the ice rings, their movements would all pause, and a thick layer of white frost would instantly condense on their bodies, significantly reducing their speed. Now, Jiang Lue's eyes suddenly lit up. He no longer needed to be distracted by attacks from all sides. He only needed to unleash all his strength onto those slowed, living targets. Boom, boom, boom. His fists transformed into the most terrifying death storm. One controlled. One attacked. One was responsible for creating opportunities. One was responsible for harvesting lives. An unprecedented, bloody, and violent tacit understanding quietly formed between the two of them. The rhythm of the battle instantly became smooth and efficient. After an unknown amount of time, when the last dragon fiend beast's head was smashed by Jiang Lue's punch, this bloody battlefield finally returned to deadly silence. They stood back to back, their chests heaving violently, gasping for air. Jiang Lue was covered in blood, his star source power greatly depleted. Situ Dai's forehead was also covered in fine beads of fragrant sweat, and her face was slightly pale. But in their eyes, there was a hint of exhilaration from surviving a catastrophe. It was at this moment. Clap, clap, clap. A series of contemptuous, playful claps, neither hurried nor slow, clearly came from the direction of the cave entrance they had entered from. 79. The Lin family arrived and the Grandmaster mocked them. Clap, clap, clap. The disdainful yet playful applause, neither hurried nor slow, struck like a heavy hammer, precisely hitting the taut nerves of Jiang Lue and Situ Dai. The two abruptly turned their heads. They saw an aged figure, hands clasped behind his back, slowly walking from the deep cave passage. It was the Lin family's second elder, Lin Tianqian. Behind him were four middle-aged men dressed in identical black uniforms, their aura as profound as an abyss. Each step these four men took was silent, yet it seemed to merge with the pulse of the entire earth, giving off an unshakable sense of weight. Lin Tianqian stopped before the golden light barrier, formed by the four directions dragon lock array. His cloudy old eyes swept over the scattered dragon fiend beast corpses, then landed on the blood-soaked Jiang Lue and the slightly pale Situ Dai. He smiled, his expression filled with the cruelty and pleasure of a cat toying with a mouse. Not a bad warm-up. It's a pity, but this is as far as you go. His gaze lingered for a moment on Situ Dai's veiled face, a flicker of imperceptible surprise in his eyes, which then transformed into even more intense greed and arrogance. So it's the favored daughter of Yeaguang Holy Land, Fairy Situ. Perfect. Lin Tianqian extended his dry tongue and licked his lips, his voice becoming hoarse and full of possessiveness. Capture her as well, she might be of great use. He seemed to not put the two of them in his eyes at all, not even having the interest to act personally. He merely turned his head and waved casually at the four men in black behind him, as if shooing away flies. Go. Play with them. His voice suddenly turned cold, carrying a deep-seated venom, fixing firmly on Jiang Lue. Remember, I want him alive. I want him to taste all the suffering in this world, then die wailing. Yes. The four men in black bowed in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized, devoid of any emotion. The next second. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Four black phantoms shot out from behind Lin Tianqian, instantly passing through the golden light barrier, and landing around Jiang Lue and Situ Dai from four extremely tricky angles. They didn't immediately attack. They merely stood there silently, forming a perfect four-cornered encirclement. Boom! Four distinct yet originating from the same source, terrifying killing intent surged into the sky, intertwining and merging in midair, forming an invisible net of heaven and earth, composed of pure killing will, tightly enveloping Jiang Lue and Situ Dai. This pressure was 10 times heavier than when they faced hundreds of dragon fiend beasts earlier. The air seemed to have turned into a viscous swamp, Each breath brought a knife-like pain. Jiang Lue and Situ Dai's backs instantly pressed tightly against each other. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the unresolvable gravity deep in each other's eyes. Cannot wait for death. Situ Dai was the first to act. Without the slightest hesitation, she slammed her jade hands together in front of her. Rise! A clear, cold shout. Rumble! The ground in front of them exploded, and a massive ice wall, several meters thick, 10 jang high, and gleaming with a chilling light, rose from the ground like a sudden mountain cliff, attempting to temporarily separate them from two of the men in black. This was the strongest defense she could instantly cast. However, facing this thick ice wall, strong enough to withstand cannon fire from chariots, the man in black with a knife scar on his face, directly in front, showed a sneer of disdain. He didn't even use any martial skill. He simply took a step forward and threw a punch. That fist, enveloped in powerful true chi, was unremarkable, yet it carried an overbearing force capable of shattering all things. Banged! A loud bang. The indestructible, thick ice wall, the moment it came into contact with his fist, instantly covered in spider-web-like cracks, starting from the point of impact. Immediately after, crash! The entire ice wall, like glass struck by a heavy hammer, exploded. Countless ice shards, mixed with violent gusts of wind, scattered wildly in all directions. The absolute disparity in strength made any technique seem so pale, so ridiculous. Situ Dai's body trembled violently. A mouthful of fresh blood surged up her throat, but she forcibly swallowed it back. Her spell was broken, and she had already suffered internal injuries. Now is the time. Jiang Lue's eyes gleamed to the extreme the moment the ice wall shattered. Using the cover of the sky-filling ice shards, the ground beneath his feet cracked open, and he, like an enraged fierce beast, chose not to defend, but charged with a resolute, unyielding stance towards the scar-faced man in black, who had just retracted his fist, and was in the fleeting moment between old strength exhausted and new strength not yet born. He wanted to break through a point to break the whole. To trade injury for injury. This was the only chance of survival. His chaos-divine body frantically circulated, pouring the trace of power he had just absorbed from the dragon blood crystal into his right fist. One punch tearing the air. Facing Jiang Lue's earth-shattering, desperate strike, the cold smile on the scar-faced man in black's face remained unchanged. He merely raised his left hand with an understatement. His arm went across, blocking. Bang! Jiang Lue's punch, powerful enough to shatter mountains, solidly struck the opponent's forearm. The anticipated sound of bone shattering did not come. Jiang Lue only felt as if he had struck a mountain forged from 10,000 years of profound iron. An even more violent, more condensed force rebounded from the opponent's arm. He was shaken, his blood surging, and he retreated 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself. And the scar-faced man in black hadn't even moved his position an inch. "Ant power." He let out a contemptuous sneer, looking at Jiang Lue as if he were watching an overestimating clown. "It's over." Jiang Lue's heart sank to the bottom. Before he could adjust his breath, the other 3 men in black moved. Like 3 death-seeking phantoms, they attacked simultaneously from 3 directions. Blade light. Sword shadows. Fist energy. 3 fatal attacks sealed all escape routes for Jiang Lue and Situ Dai. The 2 were suppressed by this storm-like assault, retreating step by step, only able to parry and dodge awkwardly. Their range of movement was compressed little by little. From an initial radius of tens of meters to 10 meters, then to 5 meters. The 4 men in black, like the most skilled hunters, were unhurried, steadily tightening the encirclement in the most stable and effective way. The expressions on their faces remained unchanged from beginning to end. Cold. Indifferent. As if performing a trivial task. Jiang Lue and Situ Dai were like 2 trapped beasts in a transparent cage. No matter how they struggled, how they roared, they could not shake the indestructible cage in the slightest. They could only watch helplessly as the shadow named Death, little by little, completely engulfed them. 80 deadly pincer attack, the saintess in despair. Every punch felt like dragging the weight of the entire space. Jiang Lue's chest heaved violently, sweat mixed with blood dripping from his chiseled jaw. Damn this formation. The golden light barrier covering the entire cave entrance was like a greedy heart, each beat frantically draining the star source power from his body. He felt his strength transforming into countless invisible threads, continuously pulled into the grand formation, becoming fuel for its operation. Situ Dai, by his side, was in a similarly dire situation. Each frost she conjured with a wave of her hand was slightly dimmer than the last, and its range visibly shrank. Her pretty face, veiled, had long lost its color, leaving only a chilling pallor. Their opponents, the four men in black, were like tireless killing machines. Their attacks were relentless and perfectly coordinated, each strike precisely hitting the critical points where the two's old strength had faded, and new strength had yet to form. This was not a battle. It was a cruel game, designed to exhaust their prey before slaughtering them. What was worse? The strong smell of blood left from the previous battle was like a lighthouse lit in the darkness, attracting new predators. Roars echoed from the depths of the giant dragon skeleton shadow, one after another. One monster after another, infected by dragon fiend energy, followed the scent of flesh and joined the chaotic encirclement. The four men in black ignored this, even relishing it. They cleverly used the beast's charges to further constrict Jiang Lue and Situ Dai's movement space, pushing them deeper into despair. Adding insult to injury. Suddenly, all roars ceased. A vast and violent aura, far surpassing all previous dragon fiend beasts, slowly rose from the deepest darkness, like an awakened monarch. A colossal creature, 3 times the size of a normal dragon fiend beast, emerged with heavy steps. Its entire body was covered in a black bone armor that seemed to be made of solidified fiendish energy, and in its crimson eyes, what burned was no longer pure madness, but a cold, intelligent cruelty. The dragon fiend beast leader. Its aura was already as strong as a peak grandmaster. It did not immediately join the battle, but instead locked its cold gaze firmly on Situ Dai, whose aura was relatively weaker. It was as if it was examining the most perfect sacrifice, soon to be its meal. This can't go on. If they delayed any longer, both would surely die of exhaustion, torn to shreds. A never-before-seen look of determination flashed in Situ Dai's clear, cold eyes. She bit her tongue sharply, a bloody taste spreading in her mouth, using the intense pain to momentarily gain clarity and explosive power. The star source power within her was completely squeezed out in a self-destructive manner, surging frantically towards her raised right hand. Condense. A cold shout, carrying the tragic resolve of mutual destruction. Buzz. The temperature of the entire space plummeted to freezing point. Countless ice crystals appeared out of thin air, frantically converging, compressing, and spinning above her palm. A gigantic sword of frost, 10 meters long, its blade covered in profound ice patterns, radiating a chill capable of freezing souls, formed with a roar. Slash. Situ Dai used her last ounce of strength to bring that great sword, burning with all her power, down fiercely on the 2 men in black directly in front of her. This sword drained all her strength. This sword also contained all her unwillingness and pride. The sneer on the faces of the 2 men in black finally vanished, replaced by a look of solemnity. They dared not be complacent any longer, letting out a low growl in unison, both striking out with their fists, their powerful protective energy erupting without reservation, meeting that world-splitting sword. Boom! A deafening roar. The violent cold current and fist energy collided, the resulting shockwave instantly sending dozens of surrounding dragon fiend beasts flying. The 2 men in black were actually forced back 3 steps by the aftershock of this sword. A gap appeared in the encirclement. But Situ Dai paid a huge price for it. Her body went limp and she stumbled backward, a mouthful of fresh blood, no longer suppressible, spilling from her pale lips, staining the white gauze over her chest. Her aura instantly withered to the extreme. Opportunity. A man in black, who had always lingered at the edge of the battlefield, and whose movement technique was the most elusive, burst forth with snake-like cold light in his eyes. He seized this fleeting, perfect moment. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a blurry black line, appearing instantly at Situ Dai's side, with a speed difficult for the naked eye to catch. A short blade, steeped in dark green venom, silently cut through the air, piercing directly towards her unguarded heart. Insidious. Fatal. However, the threat of death was not just from one place. At the exact moment the man in black launched his surprise attack. Roar! The dragon fiend beast leader, which had been lurking for a long time, moved. Its massive body, like a black mountain rising from the shadows, erupted violently from Situ Dai's blind spot. Its hideous claws, covered in dense fiendish energy, brought with them a tearing gale, slamming fiercely towards her back. A perfect pincer attack. Front and back, all escape routes were sealed. Situ Dai's pupils instantly contracted to the dangerous size of a pinprick. She could clearly feel 2 cold, deathly auras, capable of tearing her to shreds in an instant, locking onto her. But her weak body didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. A never-before-felt, bone-chilling despair, like the deepest tide, instantly submerged her consciousness. So this is what death feels like. At the cave entrance, Lin Tianchen looked at this perfect scene, a satisfied, cruel sneer appearing on his withered face. He seemed to already see the proud daughter of Yeaguang Holy Land, high above all others, perishing in the next second, turning into a broken corpse. On the other side, Jiang Lue, who was frantically clashing with the last man in black, suddenly stiffened. His chaos divine body, when locked by those two fatal killing intents, let out a primal, frantic roar and warning. This premonition transcended his thoughts, transcended his senses. He turned his head sharply. And then he saw it. He saw the poisoned short blade. He saw the claw that covered the sky. He also saw the woman standing in the center of the storm of death, her white clothes like snow, but her face filled with endless pallor and despair. 81. I'll take the sword for you with my own body. No. A roar unlike that of a human, more like one squeezed from the deepest part of a soul, filled with endless madness and rage, exploded. Jiang Lue didn't even have time to think. His body had already reacted with the most primitive, most instinctive response. He completely abandoned all defense against the man in black in front of him. He allowed the opponent's palm, filled with powerful true qi, enough to shatter stone, to firmly imprint on his chest. Bang! Amidst the dull thud, Jiang Lue could clearly hear the cracking sound of his sternum collapsing. A mouthful of blood rushed up his throat. But he didn't retreat a single step. Instead, he used the immense force that was pushing him towards death, arching his body sharply backward. Then, like a cannonball of blood and fury violently flung from a trebuchet, he shot towards the desperate white-robed figure, shrouded in the shadow of death. Too fast. So fast that the sneer on the face of the attacking man in black hadn't fully bloomed. So fast that the cruelty in the eyes of the dragon fiend beast leader hadn't yet turned into satisfaction. So fast that Situ Dai hadn't even managed to blink from the desperate paleness. A black afterimage carrying decisiveness and tragedy had already arrived. There was no hint of tenderness. Jiang Lue, with the most savage and unreasonable posture, slammed fiercely into Situ Dai's soft, yet cold body. The immense impact sent her flying sideways. And in the thousandth of a second before the poison-coated short blade and the ferocious beast claw, capable of tearing steel, were about to touch her body, Jiang Lue used his broad, though not particularly mighty, back to perfectly meet the two fatal attacks coming from different directions. He used his flesh and blood to forge the last, and only shield for her. That was the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh, deep, viscous, with a tearing sensation that made one's teeth ache. The poisoned short blade pierced obliquely from his back, almost perforating his lung. Crack! That was the explosive sound of bones being crushed by immense force, so crisp it made one's scalp tingle. The dragon fiend beast leader's immense claw, which blotted out the sky, slammed onto his spine, and the terrifying force instantly tore open his tough muscles, crushing several vertebrae, along with his shoulder blades, into smithereens. Jiang Lue's body trembled violently in midair. His entire being felt as if struck by billions of volts of lightning. Agony. An indescribable agony, enough to make any hardened tough guy instantly collapse, like the most violent tsunami, instantly engulfed all his nerves. He let out an extremely suppressed grunt of pain. A large mouthful of scalding blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs, could no longer be contained and gushed from his mouth. That blood in the air transformed into a dazzling yet tragic bloody plum blossom. Then it splattered completely onto Situ Dai's snow-white, flawless face, which was frozen in extreme shock. Warm. Viscous. Liquid carrying the warmth of his life slowly slid down her smooth cheeks, leaving behind shocking, glaring red streaks. Her white dress was instantly stained with the deepest, most indelible crimson. Situ Dai's mind was blank. She froze completely, sitting dazedly on the ground, feeling the warm sensation on her face, feeling the dense, overwhelming smell of blood that assailed her. She raised her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, and gently touched the bloodstains on her face. Then she saw it. She saw the back that stood in front of her. That back which should have fallen, but was still stubbornly standing firm. Blood, like a breached stream, poured frantically from the wound in his back and his shattered spine, instantly soaking his already tattered clothes. But he didn't fall. He stood like a blood-soaked war god nailed to the spot, using his broken body, which was being eroded by death, to shield her from all storms and murderous intent. At that moment, Situ Dai felt something shatter in her heart. That indestructible Tao heart, which had been frozen for 20 years by the coldness of the exquisite treasure body and the precepts of Yeaguang Holy Land since her birth. With a crack, a tiny, unhealable crack appeared. And Jiang Lue had no time to feel the bone-crushing, heart-piercing pain. The intense pain, far from making him fall, was like a bucket of the hottest oil poured onto the primal ferocity deep within his chaos divine body. Roar! He suddenly turned around, his eyes already transformed into a pure, utterly irrational, blood-red hue. He stared fixedly at the blade-wielding man in black, who had just succeeded in his attack and was preparing to retreat. "It's you." Jiang Lue let out a beast-like growl from his throat. He turned and punched. This punch had no stance, no technique. This punch contained his endless rage, contained all the savagery of the chaos divine body pushed to its limit, contained a man's most primal will to protect. The smugness on the man in black's face was instantly replaced by an unprecedented terror. He wanted to retreat, but he found that the air around him seemed to be completely solidified by that violent punch intent. He could only watch, wide-eyed, as the fist, burning with a bloody aura, rapidly expanded in his pupils. Bang! The punch finally landed on the man in black's chest. The protective true chi on the man in black's body instantly shattered like a fragile eggshell. Immediately after, his hard sternum, as if struck head-on by a battering ram, collapsed and fractured inch by inch. A condensed chaos power, refined to its extreme, spewed from Jiang Lue's fist, instantly rushing into the opponent's body, shaking his internal organs along with all his vitality into the most rotten pulp. The man in black, along with the short blade still stuck in Jiang Lue's back, was sent flying backward by this violent punch. In midair, he had already turned into a broken corpse, devoid of all life. After completing all this, Jiang Lue's body swayed, but he ultimately did not fall. He forcibly pulled Situ Dai, who was still dazed on the ground, to her feet, then unhesitatingly dragged her behind him. He used his severely wounded, dying and blood-soaked body to build a final, flesh-and-blood great wall for her. He turned his head, and with his blood-red eyes, which seemed to be burning, he scanned the three men in black whose expressions had drastically changed, as well as the dragon fiend beast leader, who was also intimidated by his ferocity and dared not advance for a moment. He bared his teeth, revealing a chilling, blood-stained smile. The killing intent in his eyes was more bone-chilling than the eternal ice of this secret realm, making this heaven and earth change color for it. 82, bearing the blue sky on their backs, they fought their way through. That chilling, blood-stained laugh made the underground world, filled with slaughter and roars, fall into a moment of eerie silence. Both the three battle-hardened Lin family dead soldiers and the tyrannical dragon fiend beast leader were momentarily stunned by Jiang Lue's current Usura-like appearance, as if he had crawled out of hell. But Situ Dai still sat on the ground, staring blankly at the bloody back that shielded her from the entire world. "What are you staring for?" A hoarse, brutal, yet undeniably resolute roar suddenly exploded in her ears. "Do you want to die?" Jiang Lue didn't turn back. His voice, due to severe lung injuries, was like a broken bellows, each word carrying a tearing pain. This roar, like a clap of thunder, instantly shattered the blankness and chaos in Situ Dai's mind. She awoke as if from a dream. Her vision refocused. Then she saw it. She saw the blade piercing his back, the deep wound still gushing black poisonous blood. She saw his shattered back, flesh and blood mangled by beast claws, his spine dislocated. The death that should have been hers was now, minute by minute, enacting the most cruel torture upon his body. A never-before-felt, scorching bitterness suddenly rushed up her nasal cavity. Situ Dai's eyes, which had been cool and detached for 20 years, never wavering even in the face of life and death, for the first time, uncontrollably turned a dazzling crimson. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. "Thank you." "Why?" "Run away." But she found her throat was so dry it felt as if it had been scorched by fire, unable to utter a single word. Jiang Lue had no time to wait for her answer. He could feel his life force draining away like a breached dam. He noticed her unusual state. "No more wasted words." Jiang Lue suddenly crouched, and with his still relatively intact arm, he grabbed Situ Dai by the waist, roughly lifting her from the ground. Then he twisted his waist, throwing her entire body onto his broad but scarred back. "Hold on tight." He roared again, his voice filled with undeniable dominance. This sudden, unprecedented intimate contact made Situ Dai's body completely stiffen for a moment. She was passively pressed against the man's back. Her cheek uncontrollably pressed tightly against his neck, which was covered in blood and sweat. Burning hot. She could clearly feel the terrifyingly hot temperature of his skin beneath her. She could clearly hear the violent pounding of his heart within his chest, like a war drum. She could even more clearly smell the unique scent of him, a man's scent, mixed with strong blood and a hint of sunlight. This scent, forcefully and domineeringly, entered her nasal cavity, causing her frozen Dao heart to tremble violently. But what shook her most was the chaotic aura emanating from his body, an aura she was incredibly familiar with. That aura was inclusive and profound, as if it could devour all chaos and unrest in the world. At this moment, this aura enveloped her tightly, actually giving her a ridiculous, unprecedented sense of security in this Usura-like battlefield. Just as her mind wavered. Buzz! A marvelous resonance, indescribable in words, suddenly erupted without warning at the core of their physical contact. Situ Dai only felt as if her exquisite treasure body had met its destined other half, letting out a joyful hum. A faint, yet extremely pure, primordial energy carrying her life imprint, flowed uncontrollably along her arms, which were tightly wrapped around Jiang Lue, subtly entering his nearly shattered body. Hello? Jiang Lue's body suddenly shook, letting out a muffled groan. That energy was like the purest sweet spring poured into a parched desert. Though faint, it instantly nourished his nearly severed meridians, giving his consciousness, which was about to be overwhelmed by intense pain, a sudden jolt. Kill! Jiang Lue felt this sudden surge of assistance, and the fighting spirit in his blood-red eyes once again soared to its peak. He no longer hesitated, and the ground beneath his feet exploded. Carrying Situ Dai on his back, he completely abandoned all superfluous defense and evasion. He transformed into a humanoid beast that only knew how to advance, not retreat, launching the most savage, most tragic, and most desperate charge of his life towards the massive, mountain-like skeletal remains of the sub-dragon. At this moment, lying on Jiang Lue's back, Situ Dai made a decision she herself had never anticipated. She gave up casting any spells. She entrusted her safety, her life, for the first time, completely to the man beneath her. She was no longer the lofty Yaoguang saintess. She was simply his shield. She gathered all the remaining star source power within her hands, transforming it into an invisible, yet incredibly tough ice shield, fiercely protecting Jiang Lue's wide-open back. Roar! The dragon fiend beast leader's sharp claws, accompanied by a tearing shriek through the air, slammed down from behind. Bang! Situ Dai's condensed ice shield shattered with a crash. The violent impact made her throat sweet, but the deadly beast claw was ultimately blocked. Hiss! A man in black sword light, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, stabbed towards Jiang Lue's back neck. Situ Dai's eyes narrowed, and a new ice shield precisely appeared before the sword's edge again. One charged. One guarded. One forged a path ahead with his flesh and blood. One fended off all hidden attacks from behind, with her remaining strength. A never-before-seen, bloody and violent tacit understanding quietly formed between the two. Boom! Jiang Lue slammed his shoulder into a dragon fiend beast blocking his way, sending it flying. The monster's bones shattered inch by inch. Puff! Another man in black's blade left a deep, hideous wound on his thigh, exposing bone. Yet he didn't even frown, his steps not faltering in the slightest. Trading injuries for a path. Trading blood for life. Thus, carrying one person on his back, he forcefully carved a straight, bloody path to survival through the encirclement of monsters and powerful beings, using his own flesh and blood. Finally, under the furious and shocked gazes of the three men in black, under Lin Tianqian's twisted, ferocious face, contorted by disbelief. After paying the heavy price of numerous new wounds on his body, Jiang Lue finally broke through the final encirclement. He carried Situ Dai, like a falling meteor, plunging into the deepest, light-devouring darkness beneath the massive sub-dragon skeleton's ribcage. 83. The dragon heart appears, the last refuge. Darkness. A pure darkness, thick like 10,000 years of Chinese letter. When Jiang Lue, carrying Situ Dai on his back, plunged into the chest cavity of the colossal sub-dragon skeleton, the world lost all light and sound. Bang! He fell heavily onto the hard, cold bone ground, the immense impact causing his already crumbling body to finally give out. Situ Dai, who was on his back, was gently dislodged and rolled to the side. As for Jiang Lue, he could no longer stand. He lunged forward, propping himself up with his still intact arm, half kneeling there. A mouthful of thick blood, mixed with black poisonous blood and fragments of internal organs, spurted from his mouth, leaving a shocking stain on the ground. This was followed by a heart-wrenching cough, so violent it felt as if his lungs were about to be expelled. Every breath felt like countless poisoned knives, furiously churning in his chest. The last bit of ferocity and will, stemming from his chaos-divine body, which had sustained him during the battle, receded like a tide the moment he entered this safe zone. In its place came a boundless wave of weakness and intense pain, like a collapsing mountain and a raging tsunami. His consciousness began to blur, and countless spinning, golden stars appeared in the darkness before his eyes. It was at this moment. Boom! An earth-shattering roar came from the direction they had just entered. This was followed by Lin Tianqian's twisted, frantic roar, born of extreme rage. Little beast, get out here. Do you think you can survive by hiding in this dragon bone cage? Break! Boom boom boom! Violent attacks, like the fiercest artillery fire, slammed against the outside of the skeleton again and again. The entire enormous chest cavity trembled violently, and fine bone fragments continuously rustled down from the dome above. However, an invisible yet mountain-heavy pressure, like the strongest city wall, firmly blocked all attacks from outside. That was the majestic dragon might of this ancient subdragon, still lingering 10,000 years after its death. It formed a natural, unshakable barrier of law in this place. For now, they were safe. But this temporary safety brought an even deeper despair to Situ Dai, who was nearby. She struggled to her feet, ignoring her own injuries and exhaustion, and scrambled to Jiang Lue's side. When she saw the ghastly wound on Jiang Lue's back, she froze. It could no longer be called a wound. It was a gash of flesh and blood, ripped open and crushed, with edges rolled back. Fragments of pale white scapula pierced through the muscle, exposed to the air in a grotesque manner, and the shattered spinal column was clearly visible. The blood hole in his back, pierced by a short blade, was still oozing dark, poisonous blood, emitting a nauseating stench. Situ Dai's heart felt as if it had been fiercely squeezed by an invisible hand, the pain making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Pills, pills. For the first time, she felt such intense helplessness. She frantically took out her most precious jade bottle from her storage ring. It was a gift from her master, the Yaeguang Holy Land's top-grade healing holy medicine, the 9 Revolutions muscle regeneration pill. She poured out one pill, her fingers trembling, and laboriously pushed it into Jiang Lue's lips, which were cold from blood loss. The pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a pure medicinal power that surged through Jiang Lue's limbs and bones. However, when this medicinal power encountered the Grandmaster's power and potent poison remaining in his wound, it was like a flock of sheep encountering a tiger, instantly dispersed and annihilated, having no effect whatsoever. Situ Dai's face instantly turned pale. It's useless. Jiang Lue coughed out a mouthful of bloody foam, his voice hoarse like 2 rusty iron plates grinding together, yet he grinned, revealing a smile uglier than crying. It's the Grandmaster's power of law and the extracted beast king poison, my chaos divine body, also needs time to wear it down. His words completely shattered the last shred of hope in Situ Dai's heart. Needs time. What they lacked most right now was time. The booming outside grew denser and more violent, and the tremors throughout the space became more intense. They both knew that this dragon might barrier wouldn't last much longer. Once the barrier shattered, it would be their death. A cold breath named despair quietly spread through this cramped space. But just then, thumping, 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 a steady, yet strangely powerful pulsing sound, without warning, came from the deepest part of this chest cavity. The sound wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry a magical power that reached directly into the soul, clearly overriding all the booming from outside. As this sound rang out, a soft, dark red glow with a lava-like temperature lit up at the end of the darkness. Jiang Lue and Situ Dai's bodies stiffened simultaneously. Following the source of the sound and light, they turned their heads with difficulty. They saw that in the very center of this enormous chest cavity, where the heart should be, a fist-sized crystal heart, entirely composed of the purest, seemingly still flowing lava, was quietly suspended in midair. It pulsed slowly, rhythmically. With each pulsation, it emitted a visible circle of vast, ocean-like life and energy aura. That aura was so pure, so immense, as if it were the source of all vitality in this heaven and earth, this secret realm. Both were utterly stunned by this miraculous scene before them. Situ Dai stared blankly at the pulsing heart. Her clear, cold eyes, dimmed by despair, were instantly completely ignited by that dark red glow. Her pale lips trembled slightly, an emotion mixed with extreme shock and ecstasy making her almost unable to control her voice. She gasped in surprise, her voice becoming sharp with excitement. This is the legendary Dragon Blood Heart. Dragon Blood Heart. The crystallization of all life essence and power of an ancient sub-dragon. It was the energy source of the entire Dragon Blood secret realm, an invaluable treasure capable of driving any Grandmaster to madness. However, this overwhelming ecstasy had not yet had time to ferment in their hearts. Crack! A crisp sound like shattering glass suddenly came from the barrier behind them. A visible, dense crack suddenly appeared on the invisible dragon-might barrier. Immediately after, crack, crack, crack. More cracks like a spiderweb spread wildly. Outside, Lin Tianqian's laugh, full of ecstasy and savagery, penetrated through the cracks, clearly audible. Ha 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 ha, found it. The dragon might can't hold on much longer. Little beast, prepare to die. At most, it could hold on for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. The countdown to death and the supreme treasure before them at this moment formed the coldest, most cruel, fatal showdown. 84. A crazy decision. Situ Dai's life-or-death gamble. Crack. Another crisp sound, like ice cracking, came from the invisible dragon-might barrier behind them. The entire massive hollow chest cavity shook even more violently. From the dome above, large chunks of bone fragments mixed with dust fell rustling. Lin Tianqian's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. This final sanctuary was now on the verge of collapse. Jiang Lue leaned against the cold bone wall, each breath pulling at the tearing pain in his chest and back. The toxins in his body were spreading wildly. Although his chaos divine body was desperately trying to eliminate them, the rate of life force loss far exceeded the rate of repair. He could feel his limbs growing cold, and his consciousness, like a candle about to burn out, flickered in the darkness. He raised his head, looking at the dragon blood heart, which pulsed incessantly in the darkness, emitting light and heat like molten lava. Then his gaze shifted to the white-clothed woman beside him, who was at a loss, her face pale and anxious. It's too late. Jiang Lue's voice was hoarse, as if abraded by sandpaper. He used his last ounce of strength to extend his relatively intact hand, pointing at that supreme treasure. You take it and find a way to break through. Don't mind me. These words, light as a feather yet heavy as a mountain, struck Situ Dai's heart fiercely. She was completely stunned, her delicate body trembling violently as if struck by lightning. She suddenly turned her head, staring intently at Jiang Lue's bloodless face, pale from blood loss. In her eyes, which had been clear and cold for 20 years, a genuine, furious flame ignited for the first time. It was not the anger of being offended. Instead, it was an overwhelming rage stemming from her treasure being belittled, and her resolve being ignored. If we go together. If we die together. Her voice, for the first time, lost its ethereal coolness and became sharp, with a tremor so intense that even she hadn't noticed it. I, Situ Dai, never owe anyone a favor. Especially a life-saving one. After speaking, she looked at Jiang Lue, gravely injured and on the verge of death, yet still planning an escape route for her. Then she looked at the dragon blood heart, suspended in midair, pulsing incessantly, full of endless vitality and power. A thought so utterly insane, one that any grandmaster would dismiss as suicidal, formed with a roar in her ice-sealed Dao heart, like a wildfire spreading across the plains. And it could no longer be suppressed. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling violently, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her heart. She looked at Jiang Lue again, and her fiery eyes at this moment regained a trace of absolute calm. It was the calm of a strong individual, a calm that could only burst forth in desperation, a calmness born of facing death to find life. I am just one step away from the Grandmaster realm. This dragon blood heart might allow me to break through on the spot. Jiang Lue's pupils instantly froze. He seemed to have heard the most absurd joke in the world, struggling to sit upright, which only triggered a more violent fit of coughing. Ufda. Another mouthful of black blood spewed out. Are you insane? His voice became hoarse from agitation. Breaking through here is no different from suicide. He stared at her intently, his bloodshot eyes filled with undeniable opposition. Breaking through to Grandmaster requires absolute quiet. It requires painstaking effort to guide the vast energy of heaven and earth to cleanse one's body. Any slight disturbance, and at best, one's meridians will be severed, and at worst, one's soul will be annihilated, suffering eternal damnation. Do we have any other choice? Situ Dai gave a tragic smile. That smile held endless sorrow, yet also an unprecedented, desperate resolve to burn her bridges. She extended her slender fingers, pointing first at the barrier outside, from which constant roars emanated, then at his bloodied back. This is our only way out. I bet I can succeed. She stopped speaking here. Her eyes, sharp as swords, as if able to pierce through hearts, locked onto Jiang Lue intently. Her gaze became incredibly fervent, as if wanting to ignite his very soul. I bet that you can protect me. Jiang Lue was completely stunned. Protect her? With this broken body? With this blood that was about to run dry? To withstand the thunderous wrath of a true Grandmaster, and 3 peak Grandmasters? This was no longer a gamble. This was a fool's dream. Situ Dai didn't give him time to think. She took a step forward, closing the distance between them. She looked down at the man kneeling on the ground, who had bled for her. Jiang Lue, do you dare to take this gamble with me? Dare or not? These 2 words, like 2 red-hot branding irons, fiercely seared themselves onto Jiang Lue's soul. He looked at her. He looked at her beautiful face, tinged with a morbid flush from excitement. He looked at her eyes, burning with conviction, burning with madness, and burning with a flame he had never seen before, named trust. He fell silent. The whole world seemed to quiet down. The roars from outside, the intense pain in his body, all faded away at this moment. In his ears, only her challenging and trusting question remained, along with the beating of his own heart, which had been silent for a long time, but was now reignited with endless heroic passion. After a few seconds, Jiang Lue bared his teeth. He smiled. That smile pulled at every wound on his body, twisting his face in pain. But within that smile was a joy and boldness he had never experienced in his life. What is there to not dare? He used his last ounce of strength to push off the ground, slowly straightening his broken spine. He raised his head, meeting her fervent gaze, speaking each word clearly and forcefully. If you succeed, I will await your reign over the world. If you fail, I will accompany you to the Yellow Springs. 85. My life is in your hands. If you fall, I will accompany you to the underworld. These 8 words, like 8 rolling thunderclaps, slammed into Situ Dai's heart, which had been frozen by her resolve, instantly stirring up colossal waves. Her body, which had been trembling slightly from forcefully extracting power, miraculously steadied at this moment. She said no more. She just gazed deeply, deeply at Jiang Lue. That gaze transcended the humiliation of the annulled engagement, the unfamiliarity of their first meeting, and the awkwardness of fighting side by side. That gaze seemed to want to forever engrave his current tragic appearance, standing bathed in blood, yet with a spine straighter than the Kunlun Mountains, deep within her soul. Then she resolutely turned around. Her white dress, stained crimson with blood, floated like an immortal, yet carried the tragic grandeur of one who would face death without regret. She came before the constantly beating dragon blood heart, slowly sat down cross-legged. She did not start immediately. Instead, for the last time, she turned her head. Jiang Lue. Her voice no longer held the aloofness that kept people at a distance, nor the decisive tone of issuing a command. It was an unprecedented softness. So soft, like a warm snowflake, fluttering onto his shoulder in the bitter wind of a desperate situation. My life I entrust to you. The moment her words fell, she abruptly closed her eyes. Her jade hand gestured. Buzz. The dragon blood heart, suspended in midair, seemed to receive a supreme summons. Its lava-like radiance instantly intensified 100-fold. A torrent of the most primal dragon blood power, whose grandeur and ferocity were beyond description, transformed into a thick, visible dark red beam of light, like a volcanic lava flow piercing through from ancient times, fiercely pouring into Situ Dai's glabella. Vahi. A muffled groan of extreme pain squeezed out from the depths of Situ Dai's throat. Her delicate body instantly trembled violently, madly. Her exquisitely beautiful face, already pale as paper, instantly flushed crimson. Green veins bulged hideously on her smooth forehead, and dense beads of sweat that had just emerged were instantly vaporized by the terrifying high temperature, turning into wisps of white steam. The exquisite treasure body was operating frantically, yet it also let out a mournful wail, overwhelmed by the terrifying energy impact that could burst any grandmaster. This was the most perilous moment. This was the most vulnerable moment. Jiang Lue gritted his teeth, the metallic taste of blood on his tongue, the only thing he could use to stay conscious at this moment. He dragged his almost severed leg, supporting his broken body with a punctured lung and crushed spine. One step. Another step. Each step left a gruesome footprint, mixed with blood and shredded flesh, on the hard bone ground. He struggled to reach Situ Dai's front. Then he turned around, facing the only entrance, which constantly rumbled and was covered in spider web-like cracks. With his broken, blood-soaked back, he completely shielded the woman behind him, who was struggling on the brink of life and death, from all external killing intent and turmoil. He was like a mountain of flesh and blood, forged from shattered bones and indomitable will. He knew. From this moment on, he was her only shield. He was the only guarantee for her to take that step. He was her heaven. And at the very instant he stood firm. Crack boom. A deafening final explosion, far exceeding all previous sounds, thundered out. The dragon-might barrier, which had struggled to hold on for so long, finally reached its limit under Lin Tianqian's final attack, filled with endless malice. It shattered like a mirror struck by a giant hammer, exploding into countless golden specks of light, dissipating into nothingness. An unrivaled, terrifying pressure belonging to a 2-star grandmaster, like a breached black celestial river, surged in, accompanied by overwhelming killing intent. In the darkness of the cave entrance, An old figure with the stance of a victor stood with hands clasped behind his back, slowly, step by step, entering this core area of the dragon heart. Lin Tianqian's gaze immediately fell upon the constantly beating dragon blood heart, his eyes erupting with uncontrollable greed and ecstasy. Then his gaze shifted to Situ Dai, who was meditating in breakthrough, enveloped in red flames, and to Jiang Lue, who stood before her, swaying precariously like a blood-soaked figure, as if he would collapse completely any second. He was startled at first. Then he understood something. His withered old face instantly twisted into a grotesque smile, full of cruelty and mockery. Hello. He let out a victorious, unbridled laugh, which echoed incessantly in the confined space, full of piercing mockery. What a touching scene. One desperately breaking through, one risking his life to protect. He took a step forward, and the entire space trembled. What a pity. His voice suddenly turned cold, and in his murky old eyes there was only the purest, cruel killing intent, like a cat toying with a mouse. Before this seat, everything is futile. He slowly raised his withered hand, and a destructive star source power, capable of twisting space itself, furiously converged in his palm. Dai. 86. Desperate defense, dragon blood ignites the soul. Dai. These two words, like a bone-chilling wind from the netherworld, echoed in the hollow chest cavity, carrying a final, judgmental meaning. Lin Tianqian's withered old face was contorted by extreme delight and cruelty. He relished this moment. He savored the praise, helpless struggle, and ultimate despair in the face of absolute power. The destructive energy in his raised palm, enough to easily level a mountain, did not immediately unleash. He wanted to take his time. He wanted that little beast, who didn't know his place, to witness with his own eyes how everything he protected, along with himself, was ground into dust, bit by bit. Little beast, your life is 3 points tougher than this old man imagined. Lin Tianqian took a step forward, and the pressure of a grandmaster, like a tangible tide, slammed heavily onto Jiang Lue's crumbling body. But this is where it ends. He didn't even bother to look at Jiang Lue, his gaze greedily falling upon Situ Dai, who was enveloped by the surging power of dragon blood. Let this old man first cripple this ant blocking the way, then I'll properly deal with this favored daughter of Yeaguang Holy Land. Before his words finished, he casually raised his hand, pointed his fingers like a blade, and gently sliced forward. Whoosh! A chi blade only about 3 feet long, as thin as a cicada's wing, yet shimmering with unparalleled sharp, dark golden light, formed out of thin air. Upon the chi blade, wisps of profound law patterns, visible to the naked eye, intertwined. That was the cracking gold law, belonging to a grandmaster. It made no sound, nor did it stir any strong winds. It simply drifted slowly, like a falling leaf, silently slicing towards Jiang Lue's neck. Understated. Yet it contained an irresistible, true meaning of death. However, facing this blade of law, capable of easily severing a mountain peak. In Jiang Lue's eyes, already stained crimson with blood, there was no fear, no despair. Only a pure, ultimate burning madness. You want to touch her? From deep within his throat, he let out a roar that was not human, but more like the primal cry of a dying beast defending its last territory. Step over my corpse. He did not retreat. He didn't even dodge. Under the Grandmaster's law lock, any evasion was a ridiculous futility. He suddenly stepped forward, taking that crucial step. He once again firmly planted his broken body in front of Situ Dai. His chaos divine body within him let out its final, most tragic wail. He forcibly burned his remaining chi and blood, squeezing out the last wisp of chaos power from his dantian and chi si. He raised his arms, already bloody and mangled, with even the bones covered in cracks, and crossed them in front of his chest, fearlessly meeting that seemingly slow, yet ultimately swift blade of death. He intended to use this broken body to contend with a Grandmaster's law. This was the most foolish, yet the only choice he could make. Rip! The cracking gold chi blade finally touched Jiang Lue's blocking arms. There was no earth-shattering roar. Only a grating sound like a hot iron searing into flesh that set teeth on edge. The tough muscles and skin on Jiang Lue's arms in front of that wisp of law power were as fragile as paper, instantly torn and peeled back. Blood like a fountain burst forth wildly. Following that was the bone-chilling creak of his bones, unable to bear the burden. An irresistible immense force surged through his arms and into his body, once again shattering his already broken internal organs to the point of near decay. Bang! He was thrown backward, as if struck head-on by an invisible siege hammer. His body slammed heavily against the hard dragon bone wall behind him, emitting a dull thud. The entire hollow chest cavity violently shook. A large mouthful of black blood, mixed with fragments of his organs, which seemed to nearly cough out his entire lung, gushed out. Jiang Lue's consciousness at this moment completely plunged into darkness. However, even when he was blown away, even when his consciousness was blurry, his feet, like two red-hot steel nails hammered into the ground by immense force, remained firmly planted in front of Situ Dai, not retreating a single step. His body slid down the bone wall, finally stopping in a half-kneeling posture. His head drooped limply. His breath was extremely faint, as if it could extinguish at any moment. But he, after all, did not fall. With his shattered flesh and bones, he built an insurmountable wall for the woman behind him. The look of amusement on Lin Tianqian's face, for the first time, completely froze. A hint of incredible surprise flashed in his cloudy old eyes. He was very clear about the power of his attack. Let alone a half-step grandmaster, even a true grandmaster, if caught off guard, would definitely be severely wounded. Yet this little beast actually endured it, and did not retreat a single step. This will, this bravery, made him feel a trace of trepidation. Immediately, this trepidation transformed into an even more intense, more venomous killing intent. This child must not be allowed to live. Good, very good. Lin Tianqian's withered face became distorted due to extreme anger and murderous intent. Since you are so eager to die, this old man will grant your wish. He no longer held back. Boom! A powerful grandmaster pressure, far exceeding the previous one, erupted from his body. Centered on him, a dark golden domain instantly unfolded, enveloping the space within 100 meters. Within this domain, he was the sole god. He slowly raised his hand, preparing to unleash his strongest killing move, to completely obliterate these two things that didn't know their place, along with this space. However, just at this critical moment, this final instant when death was about to descend, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Buzz! A terrifying aura, utterly out of place with this space, intensely cold and intensely noble, surged without warning from Situ Dai, who was sitting cross-legged. The temperature of the entire dragon skeleton's chest cavity suddenly dropped to freezing point. In the air, countless tiny ice crystals condensed out of thin air, swirling and dancing. They seemed to be summoned by some supreme will, gathering wildly behind Situ Dai. A phantom of an ice crystal phoenix, entirely composed of the purest profound ice, with pale white cold flames burning on its feathers, so noble it seemed not of this world, slowly condensed behind her, spreading its wings that covered the sky and obscured the sun. The next second, chirp! The ice crystal phoenix suddenly raised its head and let out a clear, high-pitched phoenix cry, as if it could pierce through the 9 heavens. This phoenix cry was no longer just a simple sound wave. Instead, it contained a new, overwhelmingly powerful Grandmaster Law power, capable of freezing all things. This sudden impact of law, like the most violent cold current, fiercely crashed into Lin Tianqian's newly unfolded cracking gold domain. Bang! A muffled sound. Lin Tianqian's dark golden Grandmaster domain was actually forced back several feet by this new law power. His prepared thunderous killing move was also forcibly interrupted by this impact. Lin Tianqian's distorted old face, for the first time, showed a complex expression of solemnity and greed intertwined. 87. The ice phoenix descends upon the world, bringing a 100-fold return. That clear and high-pitched phoenix cry did not come from Situ Dai's mouth, but directly resounded deep within the souls of Lin Tianqian and Jiang Lue. Lin Tianqian's ferocious old face, for the first time, completely froze. He saw it. He saw Situ Dai suddenly open her eyes. Those were no longer the eyes of a human. Deep within those cold pupils, an endless Arctic ice plain seemed to be reflected, with a lifelike, majestic ice phoenix spreading its wings, circling and dancing within it. An absolute majesty, stemming from a leap in life level, exploded outwards. At the same time, within Situ Dai's spiritual sea of consciousness, which outsiders could not perceive, a magnificent throne, constructed entirely of 10,000-year profound ice and carved with countless phoenix totems, finally coalesced with a rumble, after enduring the violent Chinese letter of the dragon blood heart and the extreme compression of her own exquisite treasure body. Ice Phoenix Throne. King Realm achieved. A new Grandmaster expert was thus born in this desperate situation. Situ Dai slowly rose. The blood-stained white dress she wore moved without wind, and countless ice crystals surrounded her, purifying all the bloodstains and dust. She once again regained her pure and holy demeanor, but within that coolness, there was an added supreme majesty, one of wielding life and death. Lin Tianqian. 3 words uttered from her mouth. The voice was not loud, but it was like three sharpest ice blades, fiercely piercing into the opponent's ears. Before her words even finished, she had already attacked with ferocity. Situ Dai merely waved her bare hand in the air. Om! The temperature of the entire space plummeted again, like a cliff. Hundreds of sharp ice cones, 3 meters long, appeared out of thin air. Each ice cone was wrapped in a pale white chill, visible to the naked eye, belonging to the Ice Phoenix Law. Its power was more than 10 times stronger than her previous full-strength attack. Go! Whoosh 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 whoosh. The sky full of ice cones transformed into a storm of death, capable of instantly piercing a mountain into a sieve, sweeping over Lin Tianqian. HMPH. Facing this world-destroying strike, the astonishment on Lin Tianqian's face quickly turned into an even more intense sneer and cruelty. A mere child who just advanced dares to be presumptuous in front of this old man. He roared, advancing instead of retreating. Break for this old man. The power of the cracking gold law within him surged wildly, and a dark golden giant shield carved with a ferocious beast head instantly coalesced in front of him. Bang 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 bang. Countless ice cones, like a torrential storm, fiercely slammed onto the dark golden giant shield, erupting in deafening, dense roars. The violent cold and sharp golden light furiously collided and annihilated each other, the resulting air currents sweeping away all the remaining dragon fiend beast carcasses, which crashed against the wall and turned into dust. However, that giant shield remained as steady as a mountain, unmoving. The next second, Lin Tianqian sneered, pushing his palm forward fiercely. Boom! The dark golden giant shield exploded with a roar, turning into an even more violent shockwave that rolled back. The protective ice shield that Situ Dai had condensed in front of her shattered inch by inch under this impact, like thin paper. She was shaken back 7 or 8 steps, each step leaving a deep imprint on the hard bone-like ground, before she could barely stabilize herself. A surge of churning blood was forcibly swallowed back by her. The difference in strength was immediately apparent. The application of laws is not child's play. Lin Tianqian took a step, his figure instantly closing in, and struck out with a palm, the palm wind filled with the domineering and seasoned power of the cracking gold law. Situ Dai's expression tightened, and she hastily waved her hand to condense an ice wall to block. Boom! The ice wall shattered in response. The two instantly engaged in battle. But Situ Dai was completely suppressed. Although she had advanced to Grandmaster Expert, her depth of understanding of laws and her combat experience, honed in mountains of corpses and seas of blood, were vastly different from Lin Tianqian, and veteran Grandmaster Expert. Each of his attacks precisely landed on the weak points of her law operation, forcing her into a frantic state, only able to defend clumsily. In just a dozen breaths of combat, she was already in precarious situations. A deep sense of urgency and powerlessness surged into her heart. She was still too weak. Looking at Situ Dai, who was once again in a perilous situation, the man who had just blocked everything for her was still kneeling on the ground, his life unknown. A piercing pain made her almost go mad. And just as Situ Dai was burning with anxiety at this moment, Jiang Lue, who was half kneeling in front of the bone wall, his aura so faint that it was almost extinguished, his consciousness was suddenly pulled by an irresistible, unimaginably vast force. The darkness and intense pain before his eyes instantly vanished. His entire soul seemed to have been cast into an boundless, peculiar space filled with chaotic currents. And at this moment, a voice that had been silent for a long time, yet was incredibly familiar, like the first thunder before the creation of heaven and earth, like the first grand bell during the Big Bang, boomed in this chaotic space. Ding! Detected host's bonded person Situ Dai has advanced to King Realm Grandmaster Expert, triggering hundredfold return. This cold, emotionless system prompt at this moment was like the most beautiful, most melodious sound in the world. Jiang Lue's almost dissipated consciousness suddenly vibrated. Immediately after, that grand voice, like a divine oracle from the 9 heavens, descended continuously and wildly. Congratulations, host, you have obtained King Realm Grandmaster Expert, Consummate Cultivation Insight. Congratulations, host, you have obtained hundredfold purified Ice Phoenix Law Origin. Congratulations, host, you have obtained hundredfold purified Ancient Dragon Blood Origin. Boom! It was as if the entire universe's star rivers had found an outlet for their release at this instant. A terrifying torrent of energy, so vast and boundless that it could burst a small world, indescribable by any words. Law insights so profound and complex that they could instantly immerse any peak Grandmaster Expert. Like the Milky Way pouring down from the 9 heavens, like ancient volcanoes erupting. Wildly, savagely, and unreasonably, it surged into Jiang Lue's already shattered body, and into his already dry and withered spiritual sea of consciousness. The next instant, Jiang Lue's entire body, along with the space he was in, was completely submerged by a pure chaotic light, so intense that it was impossible to look at directly. An unprecedented, world-destroying transformation had begun. 88. Throne of Chaos, God King descends. The cold, emotionless system prompt was like a nascent sun cast into the depths of Jiang Lue's consciousness, which was on the verge of complete extinction. Boom! An unimaginable, vast, and boundless torrent of energy, enough to burst a small world, instantly descended. Along with it surged the immense and profound understanding of laws, belonging to the Grandmaster Realm's pinnacle. That cultivation barrier, which stood between Jiang Lue and the Grandmaster Realm, a barrier that could trap countless prodigies for a lifetime, requiring painstaking effort and supreme fortuitous encounters to break through. At this moment, it was not even a thin sheet of paper. It didn't even qualify to be called an obstacle. That torrent of energy, refined to the extreme and returned 100-fold, merely rippled gently. Plop! A faint, almost inaudible sound, like a bursting bubble. The barrier shattered. Without the slightest hindrance, without any difficulty. Jiang Lue's cultivation, in the most brutal and unreasonable manner, forcefully stepped into the king's realm, a realm countless martial artists yearned for. Immediately after, the 100-fold purified ancient dragon blood origin power, like the first life-giving spring at the dawn of creation, surged and flowed through his already battered limbs and bones. It was a divine reshaping. The blood hole in his back, pierced by a poisoned dagger, and the black, toxic blood, instantly purified and evaporated like snow meeting the blazing sun the moment they touched this origin power, leaving not a trace. New flesh and blood, rapidly regenerated and healed at a visible speed. The horrifying wound on his back, where the beast's claw had torn his flesh to a bloody mess and even dislocated his spine, was washed by the dragon blood origin power. The shattered bones dissolved and were recast, the severed meridians reconnected and strengthened. A layer of dead skin, tinged with faint scabs, flaked off him, revealing new skin that was as flawless as a newborn baby's, yet brimming with explosive power. Even the overbearing cracking gold law injury left in his body by Lin Tianqian, in the face of this higher-level power, was like a subject encountering their monarch. It whimpered once, then was completely assimilated and absorbed, turning into Jiang Lue's own nourishment. Rebirth. This was a complete, inside-out divine rebirth. At the same time, within Jiang Lue's spiritual sea of consciousness, an even more magnificent, creation-like upheaval was unfolding. In the center of that vast sea of consciousness, that most primordial wisp of chaos chi, as if existing since before the heavens and earth were separated, violently trembled. The 100-fold purified ice phoenix law origin transformed into a sacred phoenix, crystalline throughout and burning with pale white cold flames, emitting a clear phoenix cry as it circled down. The 100-fold purified ancient dragon blood origin, on the other hand, transformed into an ancient divine dragon, crimson gold throughout with ancient DR a G-O-N Chinese letter imprinted on its scales, letting out a soul-shaking dragon roar as it charged forth. One dragon, one phoenix. The two primordial divine beings, representing two ultimate laws, did not fight each other. With an innate reverence and submission, they slowly coiled around that most core wisp of chaos chi. They were jointly constructing an unprecedented throne, with chaos as its foundation, with the ice phoenix as its left armrest, with the divine dragon as its right armrest. Boom! The moment the last wisp of law thread was woven, a throne, whose grandeur and immensity defied all description, solidified and took shape in the center of Jiang Lue's sea of consciousness. It was not like metal, not like ice crystal, nor like flesh and blood. It seemed to be woven from endless swirling nebulae and the most ancient threads of law. On the throne's surface, stars were constantly born and died, worlds flourished and withered. It was profound, ancient, all-encompassing, as if it transcended all the myriad paths of the heavens. Chaos Throne. The instant this throne took shape. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire dragon blood secret realm, without any warning, began to tremble violently. The colossal ancient sub-dragon skeleton, which had lain there for untold millennia, actually emitted a soft golden light throughout its body, letting out a series of low hums filled with submission and reverence. As if ancient knights, slumbering for eons, were prostrating themselves before their supreme monarch. Outside, Jiang Lue slowly opened his eyes. In his vision, the world had changed. Mountain walls were no longer mountain walls, skeletons were no longer skeletons. All matter shed its outer shell, revealing its innermost essence, composed of countless colorful, interwoven threads of law. And Lin Tianqian's proud cracking gold domain in his eyes appeared so crude, simple, and vulnerable. The so-called cracking gold law was like a child, using the lowest quality ink to haphazardly scribble flawed, ugly lines on a perfect canvas. Jiang Lue slowly stood up. All his injuries had vanished without a trace. The tattered clothes he wore were instantly vibrated into dust by an invisible aura the moment he stood up, revealing his perfect physique with smooth lines and a sense of powerful beauty. His aura showed no hint of sharpness. Instead, it was as profound as an abyss, as solid as a mountain, deep as a chasm, firm as a peak. He simply stood there quietly. Yet it was as if he had replaced the dragon Bloodheart, becoming the absolute center of this world. He was the sole rule. Lin Tianqian and Situ Dai, who were in fierce combat, stopped all their movements almost simultaneously. Their bodies, as if under a freezing spell, stiffened in place. They felt it. They felt a terrifying pressure, originating from the deepest part of their lives, from the very bottom of their souls, which they could not comprehend or resist. It was not a suppression of power. It was an absolute crushing in terms of life level. Like mortals gazing up at gods. Lin Tianqian's old face, previously contorted in a sneer, completely froze. He stiffly and slowly turned his head to look at the young man he had just regarded as an ant. Situ Dai's exquisite face, flushed from the strenuous battle, instantly turned pale. She too, uncontrollably cast her gaze towards the figure who had risked his life to protect her not long ago. Then, they saw. They saw what kind of eyes they were. In those eyes there was no anger, no killing intent, no hint of emotional fluctuation. Only a pure, indifferent absolute calm, like a god looking down on mortal ants. But it was this very calmness that instantly froze all the blood in Lin Tianqian, this veteran grandmaster. His soul was frantically, hysterically, trembling and screaming. 89. The might of a grandmaster, an enemy annihilated with a single finger. No. Impossible. What kind of aura is this? Lin Tianqian's old face, twisted with the certainty of victory, completely froze in an instant. He couldn't feel it anymore. He couldn't feel his proud cracking gold law anymore. No, more precisely, his indestructible cracking gold throne was now letting out a series of mournful wails, like a dying beast, within his own spiritual sea of consciousness. It was trembling. It was afraid. It was paying the most humble, law-level tribute of surrender to the godlike young man who had just stood up. An indescribable, bone-chilling coldness, like a waking venomous snake, instantly shot through Lin Tianqian's entire body from his tailbone. Every pore on his body contracted wildly, and every single hair stood on end from extreme fear. His proud grandmaster's aura, in front of the opponent's vast and profound aura, which was like an abyss, was as fragile as a speck of dust in a strong wind, instantly scattered without a trace. Who exactly are you? He let out a terrified, completely distorted shriek, like a gander whose neck had been squeezed. In that voice, there was no longer a shred of a grandmaster's composure or dignity, only the purest, most primal, boundless fear of facing a natural enemy. Jiang Lue's eyes slowly turned. There was not a ripple in those eyes. They were as calm as the unchanging, chaotic void of eternity. His gaze finally fell on Lin Tianqian. That look carried no hint of emotion, no trace of killing intent. It was the pure indifference unique to a deity looking down upon an ant making a racket at its feet. Then he parted his thin lips slightly. Noisy. 2 words plain and simple, without any tonal fluctuation. Yet they were like 2 giant hammers, imbued with the heaviest power in heaven and earth, smashing down fiercely upon Lin Tianqian's soul. Boom! Lin Tianqian only felt as if his head had been directly hit by a star. His sea of consciousness churned, and the cracks on his law throne instantly widened by several points. This extreme disregard, this contempt that treated him as dust, instantly ignited the last bit of madness in his heart, suppressed by fear. Lin Tianqian let out a hysterical, frenzied roar. He could not accept it. He could not accept that he, a seasoned grandmaster with decades of renown, would be pushed to the brink of collapse by a mere glance and a single word from a young punk. Little beast, I don't care what demonic art you used. His eyes instantly filled with hideous bloodshot veins, and his entire face turned a terrifying purplish red. Even if you really became a grandmaster today, you must die by my hand. He suddenly slapped his chest, and a large mouthful of vital blood mixed with lifespin, transformed into a blood mist, gushed out. The blood mist did not dissipate, but was instantly absorbed by the faintly visible cracking gold throne in front of him. Buzz! The cracking gold throne, having absorbed its master's vital blood and lifespan, erupted with its most brilliant and final dark gold radiance. Lin Tianqian's entire aura surged wildly in a self-destructive manner. He poured all his lifelong cultivation, all the power gained from burning his vital blood, and all his understanding of the cracking gold law into this final and strongest strike. Cracking gold shattering void slash. He raised his hands high above his head, joined them together, transforming them into a divine blade that could cleave heaven and earth, and mercilessly brought it down upon Jiang Lue's head. Tier. 100-meter-long, solid dark gold light blade, as real as a true blade, instantly formed. Upon that light blade, the power of laws boiled, and its sharp edge even cut visible, fine black cracks into the surrounding space. This strike was enough to sever mountains. This strike was enough to tear the firmament. This strike was Lin Tianqian's strongest, an all-in gamble. However, facing this world-destroying slash, which would make any grandmaster of the same rank change color, Jiang Lue's expression remained unchanged. He merely calmly raised his right hand. Then he extended a fair, slender, clearly jointed index finger, perfect as a work of art. Just like that, he pointed remotely midair, at the terrifying blade light tearing through the void. There was no earth-shattering momentum. No unusual phenomena of boiling laws. Only a seemingly plain, grayish, chaotic finger force, as if it could dissipate at any moment, silently flew out from his fingertip. That wisp of finger force flew very slowly. So slowly that Situ Dai, who was nearby, could clearly see its trajectory. Time at this moment seemed to be infinitely stretched. Situ Dai's majestic and cold eyes, which had just condensed the ice phoenix aspect, instantly contracted to the size of a dangerous pinprick. In the depths of her pupils, the world-destroying dark gold blade light was reflected, as was the seemingly fragile gray finger force. Then, under Situ Dai's gaze, which was so utterly shocked that her mind went blank, the two finally met. There was no explosion. No roar. Not even the slightest sound. That overbearing cracking gold blade light, capable of tearing space, upon contact with the wisp of gray finger force, was like the first snowflake in the sun. Silently, it melted away. Yes, it melted. Starting from the very front of the blade light, the brilliant dark gold radiance, along with the cracking gold law attached to it, was decomposed, erased, and reduced to its most primitive void energy particles, layer by layer. Next, it was the protective treasure armor on Lin Tianqian's body, which was capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a grandmaster. It didn't even have time to emit a single ray of light before it quietly turned into the finest dust, like a sand sculpture weathered for 10,000 years. And then it was his proud grandmaster's body. The wisp of gray finger force, its momentum undiminished, still slowly touched his glabella. Lin Tianqian's frantic, ferocious, and resolute expression completely froze. It was replaced by an endless, incomprehensible blankness and fear. He wanted to scream, but he found that he couldn't make any sound. He wanted to struggle, but he found that his body no longer belonged to him. His skin, his flesh, his bones, his internal organs, all were completely decomposed and erased by the erosion of that chaotic finger force from the most fundamental law level. Without even a single scream. Without even a single drop of blood. This seasoned grandmaster, renowned for decades and shaking a region, along with his cracking gold throne burning with its last radiance, just like that, in front of Situ Dai's eyes, turned into flying ash. Carried away by the wind. Both form and spirit annihilated. Having done all this, Jiang Lue slowly withdrew his finger. His cold and indifferent eyes gently turned, sweeping towards the three men in black from the Lin family at the cave entrance, who had long been scared out of their wits by this scene and were trembling like sieves. He didn't even intend to make another move. The chaotic divine might contained in those eyes, like an invisible mental storm, instantly crushed the sea of consciousness of all three. Puff, puff, puff. The three peak grandmasters suddenly stiffened, and foul black blood simultaneously gushed from all 7 orifices. Their eyes instantly lost all their luster, turning into a dead gray. Their minds and spirits were annihilated. They died on the spot. Inside the enormous dragon's ribcage, an absolute deathly silence instantly fell. All the previous roars, screams, and battles seemed like a distant and unreal dream. The world lost all sound. Only that towering figure, standing like an unmoving mountain, as if it had existed since ancient times, remained. And Situ Dai's beautiful face, completely stunned by extreme shock and disbelief. 90. As the iceberg melts, feelings begin to blossom. Silence. When the last man in black fell straight down, his face filled with terror and incomprehension, the dragon's ribcage, which had imprisoned countless malevolent energies and roars, plunged into an absolute, heart-palpitating silence. The terrifying pressure from the chaos, powerful enough to distort space and make all things submit, slowly receded like a retreating tide. It returned to that tall and upright body. Jiang Lue's taut back finally relaxed imperceptibly. His chest gently rose and fell, as he exhaled a long, turbid breath with a faint scent of blood. The chaotic light in the depths of his indifferent eyes, which seemed to contain the birth and death of stars and the rise and fall of myriad Taos, gradually faded, finally revealing a deep, human weariness. The divine and demonic aura, which had transcended heaven and earth, also softened, allowing him to transform back into the flesh and blood youth he was. However, he still stood there, like a towering mountain, as if what he stood on was not shattered dragon bones, but the entire world. Situ Dai stood there in a daze. She was like an ice sculpture from which the soul had been drawn, motionless. In her world there was no sound, no light or shadow, and even no passage of time. Only two scenes frantically and alternately flashed in her mind, which had gone blank due to extreme shock. One was bloody. A figure bathed in blood, his back a bloody mess from beast claws, his heart pierced mercilessly by a sharp blade. That figure, tottering, used the most resolute posture to shield her from all the death and storms of the world. The other was gray. A figure with clothes stripped away, a body as perfect as if cast by a god, and an unfathomable aura. That figure simply and calmly extended a single finger. Then an old master who had been famous for decades and wielded the cracking gold law, along with his law throne burning with its last light, was silently and completely erased from this world. One was a mortal who protected her. The other was a god who judged all living beings. These two utterly different, yet equally profoundly impactful figures, chased and collided in her chaotic mind. Finally, they slowly overlapped. Boom! Situ Dai felt as if her heart had been struck hard by an invisible giant hammer. That indestructible Tao heart, which had been frozen for 20 years since her birth by the coldness of the exquisite treasure body and the strictures of the Yaoguang Holy Land. That cold heart, which had never shown the slightest ripple even in the face of life and death. At this moment, it was completely submerged by an unprecedented, scorching warmth, hot enough to melt 10,000 years of profound ice. That warmth was called emotion. It was called palpitation. It was a fatal attraction that even she herself could not comprehend, yet could not resist. Crack! That frozen heart lay cracked open. This time it was no longer a tiny fissure, but like a great river frozen in winter, suddenly thawing with a roar, never to be restored. Her ice phoenix eyes, which had become majestic and awe-inspiring due to her advancement to master, were now uncontrollably veiled with a misty film of water. Her exquisite face, flushed from the intense battle, was now tinged with an even more captivating and intoxicating blush. Her body reacted before her reason. She took a step. Her lotus-like steps moved lightly. In this battlefield of corpses, filled with the scent of blood and death, for the first time in her life, she actively walked towards a man. Her steps were very light. So light that they were almost inaudible. Yet they carried a hint of shyness and hesitation that even she had not noticed. Jiang Lue noticed her approach. He turned his head, and a trace of surprise flashed in his now clear eyes. Then he saw the Yaoguang saintess, who always kept people at 1,000 miles distance, lowering her head and walking step by step to stand before him. The distance between them was but a mere inch. Jiang Lue could even clearly smell the unique, cool scent emanating from her, a mixture of her natural body fragrance and the ice phoenix law. He looked at her, saying nothing. Situ Dai also said nothing. She merely raised her head, her eyes bright as stars, quickly glanced at him, then swiftly lowered them again, like a startled deer. She extended her hand. That hand was slender, fair, and perfectly sculpted as if from the finest suet white jade. Under Jiang Lue's slightly puzzled gaze, Situ Dai used her snow-white sleeve, still carrying her body temperature, to gently, and with utmost care wipe away the trace of dried blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. Her movement was as soft as a feather's touch, so gentle that it made her feel a sense of unfamiliarity and unease. After doing all this, she seemed to have used up all her strength. You! She spoke. Her voice no longer held the coldness and majesty of the Yaoguang saintess, nor the decisiveness and sharpness of facing a formidable enemy. It was a soft whisper, barely audible, with an imperceptible tremor and concern, full of tenderness. Are you all right? These simple 3 words, however, seemed to possess a strange magic, making this dragon's lair, filled with death and slaughter, bloom with the warmth of spring in that instant. Jiang Lue's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. He looked at the woman before him, her eyelids lowered, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, her cheeks flushed so red they seemed about to drip water. For a moment he was lost in thought. Neither of them spoke again. The small space once again fell silent. But this time, the silence was no longer the stillness of death. Instead, it was a subtle, ambiguous tranquility that allowed them to clearly hear each other's heartbeats. Time at this moment seemed to stretch indefinitely. A long time passed. Situ Dai finally seemed to have made some kind of decision. She suddenly raised her head, her brilliant eyes, which seemed to reflect the entire starry sky, for the first time, looked directly into Jiang Lue's eyes with unprecedented determination. In her gaze there was shock, gratitude, and shyness. But more than that, there was a fundamental question that overturned all her understanding, a question for which she absolutely needed an answer. Jiang Lue. Her voice was still soft, but it carried an unprecedented solemnity. Why? She paused, seemingly searching for the most accurate word. Finally, in an almost dreamlike tone, she asked the question that was enough to shake her entire worldview. When I was breaking through you, also. 91. Nighttime talk on the way home, the ultimate question. That soft, almost imperceptibly trembling question, like an invisible needle, precisely pierced the core and most inexplicable secret between them. When I broke through you, also. Jiang Lue stopped. They had already walked out of the secret realm filled with death and dragon's might. Above them was the boundless night sky, starlight like diamonds, scattered across this ancient wilderness path leading to Rong City. The cool evening breeze, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees, dispersed the last trace of blood. The tranquility after surviving a disaster should have brought peace of mind. But Situ Dai's question made this tranquility taut like a bowstring, filled with an invisible tension. Jiang Lue did not answer immediately. He turned around and faced her. Under the bright starlight, he could clearly see that her cold phoenix eyes were no longer a frozen lake, but a surging vortex of endless confusion and inquiry. It was the most fundamental bewilderment, one that had overturned her 20 years of martial arts understanding. She needed an answer sufficient to support her Tao heart, which had just cracked open for him, to continue opening for him. Jiang Lue's silence caused Situ Dai's heart to sink, bit by bit. Her eyes, which had just gathered all their courage to look at him directly, unconsciously lowered slightly, her long eyelashes casting two dim shadows under the cold moonlight. She even began to regret her questioning. Perhaps some secrets were never meant to be touched. But just as the surging emotion in her heart was about to be recovered by the chill of reason, Jiang Lue spoke. His voice was calm, deep, like the night at the end of this ancient path. Miss Situ. He did not answer her question, but instead asked a seemingly unrelated one. Do you believe that in this world, there exist destiny and ancient inheritances that transcend common sense? Situ Dai was completely stunned. Destiny. Ancient inheritances. These two words for any martial artist were too ethereal, more like legends fabricated by storytellers. But she was the Yaoguang saintess. She knew better than anyone that the vast ancient texts and secret scrolls of the Yaoguang Holy Land, indeed, contained some fragmented myths about distant eras, about those long since lost in the river of time. Those myths described a glorious era beyond mortal imagination, where gods and demons coexisted and laws manifested. It was just too distant. So distant that even the most learned grand elders in the Holy Land regarded them only as imprints of civilization, not as true history. But now, Jiang Lue asked it with an incredibly solemn tone. As if the destiny and inheritance in his mouth were not legends, but a reality he had personally witnessed, tangible and within reach. Situ Dai did not answer immediately. She looked up, gazing at Jiang Lue again. She tried to find the slightest hint of a joke or a test in his deep eyes. But she failed. She only saw calmness. An undeniable calmness, as if it had borne the weight of eons. After a long while, Situ Dai slowly nodded, her voice carrying a trace of uncertainty. The Holy Land's ancient texts indeed have records. But those are just legends. No. Jiang Lue shook his head, denying it decisively. That is not a legend. He looked at her, and in the depths of his eyes, chaotic currents seemed to slowly flow, swallowing the surrounding starlight. What I cultivate is not a cultivation method in the mundane sense. His voice became deep and distant, as if recounting an ancient epic completely sealed by time. It is more like a covenant. A fated bond, destined long before we were born, even before our ancestors set foot on this land. These words completely overturned Situ Dai's understanding. She opened her mouth, wanting to retort, but found her throat so dry that she couldn't utter a single word. Because she couldn't think of any reason to refute. Aside from this absurd explanation, She couldn't conceive of any other possibility that could explain everything that had happened. Why could he contend with a grandmaster? Why could he, on the verge of death, also break through at the exact moment she did? Why could a single finger from him completely obliterate an experienced grandmaster, along with his law throne? All of this had long surpassed the scope that could be encompassed by the word genius. Jiang Lue didn't give her much time to think. He continued, each word like a heavy cornerstone, building a magnificent worldview in her chaotic sea of consciousness, one that made her tremble with awe. This covenant has a name. His gaze, burning, locked onto Situ Dai's face, which appeared even paler and more beautiful due to her shock. It is called. Jiang Lue's voice paused. He spoke each word distinctly, as if these few words possessed supreme power to pierce through time and space. The Chaos Dao Embryo Symbiotic Pact. Boom! These 7 words, like a thunderclap that split heaven and earth, struck fiercely into Situ Dai's spiritual sea of consciousness, causing her newly formed Ice Phoenix throne to tremble violently. Chaos. Dao Embryo. Symbiotic. Each word contained an ancient and vast aura that she couldn't comprehend, yet instinctively felt awe towards. This covenant. Situ Dai's voice, due to extreme shock, became somewhat fragmented. Jiang Lue looked at her, and continued to unveil this tip of the iceberg with his steady and distant voice. This covenant has existed since the birth of the universe. Its sole purpose is to find 2 types of the most special physiques, 1 in a billion, to serve as its hosts in the endless river of time. 92. The primordial Dao embryo, the secret of symbiosis. 1 is the chaos divine body, the origin of all Daos encompassing everything. Jiang Lue's voice was not loud, in fact it was calm. Yet these 10 words were like 10 primordial divine mountains, crashing down from the 9 heavens, fiercely striking into Situ Dai's chaotic sea of consciousness. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. The color drained from her beautiful face, which had turned ashen from shock. Chaos divine body. That which only existed in the oldest, most tattered solitary scrolls of Yaoguang Holy Land, regarded by successive holy lords as a mythical legend, the number 1 physique of all ages. It actually, truly existed. And it was right before her eyes. Jiang Lue ignored her almost collapsing worldview. His deep gaze seemed to penetrate the boundless night, looking towards a more distant, unknown ancient time and space. He continued in his profound and solemn tone, revealing the second corner of this world-shaking secret to her. The second is the exquisite treasure body, the key to all methods, analyzing everything. Boom! If the previous sentence was a divine mountain crashing, then this sentence was a chaotic divine thunderbolt, splitting heaven and earth, striking directly onto the Ice Phoenix throne that Situ Dai had just condensed. She staggered back a step, as if struck by lightning. For the first time, an unconcealed, immense shock and bewilderment appeared in her cold phoenix eyes. Chaos and exquisite. Tool and key. Beginning and end. These 2 ultimate physiques, rumored to be interdependent yet never confirmed by anyone, had appeared in the same era, in the same place, and on both of them. This could no longer be explained by mere coincidence. This was destiny. A mythical chapter that spanned endless epochs, long since written and irresistible. This secret technique, or rather this contract, originates from an ancient epic long since completely submerged by the river of time, untraceable. Jiang Lue's voice pulled Situ Dai's almost collapsing thoughts back. Its existence has only one purpose: to cultivate the ultimate powerhouse capable of responding to the ultimate cosmic calamity. Jiang Lue cleverly substituted the existence of the system with a grander and more convincing concept. Once the contract is activated between the 2 hosts, our destinies, fates, and even our martial paths will be completely intertwined, sharing honor and disgrace, life and death. Situ Dai listened blankly. Her brain had completely given up on thinking. Because every word Jiang Lue spoke was like a perfectly interlocking puzzle piece, perfectly completing all the inexplicable and peculiar aspects of her past 20 years of life. So, Jiang Lue's gaze finally retracted from the distant void and fell back upon her. Your breakthrough will trigger the deepest, Dao mark resonance. This resonance, through the contract, will feed back to me in a way neither of us currently understands, granting me enhancements far beyond common sense. And my existence. Jiang Lue paused. He looked at her eyes, which were fluctuating intensely due to his words, and his voice unconsciously softened a few shades. The chaotic aura on me can soothe the overly sensitive perception of your exquisite treasure body, bringing true peace to your Dao heart, which is constantly being bombarded by the chaotic information of heaven and earth. Peace. These 2 words, like a warm current, instantly struck the softest and most private part of Situ Dai's heart. She suddenly remembered. In the cave of the Dragon Blood Secret Realm, when she was completely overwhelmed by Lin Tianqian's killing intent and despair, it was this man's proximity that miraculously calmed her restless heart. Even earlier, in the woods of Rong City Martial Arts University, after he appeared, the noise from the entire world that had always bothered and fatigued her had quietly vanished. So that wasn't an illusion. So that inexplicable sense of security and peace, which she herself couldn't understand, actually originated from this. This explanation was too perfect. So perfect that she couldn't find any loophole to question it. It explained all her special feelings. It also explained all the miracles on this man before her that defied common sense. The last trace of doubt in Situ Dai's heart melted away like ice and snow under the scorching sun. In its place was an unprecedented feeling, a mix of shock, realization, and a sense of destiny named, "So that's how it is." Seeing her expression gradually calm down, Jiang Lue knew that she had believed him 7/10 of the way. However, the expression on his face did not relax in the slightest. Instead, it became more solemn than ever. "But this matter, only heaven and earth know, you know and I know." His voice suddenly turned cold, like two 10,000-year-old pieces of profound ice rubbing against each other. Every word carried a bone-chilling coldness and warning. "Once exposed, you and I will immediately become the most perfect, walking divine medicine in the eyes of all powerhouses in this world. At that time, we will face the covetousness and pursuit of the entire world. We will surely be enemies of the world, never to recover." He spoke the four words, "never to recover," with extreme emphasis. The chilling, killing aura seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Situ Dai's heart, which had just calmed down, was once again fiercely clenched. She was not a hothouse flower. She knew very well what kind of world-ending storm would be unleashed once this secret was revealed. By then, let alone the Lin family, even Yaoguang Holy Land, or even those ancient existences hidden from the world, would swarm like sharks smelling blood, tearing the two of them to shreds and devouring them completely. Seeing her face instantly turn pale, the coldness and solemnity in Jiang Lue's eyes slowly transformed into a deep, heartfelt apology. "It was not my intention to deceive you." His voice softened again, carrying a hint of guilt that he himself hadn't noticed. "It's just that this matter is too far-reaching, and my current strength is far from enough to protect this secret." He paused, looking at her with burning eyes, and said each word distinctly. "And far from enough to protect you. To protect you." These three words, light as a feather, yet heavy as a mountain, struck Situ Dai's heart fiercely. Her heart, which had just been frozen by the coldness of never to recover, was once again shattered by this sudden, scorching warm current. She looked at him, looking at his sincere, frank eyes, full of apology, yet containing an undeniable resolve. She suddenly understood. He wasn't deceiving her. He was protecting her in his own way. Jiang Lue took a step forward. The distance between them narrowed again. He looked into her eyes and, with an extremely solemn, even slightly pleading tone, made the first truly meaningful promise of his life. "Situ Dai, please give me some more time. When I possess enough strength to hold up a sky for us, I will reveal all the details of the inheritance to you, without reservation." He finished speaking. The explanation had been given. The promise had been made. He had laid bare his weaknesses, his secrets, and his future before her. He had transformed their fate, which was already bound by destiny, into a multiple-choice question, solemnly placing it in her hands. Would she choose to dig for answers, forcing him to hand over the inheritance that could bring about world-ending disaster? Or would she choose to trust this man before her, who had shed all his blood for her and was now willing to hold up a sky for her? The night wind blew. It stirred the black hair on his forehead and ruffled her snow-white dress. Jiang Lue said nothing more, just quietly waited for her judgment with eyes full of sincerity and anticipation. The entire world seemed to fall silent. Only the chirping of insects in the wilderness remained. And Situ Dai's heart, beating wildly, almost leaping out of her chest. 93. I believe you, a choice of trust. The night wind swept across the wilderness. Carrying the scent of fresh grass and the fragrance of earth, it ruffled Jiang Lue's dark hair and lifted Situ Dai's snow-white dress. At this moment, the world was so quiet that only the sound of the wind remained, and the clearly audible heartbeats of the two. Situ Dai lowered her head. Her phoenix eyes, which had been cool and clear for 20 years, were now a chaotic mess. Chaos Dao embryo. Exquisite treasure body. Symbiotic contract. An enemy to the world. Every word Jiang Lue spoke was like a meteor flying from outside the sky, smashing her solid worldview, built over the past 20 years, into pieces and ruins. Reason screamed at her frantically. All of this was too absurd. Too unbelievable. It was like a mythical story that only a 3-year-old child would believe, full of unprovable, ethereal fantasies. But her heart, her intuition, and the deepest instinct of her exquisite treasure body were telling her a completely different answer. Trust him. Trust this man in front of her. In her mind, scenes from the Dragon Blood secret realm flashed uncontrollably. That resolute back, bravely blocking the Grandmaster's chi blade with his flesh and blood arms. That bloody mountain, using its broken body to shield her from all storms during her breakthrough. That man kneeling on the ground, his consciousness already blurred, yet his feet were still nailed to the ground like steel spikes in front of her, not retreating a single step. These images were far more convincing than any flowery words. These truths, etched deep in her soul, were far more shocking than any seemingly reasonable explanation. A person willing to protect you with his life. A person who, when you are at your weakest, entrusts his back and his life to you without reservation. How could he use such a clumsy lie to deceive you? Situ Dai's heart, which had been repeatedly torn between reason and emotion, almost to the point of splitting, miraculously calmed down at this moment. All doubts, all struggles, all incredulity. They all quietly dissipated before that blood-soaked figure standing tall. Slowly she raised her head. Her cool phoenix eyes, once frozen, then filled with shock and confusion, now had all their chaos receded. Only an unprecedented, clear and gentle warmth remained, like water. And an unshakable resolve like a bedrock. Okay. She spoke. Only one word, her voice very soft, so soft that it seemed it could be blown away by the night wind at any moment. But this one word, falling into Jiang Lue's ears, was as heavy as 1,000 jun. Immediately after, she looked at him, her clear eyes seemingly reflecting the entire brilliant galaxy. With an incredibly solemn tone, as if making the most important vow of her life, she spoke again, word by word. I believe you. And I will wait for you. The moment her words fell, under Jiang Lue's slightly surprised gaze, Situ Dai made a bold move that even she felt her heart race and her cheeks flush. She extended her hand. That slender, fair, perfectly artistic, delicate hand, with a barely perceptible tremor, actively reached out to Jiang Lue's large hand, which had just experienced a bloody battle, with thick knuckles and fine scars. Then gently she clasped it. Her hand was slightly cool, as delicate as the finest silk. His hand was still burning hot, the calluses and scars on his palm providing a rough yet reassuring texture. Just at the moment, their hands clasped together. Buzz! A strange, invisible resonance, without warning, simultaneously arose within both of them. The chaos throne in Jiang Lue's sea of consciousness, and the ice phoenix throne in Situ Dai's sea of consciousness seemed to cross the barrier of space, and at this moment, both emitted a slight, joyful hum. A warm, peaceful, yet infinitely vital current instantly flowed through their entire bodies from their clasped hands. It was a sense of completeness and peace originating from the depths of their souls. It was as if that ancient contract, spanning countless eons and long since written, was truly and completely activated at this moment by the sincere trust of the two hosts. Jiang Lue's body trembled slightly. Situ Dai's delicate body also trembled softly in response. They looked at each other simultaneously. Their eyes met. All previous barriers, all suspicions, all probing. They all vanished in that instant. They were no longer just strangers bound by a marriage contract. Nor were they just comrades in arms fighting side by side. From this moment on, they were one, sharing common secrets, carrying a common destiny, trusting each other, and relying on each other for life and death. Jiang Lue smiled. Situ Dai also smiled. Their smiles, under the cool moonlight and brilliant starlight, appeared incredibly clean and pure. They would face together the upcoming colossal storm that would sweep across the entire Rong city. 94. The soul lamp goes out, the Grandmaster returns, and an earthquake strikes Chengdu. It was under the cold moonlight of the wilderness. At the moment, two palms clasped and two Dao hearts resonated. Rong City. Deep within the Lin family mansion. This place was the ancestral hall of the Lin family, where sunlight never reached all year round. Only hundreds of ever-burning soul lamps emitted a faint glow, illuminating rows of cold spirit tablets. Inside the ancestral hall, it was so quiet that one could hear the faint crackle of the lamp wicks burning. An elder guarding the hall, with white hair and beard, dressed in sackcloth, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, like a withered stone statue, his aura blending with the surrounding dead silence. Suddenly, crack! An incredibly crisp, incredibly abrupt sound of shattering resounded with a bang in this absolute dead silence, without any warning. The sound was like the sharpest ice pick, fiercely piercing into the elder's ears. His aura, which had been as unruffled as an ancient well, completely disintegrated in an instant. Him. The old man abruptly opened his eyes, and a light of shock and uncertainty burst forth from his cloudy old eyes. He shot up, not even having time to straighten his knees, stiff from prolonged sitting. His figure flickered, transforming into an afterimage, and he frantically rushed towards the deepest part of the ancestral hall, the area where the spirit tablets of the family's highest core members were enshrined. His heart was sinking frantically. Within the ancestral hall, every soul lamp was connected to the life essence of a Lin family core member, ensuring absolute safety. As long as the lamp was there, the person was alive. If the lamp went out, the person died. But the shattering sound just now was not the lamp going out, but the lamp shattering. This meant that the Lin family core member connected to it had not only died, but had been struck down with a thunderous force, their soul annihilated, not even a trace of their original imprint able to escape, thus leading to the complete collapse of the soul lamp. Within a few breaths, the elder guarding the hall had already rushed to the deepest part of the ancestral hall. When he saw the scene before him, he was struck by lightning, instantly frozen in place. He saw it. Among the neatly arranged rows of soul lamps, the one located on the highest tier, second only to the soul lamp of the family head Lin Zai Ocean, representing the Lin family's second elder, representing a genuine, veteran grandmaster expert, Lin Tianqian's soul lamp. It had exploded. It was no longer a lamp. Instead, it had turned into a pile of cold, shimmering, last glowing glass fragments on the ground. That wisp of faint blue flame, representing Lin Tianqian's life essence, which had burned for nearly 100 years, had completely extinguished, not even leaving a trace of smoke. No. The elder's lips trembled violently. He stretched out his hand, as dry as a chicken's claw, and tremblingly tried to touch the fragments, yet seemed afraid of being pricked by the lingering, icy coldness of death. A dead silence. A dead silence that lasted for a full dozen breaths. Then, a shrill, terrified scream, utterly inhuman, burst forth from the depths of the elder's throat, tearing through the ancestral hall's centuries of tranquility. Second elder's soul lamp, shattered. Second elder has fallen. This mournful roar seemed to possess a penetrating magical power, instantly spreading throughout the heavily guarded Lin family mansion. 1 hour later. In front of the Situ family mansion, in Rong City. You should go back first. Tonight's commotion was too big, the Lin family will react soon. Jiang Lue stopped, looking at Situ Dai beside him. What about you? For the first time, a genuine, undisguised worry appeared in Situ Dai's clear, cold eyes. Me. Jiang Lue smiled, a smile filled with unprecedented composure and confidence. I'm going to kill people. He spoke nonchalantly, as if talking about a trivial matter. Situ Dai was slightly startled, then understood something. The Lin family had sent more than just Lin Tianqian to hunt them down. Be careful. She didn't ask any more questions, just gave him a deep look, melting all her admonitions and concern into those 2 words. Then she turned and walked into the heavy gate of the Situ family. Watching her back disappear, the smile on Jiang Lue's face slowly receded, replaced by a deep coldness. He turned around, his figure flickering, and like a ghost, he melted into the profound night of Rong City. Situ family, main hall for discussions. Situ Hong sat on the main seat, caressing 2 warm jade gallstones in his hands, his expression calm. But the sharp light that occasionally flashed in his eyes, when they opened and closed, betrayed his inner turmoil. When he saw his daughter, who was always as aloof as an immortal, walk in alone from outside, his hanging heart finally eased by half. You're back. He spoke, his voice steady. Father. Situ Dai nodded slightly to Situ Hong, then went straight to the point. The Lin family's second elder, Lin Tianqian, is dead. 1 sentence, plain and simple. Yet it caused the air in the entire main hall to completely solidify in an instant. The 2 jade gallstones Situ Hong had been playing with for decades made a slight clinking sound and stopped. He slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes for the first time becoming incredibly solemn. You killed him. Jiang Lue and I killed him together. Situ Dai gave a simplified version, yet one sufficient to stir up monstrous waves. She then immediately dropped a real bombshell, one capable of utterly stunning even Situ Hong, the veteran family head. Jiang Lue is already a grandmaster expert. Boom! Something seemed to explode in Situ Hong's mind. His face, which had witnessed countless storms and had long been unruffled, for the first time, completely lost control. He abruptly stood up from his seat, leaning slightly forward, his eyes fixed on his daughter, his voice trembling imperceptibly due to extreme shock. What did you say? A young man under 20 years old. A new Grandmaster expert. And he even teamed up to kill a veteran Grandmaster expert. How is this possible? Situ Hong gasped, a chill rushing from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. He was not a fool like Lin Tianqian, whose mind was clouded by greed. He was an old fox who had governed a top-tier aristocratic family and maneuvered on the chessboard of power for decades. He realized almost instantly the terrifying chain reaction behind this event, one capable of completely overturning the entire Rong City. The heavens are about to change. The heavens over Rong City are about to change completely. And just as Situ Hong's mind was reeling from the shock, this earth-shattering news, as if sprouted wings, spread wildly through various unspeakable secret channels, at a viral pace, to all the upper circles of Rong City. The Li family, the Wang family, the City Lord's mansion, the Martial Arts Alliance branch. Almost all the influential forces in Rong City had their leaders receive this unforgettable intelligence at roughly the same time. For a time, countless secret room lights were lit, and countless emergency late-night meetings were held. The entire upper echelon of Rong City fell into a strange, death-like silence this deep night. And beneath this silence was an extremely suppressed, wildly surging undercurrent. Half a day later, when the first ray of morning light pierced the darkness, illuminating this steel giant city, this bombshell suppressed all night was finally unleashed upon the general public. Rong City Martial Arts Network. This, the largest information exchange platform, covering tens of millions of martial artists and quasi-martial artists across the city. Its homepage was suddenly completely dominated by a title that appeared out of nowhere, stickied and highlighted in red, flashing frantically. Countless martial artists, who had just woken up and habitually opened their screens to browse information, froze in place the moment they saw this title. They subconsciously rubbed their eyes, thinking they had been training all night and were hallucinating. But the title was still there, burning into everyone's eyeballs with the most savage, unreasonable posture. Shocking news. Lin family's second elder Lin Tianqian falls outside the city. Suspected killer is that young Grandmaster expert under 20, Jiang Lue. The entire forum was silent for 3 seconds. Then, boom! It was like throwing 10,000 tons of explosives simultaneously into a calm volcano. Completely ignited. 95. A myriad of human experiences, the world collapsing. Rongcheng Martial Arts Academy, male dormitory. Holy crap. A strange cry, as if severely choked by something yet forcefully bursting forth, shattered the morning's tranquility. Fatty Wang was completely frozen, as if under a paralysis spell, rigidly pinned to his seat. His eyes were wide like 2 brass bells. His mouth was open wide enough to fit a large egg. His gaze, like iron filings attracted by a magnet, was immovably fixed on the dazzling red light screen in front of him. The bold, flashing, top-pinned headline was seared onto his retina like a red-hot branding iron. Shocking revelation. Lin Tianqian, second elder of the Lin family, has fallen outside the city. The suspected culprit is none other than that young Grandmaster, under 20 years old, Jiang Lue. Jiang Lue, Grandmaster, killed Lin Tianqian. Each of these words was like a powerful bomb, exploding wildly in his mind, reducing all his cognitive abilities to scorched ruins. Subconsciously, he raised his thick palm and vigorously rubbed his eyes. The headline on the screen hadn't changed. He then fiercely pinched his thigh. A sharp pain told him this wasn't a dream. The dormitory fell into an eerie, deathly silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds. Then, whoa! Fatty Wang suddenly sprang from his chair, his corpulent body exhibiting astonishing leaping power completely unsuited to his size. Like a primordial beast suppressed for millennia, finally breaking free from all restraints, he let out a deafening roar to the sky, full of ecstasy and release. My brother Lue is awesome, ha. I knew it. He was so excited that all his flabby flesh trembled violently, and tears and snot streamed uncontrollably from him. Like a madman, he gesticulated wildly in the cramped dormitory, kicking over a chair and punching the hard alloy bed frame, making his knuckles ache, yet he laughed even louder, even more unrestrainedly. You blind dogs, do you see it? My brother Lue is a Grandmaster, and supreme expert capable of killing an old guard Grandmaster. Broken engagement, a good-for-nothing, ha. Now who the hell is the real good-for-nothing? His laughter was mixed with sobs. It was the purest pride, deep from his soul, for his brother's rise. It was the triumphant ecstasy of completely overturning all the past grievances, ridicule, and cold stares in one fell swoop. At the same time, Rong City, Su family manor. In an elegant and secluded tea room, a faint scent of sandalwood permeated the air. Su Nianwei was gracefully holding a cup of precious fragrant tea, brewed from top-grade soul-nurturing grass, worth a fortune. She enjoyed this feeling very much. She enjoyed this composure, this refinement, this sense of superiority that came from having everything firmly in her grasp. Just then, a Su family intelligence officer rushed into the tea room, knelt on one knee, his voice sharp from extreme suppression. "Miss, the Wrong City Martial Arts Network just released news that Lin Tianchen, second elder of the Lin family, has fallen." Su Nianwei's hand, holding the teacup, paused slightly. Her graceful eyebrows furrowed, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. The fall of an old guard grandmaster was indeed a major event. But what did it have to do with her? She didn't even put down her teacup, merely asking indifferently, "Who did it?" The intelligence officer's head was bowed even lower, his voice trembling more violently. "According to internal information from the Situ family and preliminary deductions by the Martial Arts Alliance." He paused, seemingly gathering all his courage. It was Jiang Lue. Crack! An incredibly crisp, loud sound of porcelain shattering. The precious white jade teacup slipped from Su Nianwei's well-maintained, slender hands and crashed heavily onto the mirror-like floor. The scalding tea splashed onto her luxurious skirt. Countless sharp fragments shot out in all directions. But she was completely oblivious. She felt as if a divine thunderbolt from the nine heavens had struck her, from head to toe, piercing right through her. Grandmaster. Her lips instantly lost all color, turning deathly pale. Killed Lin Tianchen. Her body began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. "No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible." She let out a shriek of terror that completely distorted her voice, and beneath her exquisite makeup, her beautiful face was utterly twisted by extreme fear and regret, becoming hideous and terrifying. That good-for-nothing she despised. That aunt she publicly broke off her engagement with, viewing him as a stain on her life. That poor boy who, in her eyes, wasn't even fit to carry her shoes. Now he's become a grandmaster. He's become an supreme expert whom she needs to look up to, whom her entire family must fear, and who can even shake a behemoth like the Lin family. The cold and cruel value exchange principle she had always believed in. The rationality and clarity she had always prided herself on, seeing everyone as a chip whose value could be measured. At this moment, it was crushed to dust by those two words, grandmaster. It was trampled into a mess by that name, Jiang Lue. Boom! Su Nianwei's entire worldview completely collapsed. An indescribable, bone-chilling despair, like an invisible giant hand, fiercely clutched her heart, making her almost unable to breathe. Her vision blurred, her legs gave way, and she slumped dejectedly amidst the messy tea and fragments. In her eyes there was only endless regret and fear, enough to completely swallow her whole. City Lord's Mansion. Martial Arts Alliance Branch. The Li family, the Wang family. Almost all the truly top-tier powers in Wrong City held their highest-level emergency meetings at the same time. The lights in one secret room after another were lit, and the faces of prominent figures, usually elusive, were extremely grim. A grandmaster under 20 years old. His combat power is even enough to kill Lin Tianchen. This child is a dragon, a true dragon capable of stirring up trouble in Wrong City. The Lin family will never let this go. A bloody battle between top aristocratic families is inevitable. Issue my order. Closely monitor all city movements. Before the situation becomes clear, no one is to act rashly. Orders were rapidly issued from these centers of power. And those second and third-tier families, a step below, were even more on edge, treading on thin ice. The patriarchs of countless families immediately confined all their arrogant and unruly younger members, and issued the strictest death orders. Listen up, all of you. From now on, anyone who dares to discuss this matter outside, anyone who dares to express any partisan remarks, will be dealt with by family law with no leniency. This is a battle of immortals. For us mortals, even a tiny spark will lead to eternal damnation. The entire Wrong City was plunged into an unprecedented, eerie atmosphere. On the surface, it was calm. But beneath that calm surface, a crazy undercurrent of excitement, fear, anticipation, and unease was surging. Everyone held their breath. Everyone turned their gaze in that direction. The Lin family. They were waiting to see how this behemoth, entrenched in Wrong City for a century, would respond to this utterly humiliating slap in its face. The times were changing. And at this moment, in the Su family's tea room, Su Nianwei still lay slumped on the ground, allowing the sharp porcelain fragments to cut her delicate skin, drawing crimson blood. She just stared blankly ahead. Those eyes, once full of arrogance and shrewdness, now held only a desolate, ashen, empty void. 96. A grandmaster has emerged from seclusion. A city-wide manhunt has been issued. On Rong City's martial arts network, a storm had long since erupted, filled with a clamor like a collapsing mountain and a raging sea. However, the Lin family mansion, the absolute center of this storm, had fallen into an absolute, suffocating silence that could choke the living. Inside the mansion, all lights were dimmed to their lowest setting. The usually arrogant Lin family disciples were now like quails with their necks squeezed, each one huddled in their own courtyard, not daring to make a sound. The patrolling guards trod as lightly as possible, each step landing as if on a red-hot blade tip. Even the servants, who usually loved to gossip, now kept their mouths tightly shut, their breathing becoming cautious, fearing that the turbid breath they exhaled would ignite this powder keg already filled with explosives. The air seemed to have solidified. Oppression. Oppression that permeated to the bone. At the deepest part of the mansion was a forbidden area, perpetually shrouded by a powerful array. Only the family head and the grand elders were permitted to enter this place. Suddenly, boom, rumble, rumble. A teeth-grinding, heavy roar, like two continental plates grinding against each other, came without warning from the depths of the forbidden area. The massive stone gate, crafted from 10,000-year-old obsidian and inscribed with countless intricate array patterns, was slowly opening with an extremely gradual yet irresistible momentum. Each movement caused visible ripples in the surrounding space. Beyond the stone gate was a bottomless, pure darkness. It seemed to connect to the 9 nether hells. All Lin family high-ranking members within the mansion who felt this disturbance stiffened abruptly. Then, by unspoken agreement, cast gazes filled with awe and fear towards the forbidden area. He had emerged from seclusion. From within that darkness, capable of devouring all light, a figure stepped out. It was a middle-aged man, dressed in a long robe, interwoven with black and gold. His face was like it had been carved by a knife and chiseled by an axe, with rigid features. His eyes were not sharp, but rather as calm as an ancient well in a deep abyss, yet they seemed capable of reflecting the birth and death of stars, the flourishing and decay of the universe. He simply walked out of that darkness calmly, without carrying any overwhelming aura or revealing any terrifying pressure. But the moment he stepped out of the stone gate, the clear sky above the entire Lin family mansion suddenly darkened without warning. The wind stopped. The clouds halted. All the summer insects that were chirping fell completely silent at this instant. It was as if this heaven and earth were paying the most humble, law-level obeisance to this being who had emerged from the forbidden area. He was the pillar of the Lin family, one of Rong City's true uncrowned kings, the 3-star Grandmaster, Lin Ziaoshan. At this moment, more than 10 core elders of the Lin family were already respectfully waiting outside the forbidden area. Each of them was a prominent figure who could make Rong City's business world tremble with a stomp of their foot. But now they all bowed their heads deeply, not daring to even take a deep breath. Lin Ziaoshan walked step by step until he stood before them. He did not speak. An elder in charge of intelligence bit the bullet and stepped forward, using a voice as concise and quick as possible, yet trembling slightly from fear, to report the entire sequence of events. From Lin Tianjiao leading the pursuit, to the changes in the Dragon Blood secret realm, and then to the current citywide public opinion frenzy. Throughout the entire reporting process, Lin Ziaoshan remained silent. He just listened calmly. But as the report progressed, all the elders present felt the surrounding temperature plummeting at an extremely terrifying, cliff-like rate. An invisible, terrifying pressure, heavy enough to crush mountains, emanated from Lin Ziaoshan's calm body. That was not intentional anger. It was an absolute suppression at the level of life itself. The reporting elder's forehead was already covered in cold sweat, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt as if he was not facing a person, but a dormant volcano, silent for eons, on the verge of erupting completely. Finally, the report concluded. The elder, as if granted a great pardon, stumbled back. The entire scene once again fell into a deathly silence. Everyone bowed their heads, awaiting the impending thunderous wrath, powerful enough to completely overturn all of Rong City. After a long while, Lin Ziaoshan slowly nodded. On his unruffled face, there wasn't even the slightest change in expression. He parted his thin lips and uttered 2 words. Very good. Boom. These 2 words, plain and without any tonal fluctuation. Yet they were like 2 ice hammers, imbued with the 10,000-year-old cold current of the extreme north, striking heavily upon the hearts of all the Lin family's high-ranking members. Thud. The elder who had just finished reporting could no longer bear the terrifying pressure originating from the depths of his soul. His legs gave way, and he actually knelt on the ground, trembling like a sieve, unable to utter even a word of plea. The other elders, though they managed to stand without kneeling, their faces were already deathly pale, and they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They knew. The family head was truly enraged. Enraged to the extreme. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ziaoshan did not issue any orders to gather manpower or announce any revenge plans. He simply turned around calmly. Then he took steps, walking alone, one step at a time, towards the most heavily guarded communication secret room deep within the mansion. His back was not tall, yet it was like a moving primordial divine mountain. With every step he took, the hearts of everyone present gave a fierce wrench. Everyone was stunned. They completely failed to understand what the family head intended to do. The next second, the entire Rong City, whether it was the giant, hundreds of meters tall light screen in the bustling commercial plaza at the city center, or the monitoring wall composed of hundreds of screens in the city guard command center, or the worn-out personal terminals on the wrists of mercenaries in some dimly lit bar. Even the light screens playing advertisements inside the windows of vehicles traveling on maglev tracks. All display devices connected to Rong City's martial arts network had all their screens forcibly interrupted at that instant. Immediately after, an extremely dazzling blood-red color, like a bursting sea of blood, it instantly flooded the vision of everyone in the city. A notice, full of undeniable dominance and bloodlust, was forcibly popped up in the most brutal and unreasonable manner, freezing before everyone's eyes. At the top of the notice were two ferocious characters, cast in fresh blood and filled with endless killing intent. Hunt order. The content of the notice was extremely concise, yet filled with a mad temptation that made any martial artist unable to breathe. Lin Clan hunt order. Any martial artist of Rong City who can slay Jiang Lue shall be rewarded with 1 billion alliance coins and a high-grade profound tier cultivation technique. Those who provide effective clues shall be rewarded with 100 million. This order is permanently valid. At the signature, there were only 3 grand flowing characters, yet they seemed to contain supreme power. Lin Ziaoshan. The entire Rong City at this moment seemed to have been put on pause. Countless people who were bustling, conversing, trading and entertaining themselves stopped all their actions the moment they saw this blood-red notice. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, boom! An indescribable gasp of greed, shock, fear and fanaticism. From every corner of this steel giant city, it erupted simultaneously. 97. The eye of the storm, the siege of the government. That bloody kill order, personally issued by Grandmaster Lin Ziaoshan, was like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake. After a brief, frantic clamor, the entire Rong City fell into an even more terrifying, suffocating silence. The martial artists who had been fervently discussing on the forums earlier all fell silent. The greed on the faces of the opportunists in the streets and alleys, whose eyes had lit up at the billion-dollar bounty, was quickly replaced by a chilling coldness. Everyone understood. This was no longer a simple bounty. This was a declaration of war from a 3-star grandmaster, standing at the pinnacle of Rong City's power pyramid. He used the most direct and overbearing method to announce his will to the entire city. He wanted to kill more than just Jiang Lue. He wanted to crush any existence that dared to shelter Jiang Lue, and dared to challenge the Lin family's authority. The air seemed to solidify. The sun was still bright, but everyone in Rong City felt a chilling shadow descending from the sky. This shadow was named Lin Ziaoshan. However, silence was only an illusion. In the dark corners of the city, impenetrable by sunlight, countless greedy, frantic, death-defying eyes slowly lit up. In the south of the city, in a chaotic mercenary bar, a one-eyed brawny man, his face covered in knife scars, was wiping a heavy sniper rifle with his mechanical prosthetic hand, looked at the dazzling blood-red light on the screen, and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. 1 billion. That's enough for me to get a new model of a Krypton Gold dog eye and buy a small island in the black market to retire. In the north of the city, in a deserted factory, dozens of desperate individuals, dressed in uniform black combat suits and exuding a fierce aura, were gathered around their leader. The leader was a gaunt man with eyes as sinister as a snake. He licked his chapped lips, his voice hoarse. Pass down the order, everyone break up into small groups and infiltrate that place. Remember, we're not going for a frontal assault, we're going to find an opportunity. As long as we can get that kid's head, our blood wolf will soar to the heavens. Countless bounty hunters, countless lone assassins, countless desperados who lived by licking blood from the knife's edge. They were like sharks that had smelled blood, silently converging from all corners of the city towards the same direction. That direction was the only eye of the storm in all of Rong City at this moment. The Situ family mansion, in stark contrast to the extremely oppressive and turbulent atmosphere outside. The Situ family's reception hall was peaceful. Fine soul-nurturing incense was rising in wisps of green smoke from an ancient bronze censer, unconsciously calming one's mind. Jiang Lue sat on a grandmaster's chair made of thousand-year-old ironwood. In his hand, he held a steaming cup of fragrant tea, freshly served by a Situ family servant. The tea was good tea, harvested from the unique spiritual mountains of Yeaguang Holy Land. Even a single whiff could prolong life for ordinary people. The water was good water, drawn from a spiritual spring deep within 1,000-meter EARTH Chinese letter. It was crisp and sweet. He looked calm, gently blew away the floating leaves from the rim of the cup, and took a shallow sip. That composure, that calmness, made it seem as if the monstrous storm outside, capable of overturning the entire Rong City, was merely a gentle breeze passing by the window. Situ Dai stood beside him. She had changed into an elegant moon-white long dress, washed away all the bloodstains and fatigue, and regained the aloof temperament of a Yeaguang saintess, as if she did not belong to the mortal world. However, her cold phoenix eyes were now fixed on the man beside her, with a hint of infatuation and peace that even she had not noticed. With him there, the sky, it seemed, would not fall. In the reception hall, several Situ family servants responsible for waiting dared not even breathe loudly. They lowered their heads, but their peripheral vision couldn't help but glance at the calmly drinking young man again and again. Their hearts were already in turmoil. Was it this young man, who looked even younger than their young master, who had slain a grandmaster? Was it he who had drawn the overwhelming wrath of the Lin family's patriarch, plunging the entire Situ family into an unprecedented crisis? But why could he still be so calm? This composure had already exceeded their understanding of the word strongest. It was an absolute confidence that regarded life and death as trivial, and played with heaven and earth in the palm of one's hand. Night slowly fell. When the last ray of sunset disappeared from the horizon, the invisible killing intent that had been hovering over the Situ family mansion finally materialized. Swish, swish, swish. Black figures like specters crawling out of hell appeared without warning on every street, every alley, and the top of every building surrounding the Situ family mansion. They were dressed in uniform black robes, embroidered with a ferocious beast head on the chest, the standard attire of the Lin family. In their hands, they held standard battle sabers that gleamed with a chilling light. They said nothing. They just stood there silently. But what a terrifying concept it was when hundreds of elites, whose cultivation was at least that of high-level martial artists, and many of whom were grandmaster-level experts, gathered their cold, pure, and condensed killing intent. That killing intent, like an invisible crimson tide, shot up into the sky, completely enveloping the entire Situ family mansion, along with several surrounding blocks. The defensive formation on the outer perimeter of the Situ family mansion, struck by this killing intent, instantly activated itself. Buzz! A pale blue light curtain like an inverted giant bowl enveloped the entire mansion. On the light curtain, countless mysterious runes circulated ceaselessly, emitting a series of low hums. The Lin family surrounded, but did not attack. They used the most barbaric posture to turn the Situ family into a cage. In the distance, several armored vehicles bearing the City Guard emblem roared over, but they were forcefully stopped hundreds of meters away from the blockade by several Lin family elders whose auras were unfathomable. This is a private vendetta between our Lin family and the villain Jiang Lue. The leading Lin family elder's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. If the City Guard intervenes, it will be an enemy of my Lin family. The City Guard commander's face was livid, but he ultimately dared not order a forced entry. To be an enemy of a furious grandmaster. He didn't have that courage. A similar scene also occurred with the mediators from the Martial Arts Alliance branch. The Lin family's attitude was singular. Those who stand in my way die. With the tension escalating outside, the atmosphere within the mansion finally became heavy. Inside a side hall, more than a dozen core elders of the Situ family gathered, each face etched with worry and unease. What in the world is the patriarch thinking? One hot-tempered elder could no longer hold back and slammed his hand on the table. For an outsider, a kid with unknown origins, are we going to war with the entire Lin family? That madman Lin Xiaoshan is capable of anything. Third elder is right. Another elder echoed. Jiang Lue's talent is high, but he hasn't fully matured yet. To risk the Situ family's centuries-old foundation for him is not worth it. Are we just going to stand by and watch the Lin family take someone away on our Situ family's territory? Where is our Situ family's dignity? Some elders held opposing views, arguing incessantly. The entire side hall was filled with restless and uneasy hearts. In the reception hall, Situ Dai naturally felt the pressure from within the clan, as well as the suffocating, almost tangible killing intent from outside the mansion. Her jade hand, placed at her side, unconsciously slowly tightened. Her knuckles were somewhat white from the effort. She took a deep breath, about to say something. A warm, large hand, however, gently covered her cold hand. Jiang Lue, at some point, had put down his teacup and stood by her side. He did not look at her, only gazed at the night sky outside the window, dyed crimson by the killing intent, his voice calm. "Don't worry. Tonight will be good weather. Suitable for killing." 98. The patriarch makes a statement, a standoff between two powerful figures. The Situ family's deliberation hall. The hall was brightly lit, yet the atmosphere within, heavy as iron, could not be dispelled. No, absolutely not. An elder, burly and with a full beard, slammed his palm heavily on the long table in front of him, making the teacups hum. Lin Ocean has gone mad. He's like an enraged beast now. To drag our entire Situ family into war for a Jiang Lue, this calculation just doesn't make sense. His face was red, and spit flew everywhere. I admit that kid is a heaven-blessed genius, but how old is he? What if he's a grandmaster? Can he withstand Lin Ocean, a 3-star grandmaster? Can he withstand the Lin family's thousands of elite troops, all sent out? Once war breaks out, while our Situ family can certainly severely wound the Lin family, what about us? Our foundation will be damaged, our disciples will suffer casualties. By then, will the Li family and Wang family, those hungry wolves, just idly watch us both suffer heavy losses? These words were like a massive stone, striking the hearts of everyone present. Inside the hall, a chorus of agreement immediately rose. Third elder is absolutely right. This move is too risky. Handing over Jiang Lue, while damaging to our face, will at least preserve the family's foundation. Enduring temporary humiliation for 100 years of stability is worth it. Exactly. All Lin Ocean wants is Jiang Lue's life. We just give it to him. Why gamble hundreds of lives of our Situ family for an outsider? The voices advocating for compromise spread rapidly like a plague, quickly gaining the absolute upper hand. The few elders who wished to uphold the family's dignity could only turn pale, open their mouths, but ultimately found themselves powerless to refute in the face of this tide. Just then, presumptuous. A clear, cold, yet infinitely furious shout, like a clap of thunder, burst from the hall's entrance. The heavy, carved wooden doors of the deliberation hall were pushed open from the outside. Situ Dai, in a moon-white long dress, her pretty face covered in frost, had a never-before-seen, raging inferno burning in her cold phoenix eyes. She walked into the hall, step by step. With each step, the surrounding temperature inexplicably dropped by several degrees. All the elders' gazes involuntarily converged on her. A group of old things who have lived for hundreds of years, actually uttering such shameless words that forget their ancestors. Situ Dai's voice was not loud, but every word was like a knife, sharply stabbing into the hearts of every pro-peace elder present. "Outsider," she sneered, sweeping her gaze across the room. No one dared to meet her eyes. "In the dragon blood secret realm, who risked his life to block Lin Tianqian's cracking gold law for me. At the most crucial moment when I was breaking through to Grandmaster, who used his own flesh and blood to block all fatal attacks for me. Without him, what you would see now would not be a living Situ Dai, but a cold corpse. He saved my life. He rebuilt our Situ family. Now, you want to throw out the Situ family's benefactor like a dog, hand him over to our enemy, just to gain your pathetic, lingering stability." Her words grew faster and faster, more and more impassioned. If the ancestors of our Situ family knew about this in the afterlife, they would probably jump out of their coffins and slap you spineless wretches to death. Will the 100-year reputation of our Situ family be ruined today by your group of weaklings? Her scolding was thoroughly satisfying. It left those pro-peace elders red-faced, filled with shame and indignation, yet unable to utter a single word in rebuttal. You are presumptuous." The third elder trembled with anger, pointing at Situ Dai, his lips quivering. "This is a major family matter. How can a mere young girl like you chatter here?" "Young girl." Situ Dai advanced instead of retreating, and a mighty aura belonging to a newly advanced grandmaster erupted. "Today, as the Yeaguang saintess, and as the future successor of the Situ family, I tell you, I will protect Jiang Lue. Whoever dares to touch him must first step over my corpse." She stood in the center of the hall, her posture as straight as a pine, and her resolute will made all the veteran elders present tremble in their hearts. Inside the hall, tension was high. Just at this deadlock, this moment of imminent conflict, the old man, who had been sitting at the head of the table, with his eyes slightly closed as if he had long fallen asleep, slowly opened his eyes. At that instant, in the entire deliberation hall, all arguments, all auras, all sounds, seemed to be instantly extinguished by an invisible hand. Absolute silence. Situ hung, the Situ family's pillar of strength. He did not look at his daughter, nor did he look at the elders with their varied expressions. His gaze passed through the window lattice, looking towards the blood-red night sky outside the mansion, stained with killing intent. After a long while, he spoke. His voice was calm, yet carried a weighty, undeniable authority forged by the passage of time. Our Situ family has stood in Rong City for 300 years. We relied not on compromise, but on backbone. The moment his voice fell, he slowly rose from the grand chair that symbolized the family's highest authority. Boom! A terrifying aura, indescribable in words, as if capable of supporting heaven and earth, surged from his seemingly aged body, soaring into the sky. This aura was not tyrannical, but vast as an abyss, mighty as the sea. It was like a resplendent sun rising in the dark night, instantly washing away the cold, bloody killing intent that had gathered above the Situ family mansion, formed by hundreds of Lin family elites, leaving it completely clean. Outside the mansion, those Lin family martial artists who had been arrogant and fierce felt like dust motes in a strong wind before this vast aura, ridiculously small. Many with weaker cultivation turned pale, their legs went soft, and they almost knelt on the ground on the spot. At the same time, Situ Hong's calm yet supremely majestic voice, amplified 1,000-fold through the Situ family mansion's protective mountain array, transformed into rolling sound waves, clearly and distinctly spreading across several surrounding blocks, reaching the ears of every Lin family martial artist and every force secretly lurking. Jiang Lue is an honored guest of my Situ family. Lin Zai Ocean, if you want to fight my Situ family, will accompany you to the end. Rong City, the other end. Lin family mansion, within the forbidden area. In front of the opened obsidian gate, Lin Zai Ocean stood with his hands behind his back, his black and gold robe fluttering without wind. His ancient, unwavering eyes calmly watched the direction of the Situ family mansion. When Situ Hong's incomparably domineering declaration of war crossed half the city and clearly reached his ears, he smiled. The smile was silent, yet filled with a destructive, mad intensity. Good Situ Hong. Good Situ family. Boom! A terrifying aura, even more violent, more domineering than Situ Hong's, filled with endless killing and destructive will, erupted from Lin Zai Ocean's body. Blood-colored flames shot into the sky, as if to punch a hole in the heavens. The next second, these two terrifying wills, belonging to different grandmasters, yet equally domineering, crossed tens of kilometers of spatial obstruction and violently collided in the sky above the center of Rong City. There was no sound, no explosion. But in that instant, every being in Rong City with a cultivation above the martial artist realm simultaneously changed color. They looked up in horror. They saw that the originally star-studded night sky, at a visible speed, became turbulent with wind and clouds, lightning and thunder. The sky seemed to be torn in half by an invisible force. One half was Situ Hong's vast, ocean-like azure aura. The other half was Lin Zai Ocean's, incomparably domineering blood-colored killing intent. Two invisible giant dragons, formed by pure will, confronted, roared, and tore at each other fiercely above Rong City. A great war was imminent. The heavens were truly about to change. 99. Aiming at the university, the storm shifts. Night still young. Above Rong City, it was as if an invisible sword of creation had split it in two. One half was Situ Hong's vast, vibrant green domain like an abyss. The other half was Lin Zai Ocean's overbearing, murderous crimson sky. Two vastly different, yet equally terrifying grandmaster wills collided, tore, and crushed each other fiercely above the clouds. There was no earth-shattering roar. But that silent clash was more terrifying than any sound. Laws wailed, space twisted. The entire steel giant city, enveloped by the wills of these two top-tier powerhouses, became a massive, suffocating cage. That night no one in Rong City slept. Countless martial artists sat cross-legged, attempting to glimpse a trace of the law's mystery in this rare century-old grandmaster standoff, but were instead pressed by the terrifying diffused pressure, their chi and blood surging, their minds on the verge of cracking. Ordinary people hid in their homes, trembling, looking at the strange sky outside their windows, split into two colors, believing the apocalypse had arrived. Time minute by minute flowed by. Dawn finally arrived. When the first ray of morning light struggled to pierce through the clouds, attempting to bring a touch of warmth to the city, the terrifying standoff that had lasted an entire night showed no sign of stopping. Inside the forbidden area of the Lin family mansion, Lin Ocean stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky. His face, sculpted as if from 10,000 years of cold ice, showed no emotion. But he knew in his heart that a stalemate was disadvantageous to him. The Situ family's protective array was acquired by their ancestor from Yeaguang Holy Land at a great cost. It was both offensive and defensive, impregnable. Even if he launched a full-scale attack with the entire family's strength, the best outcome would only be a Pyrrhic victory. At that time, the Lin family would be severely weakened, and within Rong City, those hungry wolves, eyeing them covetously, would pounce without hesitation, tearing the Lin family to shreds. This price he could not afford. His son, his younger brother, could not have died in vain. Revenge must be taken. But it must be done in a smarter way. Suddenly, that crimson sky, which had enveloped half of Rong City and made countless people tremble with fear, receded like a retreating tide, without warning, rapidly converging towards the Lin family mansion. In just a few breaths, it vanished without a trace. Ahem. Inside the Situ family mansion, Situ Hong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He also withdrew his aura accordingly. The terrifying pressure that had enveloped the entire city for a night suddenly dissipated. Countless people let out long sighs of relief, feeling as if their entire bodies were drenched in cold sweat, like they had walked a tightrope before the gates of hell. It's over. Lin Ocean retreated. Just as this thought arose in everyone's minds, believing that this storm would end with the Lin family's concession. A cold, overbearing voice, filled with an undeniable will, exploded simultaneously through the martial arts network, like a thunderclap from the 9 heavens, in every corner of Rong City. Jiang Lue is a student of my Rong City Martial Arts University. Today I, Lin Ocean, as a family member of the victim, shall proceed to the academy, to the school, to the Martial Arts Alliance, to the entire city's populace, to demand justice. Every word of this voice was as if cast from ice, resonating powerfully. Boom! The entire city was in an uproar. Everyone was completely stunned by Lin Ocean's unexpected move. He wasn't attacking the Situ family anymore. He was going to the Martial Arts University. What a treacherous, what a vicious move. He instantly transformed himself from a bullying avenger to standing on the moral high ground of a victim's family member. What he sought was justice. What he wanted to force was no longer the Situ family, who were evenly matched with him, but the Martial Arts University, which symbolized order and heritage, and absolutely could not be tainted by any blemish. He was putting the Martial Arts University, a sacred place in everyone's hearts, on a blazing fire, to roast it alive in front of the entire city. The next second, as the entire city was shaken by this rumble, above the Lin family mansion, space twisted. A terrifying floating war chariot, entirely crafted from an unknown black metal, 100 meters long and shaped like a drawn sword, slowly emerged. On the war chariot, the Lin family's crimson beasthead clan emblem gleamed with a bloodthirsty light in the morning sun. Lin Ocean, along with more than 10 of the Lin family's most core Grandmaster elders, stood solemnly. That floating war chariot, representing the Lin family's highest military might, did not pause for a moment, transforming into a black lightning bolt that tore through the sky, heading straight for the Rong City Martial Arts University with endless killing intent, under the shocked gaze of tens of millions of people throughout the city. Situ Family Council Hall. The atmosphere was extremely heavy. What a Lin Ocean, what a cunning move. Situ Hong slammed his palm on the table in front of him, a rare trace of anger showing in his eyes. He slowly turned around, looking at the young man beside him who had remained as calm as water from beginning to end, his voice deepening. Jiang Lue, his move is an overt scheme, a dead end. You should leave Rong City temporarily. I will arrange immediately to send you to Yeaguang Holy Land for refuge. We can make plans once the storm passes. This was already the safest and only way to break the situation. However, Jiang Lue calmly shook his head. He picked up the cup of cold tea in front of him and drank it all. Then he stood up, his gaze clear, looking directly at the Grandmaster who had borne the pressure for him all night, his tone calm, yet carrying a resolute finality. I appreciate Senior's kind intentions. However, this matter started because of me, and it should end with me. He paused, then said, word by word. My debt, I will bear it myself. These few short words seemed to possess a strange magic, making all the elders of the Situ family in the entire hall momentarily stunned. They looked at the tall, upright young man before them, and for a moment they were somewhat lost in thought. What kind of responsibility was that? What kind of spirit was that? Facing an enraged, three-star grandmaster who was coming with overwhelming momentum, he not only wasn't afraid, didn't retreat, but instead wanted to actively bear it. Situ Hong stared intently at Jiang Lue. In his sharp eyes, which had seen countless people, all calculations, all considerations faded away at this moment. Only a pure, undisguised admiration from the bottom of his heart remained. He suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was unrestrained, full of exhilaration, sweeping away all the solemnity and oppression in the hall. Good. I will bear it myself. Situ Hong nodded heavily. He extended his large, fan-like hand and firmly patted Jiang Lue's shoulder. Only with such a character can one be a true dragon. Since you intend to bear it, this old man will cover your back today. I want to see what Lin Zai Ocean can do to you. Situ Dai hadn't said a single word from beginning to end. She just silently walked to Jiang Lue's side, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Her clear, cold phoenix eyes were incredibly firm. Her presence, her stance was the most silent, yet most resolute support. Under the complex, shocked, and worried gazes of the Situ family members, the heavy doors of the council hall slowly opened. Jiang Lue and Situ Dai walked out side by side. Walking towards the outside of the mansion, walking towards the martial arts university, which had already become the center of the entire Rong City storm. The news, as if it had grown wings, instantly spread throughout the entire city. Jiang Lue did not retreat. He was going to meet the challenge. Boom! The entire city completely erupted. Countless martial artists, countless forces, countless gazes, converged madly from every corner of the city. They knew. A top-tier confrontation, one that would determine the future CENTURY's Chinese letter of Rong City, was about to fully unfold in that academy, which symbolized hope and heritage. 100. Two heroes stand in confrontation. The sacred land is on the verge of splitting apart. Rong City Martial Arts University, Central Plaza. The plaza, usually bustling with people, youth, and vitality, was now eerily silent. Over 1,000 teachers and students, like a flock of startled sheep, were herded by an invisible shepherd to the very edge of the plaza, their faces filled with terror and unease, gazing from afar at the center of the plaza. There, the Lin family's black floating war chariot, like a monstrous steel beast, hovered silently 10 meters above the ground. Beneath the war chariot, Lin Zai Ocean stood solemnly with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him were more than 10 Lin family grandmaster elders, their auras as profound as the sea. They did nothing but stand there. Yet the cold, condensed, undisguised killing intent, forged from a dozen grandmasters and one grandmaster, enveloped the entire plaza like an invisible cold current. The air was so thick it seemed to solidify. The sunlight, too, seemed to have lost its warmth. Amidst this suffocating oppression, two figures appeared from the distant horizon, approaching from afar, finally descending silently onto the center of the plaza like two falling feathers. A man and a woman. It was Jiang Lue and Situ Dai. Jiang Lue's appearance instantly ignited two clusters of resentful flames, capable of incinerating the sky, in Lin Zai Ocean's once placid eyes. He looked directly at Lin Zai Ocean, his expression calm, as if the man before him who could make the entire city tremble was no different from a roadside rock. This composed demeanor completely ignited Lin Zai Ocean's suppressed rage from the entire night. Little beast. Lin Zai Ocean laughed in extreme anger, his laughter dry and grating. You still dare to show yourself. The moment his words fell, an indescribably terrifying pressure erupted from his body. That was not mere aura, but the substantial crushing force formed by a three-star grandmaster's domain merging with the power of heaven and earth. Centered around Jiang Lue, the ground within a 10-meter radius emitted unbearable crack sounds, and countless fine cracks spread out like a spiderweb. The air was instantly sucked out, becoming heavier than steel. The students in the distance felt as if their chests had been violently struck by an invisible giant hammer. Their faces turned pale, breathing became difficult, and those with weaker cultivation even had their legs give way, collapsing directly to the ground. They watched in horror as the young man bore the brunt of this terrifying pressure alone. They imagined that in the next second the young man would be crushed by this force, forced to his knees, his bones broken, utterly humiliated. Jiang Lue's body did indeed tremble slightly. A force that almost crushed his internal organs pressed in from all directions. His bones emitted a faint groan, audible only to him. However, the ancient chaos thrown deep within his sea of consciousness merely trembled gently. A trace of imperceptible chaotic energy flowed through his limbs and bones. The terrifying pressure capable of collapsing mountains vanished without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea. Not only did Jiang Lue not kneel. Instead, under the pressure that would make even ordinary grandmasters submit, he slowly straightened his not-so-burly back. He looked at Lin Ocean, his tone calm. Why should I not dare? This calm rhetorical question was like a resounding slap, harshly striking Lin Ocean's face. You're courting death. Lin Ocean's killing intent could no longer be restrained. He took a step forward, raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and was about to crush this reckless little beast into a bloody mist in front of the entire city with the force of a thunderbolt. But just as he was about to act, a figure appeared beside Jiang Lue without any warning. The figure was not tall, even somewhat aged, yet it seemed like a majestic divine mountain, existing since ancient times, had descended out of thin air. Lin Ocean's world-destroying aura crashed against this figure like hitting an invisible world barrier, failing to stir even a ripple. Situ Hung. He had arrived. Two genuine grandmasters officially stood face to face in the plaza of this academy, which symbolized the future of Rong City. They did not immediately engage, but merely the clash of their gazes triggered phenomena more terrifying than physical combat. Centered around the two of them, the space in that 100-meter radius began to distort violently, visibly to the naked eye. Light refracted strangely there, and distant buildings became blurred, stretched, as if about to be forcibly stripped from this world. The plaza ground beneath their feet, paved with the hardest obsidian, cracked inch by inch in this silent confrontation, turning into dust, which was then swept into the air by the distorting force. My God! In the distant crowd, Fatty Wang clung tightly to the railing beside him, his legs trembling like noodles. He looked at the terrifying scene, which seemed to have transformed into an extra-dimensional forbidden zone, feeling his worldview completely overturned. It turned out that the textbook phrase, "Grandmasters can invoke the power of heaven and earth," was so pale. It turned out that true powerhouses could truly be like gods and demons. Lin Ocean. Lin Ocean's low roar, suppressing endless fury, came from within the distorted space, each word seeming to carry the texture of metal grinding. Get out of my way. Situ Hong did not yield an inch. His calm voice, however, contained endless power capable of shaking mountains. Lin Ocean, if you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me first. Boom! Lin Ocean's patience finally ran out. A dazzling golden radiance, seemingly capable of severing all things in the world, suddenly flared around him. Cracking gold law. At the same time, the ground beneath Situ Hong's feet began to tremble, and a thick, ancient earthy yellow halo shot up into the sky. Thick earth law. The great battle was about to erupt. 101. Blood red alert, apocalyptic disaster. The standoff had reached its end. Lin Ocean's suppressed rage, simmering like volcanic lava all night, was finally completely ignited by Jiang Lue's calm, almost indifferent demeanor. Very good. He squeezed out two words through gritted teeth, each word carrying a chill that could freeze the soul. Since your Situ family wants to be buried with this little beast, then I will grant your wish. Boom! Lin Ocean no longer held anything back. The power within him erupted completely, without reservation. A brilliant, dazzling golden light, seemingly forged from billions of divine weapons and sharp blades, shot up from his body, instantly transforming him into a golden war god wielding all the sharpness and slaughter in the world. Cracking gold law. This time, it was no longer mere pressure, but the materialized manifestation of the law's power. Wherever the golden light passed, space let out a pained groan under the unbearable pressure, cut into visible dark cracks. He raised his hand, fingers together like a blade, ready to strike down fiercely at Jiang Lue and Situ Hong below. With this strike, he was absolutely confident he could cut Situ Hong's thick earth law, along with that boy who didn't know his place, into two pieces. Madman! Situ Hong's expression was extremely grave. He hadn't expected Lin Ocean would actually dare to use such world-destroying power within the martial arts university. He stomped his foot violently. Roar! A muffled roar, as if from the depths of the primordial earth, resounded through heaven and earth. A thick, vast, earthy yellow halo, seemingly bearing the weight of the entire continent, erupted from beneath his feet, instantly forming a giant profound yellow barrier condensed from pure law power. Thick earth law. He knew very well that he could block this attack. But the aftermath of a full-force collision between two Grandmasters' laws would be enough to raise several miles, including this sacred academy grounds that carried the future of Rong City, to the ground. Just as the golden blade of destruction and the profound yellow guardian barrier were about to collide, in that 1,000th of a second, Whoosh! An incredibly shrill, incredibly piercing alarm, as if it could directly tear human souls, suddenly blared from every corner of Rong City without warning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. This sound transcended the realm of sound waves, carrying a penetrative force that directly struck the spiritual level, making everyone in the square, regardless of their cultivation level, feel as if their hearts were being fiercely clutched by an invisible large hand in that instant. Lin Ocean's golden hand blade, about to strike down, suddenly paused. Situ Hong's profound yellow barrier, rising into the sky, also trembled violently. Both of them, by prior agreement, looked up at the sky. The next second, the entire world turned red. It was an ominous, viscous, blood-red color, as if stained by endless blood. The huge light screen in the center of the square, the personal terminals on the wrists of all students watching from afar, and all operating display devices throughout the city, were completely engulfed by this blood-red color at the same moment. Immediately after, a line of terrifying, glaring characters, cast in blood, as if about to leap out of the screen to devour people, forcibly occupied everyone's vision. Highest level blood-red alert. Before everyone could react to this sudden shocking change, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice, broadcast through the alarm system, clearly spread throughout the city. Tier 3-star Beast Tide detected. Beast King level target, Earthwalking Dragon Beast King confirmed. Moving rapidly towards Wrong City. Boom! If the previous alarm sound had clutched everyone's hearts, then these few sentences were a red-hot iron hammer, fiercely smashing everyone's hearts to pieces. Tier 3-star Beast Tide. Beast King. These two words represented destruction, death, and a doomsday catastrophe capable of completely wiping an iron-steel-based city off the map. The square fell into a dead silence. So silent that even breathing sounds had disappeared. The same expression was frozen on everyone's faces. Horror and disbelief. The cold electronic voice ignored the shock of mortals, continuing to declare the city's fate in its flat tone. Estimated contact with the West City Wall in 1 hour. Base city wartime regulations effective immediately. All personal grudges must be set aside. All martial artists prepare for battle. The moment the words fell, the golden sharpness around Lin's Ocean, capable of cutting heaven and earth, and the profound yellow barrier beneath Situ Hong's feet, capable of bearing mountains, were instantly extinguished as if by a basin of ice water poured from the 9 netherworlds. All law light dissipated completely. The terrifying aura that could change the color of heaven and earth also disappeared without a trace, like a receding tide. What replaced it was a more condensed, more profound, cold-killing intent, originating from the deepest bloodline of a top human expert, a most primal response when facing a racial enemy. Their enemies were no longer each other. Lin Ocean slowly lowered his hand. Finally, he took a deep look at Jiang Lue. The hatred in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Instead, it had become more intense, more frenzied due to this forced interruption. But within it, there was also a hint of an extremely complex meaning that even he himself had not noticed. He didn't say another word. All threats seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of a crisis of racial survival. He suddenly turned around, his figure flickering, transforming into a golden stream of light that shot into the sky without the slightest hesitation, and sped towards the west of Rong City. On the floating war chariot, the more than 10 Lin family Grandmaster elders also put away all hostility, their expressions solemn, following closely behind. A top-level internal conflict that could have overturned the structure of Rong City thus came to an abrupt end, in a way no one could have predicted. Because a bigger, bloodier and crueler war had begun. The shrill alarm still echoed wildly above the city. Beneath the blood-red sky, countless martial artist auras rose from every corner of the city, converging into torrents of steel, surging towards the same direction. In the central square, Jiang Lue looked up. He gazed at the blood-red sky, at the golden stream of light disappearing into the horizon, and then at the countless figures rushing towards certain death. There was no fear in his eyes. Only an unprecedented, overwhelming fighting spirit, as if it would set the very sky ablaze. 102. Blood stains the sky, a doomsday alarm bell. Above the central plaza, the golden hand blade, condensed from cracking gold law, and the profound yellow barrier, forged from thick earth law, had both reached their respective peaks. Golden light tore through space, while earthy radiance suppressed the earth. Two completely different, yet equally destructive, laws were about to collide. It was in this split second. Woo! An incredibly sharp, incredibly shrill, soul-piercing alarm blared without warning from every corner of Rong City. The priority of this sound surpassed everything. It drowned out the roar of the laws, the gasps of the crowd, and all other sounds in heaven and earth. Linzai Ocean's golden hand blade, poised to strike, suddenly froze in midair. Situ Hong's profound yellow barrier, soaring skyward, also trembled violently. The two grandmasters, as if by prior agreement, looked up at the sky. The next second, the entire world turned red. It was an ominous, viscous, bloody hue, as if the sky itself was bleeding. All active light screens in the city, whether the giant display in the center of the plaza or the personal terminals on the students' wrists in the distance, were instantly engulfed by this bloody color. Immediately after, a gruesome, terrifying skull symbol, cast in blood, slowly appeared in the center of all screens. Its hollow eye socket seemed to gaze at every person in the city. A cold dread, originating from the deepest part of life, clutched everyone's hearts. Boom! The golden sharpness surrounding Linzai Ocean, capable of cutting heaven and earth, and the profound yellow barrier beneath Situ Hong's feet, capable of supporting mountains, were instantly extinguished as if by a basin of ice water poured from the 9 netherworlds. All the light of the laws completely dissipated. The terrifying aura, strong enough to change the colors of heaven and earth, also vanished without a trace, like a receding tide. A cold, emotionless, electronically synthesized voice, transmitted clearly throughout the city via the alarm system, announced. Highest level, blood red alert. Tier 3-star beast tide detected. Beast King level target, Earthwalking Dragon Beast King confirmed. Moving rapidly towards Wrong City. Every word of these sentences was like a heavy hammer, striking hard at everyone's hearts. The plaza fell into a deathly silence. So silent that even breathing had ceased. Horror and disbelief were frozen on everyone's faces. Tier 3-star beast tide. Beast King. These two terms represented destruction, death, and a doomsday catastrophe capable of completely wiping an iron and steel-based city off the map. Linzai Ocean and Situ Hong, these two sworn enemies who had just wished each other dead, now stood there silently. The overwhelming hatred and killing intent on their faces had long faded. In its place was an innate, extreme solemnity and stillness, stemming from the depths of human powerhouses' bloodlines when facing a species' natural enemy. Jiang Lue looked up. He gazed at the blood-red sky, and his chaos-divine body's extraordinary perception allowed him to sense an aura from the distant horizon more clearly than anyone else present. That aura was mixed with the most primitive savagery and the purest destruction. Vast and boundless, like an endless ocean, threatening to completely engulf everything in this world. Before such immense power, even he felt a sense of insignificance for the first time. Linzai Ocean slowly turned his head and finally gave Jiang Lue a deep, lingering look. The hatred in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, it had intensified due to this forced interruption. But beneath this intense hatred, it was firmly suppressed by a deeper, heavier sense of responsibility. He did not utter another word. All threats seemed pale and ridiculous in the face of a crisis of racial survival. He suddenly turned around, his figure flickering, transforming into a golden streak of light that shot skyward. Without the slightest hesitation, he sped towards the west of Wrong City. Situ Hong's expression was equally solemn. He glanced at Jiang Lue and Situ Dai beside him, his voice low. Let's go to the West City Wall. Before his words finished, he swept his sleeve, and a gentle force enveloped the two of them, transforming into a green rainbow that followed closely behind the golden streak of light. A top-tier internal conflict, capable of overturning Wrong City's power structure, thus came to an abrupt end in a way no one could have predicted. Because a larger, bloodier, and more brutal war had begun. You've reached the end of the book.